Ning, Weinzige, and Nine Dust were all rather dazed as they watched the three hegemons and numerous supreme eternal emperors fly towards them. Ning immediately recognized the white-bearded old man with 6 curved horns on his head as Hegemon Brightshore. As for the other 2 hegemons, one was a dazzlingly beautiful scepter-bearing woman. When Ning saw her, he felt as though he had seen the most beautiful creature in all of existence and felt the uncontrollable desire to venerate her. It was impossible for anyone to feel any untoward thoughts regarding her at all. The second hegemon was a man with long green hair and a big green beard. His hair, his eyebrows, and his beard were all extremely long. Dark North. Brightshore hegemon smiled. Let me make the introductions. This gentleman here is Hegemon Windrain of the Aberrants. Ning looked at the green-haired, green-bearded man. Hegemon Windrain had a very unusual aura. When Ning looked at him, he felt as though he was staring at a vast forest of trees. Greetings, Hegemon Windrain, Ning said respectfully. This person stood at the very apex of power within the endless territories. How could Ning dare to be disrespectful in the slightest? Dark North, my young friend. You really are quite impressive. There are only 9 command talismans in there, but you acquired 8 of them. Impressive, impressive, Hegemon Windrain praised. What? Ning, Nine Dust, and Weinzige were all stunned. They looked at each other. None of them had publicized the fact that Nine Dust had given Ning 3 talismans while Weinzige had given Ning 2. Don't feel so surprised, Hegemon Brightshore said. Realm Soul Polo informed us. Oh, now Ning and the others understood. Let me continue with the introductions. Hegemon Brightshore's voice turned a bit cool as he glanced at the woman. This is Hegemon Netherlily of the Ancient Cultivators. My young friend Dark North. Hegemon Netherlily was surpassingly beautiful and her voice was extremely soft. One couldn't help but feel friendly towards her. She smiled as she looked at Ning. You are such an impressive talent, but you ended up joining the Brightshore Kingdom. What a pity. It's all because this old fellow Brightshore is so completely shameless as to randomly abduct cultivators throughout the endless territories and bring them to the Brightshore Kingdom. If it wasn't for that, given the relationship between you and Nine Dust, I feel confident that you might choose to end up joining us. The ancient cultivators, much like the Brightshore Kingdom, did allow certain cultivators to join them. Jealousy. That's just jealousy talking, Hegemon Brightshore said coolly. Although Ning had been abducted by the Brightshore Kingdom, he didn't feel any resentment towards Hegemon Brightshore. If it hadn't been for the guidance provided by the Brightshore Kingdom, the many sword arts he had given access to within the Sword Palace, and the chance to visit the Genesis lands of the alternate universe he visited, he might not have been able to develop his Omega Sword Dao. This gentleman right here is Emperor Goldisle of the Dao Alliance. Hegemon Brightshore was slightly nervous, as the Dao Alliance would definitely be his greatest competitor in bidding for the fruits which Ning had acquired. Emperor Goldisle is one of the 2 leaders of the Dao Alliance. Dark North and I have met. The gold-furred alien smiled as he looked at Ning. And this gentleman is Emperor Islehide of the Aeonians. Hegemon Brightshore didn't want to give Emperor Goldisle the chance to chat too much with Ning, and so he immediately began to introduce the others. Emperor Islehide was a peerlessly handsome man who was even more attractive than Hegemon Netherlily was beautiful. He had long red hair and dim red eyes that were filled with a strange charisma. Dark North. Emperor Islehide smiled slightly as he glanced at Ning. Ning immediately replied, Emperor Islehide. The last one is Emperor Sever5 of the Dark Kingdom. Hegemon Brightshore glanced sideways at the rather bizarre-looking alien elder, whose long blue hair flowed up from his head like a pair of wings. Dao Lord Dark North. Emperor Sever5 looked at Ning with a very sincere and modest gaze. Those who actually interacted with the emperors of the Dark Kingdom all knew that the Dark Kingdom was actually quite low-key and modest. They were outsiders and foreigners who were despised and ostracized by the native organizations of the Endless Territories and thus couldn't afford to be too brash. The people I've just introduced you to are more than capable of representing the 6 organizations in the Endless Territories, Hegemon Brightshore said. Aside from the 6, there were also a number of retainers and servants present. For example, Hegemon Brightshore had a single-horned youth who had a very ordinary aura standing by his side, while Emperor Islehide of the Ionians had an ordinary-looking white-robed woman standing next to him. "Come over here, Weinzige," Emperor Sever5 instructed. "Coming." Weinzige obediently walked over to Emperor Sever5's side. "Redwater." Hegemon Netherlily looked at Nine Dust, who immediately and obediently flew over to her side as well. Faced with the supreme leaders of the 6 greatest powers in the Endless Territories, Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure, but he also felt excitement. These were the people who might have the answers as to how he could revive his wife. Even if they couldn't do it, they would definitely know much more about it than he did. "Dark North, we need some of the cold flame cauldron fruits," Emperor Sever5 of the Dark Kingdom said hurriedly. "Just tell me what you need. Don't be so hasty," Emperor Gold Isle of the Tao Alliance said calmly. "Why don't we let Dark North list what he needs first? The side which can assist him the most shall be the side Dark North chooses." The Tao Alliance was able to speak so confidently due to their great wealth. "Agreed." Hegemon Brightshore nodded. "Yes, let our young friend Dark North tell us what he needs." Hegemon Netherlily agreed. "My young friend." Hegemon Windrain looked at Ning. The 3 hegemons were the strongest experts in the Endless Territories and had been alive for extremely long periods of time. As a result, they were also quite wealthy, which was why they dared to compete against the Tao Alliance in this manner. "Seniors," Ning said respectfully, "there is indeed something I would like to request." "Speak," Emperor Gold Isle said confidently. The 3 hegemons as well as Emperor Sever5 and Emperor Islehide all looked at Ning. "I once had a beloved Tao companion," Ning said slowly. "Long ago she perished. The main reason why I've trained so hard is primarily because I wish to bring her back to life." When Weinzige and Nine Dust heard this, they stared at Ning in shock. Revive a Tao companion? None of them had ever imagined that Ning held a secret like this in his heart. "Revive?" Hegemon Windrain's green brows furrowed in a frown. "I imagine her soul and true soul were shattered? If her true soul was still around, reviving her would be extremely easy." "Correct." Ning nodded. All 3 of the hegemons exchanged glances, as did the 3 eternal emperors. "I'll ask the questions," Hegemon Netherlily said. The others all nodded towards her. "Dark North, when your Tao companion died, had she reached the world level of power?" Hegemon Netherlily's gaze was very gentle, as was her voice. "She had not." Ning immediately explained. "She was merely a celestial immortal." Hegemon Netherlily nodded slightly. Fairly weak. There's still a chance at reviving her." Ning was wildly overjoyed upon hearing this. "My next question is, where did she die?" Hegemon Netherlily asked. "Did she die in an everworld? A chaos world? In the emptiness of space? Or in an alternate universe?" "She died in my homeland, in a chaos world," Ning explained. "In a chaos world?" Hegemon Netherlily frowned. "That makes things difficult." "Difficult?" Ning's heart clenched. "Reviving those who died in everworlds is the simplest. Any hegemon is capable of doing this," Hegemon Netherlily explained. "Reviving those who died in alternate universes, also known as otherverses, is a bit more difficult. Reviving those who died in chaos worlds or in the emptiness of space is the most difficult of all. Although she was merely a celestial immortal, this still isn't something the likes of us are capable of." Ning's face turned pale. "Dark North," the nearby Hegemon Brightshore explained. "Everworlds contain the rules and laws established by the eternal emperors who created them. You can view them as basic, rudimentary versions of the prime essences. For example, if the founding emperor established a law that the skies are dark, the skies in that everworld shall forever be dark. If he says that flying is impossible, then no one will be able to fly in that everworld. The only way to get around this is through possessing so much brute force that one can resist the binding effects of those laws. Everworlds have elementary prime essences within them, and those who die in an everworld shall return to those everworld prime essences. If you wish to twist spacetime and revive a celestial immortal, you would only need to resist the backlash from the Everworld. Everworlds are fairly weak. Most hegemons are capable of doing such a thing. Other verses are generally the same size as a realm verse. You visited one of them in the past, Hegemon Brightshore explained. I think you understand that these other verses have their own prime essences, and their prime essences are far more perfect than the ones within the Everworlds. Ning nodded. The various other verses all have their own prime essences. If a cultivator dies in one of those other verses, his or her true soul shall return to the prime essences of that other verse. If you wish to revive someone, you must be able to endure the backlash generated by that entire alternate universe, Hegemon Brightshore explained. As for Chaos Worlds or the Void of Space, they don't have any prime essences they belong to, and so whenever a true soul in a Chaos World is extinguished, its energy shall revert back to the Chaos Verse itself. If you wish to revive such a person, you'll need to be able to endure the backlash generated by the entire Chaos Verse. This is a terrifying concept, Hegemon Brightshore explained. Reviving someone in an Everworld was easy. Reviving someone in an Otherverse was hard. Reviving someone from the Chaosverse was nearly impossible. Ning's face grew uglier and uglier as he absorbed this information. What exactly is a Realmverse? And what is the Chaosverse? He remembered that the Starflow race which lived in the Terror Star Sea had once lived in a place named the Peacock Lotus Realmverse. A grand war had destroyed that Realmverse, resulting in the Starflow race fleeing and moving to the Endless Territories. Our home, the Endless Territories, is a Realmverse, Hegemon Brightshore explained. Its true name is the Flame Dragon Realmverse. As for the Chaosverse, it is the source of all things and is truly infinite beyond measure, Hegemon Brightshore explained. It is like a vast, endless sea. Realm verses are like small reefs within that vast sea. Other verses are another type of reef, a fairly special type. All reefs are located extremely far from each other, and so the Great Dark is the vast emptiness between reefs. All realm verses are very, very far away from each other. The sea? Reefs? Ning was rather dazed by all this. The alternate universes and the endless territories were nothing more than reefs, while the Chaosverse was an ocean. Then who is strong enough to resist the backlash from the Chaosverse and revive my Dao companion? Ning grew increasingly anxious. Your Dao companion was only a celestial immortal. Although reviving her will be difficult, at least there is hope, Hegemon Netherlily said. Hope? Ji Ning's eyes lit up. Hegemon Netherlily, Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Emperor Sever5, Emperor Gold Isle, and Emperor Islehide all secretly shook their heads. Hegemon Netherlily continued. There is no way for an eternal emperor to resist the backlash from the Chaosverse. Only those legendary figures who are even more powerful than eternal emperors can accomplish it. Only they can reverse spacetime and revive your Dao companion. Even more powerful than eternal emperors? Ning was stunned, as were Nine Dust and Winesage. There was a level of power beyond that of the eternal emperors. The Chaosverse is vast and without end, filled with realm verses and other verses. Hegemon Netherlily's voice was soft and drifting. The most powerful figures who stand at the apex of each realm verse or other verse are almost always the hegemons. However, the vast Chaosverse has figures of even greater power. We respectfully address them as autarked. Autark. Ning immediately engraved this title into his heart. Hegemon Brightshore nodded, a look of eagerness in his eyes. Yes, autarks. Everworlds are created by eternal emperors, and other verses are created by autarks. They created the other verses? Ning was stunned. He had been to one of those alternate universes before. It had contained a complete set of prime essences, such as the Tao of the Sword and many other Taos. All of those things could be sensed. How could such a universe have been artificially created? Autarks are the true and absolute rulers of the Chaosverse who stand above all other living beings, Hegemon Netherlily said. We eternal emperors have developed our own eternal Taos. But that isn't the true apex of cultivation. Only by making repeated breakthroughs and raising your Tao to a level where it can become one of the prime essences of the universe can a cultivator be capable of creating an otherverse. Autarchs are incredibly rare. I've never met any of them in my entire life. Hegemon Brightshore shook his head, while the other two hegemons revealed looks of envy and admiration. They hadn't met any autarchs either. They had only heard of them. When the Sith launched that war, it encompassed a great many places. The main reason why we cultivators were able to gain victory over them was because we had our autarchs, Hegemon Brightshore said. Although the Sith were extremely strong and incredibly advanced in many areas, the autarchs led us to completely wipe the Sith out in the end. If it wasn't for the autarchs, we probably would have been annihilated or enslaved long ago. Ning, Nine Dust, and Winesage were all speechless. Autarchs? So the highest level of cultivation in the Chaosverse was the autarch level? They are capable of reversing spacetime and roam through the Chaosverse with ease. They are even capable of creating those alternate universes. Hegemon Brightshore continued. If an autarch was willing to spend the time, he would be able to destroy even the likes of the Inyang Samsara wheels that threaten and will eventually annihilate our Flame Dragon realmverse. Autarchs are capable of destroying the Inyang Samsara wheels? The nearby Winesage couldn't help but ask. Then why don't we invite them to help out? Are they really going to just watch as such a vast realmverse is annihilated? You are mistaken, Hegemon Windrain replied. Autarchs view things through a completely different lens than the rest of us. An autarch once said that all things and all creatures in the universe must follow the natural cycle of life and death. The Inyang Samsara wheels were born from the primordial chaos for the express purpose of wiping out the Flame Dragon realmverse. In other words, it is part of the laws and functioning of the Chaosverse. If they were to forcibly destroy the Inyang Samsara wheels, they would suffer a backlash from the Chaosverse itself, and an incredibly strong one at that. The autarchs are not willing to do such a thing. Autarchs have truly transcended beyond all things. They are absolutely invincible, and neither spacetime nor karma, nor anything else have any impact on them at all. To them, the birth and destruction of entire realmverses is nothing more than the blooming and withering of a flower. I have never even seen an autarch in my entire life. Hegemon Windrain looked at Ning. Dark North, my young friend. Only an autarch is capable of rescuing your Tao companion. Ning's heart sank. He had to ask an autarch to intervene? The three hegemons had been around for countless years, but none of them had even seen an autarch. One could only imagine how difficult it would be to actually get an autarch to help out. Are these fruits enough? Ning asked. Ha ha! Emperor Goldile laughed. Not even close. Not even close. 100 times this amount of fruit still wouldn't be enough. If you want an autarch to revive your Tao companion, if you actually owned the Crimson Wave Temple and offered it to an autarch as a gift, you might succeed. Hegemon Brightshore shook his head and laughed. The fruits you have ripen every few thousand chaos cycles. Crimson Wave Temple can produce more and more fruit unto perpetuity. Crimson Wave Temple itself was worth far more than 100 times as much as all of the fruits Ning had acquired. Ah! Ning instantly understood. So there's nothing I can do right now, right? Ning asked. Right? None of us can do what you ask. Only an autarch can. Hegemon Brightshore looked at Ning. But at least there is hope. If your Tao companion was at the world level or was a Samsara Tao Lord, the backlash generated by reviving them would be exponentially greater. By then, you would have no chance at all. Right? Ning quickly calmed down again. Prior to speaking to these major powers for the first time regarding the revival of Yue, Ning had already mentally prepared himself for failure. Others might feel despair at this response. But Ning was actually filled with vigor. This was because he was still just a Tao Lord of the third step. Once he became a Tao Lord of the fourth step and further improved his Heartsword arts, he might indeed be able to acquire treasures that were as valuable as Crimson Wave Temple. What if I was really able to acquire something as valuable as Crimson Wave Temple? Ning couldn't help but ask this follow-up question. How would I go about finding an autarch then? You wouldn't need to, Emperor Goldile said. The Tao Alliance would help you send the word to the autarch. Oh! Ning glanced at Emperor Goldile in surprise. The Tao Alliance's resources truly were unfathomable. It was actually capable of sending information to an autarch? But remember, given that Crimson Wave Temple is capable of giving birth to a new crop of fruits every few thousand chaos cycles or so, its value is far greater than that of the fruits you have acquired thus far. In fact, it's worth much more than all of the treasures I've accumulated over the course of countless years. Hegeman Brightshore smiled as he looked at Ning. Dark North, it won't be easy for you to acquire something as valuable as Crimson Wave Temple. You need to mentally prepare yourself for this task. If you wish to reap great rewards, you'll need to be prepared for taking on great dangers, Hegeman Windrain said. For example, the Terror Star Sea. The Terror Star Sea was part of the Dawn War's battlefield and is filled with many leftover relics and treasures, but it's also filled with countless dangers. If you are willing and able to take on the necessary risk, you might be able to find Hegeman-level relics or even powerful treasures left behind by the Sith race. It's entirely possible that you'll find something as valuable as Crimson Wave Temple. Right? Ning nodded. The three mighty hegemons didn't dare to take on too much risk without a good reason, as they were the pillars of their respective organizations. The Terror Star Sea was simply too dangerous. Even hegemons might die in there if they were unlucky. The negative repercussions were simply too grave, which was why it was generally only the Tao Lords who dared to risk it. Tao Lords only stood an ephemeral chance of succeeding at the Tao merge anyhow. Autarchs, Ning silently reflected on this term. Autarchs, the most supreme existences of the cultivation world, the leaders who led the cultivators to victory over the Sith. We are unable to reverse spacetime and revive your Tao companion. Dark North, what else do you plan to trade your fruits for? Hegeman Brightshore asked. Speak, Dark North. What do you need? Just state your requests. Emperor Goldisle, Hegeman Windrain, and the others all looked at Ning as they spoke. Since reviving Yue was impossible for now, he would have to focus on further strengthening himself. Only then would he stand a chance at acquiring a treasure equivalent to Crimson Wave Temple in value. Seniors. Ning waved his finger, causing a series of runes to fly out. The many runes listed the various materials needed for Ning to train in the second and third levels of the Sword Tao body. The protective divine ability Ning had acquired from the deceased Sword Hegemon. There were 4 levels to this divine ability, and once reached it would allow Ning's body to become comparable to the best eternal treasures. Seniors, take a look at these materials. How much fruit do I need to give up for them? Ning asked. The 3 hegemons and 3 leading emperors all stared at the list, as did some of the other eternal emperors behind them who had yet to even speak. I'll only need 60 of the cold flame cauldron fruits for this, Hegemon Netherlily said. I'll only need 45 of the same. Emperor Goldisle of the Tao Alliance smiled. The 3 mighty hegemons and the other emperors instantly looked at him in irritation. The items which Ning had requested were all extraordinary. As they saw it, at least 50 cold flame cauldron fruits would be necessary. Emperor Goldisle, you are going a bit too far. Yes, your Tao Alliance has many treasures, but how can you give such a low offer? Emperor Islehide frowned. How are we even supposed to compete if you are going to act like this? Hegemon Windrain complained in a rumbling voice as well. Ha ha! Emperor Goldisle laughed loudly. We agreed early on that we'd compete fairly with each other. I'm doing just that. Ning gawked at the sight. He also noticed that although Crimson Wave Temple had produced 9 types of fruit, all of the emperors were focused on the 9th fruit, the cold flame cauldron fruits. This made Ning realize just how especially attractive these particular fruits were. Seniors, I've harvested 8 types of fruit on this trip, Ning said. I'm willing to use the pure peace fruit to trade for the materials I just requested. Might I ask how many are necessary? The pure peace fruit ripened every 30,000 chaos cycles. Ning had 108,000 of them. Pure peace fruit. The 3 hegemons and 3 eternal emperors exchanged glances. Although all 9 of the types of fruit in Crimson Wave Temple were valuable, there were still differences between them. The pure peace fruits, for example, ripened every 30,000 chaos cycles. There were 108,000 of them in each harvest. They were fairly numerous, and so the Flame Dragon Realmverse 6 major powers were still able to acquire it through other channels. As a result, they weren't all that desperate to acquire it. The Cold Flame Cauldron fruits, however, only ripened once every 100,000 chaos cycles, and each time, only 300 were available during each harvest. As a result, people who acquired them would usually keep and use them for themselves. Very few were willing to trade them away, making them quite a hot commodity. For the materials you need, 80,000 of the pure peace fruits will do, Emperor Gold Isle said with a chuckle. These things are still quite rare. They have their uses. The 3 hegemons, Emperor Sever 5, and Emperor Islehide were silent. Seeing this, Ji Ning understood that Emperor Gold Isle had offered him quite a decent price. All right, Ning revealed a smile. Then I'll give 80,000 of the pure peace fruits to Emperor Gold Isle. Seniors, there are other treasures I need as well. Another block of text appeared in midair. This list included the materials needed to train in the first 2 stages of the secret art which the sword hegemon had provided to Ning, the Grand Diffraction Sword technique. To Ning, although a protective divine ability was very important, a strong secret art was even more important. Ning had already pretty much squeezed as much power as he could out of the 9 Novescence arts. By the time he became a Tao Lord of the 4th step, they simply wouldn't be able to keep up. The Grand Diffraction Sword consisted of 3 stages. The cost to fully master it would place a heavy burden upon even hegemons. Ning felt that he probably didn't have enough fruit. In addition, to master all 3 stage 1 had to have reached an extremely high level of skill in the Tao of the sword. Most likely, one would have to reach a level comparable to that of the deceased sword hegemon first. Thus, the first 2 stages were more than enough for Ning for now. Oh! These materials! The 3 hegemons and 3 emperors all hesitated. Give me all 300 of the Cold Flame Cauldron fruits, and I'll help you collect them, Emperor Islehide said in a low voice. Emperor Islehide is able to acquire all these items? Impressive! Hegemon Netherlily laughed softly. 298 Cold Flame Cauldron fruits, my young friend Dark North, and I'll help you collect them. Seniors, I'm willing to use these types of fruit to trade for them instead. As Ning spoke, he caused 7 different types of fruit to appear before him. These were the fruits corresponding to the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th command talismans. Clever. What a clever boy. The 3 hegemons and the 3 emperors all laughed. They could tell that Ning realized how enticing the Cold Flame Cauldron fruits were to them, and thus wasn't in a rush to sell them off. After extensive negotiations, the Tao Alliance, the Bright Shore Kingdom, the Aberrants, and the Ionians jointly produced the materials necessary, taking away more than half of Ning's fruits in recompense. Now all Ning had were 300 of the Cold Flame Cauldron fruits from the 9th talisman, 28,000 of the Pure Peace fruits from the 1st talisman, 230 of the Golden Sandsifter fruits from the 7th talisman, 310 of the Dark Heaven Een fruits from the 6th talisman. Seniors, I've pretty much listed all the treasures I need, Ning said. I plan on paying a visit to the Palace of Immortals to see what they have in their treasury. Haha, our treasury in the Palace of Immortals has everything within it. The Tao Alliance definitely has more treasures than anyone else, Emperor Gold Isle said with a smile. You aren't going to trade anything else? Dark North, my young friend. The 3 hegemons, Emperor Sever 5, and Emperor Islehide were all startled. Ning was going to stop trading and instead go straight to the Palace of Immortals of the Tao Alliance? It must be remembered that thus far, he hadn't produced a single one of the Cold Flame Cauldron fruits, the most valuable of the 9 fruits. Dark North. Hegemon Brightshore looked towards Ning. Ning hurriedly explained, Hegemon seniors, my lifeblood weapons need to grow, and to consume more materials, but I don't know exactly what they need. That's why I wish to go to the Palace of Immortals so that I can test out the various materials. Once I've selected the materials I need, I'll naturally notify all of you and allow the auction to proceed fairly. Lifeblood weapons? All of them now understood as they had lifeblood weapons as well. No point wasting time. Come, let's go to my Palace of Immortals right away, Emperor Goldisle said with a smile. He then glanced at the others. Hegemons, emperors, you can come along with us. The Palace of Immortals will treat you with the utmost of courtesy. We wouldn't dare enter the Palace of Immortals. We'll wait outside of it. Let's go. The various figures immediately began to depart. Dark North, follow me. Emperor Goldisle smiled as he sent a spatial bubble out to cover Ning, then tore through space and departed with Ning in tow. The Palace of Immortals was an incomparably mysterious place. Ning had heard of it long ago, but he had never seen it. Here we are, Dark North. Emperor Goldisle's voice rang out. Ning stared towards the front, stunned. In front of him was an absolutely enormous group of palaces that hung in the middle of space, radiating blinding light and a mighty aura. The radiance was so dazzling that Ning was truly dazed by it, while the power contained within the aura caused Ning's heart to tremble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another appeared next to Ning. They were Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, Emperor Sever5, and Emperor Islehide, as well as the subordinates they had brought with them. Nine Dust and Winesage had been brought over as well. Dark North. Nine Dust's voice rang out within Ning's ears. Nine Dust. Ning glanced at Nine Dust. I'm embarrassed to say this, but... Nine Dust revealed an awkward look. The Hegemon instructed me to ask you to at least sell some of the Cold Flame Cauldron fruit to us ancient cultivators. Ning revealed a smile as he sent mentally, Got it. Don't worry. Nine Dust was his brother. Since he had made the request, Ning knew what to do. Dark North. Winesage sent a mental message as well, a similarly awkward look on his face. Dark North, our Dark Kingdom is constantly beset by dangers. Just staying alive is difficult. I'd like to ask you to sell some of those Cold Flame Cauldron fruits to the Dark Kingdom. So long as the Dark Kingdom has the items I need, that won't be a problem, Ning replied. Hegemon Brightshore looked at Ning as well. Dark North. Don't worry, Hegemon. I know what to do, Ning replied. Favors and friendships were important, but being fair and even-handed as possible was just as important, as was growing more powerful. Let me lead you inside, Dark North. Emperor Goldisle guided Ning in, with Ning staring everywhere in curiosity as they flew into the Palace of Immortals. None of the Hegemons or emperors present were worried that the Dao Alliance would play a dirty trick like killing Ning to steal his treasures. First of all, although these fruits were rare, they weren't so important as to cause Hegemons or the Dao Alliance to not care about face. Only something as valuable as Crimson Wave Temple itself could possibly do that. Secondly, only Dao Lords could harvest the fruits that ripened every few tens of thousands of chaos cycles from Crimson Wave Temple. If the Hegemons or the Dao Alliance dared to murder Ning, which Dao Lords in the future would be willing to take on the risk of helping them go harvest fruit? Lastly, these things were a gift from Emperor Waveshift to his homeland. It was also a way to help his homeland temper its Dao Lords. If the Hegemons or the Dao Alliance dared to act rashly and angered Emperor Waveshift through their actions, Emperor Waveshift could very well take the entire temple back and ensure they would gain nothing at all in the future. For all of these reasons, everyone knew that everyone else would play by the rules. The insides of the Palace of Immortals were absolutely lovely. The light of formations glimmered everywhere, while their aura was so mighty as to ensure that even Hegemons wouldn't dare to trespass within. Treasures of the Flame Dragon Realmverse aside, the treasury of the Palace of Immortals has collected many treasures from other realmverses as well, Emperor Goldisle said with a smile. It's hard to even count how many treasures we have. Choose whatever you like, Dark North. We'll give you what you need for those fruits. Understood. Ning nodded. So this is Dao Lord Dark North? A deep voice boomed out from afar as a black-robed, black-haired old man walked towards them across the celestial pathways. Emperor Goldisle made the introductions. Dark North, this is Emperor Blackcloud. The two of us jointly administer the Palace of Immortals for the Dao Alliance. Ning was secretly speechless. So it was these two emperors who were in control of the Palace of Immortals? Perhaps they were a bit weaker than the Hegemons, but they were actually even more influential. Tao Lord Dark North, you've only trained for such a short period of time but have reached such incredible heights in power. Impressive. Emperor Blackcloud smiled. Gold Isle and I shall open the treasury for you to peruse as you please. Sorry for the trouble, seniors, Ning said modestly. While chatting, these two leaders of the Tao Alliance led Ning to the location of the treasury. Open. Emperor Blackcloud waved a finger. Rumble. The white stone door in front of him began to split apart, revealing a dark passageway inside. The treasury is an important place, and so this passageway is filled with many barriers and wards. Not even hegemons would dare to trespass here, Emperor Blackcloud said smugly. Come, Dark North. Emperor Gold Isle led the way, with Ning following from behind. In truth, the reason why they dared to open up the treasury like this for Ning was because Ning was weak. If a hegemon had actually come here, there was no way they would have dared to let the hegemon actually enter the treasury. Ning followed Emperor Gold Isle and Emperor Blackcloud through the dark passageway. After walking for a short while, he finally saw yet another stone door. Open, Emperor Blackcloud commanded. The stone door instantly sank downwards, revealing the vast treasury behind it. Wow! Ning felt dizzy when he saw what was behind the stone door. He was able to sense many varied auras, some brutal, some cold, some stately. Countless treasures were hanging there, so numerous that at a glance Ning was able to see tens of millions of treasures just with the naked eye alone. All treasures stored within our treasury are quite extraordinary. Emperor Gold Isle smiled. Many treasures here are one of a kind. But of course, there are also some that are quite numerous, in which case we'll just put a single sample item here. Seniors, Ning said hurriedly. My lifeblood weapons need to personally touch the treasures in order to sense if they can make use of them or not. Just touching is fine, Emperor Gold Isle said solemnly. But don't damage anything. Some of the treasures here are incredibly valuable. Please don't worry. My lifeblood weapons wouldn't dare, Ning said. The nearby Emperor Blackcloud laughed. Go then. Inspect them to your heart's content. Ning nodded. Come out. Ning willed mentally. Swish, swish, swish. All 6 northbow swords flew out from their scabbards, and as they did so an adorable child appeared from each of them. Master! Master! All 6 children began to call out repeatedly. Listen up. This treasury is filled with countless treasures. You can touch them to sense which are of use to you, Ning said. But remember, you absolutely must not damage any of them, nor are you allowed to absorb any of them. After the inspection is complete, with any luck, I'll be able to give you some treasures to absorb. All right? Haha. Don't worry. Leave it to us. All 6 northbow sword spirits were quite excited. Go! Ning immediately sent them flying into the skies towards the various treasures, which they began to scan. This vast treasury was filled with long stone tables that were covered with countless treasures. There were also incredibly long 12-layered treasure shelves, with each layer filled with many treasures. The ones placed on the shelves were clearly less valuable. There were also individual stone daisies that held only a single treasure each. This place had all sorts of weapons, even universe weapons. There were all sorts of marvelous treasures here, including many strange curios that had been collected from the Terror Star Sea. Time slowly passed on, 1 minute at a time. Ning continued to furiously send his 6 northbow swords flying everywhere, touching the various treasures. After roughly the time needed to boil a kettle of tea. Master! Master! I can sense that if I ate this flower, it would be of big use to me. Northbow 5 called out spiritually to Ning. Ning's eyes lit up as he immediately looked towards the sword. This was a semi-ethereal flower that was surrounded by a faint gray aura. There was a jade slip next to it that introduced it as the shadowless 6th flower. It was capable of hiding itself amongst other objects, making it extremely difficult to find. It was an incomparably marvelous item. How many of those can you eat? Ning asked spiritually. I'm not sure. At least 10,000. Northbow 5 replied. Got it. Ning nodded, silently memorizing this flower. He then continued to search for other treasures. This treasury most likely had copies of almost all of the decent treasures located within the Flame Dragon realmverse. When would he ever have another chance like this to just scan them as he pleased? Even if he wasn't able to acquire what he needed due to not having enough fruit, he could at least memorize them for future collection. Outside the Palace of Immortals, Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, Emperor Sever5, and Emperor Islehide continued to wait patiently alongside their retainers. Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain said hurriedly. The Dao Alliance wouldn't be playing a trick on our young friend Dark North, would they? If he ends up trading with them without giving us a chance. Agreed. Brightshore. Emperor Islehide said hurriedly. Dark North belongs to your Brightshore kingdom. Don't worry. Hegemon Brightshore smiled. I can reach out to Dark North at any time. He's currently within the treasury of the Palace of Immortals, scanning the countless treasures there. This process will take some time, so don't be impatient. Once he knows which treasures he needs, he'll publicly announce it. Good. At least we can compete fairly, Emperor Sever5 said. All of them were truly the most elite figures of the Endless Territories, but this competition over the Cold Flame Cauldron fruits still made them nervous. There was a rough, accepted value to these fruits, but they were simply never available for sale. Very, very few were willing to sell these fruits, which was why in normal times the hegemons were willing to pay multiples of the accepted value for the few Cold Flame Cauldron fruits which appeared from time to time. Now that Crimson Wave Temple was going to be located within the Endless Territories indefinitely, they'd be able to harvest 300 of the fruits every 100,000 chaos cycles. This was why they hadn't offered excessively high prices in their negotiations with Ning. However, they also understood that the future couldn't be predicted. Who knew when Emperor Waveshift would end up taking the temple away again? Within the treasury of the Palace of Immortals of the Dao Alliance, Ning continued to control his 6 Northbow swords, sending them flying about like streaks of light towards various treasures, then gently brushing against them. Master, Master, I can sense that this stone is going to help me out a lot, Northbow 3 called out as well. Ning immediately memorized the stone in question. By the time he had nearly finished a complete scan of all the treasures within the treasury, he had already discovered a total of 12 treasures that would be of use to his Northbow swords. However, the Northbow swords would devour absolutely enormous amounts of material as they grew. Ning worried as to whether or not this would even be enough. Finally, after roughly 10 hours of scanning, Ning had finished his first review of all the treasures. How'd it go? Emperor Goldisle and Emperor Blackcloud both looked at Ning. There really are quite a few treasures that are useful to my lifeblood weapons, Ning said. Which treasures do you need? Go ahead and tell us and we'll try to help you collect them as best we can, Emperor Goldisle said. I should probably say it outside, Ning replied hurriedly. The hegemon reminded me long ago that we have to keep things fair. Oh, right, fair. Emperor Blackcloud and Emperor Goldisle exchanged a glance, rather resigned. In the end, Ning belonged to the Brightshore Kingdom, making Hegemon Brightshore's instructions quite effective. Emperor Blackcloud and Emperor Goldisle didn't really worry too much. Given how filthy rich the Dao Alliance was, they were quite confident in their chances. Let's go. Emperor Blackcloud and Emperor Goldisle led Ning in departing from the treasury. Outside the Palace of Immortals, Ning, Emperor Blackcloud, and Emperor Goldisle flew out at the same time. There they are. The 3 hegemons, Emperor Sever5, Emperor Islehide, and the various retainers all looked towards Ning, their eyes lighting up. The time for the final negotiations over the Cold Flame Cauldron fruits had come. Dark North, did you find any suitable treasures? Hegemon Brightshore asked. I found 12, Ning said. The hegemons and emperors were all rather startled by this answer. 12? It seemed likely that everyone would be able to provide Ning with something he needed. The first is known as the Shadowless 60 flowers, Ning said. I need at least 10,000 of them. The Shadowless 60 flowers? Over 10,000? But the 3 hegemons and the various emperors exchanged glances, all feeling rather resigned. What is it? Ning was puzzled. Dark North, even if we scraped up all of the shadowless 60 flowers that the Flame Dragon Realmverse has accumulated over the countless years of its existence, we would probably only be able to find a few hundred of them, Hegemon Brightshore said. Emperor Goldisle nodded as well. The shadowless 60 flowers are invisible, hidden throughout the cosmos. They are extremely hard to find. Although they aren't that useful, they really are quite rare. Ning felt quite helpless upon hearing this. If the Northbow swords were to grow, they needed materials in sufficiently large quantities. For example, they had absorbed a terrifying amount of that golden sand. Based on what the Northbow sword spirit had predicted, he would need at least 10,000 of those flowers, but it seemed as though Ning wouldn't even be able to acquire a tenth of that. Such a small amount would be of limited benefit. The second type of treasure is known as the Flamebearer Tathata Metal, Ning said. I'll need a mountain of it. A mountain which is roughly 30,000 meters tall. 30,000 meters tall? The hegemons and emperors sighed again. You are asking for too much. Flamebearer Tathata Metal is used in palm-sized chunks for forging treasures. You want a mountain of it? Emperor Goldisle shook his head. There's no way to get that much in the Flame Dragon Realmverse. If the Tao Alliance was willing to pay incredible prices to have other realmverses help out and deliver them, we might be able to do it. But the cold flame cauldron fruits in your possession aren't nearly enough to trade for a mountain of the Tathata Metal. Ji Ning was speechless. It was clear that everyone wanted his cold flame cauldron fruits, but the first two items he had requested, the 6 bandits shadowless flowers and the Flamebearer Tathata Metal, weren't available in the quantities he needed in the endless territories. What Ning didn't fully understand was that the Northbow swords needed balance in order to grow to their maximum potential. They had absorbed such an enormous amount of that golden sand that they would need similarly prodigious amounts of other materials to gain that balance and reach their apex. You have 12 types of treasures you can use, right? Emperor Islehide said. Keep talking. We might be able to provide you with the other treasures. All right. Ning had no choice but to continue with his requests. The third type of treasure is known as astral forge stones. I need a 3,000-meter mountain of it. Don't have it. Don't have enough. Where would you even find that many astral forge stones? The hegemons and emperors, along with their retainers, all shook their heads. Most of the retainers were also eternal emperors and as such had seen many things. Helpless, Ning had no choice but to continue listing the things he needed. The fourth type, the fifth type, the sixth type. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Ning simply needed too much. There was no way to acquire that much at all. The more valuable an item, the rarer it was, after all. When Ning had visited that alternate universe and had discovered that vast mountain of dark space flamestone, it had been a momentous find, not because of how valuable the stone itself was, but because of how utterly enormous that mountain had been. The same principle applied here. The various treasures Ning sought were far more valuable than dark space flamestone, and he needed an enormous amount of them. There was just no way to acquire that much. The eighth type is known as the frozen 9-song pith, Ning said. I'll need a lake of it that's 300 meters long, wide, and deep. The numbers he listed out were still quite shocking. 300 cold flame cauldron fruits. Emperor Sever-5 immediately called out. 290, Emperor Goldisle said. 200, Emperor Islehide growled. 190, Hegemon Brightshore said. Ning had been feeling increasingly despondent. Now he stared blankly as the Eternal Emperors furiously bid down the price. Was this frozen 9-song pith a very common item? Emperor Goldisle interjected. Gentlemen, I think we should stop fighting against each other as there will be no winner, since he's asking for frozen 9-song pith. I'm sure that all of us will be able to provide it in enormous amounts. How about we split it evenly? Dark North, give us 150 cold flame cauldron fruits, 150 golden sandsifter fruits, and 150 dark heaven een fruits. All 6 of us will jointly procure the necessary frozen 9-song pith you need. We'll give you double what you ask for. A lake of it that's 600 meters wide, long and deep. Agreed. The others all nodded after a brief pause. They understood and agreed that no one would really win this auction. What's going on? Ning asked. Long ago, our flame dragon realmverse discovered a river that swirled around a strange star, Emperor Goldisle explained. This river is roughly 100,000 kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide, and it was filled with frozen 9-song pith. As a result, all 6 of us have large stocks of it. Ning was stunned. A river that was 100,000 kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide? The tiny lake he needed was in comparison just a tiny fraction. We can give you 600 meters of it. If you need more, we can easily give you a bit more, Emperor Goldisle said. They really didn't care about the frozen 9-song pith that much. Go ahead and continue listing what you need, Emperor Eilhide said. We might have it. All right. Ning smiled as he continued to list the items he needed. The 9th, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th. The 12th is known as Deep Fire Blackstone. I need a mountain-sized pile roughly 300,000 meters tall. Ning looked eagerly at the 3 hegemons and the various hegemons. Thus far, the only treasure they were able to provide was still just the frozen 9-song pith. The other treasures simply weren't available. 300,000 meters? He's pretty crazy. Are you sure your lifeblood weapons can swallow that much? The various emperors present couldn't help but mutter amongst themselves. They knew that the Deepfire Blackstone was the last of the 12 types of treasures Ning needed, but the amount was just staggering. Can't do it. Deepfire Blackstone isn't all that useful. It's mainly used for smelting a few treasures. However, the Endless Territories only has perhaps a 3,000-meter mountain of it. Emperor Goldisle shook his head. You want a 300,000-meter mountain. The difference is just too great. 3,000. 300,000. This was a 100-fold difference in height, and a 1,000,000-fold difference in total mass. Ugh! Ning shook his head. 3,000 meters? Even if he gained all of it, it probably wouldn't be all that beneficial to his Northbow swords. After all was said and done, he had acquired all of the materials he needed for the 2nd and 3rd stages of his sword body, divine ability, as well as the first 2 stages of the sword hegemon's secret art, Grand Diffraction Sword. Alas, he had only acquired the frozen 9-song pith for his Northbow swords. I guess that's that. Ning was out of options. He had already negotiated with the 6 most powerful organizations in all the Endless Territories, but had only been able to acquire one of the treasures he needed. One could imagine how difficult it would be for his Northbow swords to grow. Dark North, my young friend. A voice suddenly called out. Eh? Ning glanced over, as did the 3 hegemons and the Eternal Emperors. The speaker was an ordinary-looking horned youth who stood behind Hegemon Brightshore. When the horned youth spoke, his aura immediately changed, exploding in might and reaching an utterly astonishing level. The terrifying, awe-inspiring aura around him was definitely that of a hegemon. A hegemon? Ning, Nine Dust, and Winesage were all stunned. Eh? The other Eternal Emperors of the Flame Dragon Realmverse were all astonished as well. Everyone knew that the Flame Dragon Realmverse only had 3 almighty hegemons within it. Where did this one come from? The horned youth glanced at the assembled emperors of the Flame Dragon Realmverse, then explained, My name is Welkin. I've wandered through the Great Dark and visited many realmverses, and I ended up slumbering within the Flame Dragon Realmverse for a period of time due to having sustained a few injuries. The only reason I woke up was because of Crimson Wave Temple's emergence. Brother Welkin was planning to leave secretly, Hegemon Brightshore said. It was Crimson Wave Temple that drew him out of hiding. Hegemon Welkin? So you are Welkin? Hegemon Netherlily smiled. I've heard of your illustrious name long ago, but I never had the chance to meet you. Ah, Welkin. Hegemon Windrain revealed a smile as well. All hegemons naturally felt respect for their peers. They all stood at the very peak of power amongst eternal emperors. But of course, those who were lucky enough to take control over an alternate universe and become known as Otherverse Lords were somewhat more powerful than even hegemons in power. A good example was the alternate universe Ning had visited. The Lord of the Church of Annihilation hadn't been at the hegemon level. He had merely been comparable to the 8 lords of the sacred cities. After a stroke of tremendous fortune, he had ended up in control of that otherverse and as a result become an otherverse lord, resulting in his status and his power skyrocketing. I didn't want to get involved in this, Hegemon Welkin said with a smile. But since our young friend Dark North spoke of Deepfire Blackstone, I'm actually able to help you out here. Ah! Ning revealed a look of delight. Give me 100 cold flame cauldron fruits, and I'll give you plenty of Deepfire Blackstone or, Hegemon Welkin said. I'm not asking for much. The other 3 hegemons and other eternal emperors all felt rather resigned. They simply weren't able to provide enough of the Deepfire Blackstone. Hegemon Welkin, however, was different. He was a wanderer who had visited many places and who knew much more than them. They weren't surprised by the fact that he was able to provide this much Deepfire Blackstone. Agreed. Ning nodded. 100 cold flame cauldron fruits it is. Hegemon Welkin was the only person who could provide the ore in question. Even if he had requested all of the remaining fruits, Ning would have been in a difficult position to bargain from. The hegemon was being quite courteous by only requesting 100 mm. The deep space Blackstone can be found in a place known as the Stone Elephant Wall. This is a strange, curious place that I stumbled upon while I was traveling to your Flame Dragon Realmverse, and it's quite close by it. But of course, if I didn't guide the way you'd never be able to find it. Hegemon Welkin smiled. I'll personally escort you there. It'll take roughly 9 years. You aren't playing a trick on Dark North, are you? Emperor Goldisle frowned. I'll naturally swear a lifeblood oath, Hegemon Welkin said. Upon hearing this, the other eternal emperors fell silent. Ning began to feel a sense of eagerness in his heart. The Stone Elephant Wall? A full 2 years went by as the 6 major powers of the Endless Territories gathered the various treasures which Ning needed, at which point in time Ning gave them the agreed-upon fruits. This was actually quite fast, given how vast the Endless Territories were. There were quite a few treasures which the 3 hegemons and the various eternal emperors didn't actually have on hand, with the collection process naturally taking some time. After acquiring all of the materials needed, Ning and Nine Dust accompanied Hegemon Welkin on the journey. Whoosh! Ning, Nine Dust, and Hegemon Welkin were seated within a dazzling deep blue vessel that was flying through the darkness of space at high speeds. Senior Welkin. Ning glanced outside. They were now quite close to the Badlands territory. Can we halt for now? Hegemon Welkin immediately brought the vessel to a halt. I have a few things to take care of, Ning said. After going to the Stone Elephant Wall and acquiring enough of the Deepfire Blackstone, Nine Dust and I will continue our adventures. I need to make some arrangements for my retainers and take care of some things. Nine Dust had only recently become a Dao Lord of the 4th step. Although he had used a Void Sea Jade Seal, he still wasn't confident in his Dao Merge chances and thus had to continue his adventures. As for Ning himself, he wanted to acquire a treasure that was comparable to Crimson Wave Temple in value, so that he would be able to request an autarch to revive Yue. It must be remembered that Crimson Wave Temple was worth more than the total net worth of an average hegemon. If he wanted to acquire something like that, where else but through adventure would this be possible? All right. Hegemon Welkin nodded. Ning took a single step out of the flying vessel and appeared in the empty space outside. He waved his hand. Whoosh! 4 figures immediately appeared next to him. These were Su Yuji, Pill Saint, Dao Lord Naya, and Dao Lord Bruteflame. The 4 retainers looked at Ning, then called out respectfully, Master. Ning looked at them, a rather complex look on his face. He said with a sigh, You have all accompanied for many years now. Yuji, you started following me when I was an elder god. Pill Saint, we met when we were world gods in the Bright Shore Kingdom. Master. Su Yuji couldn't help but interject. Why are you saying? I can sense that the places I am going to go visit are far too dangerous for you, Ning said. That last trip to the Terrastar Sea was a good example, as was our visit to the Waveshift realm. Both places were incredibly dangerous. If I survived them, you would be fine, but if I didn't then you probably would have all died there. Su Yuji and Pill Saint seemed to want to say something. Dao Lord Naya and Dao Lord Bruteflame exchanged glances. Pill Saint, for example, has chosen the path of the Tao of alchemy. There's absolutely no need for him to go out adventuring, Ning said with a smile. He should find a good place to peacefully train in alchemy. And you, Yuji, by following me like this you yourself aren't adventuring at all. As a result, Ning looked at the four of them. The four of you should all go out adventuring. If you wish to speak to me, go to Vast Heaven Palace. My avatar will be there permanently. Oh right, take these treasures. You can consider them lifesavers. Ning waved his hand, causing 4 gourds to fly out towards Su Yuji and the others. Ning had won quite a bit from this trip to the Waveshift realm. He had killed the King Freak, Seclord Time Dream, and quite a few second-tier Downlords, and had also gained many treasures from Winesage. As a result, he had a prodigious number of treasures on hand. Ning gave Su Yuji the best treasures and Pill Saint the second best treasures, with Dowlord Bruteflame and Dowlord Naya gaining the least. There was a difference in how much he cared about them after all. Master! Su Yuji and Pill Saint were rather unwilling to part from him, while Dowlord Naya and Dowlord Bruteflame were rather calm. The latter two had been alive for extremely long and had experienced many things. Go! Ning instructed. Su Yuji, Pill Saint, Naya, and Bruteflame traded glances. In the end, they had no choice but to leave. They too understood that this was the best choice for them. Pill Saint, where shall you go? Su Yuji asked. I'm going to Vast Heaven Palace, Pill Saint said. All I need is a place to concoct pills. Since our master's avatar will be in Vast Heaven Palace, that's the best place for me. I'll go there as well. Su Yuji nodded. Avatars shared the same thoughts and memories as true bodies, after all. Su Yuji wanted to stay a bit closer to Ning if possible. Ning watched as Su Yuji, Pill Saint, and the others left. With them gone, he relaxed slightly. Bidding them farewell was the most responsible thing he could do for them. Whoosh! Ning waved his finger, causing a blurry, rainbow space-time tunnel to instantly appear in front of him. Ning took a single step into the tunnel, immediately vanishing. Nine Dust, still seated within the vessel, glanced outside in surprise. Just a few moments ago, he had seen Ning bidding his 4 retainers farewell. Now, Ning had suddenly entered a space-time tunnel and vanished. Where'd he go? Nine Dust said with some surprise. Off to take care of some random tasks, no doubt. Hegeman Welkin was quite calm. My guess is that Darknorth's home is within the Badlands territory, as we're fairly close to it. Given his ability to transcend space-time, he should be able to reach that territory in just a few seconds. Right? Nine Dust nodded. A few moments later, a rather mixed look appeared on his face as he murmured softly. At least Darknorth has random tasks he needs to take care of and a beloved Dao companion he has to revive. I don't seem to have any family, nor do I have a Dao companion. Ancient cultivators did not have parents, as they were born from the primordial chaos itself. A short while later, whoosh, a space-time tunnel appeared, with a white-robed youth bearing a golden sheath on his back stepping out of it. There you are. Nine Dust cast away his pensive thoughts and called out towards Ning. Ning nodded. Just now, he had paid a quick visit to his primal twin in the Badlands territory. He had handed many of the treasures he had acquired within the Waveshift realm over to his primal twin, as many of them were now of no use to Ning but of tremendous use to the 3 realms. There were many valuable pills, including the Soul Heart World pill, that could allow someone to forcibly break through to the world level. There were even pseudo-samsara pills that could allow someone to break through to become to samsara Downlords. To truly powerful Downlords like him, these pills truly were nothing. Given Ning's current status, for him to forcibly uplift a number of world-level cultivators was quite an easy task. However, he wouldn't do so without cause. Only those who broke through on their own with hard work would be able to walk farther along their chosen paths. Those who made their breakthroughs via relying on pseudo-samsara pills to become samsara Downlords were virtually guaranteed to remain Downlords of the first step. Sorry to have troubled you. Ning looked at Hegeman Welkin. I've finished everything I need to do. I can now go out with some peace of mind. I really envy youngsters like you. Hegeman Welkin sighed. Long ago when I was still very weak, I had some friends who accompanied me as well. However, all of them died. None of them were able to succeed in their Dao merge. They died far, far too long ago. And I'm the only one left. That's why I've gone out wandering through various realmverse and other verses. Only by seeing many new places do I feel that life has any meaning. Ning and Nine Dust exchanged a glance. Indeed, in life one needed to have goals. Otherwise, eternal loneliness would be a form of torment. Hegemon Brightshore, for example, was completely focused on his imperial clan and his descendants. Although it was tiring work, it gave him something to do. As for Samsara Downlords, they focused on adventuring and the Dao merge. To eternal emperors, their endless lifespans were a source of frustration. This was why many of them, such as Emperor Mirrors Now and Emperor Heartsword, had ended up leaving and going off wandering. Their curiosity towards what else lay within the Chaosverse was what sustained them and gave them energy. Actually, we Downlords envy you as well, Ning said. Right? Even in my dreams I fantasize about succeeding in my Dao merge and becoming a hegemon, Nine Dust said. Ha ha ha! Hegemon Welkin laughed loudly. Every single stage of cultivation has its own sights to enjoy. Life as a Samsara Downlord is one of the most glorious, exciting stages of them all. Work hard, youngsters. If you can break through to become hegemons, we might meet again in the future. Might meet again in the future? Ning was puzzled. After I send you off to the stone elephant wall, I'll leave and continue my wanderings, Hegemon Welkin's aide. Wandering through the Chaosverse and seeing everything there is to see. To me, that's the most interesting thing there is. It'll be long, long time before I come back to the Flame Dragon Realmverse. If you don't become hegemons, it's unlikely that we'll meet again. Right? Ning and Nine Dust both nodded. To someone who was as infinitely long-lived as Hegemon Welkin, 108,000 chaos cycles really was a short period of time. Hegemon Welkin once more took control over the flying vessel, sending it tearing through spacetime. As for Ning, he secluded himself within his own estate world and began to train once more. It would take 9 years to reach the stone elephant wall after all. This would be more than enough time for him to grow significantly more powerful yet again. Within the estate world. Open. Ji Ning was standing at the peak of a mountain, staring down at the vast wilderness before him. He waved his finger, and with a boom an invisible surge of pressure slammed down upon the wilderness, causing an enormous indentation to appear on the ground. The indentation was 900 meters deep. Ning then reached out with his right hand, causing a small little black gourd to appear. He pulled out the stopper, causing a stream of deep blue water to flow out from the gourd. The stream of water grew in size as it flew out until it became many meters thick, almost like a watery dragon as it soared out to fill the indentation. Whoosh! The liquid continuously poured out, quickly filling nearly half of the indentation. This was the frozen 9-song pith Ning had just recently acquired. Go ahead, children. Ning smiled as the 6 northbow swords on his back instantly flew out of the sheath, each one of them manifesting a child. Ha ha! Frozen 9-song pith. That's the frozen 9-song pith. There's so much of it. We can eat as much as we want. The 6 northbow swords were all extremely excited. Each of them transformed to become 900 meters long, plunging themselves into the pool like sword-shaped mountains that then began to furiously devour the frozen 9-song pith. Ning waved his hand, causing his temporal acceleration cabin to appear next to him. He entered the cabin, then began to train in this sword body, divine ability. He now had all the materials he needed, but the actual training process was very slow because this sort of cultivation technique placed enormous burdens on his body. He had to take it slowly and allow the power to slowly seep through. However, at least these protective divine abilities didn't require him to focus too much of his attention on it. Thus, he was able to devote most of his time to meditating on his Omega Sword Dao and the Heartsword art. Nearly 3 months went past. Ning could sense that his lifeblood weapons had already finished evolving, and so he walked out of his temporal cabin. Northbow swords. Ning looked at the 6 enormous mountain-sized northbow swords, still stuck into that giant indentation. Their appearances had changed as well. They previously were a dazzling pure golden color, but now they had the color of blue gold. The surfaces of the swords were now very glossy, with the light of the sword being rather reserved. They looked almost like pure spring water. "Come out!" Ning willed the 6 northbow swords to fly out, and they quickly flew towards him while shrinking to their normal size. 5 of the northbow swords flew into his sheath, while the 6th landed in his hands. Let's see just how they've changed after absorbing the frozen 9-song pith. Ning immediately began to execute his sword arts, causing sword light to shine everywhere and transform the empty area around him into a realm of the sword. The aura of the Tao of the sword pervaded every inch of the area as he began to execute the 5 stances of the Omega Sword Tao. Ning revealed a look of delight. The northbow swords are now both fierce and flexible, making them of great use to my defensive sword arts. Both the Yinyang stance and the Soulheart stance have improved significantly. I imagine that both of them are 5 times as powerful as previously. The Yinyang stance could be used to execute the Yinyang sword domain with all 6 swords, making it an excellent area defense. The Soulheart stance was focused on single-target defense. If I was to fight against Weinzige again, I could fight him head-on. My defensive sword arts would be able to easily ablate and deflect his power. At least I wouldn't be sent flying this time. Ning revealed a look of delight. In a deadly situation, defensive sword arts were even more important than offensive attacks. The power of your attacks would determine the fate of others, but the power of your defenses would determine the fate of yourself. We'll be reaching the Stone Elephant Wall soon. By then we'll be able to absorb plenty of the Deepfire Blackstone, and my northbow swords should only grow even more powerful. Ning grew increasingly eager to see what would happen. The growth of any lifeblood weapon would be tied to the treasures they devoured. The majority of Supreme Tao Lords all used lifeblood weapons, but very few of them would be able to acquire as many treasures as this. Ning wasn't a good example. Neither the Sea of Golden Sand nor the Lake of Frozen 9-song pith were things which ordinary Supreme Tao Lords were capable of acquiring. However, Eternal Emperors had very long lives, with hegemons possessing tremendous power. As a result, their lifeblood weapons were usually very powerful. Tao Lord Dreamlore's Bloodblade, for example, had once been a lifeblood weapon that had reached an incredible level of power. From a material level, it absolutely had the potential to become a universe treasure. But alas, the Tao inside it was slightly lacking and thus it wasn't able to reach this level. Hegemon Welkin's flying vessel had long ago departed from the Flame Dragon realmverse and entered the endless Great Dark. The Great Dark. There were no stars here, no light, nothing at all. There was nothing but darkness. Darkness, enough of it to cause even eternal emperors to feel despair. In truth, the Great Dark did have some foreign objects floating about within it. Tao Lord Clevermind of the Nine Dust sect, for example, had seen those 6 great warhammers floating about within the Great Dark as he had traveled around its borders. This was why he had been lucky enough to acquire them. Thus, the Great Dark wasn't truly devoid of all things. Here we are. Hegemon Welkin finally brought the flying vessel to a halt. It had indeed taken 9 years. The 2 of you can come out now. Hegemon Welkin glanced at the 2 estate treasures next to him. Ning and Nine Dust had both secreted themselves into their estate worlds. With a giant booming sound, an invisible spatial wave slammed straight into the 2 estate treasures, causing the estate worlds to tremble. Soon, Ning and Nine Dust both emerged. The 2 of you really do seize every moment, Hegemon Welkin said with a laugh. You've been furiously training for every day of the past 9 years. I gained quite a bit from my visit to Crimson Wave Temple. I naturally had to seize this chance to train, Nine Dust said hurriedly. He then looked at Ning. Dark North, you traded for quite a few treasures from the hegemons and eternal emperors. You've probably grown quite a bit stronger as well. I'm doing all right. Ning nodded. He had only been able to train his body to make it comparable to a middle-grade eternal treasure, primarily because the protective divine ability placed incredible demands and burdens on the body. He had to take it slow. If he did it too fast and tried to force things, his divine body would crumble and his true soul would crumble with it. Thus, he had to train slowly even though he already had all the materials needed. "We're not too far away from the Flame Dragon Realmverse," Welkin said. "The two of you should still be able to sense it." "We can." Ning and Nine Dust both nodded. Ning could sense exactly where his primal twin was. "Dark North, my young friend, your sword arts have transcended space-time. I brought you here to the Stone Elephant Wall, but I think you should be able to slowly return under your own abilities. Given your power, you should be able to return within 1,000 years, Welkin said. "A minor matter." Ning nodded. 1,000 years was a very short period of time for Supreme Tao Lords. He wouldn't force Welkin to wait by his side for a trifling matter like sending him home. Whoosh! The flying vessel disappeared, causing the three of them to appear within the empty space of the Great Dark. There really is nothing but darkness here. Ning scanned the area, only to see absolute darkness all around him. There was no light at all. Only by using God sense was he able to see the surrounding area, and there really was nothing whatsoever around him. "Senior," Ning couldn't help but ask, "factoring in my ability to transcend space-time, if I were to go drifting through the Great Dark, would 100,000 chaos cycles be enough for me to reach the closest realmverse?" The realmverse closest to the Flame Dragon realmverse is known as the Multi-Light realmverse. Although your ability to transcend spacetime is impressive, it will still take roughly 1,000,000 chaos cycles before you get there, Welkin said. Ning and Nine Dust shared a glance. "Yeah, forget that. Samsara Tao Lords could spend their entire lives traveling without making it to the Multi-Light realmverse." "Let's go to the Stone Elephant Wall," Nine Dust said immediately. "The Stone Elephant Wall is just up ahead. Follow me." Welkin emanated a bubble that encompassed both Ning and Nine Dust, carrying them with him as he flew forwards at high speed. Whoosh! Welkin was simply too fast. So fast that Ning and Nine Dust both felt their hearts trembled. They were starting to truly understand how terrifyingly strong hegemons were. Their speed alone ensured that Supreme Tao Lords wouldn't even have a chance to react before dying. A few moments later, they had flown tens of billions of kilometers. "See that?" Welkin pointed up ahead. "That right there is the Stone Elephant Wall." Ning looked towards the front. A colossal object was up ahead, hanging within the endless darkness. It emanated a natural but dim aura of light that was enough for Supreme Tao Lords like Nine and Nine Dust to make it out clearly. The thing up ahead was roughly 1,000,000 kilometers long and shaped like a giant elephant. Only, it had what looked like an incredibly sharp horn coming from its head. The entire thing was black, or perhaps an incredibly deep red. At first glance, it rather looks like a demonic elephant, doesn't it? Welkin said. But if you move closer, you'll see that it is actually very, very thin. Oh! Ning and Nine Dust hurriedly moved closer. Indeed, although this enormous thing was over 1,000,000 kilometers long, it was merely 1,000 kilometers thick. The thickness was very even. "It looks almost like a wall carving someone did," Nine Dust said. "Right? It looks like a detached wall carving of an enormous, hellish elephant," Welkin said. "That's why I named it the Stone Elephant Wall. This thing has been floating in the Great Dark for an extremely long period of time, and the entire thing is composed of deep fire blackstone. I was overjoyed when I saw it and wanted to take it with me, but it was just too big. Some sort of invisible power made it so that I just couldn't take it away by force. Your lifeblood weapons wish to absorb deep fire blackstone, right? Go ahead and let them absorb as much as they want from this enormous wall of deep fire blackstone. Now, we agreed on 100 cold fire cauldron fruits. Go ahead and give them to me." Ning glanced at the enormous stone elephant wall. "Senior, please let me first see if they can even absorb it." "Go ahead." One of the north bow swords flew out from the sheath on Ning's back and stabbed straight towards the stone elephant wall. Crack! The north bow sword didn't damage the wall in the slightest, but as it hung there with the sword tip touching the wall, everyone present could see that a small crater was slowly beginning to appear and expand at the point of contact. "Master, this is deep fire blackstone. We can absorb it." A child appeared on the surface of the north bow sword and called out excitedly towards Ning. Ning couldn't help but reveal a smile. He turned his head to look at Hegemon Welkin. "Thank you, Senior. Here are your 100 cold flame cauldron fruits." Ning sent out a jade bottle with 100 fruits within it. Hegemon Welkin accepted it, scanned it with his god sense, then accepted it. "You can just take your time absorbing the deep fire blackstone. I'm off." Hegemon Welkin's gaze turned towards the northbow sword that had slowly plunged deep into the stone elephant wall. By now, quite a bit of the deep fire blackstone had disappeared from around it. "Even I am not able to take away this enormous chunk of deep fire blackstone, but your swords are able to absorb it. Haha. Still, upgrading lifeblood weapons is an incredibly difficult process. Even if you can let them absorb an enormous amount of materials and upgrade them to their material limit, if you wish to transform them into universe treasures, then they will need quintessence cores that are at a similarly incredible level. I've reared lifeblood weapons of my own, but alas, I haven't been able to create any universe treasures." Ning nodded upon hearing this. Creating a universe treasure was no easy feat. "To me, searching for an ownerless universe treasure is a better use of my time," Hegemon Welkin said. "There are still some who would be willing to acknowledge me as their master." "That, Senior, is because you are a hegemon," the nearby Nine Dust interjected. "It is normal for universe treasures to be willing to submit themselves to hegemons. Dowlords like us, though? Unless we stumble into some truly incredible luck, it's almost impossible for us to be able to make universe treasures submit to us." Nine Dust was a good example. He was an exalted member of the Ancients and was a master in staff arts who had studied the legacy of that ancestor hegemon of the ancient race. But the ancestor's universe longstaff had refused to follow him. Universe treasures possess infinite lifespans, while Dowlords only live for 108,000 chaos cycles. Hegemon Welkin sighed. If they follow a Dowlord and that Dowlord fails the Dowmerge, they would have to bear the pain of eventually parting with him. This is why universe treasures generally only choose eternal emperors, unless a particular Dowlord is extremely intriguing to them. Right? Ning and Nine Dust both nodded. Final farewells were indeed painful to make. The relationships between lifeblood weapons and their masters were almost familial in nature, and the same was true for the relationship between universe treasures and their masters. This was why so many universe treasures longed for their original deceased masters despite the passage of many, many chaos cycles. In fact, they would often choose to follow new masters based on similarities between their new master and the old one. They had to have similar personalities, characteristics, and even Daos. "All right, you two youngsters should train hard. I hope that in the distant future I'll be able to meet the two of you again," Hegemon Welkin said with a laugh. He then waved his hand, causing that flying vessel to appear once more. He entered his vessel, then tore through space-time and immediately disappeared. Ning and Nine Dust watched as Hegemon Welkin left with mixed feelings. They understood that the chances of them meeting him again were very, very low. "Hegemon, I absolute must succeed in my Dowmerge and become a hegemon." Nine Dust ground his teeth. Succeed in the Dowmerge. Ning's eyes were filled with resolution and desire as well. Neither Ning nor Nine Dust were confident in their chances at the Dowmerge. Anyone who had mastered a fused Supreme Dao would become a hegemon upon completing the Dowmerge. But alas, this was simply too difficult. As for Ning, his Omega Sword Dao was far more difficult than even that. Although they didn't feel confident, they still felt desire and eagerness. The Dowmerge was the ultimate goal for any and every Dowlord. But of course, in Ning's heart what mattered the most was still reviving his wife Yue. His cultivation goals and the Dowmerge were second to that. Swish, 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 swish. Ning stood there within the empty darkness. He waved a finger, causing the other 5 northbow swords to fly out from the sheath on his back towards the great stone elephant wall in front of him. They joined with the first northbow sword to form a circular pattern that was roughly 1,000 kilometers in diameter. "Children, do your best to eat your way around this area and dig out 1,000-kilometer spheres of deep fire blackstone," Ning called out with a smile. "Yes, master." "Haha, our master is so clever," He wants us to help him dig out the deep fire blackstone or leave it to us. The children atop the 6 northbow swords immediately let out excited calls. Nine Dust was standing next to Ning within the darkness. He said in amazement, Dark North, are you planning on? Since the northbow swords are able to devour the deep fire blackstone, I'm going to use them to harvest as much of the stone elephant wall as I can, Ning said. Not even the hegemon was able to move this massive thing in its entirety, but if I can segment them into smaller pieces I might be able to do so. If I can, it'll be worth quite a pretty sum. True. Nine Dust revealed a look of delight. All that deep fire blackstone. Wow. That really would be a fortune. Haha, I think Hegemon Welkin never would have imagined that you could use the northbow swords to segment the stone elephant wall. If he did, he wouldn't have walked away like that. It's not as much as you think. Ning shook his head. Deep fire blackstone doesn't have that many usages. The reason why it is sold for a fairly high price in the Tao Alliance is because it is fairly rare. The Endless Territories only have 3,000 meters of it. Even if I do successfully harvest the entire million-kilometer stone elephant wall, who am I supposed to sell so much deep fire blackstone to? When supply was limited, prices would remain high. When the supply suddenly skyrocketed, the price would drastically crater. This was even more the case given how deep fire blackstone wasn't very useful. If it was more useful, this wall would have been a true fortune. Hegemon Welkin probably would have paid any price necessary to invite other major powers to help him out and somehow take away the stone elephant wall. To hegemons, it isn't all that valuable. To us, though, this is still a nice sum, Ning said with a laugh. Crack, crack, crack. The 6 northbow swords continuously devoured the deep fire blackstone or, doing their best to carve out a sphere of or from the stone elephant wall. It must be remembered that the 6 northbow swords needed to absorb roughly a 300,000 meter mountain of or, an astonishing amount. For them to merely carve out a 1,000-kilometer globe of deep fire blackstone meant that they were basically just eating a surface portion. It actually wasn't much at all. A mere hour later. Master, we can't harvest any more. There's no way to dig any deeper. The children atop the 6 northbow swords all started to call out towards Ning. No way to dig any deeper? Ning was startled. Why can't they dig any deeper? The nearby Nine Dust also said, Is there something inside that isn't deep fire blackstone? Right? It isn't deep fire blackstone. It's something else. We can't absorb it. The 6 children called out in unison. Ning and Nine Dust traded a glance. They both had the feeling that the stone elephant wall perhaps held more secrets than they had expected. It must be remembered that it was over 1,000,000 kilometers long, but just 1,000 kilometers wide, making it very flat. They had thought that it was completely composed of deep fire blackstone, but it seemed as though it held a core of something else. Then carve out as much as you can within the 1,000-kilometer radius, Ning instructed. Got it. All right. All 6 children called out in unison, working together to slowly move closer and closer to each other. A short while later, the children called out, We're finished. Master, we're done carving. Oh! Ning sent out his will, using his 6 northbow swords to apply a bit of power. Boom! The large round chunk of deep fire blackstone was actually knocked free from the rest of the stone elephant wall. This chunk of or was spheroid in shape. It was 1,000 kilometers long, but only 200 kilometers deep. Get in here. Ning walked forwards and grabbed the large chunk of or, trying to pull it into his estate world. He immediately sensed how incredibly heavy it was, but he still gave it a try. Boom! The 1,000-kilometer chunk of deep fire blackstone was pulled by Ning into his estate world in its entirety. Deep fire blackstone is a valuable natural material. At my current level of power, I'm only able to draw in 1,000-kilometer chunks, Ning said with a laugh. Experts like him were able to gauge their own abilities with a certain type of foresight. The reason he had instructed the northbow swords to carve out 1,000-kilometer chunks was precisely because he could sense that this was a size that would suit him. The entire stone elephant wall was 1,000 times longer than the chunk he had just carved out and much thicker, making it easily 1,000,000 times more massive. It also had other materials in its core. This was why not even hegemons could draw it in through force. Dark North, look! Nine Dust had already flown over, and he immediately called out to Ning. Ning flew over as well. When he did, he was able to see that underneath the carved-out pit of deep fire blackstone was some sort of silvery white material that was covered with many runes. These complicated runes seemed to be part of a single, utterly massive character. This script, it seems quite similar in style to the Azure Flower Seal, the Dream Dust script, and those 3 characters I saw at Crimson Wave Temple. Ning narrowed his eyes. Dark North. This stone elephant wall seems to contain a great secret within it. Nine Dust was excited as well. With the deep fire blackstone carved away, a strange silvery white material of unknown origins was revealed beneath it. The silvery white material was completely sealed and seamless, and the countless runes covering it caused Ji Ning and Nine Dust to feel a sense of alarm. No openings at all. Ning frowned, sending out his will. Swish! A fog-formed sword sliced out using the Omega Sword Dao blood drop and struck against the silvery white material. Clank! The power of this strike caused the entire vast stone elephant wall to tremble, but it wasn't able to leave the slightest mark behind on the silvery white material. The Northbow sword launched consecutive attacks against other parts of the silvery white material, only to fail each time. There's no way to break it at all, and there's no way for the Northbow sword to absorb it. Ning shook his head. The stone elephant wall has an outer layer of deep fire blackstone and an inner core of silvery white material. Can it be that the core is completely solid? What in the world was this thing meant for? Nine Dust was puzzled. Let's keep digging. Ning grinned. I want to see if the silvery white object inside the stone elephant wall really has no openings whatsoever. Even if we end up being unable to discover its secrets, the deep fire blackstone or alone is still worth quite a sum. Ning was quite calm mentally. He embraced good fortune and misfortune alike. When encountering strange, unknown secrets while adventuring, one could easily fall into danger if one lost mental balance. Death would soon follow. Ning and Nine Dust continued to watch from within the endless darkness as the 6 Northbow swords continuously devoured more and more of the outer layer of deep fire blackstone, chopping the stone elephant wall up into multiple cubes and spheres that were roughly 1,000 kilometers in length. Each time they only ate a thin superficial layer of the ore. Only by doing so would they be able to completely eat their way through the entire wall and carve it up. Time passed, one day after the other. Ning collected every single chunk of deep fire blackstone his swords harvested, causing the outer layer of the stone elephant wall to continuously shrink in size and reveal more and more of the silvery white core within. As time passed, the Northbow swords only began to increase the speed at which they ate. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. By now, half of the stone elephant wall had been carved up. Clank! Yet another giant chunk of deep fire blackstone was revealed. Quick, look over there. There's an entranceway. Nine Dust pointed while exclaiming in surprise. An entrance. Ning's gaze instantly fell upon the silvery white core as well. Previously, the giant silvery white object had been completely seamless. Now, however, they saw a wide passageway that was nearly 30 meters long and 60 meters high. It was completely dark and rather windy, preventing Ning and Nine Dust from seeing what lay within. There's actually an entrance? Ning immediately looked at the opposite end of the chunk of deep fire blackstone that he had just carved out. The ore actually had a passageway within it as well, ending in a door. From the outside, however, there would have been no way to see anything at all. It seems this is the way inside, Ning said. What should we do, Dark North? Should we enter? Nine Dust asked. Even a fool could tell that the stone elephant wall had been artificially created. Otherwise, how could it have such a neat and symmetrical entrance? However, not even hegemons could produce the vast quantity of deep fire blackstone which made up the outermost layer of the stone elephant wall. Both of them could sense that the mysteries hidden within had to be absolutely terrifying. This was a massive feat in engineering. No ordinary hegemon could have created this wall. Ning frowned. Let's not rush into things. It's not going anywhere, and it seems unlikely that anyone else in the Great Dark will just so happen to stumble upon this place. Let me finish fully harvesting the Deepfire Blackstone. Then we'll decide. All right. Nine Dust nodded as well. The Northbow swords were devouring the ore faster and faster. After merely another month, the entire outer layer of Deepfire Blackstone, or covering the stone elephant wall, had been completely chopped up into 1,000-kilometer pieces and put away. Mining complete. Ning revealed a smile. Children, have you absorbed enough? The 6 Northbow swords flew towards Ning. 6 children seated open them. Almost full. Master, I need just a bit more. A little more and I'll be full. By now, the Northbow swords had changed yet again in appearance. They now looked almost black in color, with just a faint sheen of golden light and blue light covering them. All right, eat your fill first. After eating, accompany me inside to take a look. Ning looked curiously at the completely harvested stone elephant wall. It was now completely silvery white and covered with countless runes which formed a single character. Although he had never seen this character before, he understood that it represented the term Tiger Hill. The stone elephant wall only had a single entrance, and it had been so well hidden that not even Hegemon Welkin had been able to discover it. Ning had only been able to find it thanks to his swords being able to carve the Deepfire Blackstone apart. The 6 Northbow swords plunged deep into the final chunk of Deepfire Blackstone, or furiously eating away at it. Just half a day later, they had reached their utmost limit. Master, I'm completely full. I can't eat another bite. I'm not able to eat any more of the Deepfire Blackstone. The 6 Northbow swords were happily satiated and flew straight towards Ning. Ning grabbed one of the Northbow swords to inspect it. They were now noticeably heavier than they had been in the past, and even the pommel was a bit thicker. The blade, however, was as sharp as ever. Let me give them a try. Ning immediately began to execute the 5 stances of his Omega Sword Dao while Nine Dust watched enviously off to one side. He had a lifeblood weapon as well, but it clearly wasn't developing as nicely as Ning's was. Boom! Ning delivered a chop with a double-handed grip, causing the dark space around him to completely shatter apart. Even time itself broke apart, rendering space-time a completely meaningless concept in the region around him. This terrifying strike carried a dense mist with it as it struck, crushing through all things that opposed it. It almost instantly vaporized everything within 10 billion kilometers, including space-time itself. This strike was so terrifying that even 10,000 Downlords facing Ning would perish to it. How terrifying! The Nine Dust Seclord was shocked upon seeing this. To this strike, even Weinzige and his universe treasure are merely on par. Good! Ning revealed a look of delight as he clenched his sword. This strike was the most powerful attack Ning currently had. The Heavenbreaker stance. It must be remembered that previously, the Northbow swords had only enhanced the Blood Drop stance to a significant degree, but even then the raw power of the Blood Drop stance was inferior to that of the Heavenbreaker stance. The Blood Drop stance specialized in speed and penetrative power, while the Heavenbreaker stance truly relied on overwhelming might. Ning had relied on successive strikes from the Heavenbreaker stance to overwhelm and completely destroy the King Freak, literally beating him to death. Now that he had infused his Heavenbreaker stance with the power of the Heartsword art and absorbed a prodigious amount of Deepfire Blackstone with his Northbow swords, his Heavenbreaker stance was comparable to his Blood Drop stance. In raw power, this strike was on the same level as the strikes of the 8 Lords of the Sacred Cities. This was Ning's most dominating, devastating strike to date. This feeling of overwhelming, crushing power is absolutely wonderful. Ning felt quite delighted. It wouldn't matter if his foes used intricate techniques. He would be able to smash through them with dominating force. This was what Weinzige had done and how he had been able to force all the other Downlords to bow their heads before him. Even Ning had been beaten to the point where he didn't dare fight the man head-on. Dark North, your lifeblood swords have improved quite a bit after devouring all that Deepfire Blackstone, Nine Dust said enviously. Yes. Ning gently stroked the flat of the sword. This was of great help to my Northbow swords. But the Heartsword art helped quite a bit as well. The Heartsword art? The sword art which Emperor Heartsword created. Nine Dust was shocked. Yes. Ning nodded. You actually succeeded in training in the heartsword art? I had no idea. Is that why your strikes seem to be filled with sword-shaped mist now? I've heard of it long ago, but I've never seen it in action myself. The Nine Dust Seclord was instantly intrigued by this, as the heartsword art was incredibly famous. Unfortunately, there were very few were able to gain any level of skill in it. Thus far, Ning hadn't encountered a single Dowlord capable of using the heartsword art. No wonder you are so strong, Dark North. Ugh, I need to work harder. I can't let you get too far ahead of me. Nine Dust was filled with a strong competitive desire. Ning walked over, reaching out to grab what remained of the final piece of Deepfire Blackstone and putting it into his estate world. Let's go. Time to go inside the stone elephant wall and see what lies within it. Yes, let's go inside. Nine Dust looked at the distant passageway as well, his eyes blazing with eagerness. It definitely holds some incredible secrets within it. Maybe I'll find a universe treasure that will acknowledge me as its master. Haha, I would have my invulnerable aquaform for defense and a universe treasure for offense. I'd probably be even more powerful than you, Dark North. If there really are universe treasures, make sure I get one as well, Ning said as he flew forwards alongside Nine Dust. Laughing and smiling, the two moved closer and closer to the entranceway. After going inside, their faces slowly turned solemn. Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms and held all 6 Northbow swords at the ready, while the Nine Dust Seclord advanced carefully with his longstaff in hand. I'll scout the path ahead, Nine Dust said. All right, Ning nodded. Nine Dust's invulnerable aquaform was indeed far better at keeping him alive than what Ning had at present. The two flew forwards together into the entrance passage. The silvery white passageway's walls were lined with mysterious runes. Nine Dust glanced at them and said, "Those should be barrier formation runes. An invisible field of energy is protecting the core of the stone elephant wall," Ning said solemnly. "I can sense an invisible, omnipresent form of pressure. Even my god sense is affected by it and rendered inoperable." Same. Nine Dust grew even more cautious as well. Both moved forward with great care, ready to unleash their power at a moment's notice. After following this passageway for roughly 3 kilometers, they reached a fork in the road. "Let's choose this one," Nine Dust said. "All right, no matter what, the two of us need to stick together. Don't give them any chance to pick us off separately." Ning's expression grew increasingly solemn. When he saw those runes on the walls, he understood that these barriers definitely possessed incredible power. "Look over there." A short while later, Nine Dust called out excitedly from a corner up ahead, as he pointed towards something in front of him. Ning hurriedly charged over, only to see a gaping wound in the silvery white walls that emanated an aura of terrifying power. What in the world? Ning and Nine Dust both moved closer to inspect it carefully. "Wow!" Nine Dust stared. "How is this possible? The entire passageway is formed from this silvery white substance. I can't even scratch it with a full force blow. Could it have been completely torn open like this?" Ning stared at the jagged, gaping wounds in the walls of the passageway up ahead. There were 5 of the tiers in total, and all of the runes within the passageway had been completely wrecked. Every single tear was over 300 meters long and more than 30 meters deep, thoroughly destroying the formations and script which had covered the passageway walls. In fact, there was some silvery white debris littering the walls as well. Those 5 tiers. They looked like they were made by someone using his hand. Nine Dust had a look of disbelief on his face. His hand. Ning couldn't help but say, "Let me try again. Perhaps the silvery white substance here is weaker than elsewhere." As Ning spoke, he set up a barrier to block out any trembles generated in this area, then put away 5 of his Northbow swords. He gripped the single remaining Northbow sword with all 6 hands, then struck out with his Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker, sending it directly against a palm-sized silvery white fragment on the ground. Boom! A boundlessly savage blast of power smashed out along with his sword against the silvery white debris, sending it flying off the ground and smashing directly into the nearby walls. Ning waved his hand, catching the ricocheting piece of rubble. Completely undamaged? Ning stared at the slick piece of debris. The only damage visible was the damage at the very edges, which had been generated when it had been originally torn off the walls by that unknown major power. The 8 lords of the sacred cities might be a bit stronger than me, but this is on a completely different level. Ning carefully scrutinized the piece of rubble. It seems someone who was at least as strong as a hegemon caused the damage here. Right? Nine Dust agreed with this assessment. Hegemons were far more powerful than them. Their eternal divine power and their Daos were all far superior, and they generally had universe treasures at their disposal. The runes and barriers in this tunnel have all been wrecked. Come, let's keep searching, Ning said. Can't let the rubble go to waste. They might be useful. Nine Dust waved his hand, collecting the bits of silvery white rubble laying on the ground. They continued to advance through the passageway. Ning and Nine Dust soon saw another hall that had a strange sacrificial altar within it, but the terrifying claw marks appeared atop the altar as well. The entire altar had been torn asunder. They also saw a round, fiery red pillar that was also covered with countless runes. Clearly, these had been part of a powerful and mysterious formation. But alas, the pillar had also been clawed open as well. There clearly was a battle here, Nine Dust said while walking. An unknown major power caused all of this destruction, wrecking many of the formations here. The person in charge of the stone elephant wall was completely unable to fight back. But why is it that we don't see any corpses at all? Look up ahead. Ning pointed towards the path up in front of them. A completely empty void was there. Have we reached the end? Ning and Nine Dust quickly reached the opening, then stared into the void. The vast void was filled with a faint, light blue mist that covered an area of over 100 billion kilometers. At the very center of this vast void was a dazzling planet that was billions of kilometers in diameter. Nine Dust, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Ning asked. Ah, so you were thinking about that as well? Nine Dust laughed. Right? Ning nodded. This style, it should be the Sith race's style. When they had been in that giant humanoid's body, they had seen that it was filled with countless stone passageways as well as vast planets. Ning had acquired his third disciple in one of those planets, the young man named Skywind. That giant humanoid had been Sith, and it had slain one hegemon outright while injuring a second one so gravely that the second hegemon, a member of the ancient race, had passed away from his wounds. The creator of the stone elephant wall was able to manipulate both deep fire blackstone, as well as this unknown silvery white material in its creation. This really does seem like something the Sith might do, Ning said. Yes, the Sith greatly surpassed us cultivators in many areas, Nine Dust agreed. Although the Sith had been wiped out, their power was undisputable. It was precisely because of how powerful they were that the autarchs had been forced to lead all cultivator civilizations to war against them. The flames of war had filled countless places, causing the Flame Dragon Realmverse to lose all of the hegemons it had at that time. One could only imagine how miserable that war had been. Given how it was floating through the Great Dark, my guess is that the stone elephant wall was left behind from the Dawn War, Nine Dust said. It shouldn't hold too much danger. But it's completely filled with that invisible aura of power, and I have the feeling that it is even more dangerous than that humanoid creature we were in, Ning said. Although it logically shouldn't be dangerous, even the slightest bit of remaining power might be enough to wipe us both out. Right? Nine Dust narrowed his eyes. Screw it. Let's give it a try. We might just find a huge treasure trove inside. All right, let's fly over. Ning was the first to fly towards the planet. The treasures the Sith left behind often represented a vast fortune. Crimson Wave Temple was but a single relic, but it was more valuable than the combined net worths of all 3 hegemons of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Perhaps the stone elephant wall had something inside that was comparable to Crimson Wave Temple in value. How could Ning possibly shrink back from it? There might be living beings inside this planet, Nine Dust said while flying next to Ning. Last time we entered the homeland of your disciple, Skywind, we were almost immediately discovered by those locals. Should we perhaps mask our auras this time? Yes, yes we should. Let us pretend to be Tao Lords of the second step, Ning said. Agreed. Nine Dust agreed with this idea. Change. Change. Nine Dust and Ning immediately changed their auras through the Vitali's art. This was the most formidable masking technique they knew, capable of changing even their true selves' aura. Ning was simulating the aura which Tao Lord Pilsaint had back when he was a Tao Lord of the second step, while Nine Dust did the same for a different Tao Lord he knew. The simulation was only effective when used to emulate someone you actually knew. After masking their auras, the two quickly reached the region outside the planet. That invisible aura of power is growing stronger. Ning and Nine Dust exchanged a glance. Swoosh, swoosh. The two carefully flew towards the planet. The planet was surrounded by a thick layer of clouds and mist. They flew through the multiple layers of clouds, slowly beginning to see the world beneath them. This was a vast world filled with many mountains, and it was teeming with countless living creatures. There's life here. They look humanoid. Ning's vision was frighteningly sharp, allowing him to see them with clarity. Judging from their auras, the living beings here are all quite strong. There are many Empyrean gods and celestial immortals, and I can even see elder gods and ancestral immortals. Boom! They could sense faint, violent ripples of power emanating from off in the distance. There's a fight over there. Nine Dust stared towards the direction of the battle. Let's go take a look. The two immediately flew over. From their midair position, they were quickly able to see the great battle which was occurring off in the distance. The forces of both sides were fighting furiously against each other. All world-level cultivators, Nine Dust said casually. To them, world-level cultivators truly were nothing more than ants. Nearly 60 of them battling, divided up into two sides. Someone capable of commanding so many world-level cultivators should be fairly strong, Nine Dust said. We should be able to learn quite a bit regarding this planet from them, and thus more quickly divine the mysteries of this stone elephant wall. Right? Nine Dust nodded. Both of them remained extremely cautious. Just a fraction of the power originally held within the relic sites left behind by the Sith was enough to claim their lives. How could they not be careful? Ning and Nine Dust immediately flew towards the group of battling world-level cultivators. Ning and Nine Dust flew quickly towards the mist to the battlefield. Meanwhile, the battle between the world-level cultivators was reaching a fever pitch. Slash! Saber light chopped through a world god's body, slicing him in half. A heartbeat later, his body was ground into dust. The white-robed, machete-wielding man then charged towards another world-level cultivator, a hate-filled look on his face. He was clearly the most powerful person on the battlefield. He was extremely fast and his saber arts were exceptionally brutal. Maji, the other world-level cultivator, was clearly in dire straits. Maji, stop this. Maji, you despicable lowlife. How dare you assault us members of the Tianello clan? The other world-level cultivators bellowed furiously. You refuse to give my clan a way out, so I'm not giving you a way out either. Kill them, my clansmen. Wipe them all out. If a single one of them escapes, we'll be in big trouble. If we can wipe them out, we can relocate our tribe and join one of the Tianello clan's enemies. Maji had a savage look on his face as he bellowed. Kill! Kill these Tianello clansmen. Wipe them out. Although the total combat power of the Tianello clansmen was higher overall, the one named Maji was simply too powerful as an individual. Thus far, he had already killed a total of 12 world-level cultivators by himself in this clash. He had been able to force the warriors of the Tianello clan to the brink of withdrawal, with only their fear of the strict laws of the clan holding them back from a complete retreat. They had come on the orders of the Tianello clan to take away a treasure this minor clan had acquired, a certain bug-beast core component. They were so accustomed to behaving in a domineering fashion that they had been planning to massacre the minor clan and then offer the treasure to the high-level members of the clan. As for the other treasures the minor clan had owned, they were going to split them internally. They had first set up a formation, planning to trap and massacre everyone. They never would have imagined that this weak clan's leader, Maji, was so incredibly powerful that he had been able to burst the formation apart, then lead his clan's world-level cultivators to fight their way out. Damn it! They actually dare to kill the members of the Tianello clan. Let's leave and report this to the clan immediately. We'll have the clan send out the entire army to wipe them out and leave none of them behind. By now, the Tianello clansmen had been shaken by Maji's assaults. In the end, they chose to retreat. Although they would be punished upon their return for failing in their mission, at least they wouldn't lose their lives. Let's go. Flee. Instantly, the world-level cultivators all began to flee frantically. But just as they began to do so, a calm voice rang out. Don't be in a such to run. The fleeing world-level cultivators all felt their bodies turn soft. Their movements began to dramatically slow down before coming to a complete halt. And then they began to slowly fly backwards. Right at this moment, two figures descended from the skies. One was a silver-robed man. The other was a white-robed youth who bore a sword sheath on his back. Tao Lord! The world-level cultivators led by Maji all turned pale. The difference in power between world-level cultivators and Tao Lords was insurmountable. The Tianello clan, they seemed to be pretty powerful. Ning grinned. Then let's start with them, Nine Dust offered. Agreed. Ning's heart force had already completely pervaded the souls and true souls of the Tianello clan's world-level cultivators, allowing him to easily rifle through their souls. Ning's heart force was now so powerful that he was ranked number 1 amongst Tao Lords in the Endless Territories. Manipulating world-level cultivators was simplicity itself for him. Soon, Ning had completely reviewed the memories of these cultivators. What did you find? Nine Dust asked. This planet is quite interesting. Ning smirked. As he chatted with Nine Dust, he made sure to block out the sound of their voices, ensuring that no one aside from the two of them could hear anything. Interesting. Nine Dust was puzzled. Ning said, This planet is quite extraordinary. It's far more powerful than that other planet we visited, Skywind's homeland. The cultivators here are all divided up into clans, with blood lineages determining their statuses. These clans are divided into the Great Clans, Standard Clans, and Lesser Clans. Lesser clans are the weakest, with Standard Clans generally having a Tao Lord and several golems standing guard. As for the Great Clans, they each have at least one royal golem protecting them. Supposedly, this planet has 9 Great Clans, 21 Standard Clans, and countless Lesser Clans, Ning explained. This was what he had learned through rifling the memories of the world-level cultivators. Different clans can vary immensely in power. A great clan can easily wipe out one of the standard clans with a fraction of their full power, while standard clans can do the same to lesser clans. The lesser clans are viewed as of a lower caste, almost subhuman. Nine Dust was startled. So just how many Tao Lords live on this planet? More than 30 at the very least, Ning said. Possibly 60, possibly 80. These world-level cultivators have no clue. Wow! Nine Dust was surprised. A single planet was capable of giving birth to dozens of Tao Lords in each given generation. This was a frightening concept. The Tianello clan is a standard clan and it has a single Tao Lord protecting it, Ning said. So let us start from them. All right. Nine Dust nodded. You can die now. Ning swept his gaze towards the dull-eyed world-level cultivators. Instantly, their eyes turned completely lifeless as they fell to the ground. He left just a single world-level cultivator alive, allowing the man Tunki to regain his clarity of mind as well. What just happened? What's going on? Tunki stared at the surrounding area in panic. How did all of the others all suddenly die? Go back and tell Tianello, Ning barked, that I, Dark North, killed these world gods. Now beat it. When Ning had rifled through their memories, he had learned that they were all Tianello's lackeys and were so evil as to wipe out lesser clans for greed alone. Tunki was slightly better, morally speaking, than the rest. Still, the only reason why Ning spared him was because he needed someone to send a message for him. Otherwise, he would have killed Tunki as well. Why you killed them? Tunki stared at Ning in terror. I said, beat it. Ning released a hint of his killing intent. Swoosh. The terrified Tunki immediately fled far away. Maji and his clansmen stared in shock as they watched this happen, completely stunned by Ning and Nine Dust's power. What stunned them even more was what Ning had just said. Go back and tell Tianello that I, Dark North, killed these world gods. Now beat it. This clearly was a direct challenge to Tianello. Tianello was the name of the Tianello clan's leader, and he was on extremely good terms with the 9 great clans. He was one of the high-level members of this world. He wasn't an easy person to deal with, Senior Maji said, forcing down his fear and nervousness. Looks of panic were on the faces of all the world-level cultivators behind him. What, are you scared now? A hint of a smile was on Ning's face. Maji hurriedly said, for us to fight back against them when they tried to kill us was a minor matter. The exalted Tianello would never deign to act against minor figures like us, giving us a chance to survive if we joined an enemy of the Tianello clan. But by doing this, seniors, you've just completely insulted him. He's not going to rest until he resolves this matter, and his rage will be directed towards us as well. People lived for their reputations. There were only a few dozen Dao Lords on this planet, making them exalted figures. How could Tianello possibly just accept Ning brazenly slapping him in the face like this? Are you trying to say that we caused trouble for you? Nine Dust glared at them. And no. Maji began to sweat heavily. Ah ha ha ha. Ning started to laugh. Nine Dust, stop scaring these kids. Indeed, Maji and the other world-level cultivators all felt rather uneasy now. Just keep watching, Ning instructed. I'll guarantee your safety. Maji and the others felt resigned. I guess that's that. If they followed these 2 powerful Dao Lords, they might stand a chance at staying alive. But once they were on their own, it would be far too easy for Tianello to eradicate them. Just 1 hour later, a giant vessel appeared in the skies. A white-haired old man stood at the prow of the vessel, staring towards their direction. He had a group of subordinates behind him. Tianello has arrived. It's Tianello. Maji and the others felt nervous and cold. Ning and Nine Dust raised their heads to glance at the vessel. Nine Dust grinned at Ning. He's a mere Dao Lord of the 3rd step, but he seems pretty full of himself. The grand vessel slowly flew through the skies towards them. The white-robed elder stood at the prow of the ship, staring down at them. When he saw that Ning and Nine Dust merely had auras of Dao Lords of the 2nd step, he relaxed slightly. He barked out coldly. You dared to wipe out Tianello clansmen and then insulted me? It seems that it has been far too long since I, Tianello, have displayed my pow dash. So shut up and do it already, Nine Dust said from below. Eh? Tianello was further incensed by this interruption, and cold light flickered in his eyes. If that is what you wish, then I will send you off to die. Whoosh! A giant bird that was at least 3,000 meters long suddenly appeared in front of Tianello. This bird was covered in azure feathers and had a fiery red tail, as well as an awe-inspiring aura. It was actually just as powerful as Tianello, and it immediately swooped downwards. Maji and the other world-level cultivators behind Jining and Nine Dust had started to panic long ago. If you have to hit someone, you aren't supposed to slap them in the face. Not even Dao Lords would brazenly provoke other Dao Lords for no good reason. Ning's provocative actions were designed to force Tianello out. If he hid back despite all of this, he would probably become the laughingstock of this world. Now that's rather interesting. Nine Dust waved his right hand, causing it to dramatically expand in size. It blocked out the skies and the sun as it clawed out towards the avian. The avian let out a furious screech as it tore at Nine Dust's hand with its clans. Whoosh! As an ancient cultivator, Nine Dust had an incredibly powerful divine body. Given that he was now a supreme Dao Lord, even a casual swipe from him was far beyond the likes of a golem, which was merely equivalent to a Dao Lord of the 3rd step. His giant fingers closed in around the avian, which sought to struggle but was completely unable to break free. What? Tianello was shocked when he saw this from his position aboard his ship. His golem was equivalent to him in power, but it had been captured by a casual swipe. He's absolutely terrifying. They're definitely not people that I can fight back against. I need to run. Tianello immediately fled, not worrying about anything else at all. Ning was standing on the ground, head raised and watching this with a smile. Come on down. An invisible surge of power instantly swept out to cover the entire vessel. All of the cultivators on the vessel, Tianello included, were instantly trapped within an illusory world. The entire vessel began to descend from the skies and landed on the ground. One figure after another began to walk out of the vessel, their eyes blank. The leader of the group was the white-haired elder Tianello, whose gaze was equally vacant. He wasn't able to fight back at all. This. Magi and the other world-level cultivators stared at this in astonishment. The mighty Tianello had been mentally dominated before even having a chance to fight in close combat. This was inconceivable. Tianello, Ning called out. I ask you this. Who are the most powerful people within this world? The top 3 clans of the 9 great clans are the Fumo clan, the Jua clan, and the Nanti clan. These 3 great clans are far more powerful than the other 6 great clans. Tianello's gaze was vacant as he continued. The Fumo clan, the Jua clan, and the Nanti clan are incredibly powerful. Any of them could wipe out the other 6 great clans with ease. They call themselves members of the Sith race. All other clans have to submit to them, and they are the true rulers of this world, Tianello said numbly. Ning and Nine Dust turned pale when they heard this. What? The 3 most powerful clans in this planet actually referred to themselves as Sith? They call themselves Sith? Why? Ning asked. Don't know. They are the most ancient and most powerful clans on this planet. No one can resist them, Tianello said. Those who try to do so all died. Ning and Nine Dust exchanged a glance. Dark North. Is it possible that a few scattered members of the Sith actually survived? Nine Dust said. Both he and Dark North suspected that the stone elephant wall had been created by the Sith. It wasn't impossible that some Sith survived to live on this planet. Entirely possible. Ning was much more somber now as well. If it really is the Sith, we're in a great deal of danger. Do the 3 great clans have any eternal emperors? Does this world hold any eternal emperors? Ning asked. None. Tianello replied robotically. It has been a long, long time since any emperors have appeared within this world. The annals of history do contain records of an eternal emperor who launched a grand war against the 3 great clans, but they joined forces and managed to kill him. They killed an eternal emperor? Ning frowned. Was that emperor an ordinary Tao Lord who broke through, or was he an incredibly powerful one? He was an ordinary Tao Lord who broke through, Tianello replied. Both Ning and Nine Dust let out sighs of relief. Should we hit M? Nine Dust looked at Ning. Of course. Ning nodded. If they title themselves Sith, then they are actual Sith survivors or inheritors of the Sith legacy. No matter what, they definitely know some of the secrets of the Sith. If all 3 great clans had to work together to deal with an ordinary Tao Lord who broke through to become an eternal emperor, they shouldn't be all that powerful. At least they don't have any eternal emperors at present. Nine Dust nodded as well. If they didn't have any eternal emperors, it didn't matter if they had access to Sith technology and techniques. Ning and Nine Dust were both supreme Tao Lords. They were both capable of slaying ordinary eternal emperors, especially Ning. Ning was now close to being on the same level as the 8 lords of the sacred cities. Perhaps he was still rather lacking when compared to them, but he would be able to utterly dominate any Tao Lords. As Ning and Nine Dust discussed this secret of matters, they didn't let Magi or the others overheard them. Magi and his world-level companions only watched as Tianello stared blankly as he spoke words they couldn't hear. Awaken! Ning commanded softly. Tianello immediately came back to his senses, as did the subordinates behind him. When he did so, he instantly felt terrified. He could clearly remember what he had just told Ning. Why you? Tianello couldn't believe it. There was actually a person in this world capable of controlling him and forcing him to reveal some of his secrets. Self-claimed Sith. Interesting. Ning looked at Nine Dust. Let's do it. You first, Nine Dust grinned. There was a limit to how strong the three great clans were. They didn't even have a single emperor. They did, however, claim themselves to be the Sith, which meant they definitely were in command of certain Sith mysteries. Given that it shouldn't be all that dangerous, how could Ning and Nine Dust just leave? Heart World, descend. Ning immediately unleashed his Heart World projection. The vast Heart World projection came crashing down, filling every single inch of this entire planet. The powerful sense of pressure brought terror to all of the countless living beings in the planet. But of course, Ning didn't use it to attack any of those weaklings. What's going on? Why do I feel as though an illusory world just fell upon us? The countless living creatures all raised their heads to stare upwards. This must be a Heart Force cultivator's Heart World projection. It has been a long time since a Heart World cultivator has appeared in our planet. Has a new one arisen? This Heart World projection is far too powerful. Even I feel a sense of fear. If it releases just a bit of its power, it could kill the two of us with ease. A male and female pair of Downlords raised their heads to stare into the skies, a look of shock on their faces. Who is it? Who dares to act with such arrogance? Using a Heart World projection to suppress my Nanti clan, a furious roar rang out from a beautiful golden palace. Everyone on this entire planet, from the three great clans to the countless ordinary living creatures, all raised their heads to watch as the awesome Heart World projection descended. A short while later, the image of a white-robed youth who had a sword on his back appeared within the Heart World projection. He was absolutely towering in size, and he stared down upon the great earth, his gaze seeming to fill every inch of it. I hear that the Fumo clan, the Jua clan, and the Nanti clan are the three most powerful great clans of this world and have unified it under their rule. But, no matter how hard I try, I can't discern anything particularly impressive about these three great clans. I was planning to wipe them out, but their Downlords are so weak that I can't even be bothered to do so. Listen closely. I can't be bothered to wipe your three clans out, but from this day forth you should obediently listen to my commands. If you do so, I'll let you live. Otherwise, impudence. He's courting death. Where did this fool even come from? Three enraged roars rang out from the three great clans, shaking the entire planet. The leaders of the Fumo, Jua, and Nanti clans had been thoroughly enraged. They had ruled this planet for countless years. No one dared to challenge them. But this mysterious Heart Force cultivator was being far too arrogant. Haha, you seem rather bold. I, Dark North, shall be waiting for you at the Crane-Soar Mountains. If you insist on coming to your deaths, feel free to come find me here. The illusory white-robed youth within the Heart World projection peered downwards at the three great clans. But I really suggest that you not come. You'd simply be throwing your lives away if you did. Because all of you really are quite weak. Aha! Ahaha! Ahahaha! Ning's laughter echoed throughout every inch of this planet. The wilderness at the base of the Crane-Soar Mountains. Maji and the other world-level cultivators stared at Ning and Nine Dust, completely dazed. Tianello and the world-level cultivators behind him were dazed as well. All of them had seen that Heart World projection and had heard Ning's provocations. He's actually challenging the three great clans? Tianello's voice was trembling. Who in the world are they? Maji and the others were petrified as well. Ning and Nine Dust, however, remained quite calm. All done. Ning nodded at Nine Dust. Given the status these three great clans hold, there's no way they just take that lying down. They'll definitely attack. Agreed. Nine Dust concurred. That way, this battle is at a time and place of our choosing. That's of benefit to us. Given that these three great clans called themselves the Sith, Ning and Nine Dust were concerned that their headquarters probably wouldn't be easily destroyed. Thus, they would choose a different place for the battle. Ning's deliberate provocations were aimed at forcing his enemies to come to the Crane-Soar Mountains, as there were no dangerous formations here to worry about. Although Ning was talking tough, he wasn't so foolish as to actually charge straight into the headquarters of the three great clans. The challenge having been issued, Ji Ning and Nine Dust entered the Cranesaur Mountains and awaited the arrival of the three great clans. In truth, Ning was right to be cautious. This planet held many mysteries within it. Deep within the planet's core, there was a bubbling lake of lava here, and there were three figures seated next to it. These three figures all had silver skin, and the auras they emanated were different from the auras of normal cultivators. They were quite bizarre and inscrutable. One of them, a particularly muscular silver man, let out a growl. He actually dares to challenge all three of our clans simultaneously. My fellow clan leaders of the Jua clan and Nanti clan, have either of you heard of this Dark North before? Never heard of him. I have no idea where he came from. The two other silver men responded. This Dark North is extremely arrogant, and his heart world projection is incredibly powerful. In heart force, at least, he's reached the utter apex. The muscular silver man said, I find it very likely that he's a supreme Tao Lord. A supreme Tao Lord? Ha ha. After so many years, this planet of ours has finally given birth to yet another supreme Tao Lord. The skinnier silver man said, the birth of every supreme Tao Lord is rather diverting to our three clans. The long silver-haired man said, to our three clans, there is nothing in this planet that can pose a threat to us. That makes life rather boring. The other six clans are only great clans because they have some small portion of our bloodlines and lineage, and so we've bestowed the title of Great Clan upon them. If it wasn't for that, how can those other lowly clans compare with us, the exalted Sith? The muscular silver man said coldly. Since this supreme Tao Lord has chosen to challenge us and is an extremely strong heart force cultivator, how do the two of you think we should respond? I'll go personally kill him, the skinny silver man said. Both of us have undergone the ritual sacrificium, making us the only true Sith in this entire planet. The silver-haired, silver-skinned man shook his head. For noble Sith like us to lower ourselves to fight against these lowly races is demeaning. Sending golems is enough. I also feel that sending golems should suffice. My recommendation is that each of our three clans should send out 2 Emperor-class golems. What do you think? The muscular silver man asked. Fine. Sending 2 Emperor-class golems is more than enough. The other 2 silver men agreed with this proposal. Their clans possessed exalted power. Even a tiny fraction of their full might was enough to completely dominate this entire world. Over the course of countless years, their world had actually given birth to an eternal emperor. However, that eternal emperor had been extremely weak. In comparison, there had been far more supreme Tao Lords in the history of this world. There was usually at least one in every generation. Some of them dared to try and challenge the status of the 3 great clans, and all of them died. Nobody could resist them. They were the true, indisputable, unshakable rulers of this planet. They always had been and they always would be. In truth, the power they had revealed to wipe out those upstart challengers had always been nothing more than a fraction of their full power. Within a dark room in the Fumo clan, there were 6 pitch-black figures seated with their eyes shut, completely unmoving. Suddenly, 2 of the pitch-black figures opened their eyes. Their eyes gleamed with green, crystalline light. Master. Both golems called out respectfully. There's a heart force cultivator known as Dark North. He seems to be a supreme Tao Lord, and he's chosen to challenge the Sith. The 2 of you shall head to the Cranesaur Mountains and kill him. The muscular silver man's voice boomed out, echoing throughout the room. Understood, both figures said respectfully. The other 4 pitch-black figures opened their eyes as well. The 2 of us are going to go out and have some first brothers. Ha ha ha. The 2 golems laughed quite smugly. Hurry up and kill this Tao Lord Dark North. Then come back and tell us all about it. Yeah, I'm bored senseless. A pity that Master has only sent the 2 of you. The other 4 golems spoke out as well. As golems, they possessed eternal lifespans. This world wasn't all that large. They knew every inch of it by now. This was why they normally preferred to spend their time in slumber. Only when the clan encountered some fairly troublesome opponents like Supreme Daelords would they be sent out. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two Emperor-class golems immediately left the room and soared into the skies. The Crane-Soar Mountains. Tianello, Maji, and the others all watched nervously. Ning and Nine Dust, however, simply waited patiently. Eh? Ning's face tightened slightly as he stared off into the distance. What's wrong? Nine Dust was puzzled. The three clans have sent their troops out towards the Crane-Soar Mountains. Puzzled, Ning continued. But they each only sent a pair of golems. All combined, there are 6 of them. 6 golems against the 2 of us? Nine Dust was puzzled as well. Dark North, the Heartworld projection you revealed should have alerted them that you are probably at the Supreme Daolord level. Why have they only sent 6 golems? Based on what I know, most golems are merely comparable to 4th-step Daolords at best. There are some golems that are stronger than the Daolord level, Ning said. True. Nine Dust nodded. The major powers of the Endless Territories were only able to create golems comparable to Daolords of the 4th step at best. However, some particularly dangerous regions sometimes held golems that had been left behind since the Dawn War, which surpassed this level. Ning had personally seen those 2 mighty golems which stood guard over the palace of the Bright Shore Imperials. One looked like a humanoid statue while the other was a bestial statue, but both were actually golems which held the power of eternal emperors. No one knew where the Bright Shore hegemon had found them. You are talking about Emperor-class golems, Nine Dust said. We ancient cultivators have some, but they were passed down to us from many, many years ago. The Endless Territories have very few Emperor-class golems, and the number we ancient cultivators have can be counted on one hand. Are you telling me that all 6 golems attacking us are Emperor-class? Since when did they become as common as the grass? I find it hard to believe as well, Ning said with a sigh. Emperor-class golems. They could only be found in truly dangerous zones such as the battlefield of the Dawn War. They were incredibly rare. But now 6 had appeared at the same time? But if they aren't Emperor-class, how would the 3 great clans dare to send just 6 of them against us? Ning shook his head. They should know that I have the power of a Supreme Daolord. Sending Daolord-class golems against me is tantamount to just gifting me with treasures. Thus, although I still find it hard to believe, it does seem as though these should be Emperor-class golems. 6 Emperor-class golems. Nine Dust revealed a wary look. Can we handle them? There should be differences in power amongst Emperor-class golems. Some are strong, some are weak. We should be able to handle them, Ning said. The creation of every Emperor-class golem was extremely difficult. The Endless Territories weren't even able to make them, with only 4th-step Daolord golems being forgeable. Thus, every single Emperor-class golem had their own unique traits. They all had invulnerable bodies, and in accordance with the wishes of their makers they often knew certain ultimate attacks as well. Even Ning felt nervous at the thought of fighting 6 at once. If he was still merely at the Supreme Daolord level, he would probably be even more nervous. However, the Northbow swords and the Heartsword art put Ning close to the level of the lords of the 8 sacred cities. Thus, he still felt fairly good in his chances. What's going on with them? Those 2. Something seems off with them. Tianello, Maji, and the others all noticed the somber looks appear on the faces of Ning and Nine Dust, who had appeared quite relaxed just a short while ago. Tianello shook his head and sighed. None of the 3 great clans are easy to deal with. Ever since the earliest annals of recorded history, the 3 great clans have always jointly ruled over our planet together. No one has ever been able to threaten them. But these 2 Daolords might be very powerful, but they were too overconfident. They are courting death. Ning and Nine Dust couldn't even be bothered to talk to the cultivators behind them. They simply stared into the skies, somber looks on their faces. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 distant golems soared through the skies, emanating auras of incredible power as they flew towards Ning and Nine Dust. This level of power? Nine Dust murmured softly. The aura emanating from them as they are flying is already far beyond what Tao Lords of the fourth step are capable of. They are definitely Emperor class. Dark North, this is going to be seriously troublesome. I didn't expect the three great clans to be this strong. Emperor-class golems were far more difficult to deal with than ordinary eternal emperors. They were virtually indestructible. Ning had only trained his body to make it comparable to a middle-grade eternal treasure, but Emperor-class golems were all top-grade eternal treasures. The techniques they used were based on the designs of their makers. Since the three great clans are connected to the Sith and even call themselves the Sith, it's not that surprising that they have a few tricks up their sleeves. Ning's eyes radiated an eagerness to do battle. "Move a bit farther away," Ji Ning suddenly said, his voice ringing out by the ears of Tonello, Maji, and the other cultivators. "Ha!" The cultivators were all stunned. "He's telling you to run the hell away." Nine Dust turned to stare at them. "Once the battle starts, even the smallest of shockwaves will be enough to claim your lives. We certainly won't be able to pay attention to you and keep you safe. Let's go." Quickly, Tionello, Maji, and the others immediately reacted, transforming into streaks of light that flew far away. Ning raised his head, watching as the six figures flew towards them at high speeds. He manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, then drew all 6 northbow swords. "Here they come." "Good. I'm also curious as to just how tough Emperor-class golems are." Nine Dust had his long staff at the ready and was also watching. The 6 golems in midair all came to a halt. They hung in the air, staring downwards as if they were looking at ants. As Emperor-class golems who had been working for the 3 great clans since the clans had been established, they had killed many supreme Tao Lords over the course of countless years. Thus, they were completely confident in their chances. "Which one of you is Tao Lord Dark North?" The swordsman golem stared downwards. Of the 6 golems, this one was the only one wielding a sword. "Me," Ning said. "You actually dared to challenge the 3 great clans. Poor kid. Do you have any clue as to how powerful they truly are? You really didn't know your own limits." The swordsman golem stared at Ning in a rather sympathetic way, then glanced at Nine Dust. "And this Tao Lord next to you, is he with you? If he leaves immediately, we can spare him. Otherwise, we'll have to wipe him out as well." Back on the ground, Nine Dust and Ning exchanged a glance, then smiled. Nine Dust said with a cold laugh, "You want to kill me? Give me your best shot and show me what you have. I wanted to give you a way out of this. Oh well, if this is what you choose." The swordsman golem sighed and shook his head, then said in a cold voice, "Let's kill them, brothers. Attack." "Let me go first." The 6 golems moved in unison. Ning, however, let out a cold snort. Boom! The heart world projection that had been covering this entire planet instantly shrank down to merely cover an area of 1,000,000 kilometers, causing its power to skyrocket. It pressed down upon the 6 golems, causing all of them to feel their bodies stiffen. At the same time, Ning allowed 9 energy dragons to fly out of his body, forming into the Yin-Yang sword domain and sending the pressure of the domain out towards the golems as well. What a powerful binding spell! Why do I feel this heavy? Upon being suppressed by the Heartworld projection and the Yin-Yang sword domain at the same time, the 6 golems were just barely able to stay afloat. They felt as though trillions of mountains had just come crashing down upon them, weighing them down immensely. These Emperor-class golems had been around for an extremely long period of time and had encountered both Supreme Tao Lords and Heart Force cultivators. However, the local Supreme Tao Lords had always been limited to this fairly small region. There was simply no way for them to find the materials necessary to create truly powerful secret arts. Thus, Ning's combination of his 9 Novescence arts and his Heart World projection constituted the most powerful bindings which the Emperor-class golems had ever encountered. Heavy! The 6 golems exchanged glances. "Kill him!" one of the golems bellowed, leading the way with a charge. Crack! A streak of golden lightning lashed out through the skies, instantly appearing before Ning. Ning was quite surprised as well. This attack was incredibly fast. The speed of this golden lightning had completely surpassed the normal limit of 100 times the speed of light, almost instantly appearing right in front of Ning. Within the streak of golden lightning, a sharp saber could be seen chopping straight towards Ning with incomparable speed and savagery. Beat it! Ning didn't back off in the slightest. A streak of mist-formed sword energy clashed against the saber. Boom! The golden lightning was knocked flying backwards, reforming into a humanoid shape off in the distance. The creature was dressed in golden armor and had jade-green eyes. It was the lightning golem of the 6 golems. Ning glanced sideways at the lightning golem. Judging from the clash, the lightning golem was roughly on par with ordinary supreme Dao Lords. Its main strength came from its speed. Ning's own sword arts were also incredibly fast, allowing him to crush this golem. Move! Attack! Join forces to kill him. The other golems began to strike as well. Boom! An awesome flood of flames manifested, then condensed into a flaming serpent that slithered towards Ning. It suddenly opened its mouth as if about to hiss, sending a black whip coiling straight towards Ning. A flame golem? Ning used his Omega Sword Dao Blood Drop yet again. His sword was fast enough that defeating enemy techniques was fairly easy, unless the attacks contained a ridiculous amount of power. It was clear that the whip strike from the flame golem was merely on par with that of a supreme Dao Lord, and so Ning's mist-formed sword energy was able to easily disperse it. Aside from the lightning golem and the flame golem, there was also a strange mist golem that was able to block detection via heart force or god sense. Fortunately, Ning's heart world projection and 9 novescence arts were not affected. The supreme Dao Lords of this world rarely had powerful secret arts or heart world projections, and so once the mist surrounded them, they wouldn't be able to see what was happening around them. As a result, they would be easily defeated and slain. There was also an extremely deadly 8-armed knife golem. The knife golem had 8 arms, and each of its arms was like a deadly knife. It was fast and furious in battle, and each knife arm struck in an extremely unpredictable manner. When all 8 knives struck together, even 9 Dust wasn't able to overcome the attacks in a head-on fight. However, Ning was a sword cultivator who was incredibly skilled in close combat, allowing him to easily defeat the 8-armed knife golem. There was also a barbarous and dominating golem whose skin was like stone. This stone golem was massive in size and had 6 arms, with each arm sculpted like a statue. It possessed incredible strength and powerful defenses and was able to take on Ning's Omega Sword Dao Blood Drop without being forced back. Its 6 arms smashed out like giant maces, and it was the physically strongest golem. Still, Ning was able to use the Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker. Now that his Northbow swords had absorbed so much of that Deepfire Blackstone, the power of this stance had skyrocketed to a shocking new level, allowing him to defeat the stone golem head-on as well. The final golem was the leader of the group, the Swordsman Golem. The Swordsman Golem transformed into part of an enormous sword when using its sword arts. The sword pierced through the skies with absolutely terrifying power, and it was the most dangerous attack Ning had to face. Despite all that, it was still staved off by Ning's Omega Sword Dao Blood Drop. The difference in power between the two sides was quite apparent. The 6 golems each had their own special abilities and were all comparable to Supreme Dao Lords. If they were to work together against the likes of the Radiant King or Dao Lord Dreamlore, they would have won with ease. But against Ning, clearly they weren't enough. Although the above battle took time to describe, the attacks from the 6 golems and Ning's counters all happened almost instantaneously. Ning matched each of them blow for blow and defeated them all. Dao Lord Dark North is much stronger than any other Supreme Dao Lord we have ever encountered. Brothers, attack simultaneously to defeat him. The Swordsman Golem shouted mentally to the others. Join forces. Same as always. These Emperor-class golems were quite familiar with each other, and they had a joint attack they used. They almost instantly began to move in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dazzling streak of golden light, a flaming serpent, and a ribbon of mist coiled around each other, forming a tricolored rope that then swirled towards Ning. As for 9 Dust, he transformed into a vast sea of water which the golems were completely unable to do anything to. The 3 great clans did have some techniques they were able to use against Supreme Dao Lords who had invulnerable forms, But these 6 Emperor-class golems didn't view Nine Dust as being that much of a threat. The real threat was Dark North, and he was their principal opponent in this fight. Damn! Ning immediately could sense how troublesome this tricolored rope was. He used his sword arts to cut through the rope, but the flames, lightning, and mist joined together once more to reform the rope. Ning's strikes didn't have any effect on the terrifying binding power of the tricolored rope at all. Ning had no choice but to amplify the effects of his novescence arts and his heart world projection upon the tricolored rope, but he was still only able to partially weaken their power. This thing really is quite difficult to deal with. Ning had been completely surrounded by the lightning, mist, and flame-forged rope. Because these things were non-corporeal, Ning was still able to move about and fight, but his combat power had clearly been affected. If the rope had been corporeal, this would have been much easier. Ning's sword arts would have sent the rope flying long ago. Catch him, Stone. Give him a big hug. Make it so that he can't fight back. The other golems called out as the 6-armed stone golem came bounding straight towards Ning. Its 6 arms grew incredibly thick and long as it reached out, seeking to grab Ning. Ning knew just how strong this stone golem was. It had been able to endure Ning's Omega Sword Dao blood drop without even having to stagger backwards at all. If it really did manage to grapple Ning, Ning wouldn't be able to break free at all. The tricolored ropes coiled around Ning, affecting and encumbering all of his movements. I did this in the past to others. Now the same is happening to me. I can at most unleash 70% of my full power. Ning was secretly stunned. This was despite the fact that the fire, lightning, and mist were being weakened by his heart world projection and 9 novescence arts. If it hadn't been for the latter 2, he would probably be weakened even more. Beat it! When Ning saw the stone golem bound towards him and seek to grapple him, he immediately used his Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker. Boom! The stone golem was sent flying backwards. What? Even when we bind him, he's still able to send stone flying. How can he be this powerful? The other Emperor-class golems were all stunned. Stone, try again. You have to be able to grab him. We'll help you. If you can grapple him, he'll be dead for sure. All right, I will try again. The stone golem once more bounded forwards. This time, the swordsman golem also transformed into a single sword that hovered above the 8-armed knife golem. The 8-armed knife golem charged towards Ning as well, with the sword ready to strike at any moment. As for the stone golem, it also charged forwards at the same time. Need my help, Dark North? The Nine Dust Sect Lord was still in his oceanic form, but he wasn't in a hurry to intervene just yet. No need. Ning sent back. I'll feign weakness for now. Wait for a critical moment before intervening. All right? Nine Dust replied. The tricolored rope coiled towards Ning as the swordsman golem, the 8-armed golem, and the stone golem attacked simultaneously. A fierce light flashed through Ning's eyes. This is the right moment. Swoosh! Ning flew straight towards the 8-armed knife golem and the swordsman golem. The 2 golems naturally struck out at him, sending streaks of mysterious knife light and sharp sword light slicing towards him. Boom! Boom! Ning responded with just 2 streaks of mist-formed sword energy. This was his Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker. This stance seemed clumsy and straightforward, but it contained the profundity of his Omega Sword Dao and his other stances, allowing him to easily strike his foes head-on. These 2 strikes from his 2 North Bow swords contained power that was comparable to that of the 8 lords of the sacred cities. The 8-armed golem and the swordsman golem were both sent flying backwards. It must be remembered that even the strongest golem, the stone golem, was unable to withstand this stance. How could these 2 possibly do so? Now come here. Ning's lips split open into a grin as he faced the stone golem that was charging towards him, arms spread wide. The swordsman golem and the 8-armed golem had already been knocked flying backwards. For the next few moments, they wouldn't be able to assist the stone golem. Whoosh! Ning's sword light drifted out in an ephemeral, mysterious fashion. This was his shadowless stance. Although the tricolored ropes were slowing him down, preventing his sword light from being truly traceless and shadowless, it was still incredibly unpredictable. Although the stone golem was extremely strong and ferocious, it had major flaws as well, namely its speed and agility. When Ning executed this shadowless stance and infused the heartsword arts into it, the stone golem was only able to block a single one of Ning's swords with its 6 arms. It was unable to withstand the others. Swish! The northbow swords furiously and rapidly began to coil around the stone golem like a soft rope, tying dozens of knots around it. No! The stone golem let out a furious bellow. It had wanted to grapple Ning, but instead it had been captured. Get in here! Completely bound, the stone golem was unable to fight back at all as Ning sent out his will, forcefully drawing the golem into his estate world. 9 Dust moved to block the swordsman golem. Ning turned, focusing his gaze on the nearby 8-armed golem which was once more seeking to charge at him. All right, 9 Dust was excited as well. The other 5 Emperor-class golems, however, began to panic. Ning's initial clashes against them had been nothing more than probes designed to help him understand what the golems were skilled in, so as to prepare a proper battle plan. The initial clashes had let him understand that the Flame Golem, Lightning Golem, and Mist Golem all had abilities that were similar to invulnerable forms. There was nothing he could do to them at all. Thus, Ning turned his attention to the other 3 golems. The Stone Golem had seemed to be the strongest and most ferocious, but its flaws were also the most obvious. In the end, it was the easiest one to deal with. Not good. Stone's been captured. This Tao Lord is too powerful. Master commands us to retreat immediately. Master has commanded a retreat. Withdraw. The 3 clan leaders had immediately received word that even though their 6 Emperor-class golems had assaulted Tao Lord Darknorth in unison, one of them had ended up being captured. They immediately issued an order to withdraw. The loss of every single Emperor-class golem, to the 3 great clans, was quite painful. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 8-armed golem and the swordsman golem immediately began to flee. You aren't going anywhere. Ning's Heartworld projection and 9 Novescence arts were completely focused on suppressing the 8-armed golem and swordsman golem. Ning's first target was the 8-armed golem, and he charged towards it by himself. Both sides were being slowed and restricted, but Ning was faster than the 8-armed golem to begin with. The difference between them in power was apparent. Run! Run! The 8-armed golem was panicking. You aren't running anywhere. Ning caught up, then used his Omega Sword Dao, Shadowless to once more launch an unpredictable sword art attack against the golem. The 8-armed golem was clearly quite agile, and its 8 arms set up a mysterious defensive pattern to defend. As for Ning, he alternated between the Shadowless stance and the Heavenbreaker stance, sometimes also switching to the incredibly fast Blood Drop stance. Just 3 breaths of time later, the 8-armed golem's defenses had been penetrated. One of Ning's swords wrapped directly around the 8-armed golem's waist, the Northbow sword having transformed to become long and soft as it wrapped itself around the golem like a ball. Come here. Ning drew the 8-armed golem into his estate world as well. How can this be happening? How can this Tao Lord be so powerful? Tao Lord Darknorth, you really are courting death. The 3 golems which made up the tricolored ropes were howling furiously, but they were even weaker than the 8-armed golem in close combat. When used to bind and slow Ning, they were quite effective, but once they stopped doing so and Ning was able to unleash his full power, their defeat would be swift and sure. Ahahaha! None of you are escaping. 9 Dust transformed into a sea of water as he furiously battled against the swordsman golem. The water coiled around the golem, with 9 Dust's upper body visible as he used his longstaff to batter the swordsman golem at will. Given that the swordsman golem was being affected by both the Heartworld projection and the 9 Novescence arts, 9 Dust was able to completely dominate it. It had no chance to flee at all. No. Get the hell away from me. The swordsman golem was furiously struggling but unable to shake off 9 Dust. Finally, Ning arrived. With Ning and 9 Dust fighting together, the swordsman golem was caught in literally a single second, then drawn into the estate world. The 3 elemental golems realized that there was nothing they could do. They had no choice but to quickly flee and retreat. Tianello, Magi, and the others hadn't moved too far away. They were able to watch this fight from afar. Truth be told, their situation was quite grim. They were terrified that the three great clans would view them as being a party to this and blame them, and thus they didn't dare to move too far away. How terrifying! They stared at the battlefield, the Cranesaur Mountains having been reduced to rubble long ago. The few mountains that remained were covered with the vicious scars of battle. All of this had been caused by the shockwaves generated from the earlier clashes. It must be remembered that this was a planet the Sith had created and placed within the stone elephant wall. This planet was extremely stable and sturdy, but the shockwaves from this battle alone had been enough to annihilate most of the nearby mountains. This was more than enough to terrify Tianello and the others. Those two Dao Lords actually won. They actually won. They beat the three great clans. Tianello, Magi, and the others could hardly believe it. Ahaha, we actually acquired 3 Emperor-class golems. Nine Dust said delightedly. How absolutely wonderful. I hope they send a few more over for us to capture. Don't get cocky. Ning had a serious look on his face. Even though I had my Heartworld projection and my 9 Novescence arts active, the restrictive effect generated by just 3 of those golems was enough to drop me to 70% of my maximum power. I doubt the 3 great clans sent their full forces against us. If they were able to drop me to 40% of my full power, things will get dangerous. Agreed. Startled, Nine Dust immediately nodded. How strong are these 3 great clans, exactly? I'm not sure. Ning shook his head, then grinned. But those 3 golems should know. The 3 golems? Nine Dust's eyes lit up. We need to bind them immediately and have them spill the secrets they know regarding the 3 great clans. Ning said. Only when you understand both yourself and your enemy shall you be the victor in all your battles. Based on what I can see thus far, the 3 great clans are much more powerful than we had predicted. Agreed. And so, Ning and Nine Dust immediately began to bind the 3 captured golems to themselves. Deep within the subterranean underground of this world, the 3 silver men were once again standing by the bubbling lake of lava. But they were no longer as calm as they were before this. This Dao Lord Darknorth not only managed to defeat 6 Emperor-class golems by himself, he actually captured 3 of them. The muscular silver man said seriously. This level of power has completely surpassed that of any supreme Dao Lord we have ever heard of. Something like this has never happened since our 3 great clans have started our joint rule over this planet. Yes, even though a few supreme Dao Lords arise from time to time, all of them were completely crushed when facing 6 Emperor-class golems. The silver-haired man's eyes were filled with murder. This Dao Lord Darknorth is definitely the most powerful Dao Lord our 3 clans have ever encountered. 1 on 6, he managed to capture 3 Emperor-class golems. The skinny silver man shook his head as well. This man was powerful, more powerful than any Dao Lord should be. Still, this was what they believed because their horizons were limited. In the endless territories, a vast horde of Dao Lords would arise every era of 108,000 chaos cycles, and there were occasionally 1 or 2 who were able to completely eclipse all other Dao Lords. In this era, those 2 were Weinzige and Jining. It seems we have to personally intervene if we wish to defeat Dao Lord Darknorth. The skinny silver man's eyes were filled with the desire to do battle. How about this? I'll spar against this Dao Lord Darknorth first. If I'm able to kill him by myself, I will. If I'm not, you 2 can join in. We can't be the slightest bit overconfident against a foe like this. Let's use our full power immediately, the silver-haired man said. Agreed. We need to go to maximum power immediately. This Dao Lord Darknorth was actually able to defeat 6 Emperor-class golems. That means he is already on our level, the muscular silver man said. We have to completely overwhelm and crush him in order to kill him. Not only should all 3 of us work together, all of the Emperor-class golems in our 3 clans which possess invulnerable forms should be activated as well. What? We're going to activate all our golems with invulnerable forms? The other 2 silver men were shocked by this. Any of the 3 were capable of fighting Darknorth. For all 3 to work together was already an incredible show of power. Were they really going to send a group of Emperor-class golems as well? If we're going to go at him full force, then let's make sure he has no chance at all, the muscular silver man said. Tao Lord Dark North is the most powerful enemy our three great clans have ever encountered in our history. Thus, let's give him the respect he deserves. All three clan leaders and all invulnerable Emperor-class golems are going to attack simultaneously. Humph. He should be proud, even in death. Agreed. To die to such a force is indeed pride-worthy. The other two both laughed. On my orders, activate all 156 clan guarding formations and activate the Sith Disc. Be on maximum alert. On my orders, activate all 180 formations and activate the Sith Disc. Everyone is to be on maximum alert. Activate all formations and activate the Sith Disc. The three clan leaders send orders to their clans. Their first goal was to protect and ensure the safety of their clans. If their clans were doomed, their own survival wouldn't matter. After having undergone the ritual sacrificium, they were no longer real cultivators, and were unable to have any progeny of their own. Thus, if the other members of the clan all perished, it would represent the true and final destruction of their lineage, and once they reached their lifespan limits they would die as well. Thus, the protection of the clan superseded everything. What's going on? All clan-protecting formations have been activated? Even the Sith Disc is being activated? I've never heard of the clan entering such a state of readiness. Is the Tao Lord Dark North who just challenged our three great clans truly that powerful? All three clans were thrown into a state of confusion, with the elites and high-level members of the clans feeling rather stunned. This was definitely the highest possible level of vigilance the three clans had ever activated. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A total of 11 figures shot through the skies, with the three silver men at the head. Behind them were a series of Emperor-class golems that all looked different, including the Mist Golem, Fire Golem, and Lightning Golem which had attacked Ning earlier. These 8 Emperor-class golems were all of the invulnerable golems which the three great clans possessed. Tao Lord Dark North's sword arts are inscrutable and mysterious, and he's skilled at capturing golems. However, this time we've only brought golems with invulnerable forms with us. He won't have a chance to capture them at all, the skinny silver man said with a cold smile. 8 Emperor-class golems and the 3 of us? Humph. He's going to be absolutely demolished. After undergoing the ritual sacrificium, the 3 of us have become true members of the Sith race and gained incredible power. Even though we are the lowliest, most ordinary members of the Sith race, we're still far beyond these Emperor-class golems in power. Any of us 3 can fight Tao Lord Dark North on equal footing and perhaps even kill him. The 3 silver men were extremely confident in their chances. They had no equals in this world, and so they only sparred against each other and the Emperor-class golems. As a result, they knew that any of them would be capable of easily defeating 6 Emperor-class golems. They represented the true apex of combat power in this world. The Cranesaur Mountains had long ago been reduced to rubble. The battle between Ning, Nine Dust, and the 6 original Emperor-class golems had completely annihilated the area. Atop the rubble was a temporal acceleration cabin. Within the cabin, Ning and Nine Dust were busy binding the golems while accelerating the flow of time. Binding Emperor-class golems was no easy task, and they had no time to waste. Ning and Nine Dust both knew that the next attack from the 3 great clans would come quite soon, and so they had to immediately work to learn more about the 3 great clans and thus prepare accordingly. The 3 Emperor-class golems were all comparable to Supreme Tao Lords. Fortunately, Ning and Nine Dust were both strong enough to bind them by force. Success. Ning was the first to take command over an Emperor-class golem. A look of respect instantly appeared in the green eyes of the 6-armed stone golem. Master, you successfully bound one? Nine Dust turned to glance at Ning. He himself was still busy using all his power to try and bind his. Ha! I was faster than you. Ning grinned, then began to work on the swordsman golem. I have some questions for you. Although Ning's full energy was focused on binding the swordsman golem, this wasn't too mentally taxing, and so he began to question the stone golem. How strong are the three great clans, exactly? How much hidden power do they have? Master, the stone golem said respectfully. All Emperor-class golems had their memories of life prior to joining the three great clans completely wiped, or to be precise, the previous golem spirits were eradicated while our souls were slowly nurtured and strengthened by the three great clans. Thus, we don't know much about their most important secrets. Over the course of countless years, however, we have learned a few things based on our observations. Speak, Ning urged. These Emperor-class golems had simply been living with the three great clans for far too long. No one in the clans themselves had been alive for as long as they had, although some of the most important clan secrets would never be divulged. A few traces would inevitably spill out over the course of many years. Long, long ago, this world was in a state of chaos before the three great clans had risen. The stone golem began. But then three people who referred to themselves as Sith established three mighty clans. They managed to capture one or two Emperor-class golems from a secret place, then wiped out the original golem spirits. In each generation, the strongest members of the three great clans have always been those three clan leaders. Each time, they start off as normal cultivators. But once they become clan leaders, they will be transformed into silver men who will gain inconceivable power, the stone golem said. And every so often, the three great clans are able to capture another Emperor-class golem or two from that secret place. Thus, over the course of countless years, every single one of the three great clans has gained a total of at least 5 Emperor-class golems. Emperor-class golems are what the three great clans usually use to tame their foes. But their greatest power lies in the clan leaders themselves. The clan leaders are all incredibly powerful, and each one of them is on par with you, Master, the stone golem said. Ning turned pale when he heard this. All three of the clan leaders are able to defeat 6 Emperor-class golems by themselves? Yes, the stone golem replied. They often spar against us, and so we know how powerful the clan leaders are. Ning felt a sense of shock upon hearing this. Judging from the sound of things, the three clan leaders were what truly gave the three clans power. The successive generations of clan leaders would occasionally enter that mysterious place to capture a few Emperor-class golems, allowing them to build up quite a stockpile over the course of many years. Since this mysterious place held Emperor-class golems within it, Ning suspected that it probably held the secrets of the Sith within it. And where is this secret place? Ning asked. I don't know. Although we were all captured from that place, our original golem spirits were all wiped out, the stone golem said. Ning nodded slowly. They really were being quite careful, wanting to ensure that no information leaked out. Time continued to pass 1 minute at a time. Nine Dust managed to bind the 8-armed golem as well, while Ning completed the binding of the swordsman golem. The information they gained from these two golems was essentially the same. Whoosh! Ning put away the temporal acceleration cabin. He stood next to Nine Dust, the 3 Emperor-class golems behind them. Here they come. Ning stared towards the distant skies, where 11 streaks of light were flying towards them. Leading the group was indeed a trio of silver men. The 3 silver men all had very distinct auras. They weren't like actual living beings. Rather, they seemed almost like golems. Their entire bodies were composed of silver, and Ji Ning couldn't help but feel as though he was looking at that onyx humanoid creature he had encountered in that cave within the Terror Star Sea. That onyx humanoid had been 540,000 meters tall and pitch black in color, and it had a giant hole in its chest which Ning and Nine Dust had flown out of. These 3 silver men make me think of that onyx humanoid we encountered previously, Ning mused. However, there's an enormous difference in the aura of power. The onyx humanoid had been able to slay a hegemon on the spot and critically injure a second one, causing the second one to die later on. It was far, far more powerful than these silver men. Dark North. The nearby Nine Dust had a solemn look on his face as well as he sent mentally. Those 3 silver men remind me of that black creature we found in the cave. Yes, they are quite similar, Ning sent back. It seems these three clans truly do have a deep connection to the Sith. They should be significantly more powerful than us. What should we do? Nine Dust asked. Let's follow the first plan for now, Ning said. Boom! His awesome heart force projection came crashing down, bringing with it its illusory mountains, rivers, and the dazzling sword mountain in the center. The giant heart-world projection pressed down furiously against the 3 silver men and the 8 Emperor-class golems, causing the 8 golems to instantly slow down. The 3 silver men, however, were still able to move at 100 times the speed of light. The 3 of them weren't slowed down at all by the pressure of my heart-world projection? Ning was secretly shocked. Then take this as well. Ning willed 9 energy dragons to come thundering out of his body, coiling around each other. In truth, Nine Dust's Ripplewater art was incredibly powerful as well, especially now that Nine Dust had reached an even higher level of expertise. Given his mastery of the Tao of Water, his Ripplewater art was on the same level as Ning's 9 Novescence arts. However, there was no way for him to fold it over Ning's arts. If they tried, they would interfere with each other. Boom! The 9 energy dragons swept outwards. The 3 silver men could feel the pressure, but they were still able to maintain a speed of 100 times the speed of light. The 8 Emperor-class golems behind them, however, slowed down dramatically. They were now able to move at less than 50 times the speed of light. Just flying through the skies was quite difficult for them. The 8 of you should join forces. The silver man, who was the leader of the Fumo clan, said. Acknowledged. 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 The 8 Emperor-class golems were looking rather bedraggled, but they immediately transformed into streaks of energy that formed a 5-colored rope and a tri-colored rope. For 5 Emperor-class golems to work together perfectly was the apex of coordination possible for them. The 5-colored rope was extremely powerful in particular. Still, with the Heartworld projection and the 9 Novescence arts weighing down on the 2 ropes, they still flew quite slowly. They held back the entire squad as a result. Are the 3 of you sure that you wish to take on such a dangerous task? I don't want you to be taken away right after I spent all that effort binding you. Ning sent mentally to the 3 Emperor-class golems behind him. Don't worry, Master. We can hold on, the swordsman golem said. Nine Dust, if the situation looks grim, you should immediately take the 3 away. Emperor-class golems aren't easily acquired. After all, Ning said. Leave it to me. Nine Dust nodded. Ning immediately manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. 6 northbow swords in hand. He immediately disappeared without a trace. The 3 silver men flying through the skies were shocked by this. He suddenly vanished? Tao Lord Dark North just vanished. The 3 of them discovered, to their amazement, that they couldn't find any trace of Ning at all. Ning was able to use his shadowless evasion art to its full potential within the domain of his Heartworld projection and his 9 Novescence arts. Careful. This Tao Lord Dark North is even more powerful than we expected. He didn't use the strange evasion art earlier. The muscular silver man sent mentally in a serious voice. The other 2 clan leaders grew cautious as well. Although they remained extremely confident in their abilities, the fact that they couldn't find any trace of Ning caused them to feel a headache oncoming. Hurry over here. Let's force him to reveal himself. The silver-haired man sent mentally to the 8 Emperor-class golems. Acknowledged. Whoosh! Instantly, the 5-colored rope began to expand dramatically in size. Much like how Nine Dust was able to transform into a sea-sized wave, the 5-colored rope was able to transform into a 5-colored ocean. With expanded size came lessened power, but only by covering enough of the surrounding area would they be able to force Tao Lord Darknorth to reveal himself. Rumble! The 5-colored sea furiously spread outwards to cover 1 million, 10 million, 100 million kilometers. It continuously expanded, quickly covering the area around the 3 silver men. Humph! A cold snort rang out as a white-robed youth showed himself. He had 3 heads, 6 arms, and wielded 6 northbow swords in his hands. His figure looked like a sword as he used the blood drop evasion art, tearing through the 5-colored ocean as he shot towards the nearest silver man, the skinny one. Right on cue. The silver man revealed an excited look as he readied the silver spikes in his two hands. Swish! Swish! The spikes released ear-piercing screeches as they stabbed towards Ning in an almost dreamlike manner. Sith, Ning was filled with the intent to do battle. His 6 northbow swords transformed into 6 streaks of mist-formed sword energy as he began to launch a furious assault against the silver men. Clank! The mist-formed sword clashed directly against the sharp spike, the terrifying collision generating rippling shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye and which spread out in every direction. A giant crater was blasted into the land beneath it, while the few remaining parts of the Cranesaur Mountains were smashed into dust by the shockwave. As for the distant Tianello and Magi, they and the other cultivators who were watching were completely stunned. Utterly terrifying. This is TT Terif. Is this the true power of the 3 great clans? So they had forces even more powerful than those Emperor-class golems. Is this the power of the one named Dowlord Darknorth? All of them felt stunned. They had already been amazed by how Ning had been able to defeat the 6 Emperor-class golems by himself. But that extended battle had only resulted in the partial destruction of the Cranesaur Mountains. In this battle between Ning and the 3 clan leaders, however, the very first exchange of blows had already completely destroyed what remained of the mountains. Even the ground around the mountain had begun to crack into a spiderweb of crevices. This show of force was enough to terrify anyone. Even Dowlords of the 4th step who dared to move in closer would be instantly annihilated. In truth, others on this world aside from Tianello and Magi were paying attention to this battle. Ning's direct challenge to the 3 great clans had drawn quite a bit of attention, especially after he had defeated the first 6 Emperor-class golems that had been sent against him. This had stunned every clan in the world, causing all of them to hasten to the mountains and watch what would happen next. So this is the true power of the 3 great clans. The other 6 great clans and the weaker clans were all stunned as they watched from afar. They felt completely breathless. There was no way at all for them to fight back against the overwhelming power of the 3 great clans. In their heart of hearts, many of they had dreamed of one day defeating the 3 great clans and becoming the rulers of this world. But now, they felt a sense of complete powerlessness. The difference in power was simply too vast. That Dowlord Darknorth is ridiculously strong as well. They were amazed by the power of the 3 great clans, but they were also stunned by the strength of Dowlord Darknorth. Dowlord Darknorth was so strong that he was able to easily annihilate any of the clans in this world, aside from the 3 principal clans. Ning and the skinny silver man began to furiously battle against each other, and the terrifying shockwaves generated by their blows blasted out in every direction. What incredible power! But what a low level of insight! Ning and the skinny silver man exchanged over 100 blows in that brief instant, but only fought to a standstill. In strength alone, Ning's opponent was actually quite a bit stronger than him. Ning was only able to match him through usage of the Heavenbreaker stance. In terms of speed, the silver man moved at 100 times the speed of light. Even with Ning's 9 Novescence arts and Heartworld projection active, the silver man was still able to maintain this speed. This was because the man was simply too powerful. He was completely capable of resisting the pressure and maintaining this level of speed. However, the silver man's level of insight into the Tao was just too low. Ning felt that it was perhaps weaker than that of many second-tier Tao lords. It was perhaps just barely on par with the likes of Patriarch Clearwind. It must be understood that for cultivators who made it into the higher ranks, their power generally stemmed from their mastery of the Tao. Ning had an incredibly high level of insight into the Tao, the Heartsword art, and the Northbow swords. That was why he possessed such power. The silver men had a much lower level of insight into the Tao, but they were much like golems. Their speed and strength were incredible, allowing them to fight Ning to a standstill. He has an overwhelming amount of power but is only able to put a fraction of it to good use. If I had such speed and strength, I'd be able to take down 10 of them. Ning couldn't help but sigh. No wonder those 3 Emperor-class golems we just bound said that so long as Nine Dust helps them out while they are working together, they won't be captured. Ji Ning had been able to easily capture the Emperor-class golems because he had a high level of insight into the Tao. His shadowless stance was completely unpredictable, while his blood drop stance was incredibly fast, making it hard for the golems to defend against them. As for the silver men, although they were strong and fast, their strikes were too direct and clumsy. Although these clumsy strikes were very forceful, it wasn't too hard to block them. At most, you would be knocked flying from the power. In a one-on-one fight, they might be able to capture an Emperor-class golem, but all three of them were working together and were being assisted by Nine Dust and Ning. It was highly unlikely that any of them would be recaptured. I'm clearly stronger than him, but I'm unable to dominate him. The skinny silver man sent mentally, "Hurry over here. Surround him and kill him. Coming. Let's go." The other two silver men charged forwards as well. Surrounded by the five-colored sea of energy, Ning was weakened and only able to unleash 80% of his full power. Despite that, his high level of insight into the Tao allowed him to fight the skinny silver man to a standstill. Attack! The muscular silver man wielded two silver warhammers while the silver-haired man wielded a pair of long silver sabers. All three of the silver men began to surround and furiously attack Ning. Die! Die! He's dead meat. The three silver men were brimming with killing intent. At the same time, the tricolored rope snaked over towards Ning as well. However, the three Emperor-class golems and Nine Dust immediately transformed into streaks of light that shot towards the tricolored ropes. Your opponent is us. Nine Dust transformed into a vast wave that wrapped itself around the tricolored rope, while the three Emperor-class golems launched repeated attacks that caused the tricolored rope to break apart, reform, and break apart again repeatedly. The tricolored rope had been tied down by Nine Dust and the three Emperor-class golems. The five-colored rope had transformed into a five-color sea that was weakening Ning. The three silver men were attacking Ning at the same time. This was an utterly apocalyptic battle. Massive shockwaves blasted the surrounding area repeatedly. The nearby mountains had long ago been annihilated, while the earth itself had caved in. The other six great clans and the standard clans who were watching from afar were in a state of shock. This was a battle that engendered both admiration and despair in their hearts. They weren't even close to being able to fight against foes like this. Ahaha! You are too weak. You clearly possess tremendous power, but you are only able to put a fraction of it to good use. Ning was in his three-headed, six-armed form as he fought against the three by himself, but he wasn't at any disadvantage at all. How can this be? How is this possible? Why can't we even suppress or dominate him? How can he be this strong? The three silver men were all stunned. Just one of them was enough to fight Ning to a standstill. So why was it that all three of them working together were only achieving the same effect? This was because when Ning was fighting against the six Emperor-class golems and the skinny silver man, his strategy was to fight them head-on and meet them attack for attack. Now that three silver men were fighting him at the same time, Ning primarily relied on his defensive sword arts and only launched the occasional attack. His Soul Heart stance and his Yin Yang stance were simply too powerful, especially after the Northbow swords had absorbed all of that frozen nine-song pith. His defensive sword arts had reached an incredible level of prowess. Ning's defensive sword arts were so perfect that he would be able to hold out against anything save for an utterly overwhelmingly superior level of power. Given how clumsy these silver men's attacks were and how low a level of insight into the Tao they had, Ning found it very easy to defend against them. Forget about three. I'd probably be able to defend against six of these silver men, Ning mused. Take rope form and bind him. The muscular silver Fumo clan leader sent mentally to the five-colored sea. Instantly, the five-colored sea began to rapidly shrink in size. It once more transformed into the five-colored rope and coiled towards Ning. Rope! Ning immediately moved. Whoosh! The five-colored rope was only able to move at less than 50 times the speed of light due to the Heartworld projection and the 9 Novescence arts, while Ning was able to move much faster. He was able to effortlessly dodge the five-colored rope and immediately used his shadowless evasion art to disappear without a trace. Damn! Once our golems take rope form and shrink in size, Dao Lord Darknorth is able to easily avoid it. The three silver men were beginning to grow anxious. Ning was no fool. He wasn't just going to stand there like an idiot and allow the five-colored rope to bind him. The reason why he had done so against the tricolored rope in his first battle against the six golems was because he was so completely sure in his chances that he didn't even want to bother with dodging, instead choosing to exchange attacks. Now, however, Ning didn't dare to act with such arrogance. Golems maintain a size of 10 million kilometers. The silver-haired man was forced to order. At a size of 10 million kilometers, the combined attacks of the three silver men ensured that there was nowhere for Ning to run. This size was enough to keep Ning at just 70% of his maximum power. There's just nothing we can do to him. The three silver men furiously assaulted Ning, but even at 70% power Ning's defenses were airtight, even though he was now forced to completely focus on defense and was only able to launch the occasional attack. Even if another silver man came, Ning would still be able to hold on. Nanti clan leader and Jua clan leader, the three of us have done everything we can. This Tao Lord Darknorth's defensive sword arts are even more formidable than his offensive sword arts. There is nothing we can do to him. The muscular silver man sent mentally. The three of us and these golems are completely unable to kill him. There's nothing else we can do. Yes, we're out of other options. I really didn't want to do this, but we'll have to use it. The three silver men exchanged a glance. This Tao Lord Darknorth was the most dangerous disaster to ever befall their three great clans. All three of them were on par with him, but even working together with the assistance of the five-colored rope, they were still unable to do anything to him. Their failure to kill him was already shaking their control over this world. They absolutely could not permit this to continue. Die! The muscular silver man produced a deep blue oval treasure that was covered with layers of wriggling runes. Tao Lord Darknorth, you should feel proud to die to this Sith treasure. The skinny silver man produced an ancient banner that was blood-red and covered with a strange, evil-looking beast diagram. Die! The silver-haired man took out a black bottle. Ning immediately felt a sense of danger. Not good. Come forth. Ning produced a snow-white lotus flower in his hands. The lotus instantly bloomed, with Ning standing at the very center. The layers of lotus leaves which appeared around Ning began to swivel, while Ning was within the bud at the very center which was completely covered by the first layer of petals. Ning was able to see through the semi-translucent petals and sense what was happening outside. It must be remembered that Ning and Nine Dust had acquired Weinsage's vast hoard of treasures, as well as the treasures owned by Time Dream, King Freak, and numerous second-tier Tao Lords. Some of the weaker ones that weren't very useful, he had left behind for the Three Realms or to Su Yuji and the others, but the useful ones he had kept on him. This one was one of the three most supreme defensive treasures in Ning's possession. Screech! The layers of wriggly runes on the deep blue oval disc in the hands of the muscular silver man suddenly began to light up, emanating an ear-piercing screech as they did so. At the same time, a light blue sonic wave burst forth from the treasure and shot towards Ning. The light blue sonic wave easily pierced straight through the snow-white lotus. The lotus wasn't able to defend against it at all. Ning struck out with his sword, but it didn't make any contact with the sonic wave at all. Rumble! The sound dove into his body, smashing straight against Ning's soul and true soul. Ning's true soul and soul were protected by the azure flower mist energy. Although both trembled slightly, they didn't suffer any harm at all and managed to endure the hit head-on. What a strange attack! It struck at the soul and true soul. Ning was secretly stunned. He stared intently at his foes. Whoosh! The attacks from the other two silver men arrived as well. The black bottle had already shattered, a black flame erupting from it which quickly glued itself over the snow-white lotus flower. Hissing crackles could be heard as the snow-white flower immediately began to tremble. But then the lotus began to swivel once more. Although the black fire which had been pasted on the petals were enough to cause them to tremble, the other petals helped spread the pressure and thus the flower withstood the attack. Finally, the power of the black flames was completely used up. The snow-white lotus flower had dimmed considerably as well and was rather wobbly. The strange beast depicted on the ancient blood banner suddenly let out a furious bellow. Boom! A blood-red beast came flying out from the banner, which evaporated in its wake. The blood-red beast's eyes gleamed with brutal, murderous red light. It seemed to represent the incarnation of slaughter itself as it charged straight towards the snow-white lotus. Boom! The snow-white lotus continued to swivel as it strove to hold on. But in the end it was still broken apart. After shattering the lotus, the blood-red beast charged straight towards Ning. Humph! Ning no longer sensed much danger, and so he struck out with his sword to defend. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. The blood-red beast repeatedly struck out with its sharp claws while Ning used his swords to defend. In the end, Ning was able to survive thanks to his powerful defensive sword arts, with the hegemon armor also having helped him endure the many blows. Awoo! The blood-red beast grew dimmer and dimmer, first turning an ordinary red, then turning pink. Finally, it unhappily raised its head to let out a resentful howl before completely vanishing. Ning landed on the ground, a hint of blood on the corner of his lips. He glanced at the 3 silver men in the distance, looks of shock on their faces. "Come, let's do that again," Ning growled. "Let's see if you have more treasures or if I have more treasures." As Ning spoke, he waved his hand and caused one treasure after another to appear in front of him, not suppressing their auras in the slightest. But the 3 silver men exchanged glances. They weren't able to beat Dark North in a straight fight. Now, it seemed as though Dowlord Dark North had quite a few treasures of his own. Every single treasure they possessed had been laboriously acquired from that secret place and had been left behind by the Sith. There were very few of them, and each one they used up represented a permanent loss. What should we do? The 3 silver men felt rather lost. They suddenly realized that there was nothing at all they could do to this Dowlord Dark North. "Haha! Treasures? We brothers have plenty of them." Nine Dust had transformed into a vast wave, but he now manifested his upper body and sent out one powerful treasure after another to appear in front of him. The Dowlords of this world didn't have that many treasures, but Nine Dust and Ji Ning came from the Endless Territories. As a result, they had quite a few. What? The 3 silver men saw the many treasures hovering in front of the distant Nine Dust and could sense the terrifying ripples of power emanating from them. Even the weaker Dowlord has that many treasures on him? Where the hell did they find so many treasures? Isn't the secret location accessible to our 3 clans alone? We've completely searched through every corner of this entire world. The only place with many treasures secreted within it is that secret place. The other places shouldn't have that many treasures. Where did these 2 Dowlords find so many? The 3 silver men were extremely anxious. They exchanged glances at each other. "Fall back for now," the muscular silver man commanded. Whoosh, whoosh. The 5-colored rope and the tricolored rope began to retreat, moving towards the 3 silver men. Nine Dust and the 3 golems flew towards Ning. The 2 sides stared at each other from afar. "If you want to fight, let's fight," Nine Dust called out loudly. "What's the point of just standing there blankly? It's going to be a war of attrition via treasures, right? Come on. You use one, I use one. Let's see who has more. I want to see if you end up dead, or if we end up dead." Damn. The 3 silver men were absolutely enraged. They were exalted figures who were the absolute rulers over this world. They have never been challenged and mocked like this before. They were enraged. But after this battle they realized that there was nothing they could do in battle to this Dowlord Dark North. His defenses were incredibly tough and airtight, giving them no chance to win at all. If they wanted to win, they would have to use the treasures the Sith had left behind. Unfortunately, they had extremely few of those treasures. Their treasures possessed great power, but it seemed as though these 2 Dowlords also had quite a few treasures of similar power. If we really do compete against them in treasures, once we clean out their stockpile we might be able to kill. But what if we're the ones who are cleaned out instead? What should we do? The skinny silver man sent mentally. If we use up all the treasures, we won't be able to pose any threat to Dowlord Dark North at all. The silver-haired man sent back mentally. By then, he'll have nothing to fear at all and will become even more of a problem. Agreed. The many treasures they had accumulated were the final cards they had to play. They weren't willing to use them all up. If they did, they might win. But they might also lose. They weren't willing to accept what losing would entail. Downlord Darknorth. Let's just wait and see who has the last laugh. The muscular silver man let out a cold snort. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 silver men led the 8 Emperor-class golems soaring through the skies as they departed. Ning watched from afar as they left, a hint of a smile playing around his lips. Darknorth, what should we do next? Nine Dust began to worry. They are more powerful than us, after all. Your sword arts are defensively strong enough to ensure they can't do anything to us, but we can't do anything to them either. If this stalemate continues, there's no way we'll be able to find the treasures hidden within this stone elephant wall. Ning nodded. The reason why they were fighting and risking their lives was to gain the treasures of the Sith. Just from the Emperor-class golems and the 3 silver men alone, both Ning and Nine Dust felt absolutely certain that there was definitely a Sith treasure trove here. Let's establish ourselves in this world first, Ning said. Then we'll search for that secret place. That's our only choice. Nine Dust nodded. Arise. Ning turned to glance at the land behind him. The Cranesaur Mountains had been leveled long ago, but with but a thought Ning caused his heart-world projection to descend, using it to take control over the local earth and stones to establish a new, towering mountain that was 10,000 kilometers tall. At the very peak of the mountain, a top-grade eternal estate descended in the form of an immortal's palace. At the very top of the palace gates, 2 characters could be seen. Dark North. I, Downlord Darknorth, on this day do establish the Darknorth Palace here. I do not seek hegemony. I only seek to cultivate the Tao. Those who stand in the way of my Tao shall end up like the mountains and rivers around the 3 great clans. Destroyed. Ning flew towards the entrance of the Darknorth Palace, sending his voice out to fill every single inch of this entire world. At the same time, he enveloped the entire planet with his heart-world projection, sending it smashing downwards towards the 3 great clans. The 3 great clans were protected by layers of formations and barriers, but the surrounding mountains and rivers were instantly annihilated by the tremendous force of Ning's heart-world projection, strong enough to slay even Tao Lords of the 4th step with ease. The area around the 3 great clans was instantly obliterated and rendered incredibly unsightly. Everyone in the world from ordinary mortals to the 3 great clans all heard his voice. He actually dares to trample over our... The silver-haired silver man's face was ugly to behold. Damn him! Damn him! The skinny silver man was enraged as well. Ning was trampling over the 3 great clans' dignity, so as to establish his own power. This was a way for him to show that the Darknorth Palace didn't give a damn about the 3 great clans at all. He claims that he doesn't seek hegemony and only seeks to cultivate the Tao. The muscular silver man sent puzzledly to the others. If he only seeks to cultivate the Tao, why has he chosen to challenge our clans? I think his true goal lies with that secret place of ours, the skinny silver man said with a cold smile. Yes, that has to be it. The silver-haired man's voice was equally cold. The secret place was what the 3 great clans relied upon and was for their use only. There was no way any other cultivators would be permitted to so much as find it. As they saw it, given how Downlord Darknorth already stood at the very apex of power in this world and had nothing to fear, he definitely was coveting their secret place. Ning's voice echoed throughout this entire world, with even mortal children able to hear it clearly. Everyone knew that this Downlord Darknorth was incredibly powerful and had established a place known as the Darknorth Palace. He didn't even hold the 3 great clans in any regard at all. I can't believe this was the end result of it all. The 3 great clans are transcendent, supreme entities that have governed this world since time immemorial. The 3 clan leaders in particular are unfathomably powerful. Supposedly, they are far more terrifying than even Emperor-class golems. They can cause hurricanes with a flick of their fingers that can annihilate even Tao Lords of the 4th step. But they actually weren't able to do anything to this Downlord Darknorth. He established Darknorth Palace. That means our world is no longer completely under the control of the three great clans. The heavens themselves are changing before our very eyes. The many clans in this world all understood exactly what was happening, and just as they expected, the rise of Dark North Palace really did symbolize that there were now two supreme powers within this world. This was now a bipolar world. On one side were the three great clans. On the other, Dark North Palace. The advantage of the three great clans lay in the fact that they had extremely deep resources and tremendous power. Dark North Palace, however, had an advantage in that Ning's heart world projection was able to instantly encompass this entire planet. In other words, if he wanted to attack, he had the power to annihilate everything outside the headquarters of the three great clans. This power of absolute, instantly annihilation caused quite a few clans to fear Dark North Palace even more. Some particularly ambitious clans chose to make a rather risky bet. They chose to submit to the rule of Dark North Palace. Ning didn't refuse any comers. Haha, leave these matters to me. I used to command the Nine Dust sect. Organizing and commanding these minor clans is simplicity itself. Nine Dust was quite eager to take on this task. If we can't find the secret place ourselves, we might be able to learn some information about it from these clans. Under Nine Dust's leadership and with more and more clans joining their ranks, Dark North Palace began to grow in power at an exponential rate. This was quite a troubling matter for the three great clans. We have no choice but to bear it for now. Those weaker clans are nothing. If and when we choose to attack, we can wipe them out with ease. Our greatest foe remains Tao Lord Dark North. The three clan leaders forbore from taking action. From this day forth, once our clans enter the secret place, we need to spare no expense in finding a treasure that can be used against Tao Lord Dark North. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years passed after Ning had established Dark North Palace in this world. He had continuously searched for the secret place this entire time, while Nine Dust had coordinated the many clans under the banner of Dark North Palace to do the same. Nightfall. A cold wind was howling through the skies. Ning was seated atop a dais within Dark North Palace, staring at the vast world before him as he trained in the Heartsword art. Palace Lord, the Hallmaster of the First Southern Hall has something important to report, an attendant said respectfully. Something important? Ning opened his eyes. In recent years, Nine Dust had divided Dark North Palace up into many different branches, with the First Southern Hall being one of them. Have him come see me, Ning instructed. Yes, Palace Lord. The attendant immediately left. A short while later, a black-armored man walked in, then fell to his knees and said respectfully, Your subordinate greets you, Palace Lord. You may rise. Speak. What is it? Ning asked. The black-armored man rose to his feet, a hint of eagerness in his eyes as he looked at Ning. It was Palace Lord Darknorth who was able to ensure that the three great clans were helpless against them, after all. Your subordinate has come into possession of certain information, and I think there is at least an 80% chance that it has to do with that secret place, the black-armored man said respectfully. An 80% chance? Ji Ning stared at the black-armored man. For a subordinate to dare claim an 80% chance of being correct meant that he was almost virtually certain. He had to factor in a bit of modesty after all. Go ahead and tell me. Palace Lord, please take a look. The black-armored man produced a scroll in his hands which he offered respectfully to Ning. Ning waved his hand, causing the scroll to fly over towards him. Ning unfurled the scroll, which was covered with dense clusters of tiny characters. These were the last words of a free-spirited Tao Lord whose lifespan was coming to an end. It included some of his supreme legacies as well as the secrets he knew about. Ning's face tightened. This Tao Lord actually entered the borders of a mysterious place by accident. He was almost discovered but thankfully was lucky enough to escape detection. And that place had an incredibly powerful garrison stationed there. Ning nodded. This information the deceased Tao Lord had written down almost certainly referred to the secret place Ning was searching for. Aside from the three great clans, there were no other forces capable of stationing such a tremendously powerful garrison. So it is in a standalone dimension. No wonder my heart world projection filled every inch of this planet, but still was unable to find it. Ning revealed a trace of a smile. He had finally found it. After 2,000 years here on this planet, he had finally found information regarding the secret location. It made sense. No matter how careful the three great clans were, a few traces would eventually slip through over the course of countless years. Excellent. Ning looked at the black-armored man, then smiled. You've done quite well, and I certainly need to reward you for your great accomplishment. As Ning spoke, he waved a finger, sending a stream of light into the black-armored man's body. The black-armored man instantly felt his sea of consciousness tremble as an enormous amount of information began to flood into him. Ning had taken many precious items away from Seclord Time Dream and the other Tao Lords, including good cultivation techniques. He casually chose a decent one which would guide this man to becoming a Tao Lord of the fourth step. Once the black-armored man came back to his senses, he was so excited he immediately fell to his knees. Thank you, Palace Lord. The three great clans were so exalted precisely because they maintained an extremely strict level of control over their cultivation techniques. Lesser clans would never have access to the knowledge of the ancestors, and so they were forced to train blindly. This made becoming a Tao Lord extremely difficult, much less one capable of reaching the fourth step. Now that he had this technique from Ning, not only would he become a Tao Lord, even his other clansmen would stand a good chance at it. Go! Ning instructed. When searching for information regarding the secret place, these subordinates had sworn lifeblood oaths in advance that they were only able to divulge this information to their superiors and not to any outsiders at all. 9 Dust. Ning sat there atop the dais, staring into the dark night sky as he sent a mental message to 9 Dust. Whoosh! A figure manifested next to him. It was the 9 Dust Sec Lord. 9 Dust said with some surprise, "It's past midnight. Why did you suddenly call for me? Want to grab a drink? Take a look at this." Ning tossed the scroll to him. 9 Dust accepted it and gave it a read. A look of delight instantly appeared on his face. "Ha! We brothers have finally found this so-called secret place. But from the looks of it, the three great clans guard it very tightly. The Tao Lord who wrote down this scroll only entered the outermost border regions by accident," Ning said. "I believe that the three great clans must have set up layers of protective mechanisms and defenses. There's no way an outsider would be able to easily penetrate it." Agreed. 9 Dust nodded. The secret place was most likely what allowed the three great clans to rise to prominence. "I'm planning to head out tonight to inspect this location," Ning said. "I'll use the shadowless evasion art and avoid discovery as best as I can. As for you, if you wish to join me, you'll have to enter my estate world treasure for now. Of course I'm going with you. The entire reason why I'm in this world is because I'm interested in the Sith's local treasury," 9 Dust said hurriedly. "Those three clan leaders are at a lower level of insight than me, but they are incredibly strong in battle and have all those Emperor-class golems. How could I give up a chance to acquire such a fortune? Haha, I knew you'd come. Let's go." As Ning spoke, he sent mental messages to his 4 highest-ranking subordinates to temporarily take control over Dark North Palace. Swoosh, swoosh. Ning and 9 Dust quietly slipped away from Dark North Palace that very night. Ning had scanned this world many times with his heart world projection, and so he knew its geography very well. Now that he had that scroll, Ning was able to guess as to approximately where this place was located. In the end, this planet was still a few billion kilometers in diameter. If Ning had been forced to search through every inch of it, 10 million years wouldn't have been enough. This place was something which even a heart world projection was unable to discover. Even if he was just a meter away from it, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize it for what it was. There's a tree roughly 9 meters thick. Once you touch it, you'll immediately be able to enter that secret place. After pulling 9 Dust into his estate world, Ning immediately activated the shadowless evasion art. Whoosh! Ning silently and soundless arrived in the rough location mentioned by the Tao Lord. He quickly eliminated the more slender trees from consideration. He was looking for something at least 9 meters thick. As Ning saw it, This so-called tree which held the secret location within it probably wasn't an actual tree, just something disguised as one. Probably would never change in appearance. Tap, tap, tap. Ning silently reached out to tap one tree after the other. His fingers were very gentle, ensuring that he generated no sound at all. He ended up spending 2 full days within the general region. Tap. Ning casually tapped on the trunk of yet another large and leafy green tree in front of him, but his finger went straight through it. A sucking power was suddenly applied to his entire body as well. Ning was overjoyed and didn't seek to resist, allowing himself to be drawn inside of the great tree. Space twisted and turned around him. He was surrounded by emptiness, with only a giant towering mountain in front of him. Ning had appeared at the base of the mountain. Ning kept the shadowless evasion art active as he carefully scanned his surroundings. This massive mountain is actually hanging in empty space. Was this done by the Sith? He was able to vaguely gaze through the void around him and see the forest outside. Clearly, outsiders weren't able to discover this place, but those inside were able to see who was outside at any time. In fact, just a single step was needed to leave this place and return to the forest in the outside world. The garrison stationed here really is powerful. Ning immediately saw a garrison stationed roughly 1,000 kilometers away from him. This garrison had 2 Emperor-class golems, 6 Samsara Downlords, and a very large number of world-level cultivators. There was also a giant cave entrance halfway up the mountain which led deep into its heart. The mountain cave was dark and unfathomably deep, and it was covered by layers of ancient formations that glowed with hazy light. When Ning saw the barriers, he felt a vague sense of danger from them. These barriers are meant to prevent people from going inside the mountain. Ning mused, most likely, the Sith treasury is located within it. The barriers protecting the 3 great clans were already quite strong. There's no way this place isn't just as well protected. I probably won't be able to force my way through the barriers. Ning knew this to be true. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to breach the barriers. The vague sense of danger he sensed from the barriers had already testified to that. Forcing his way through wouldn't work. It seemed that the only option was to play a few tricks. Ning turned, his gaze falling upon an enormous tower-shaped formation next to the garrison. At his current level power, he was able to recognize it right away. A space-time transfer array? It seems so intricate and marvelous. No wonder I kept watch over the 3 great clans for so many years without discovering how the 3 great clans entered this place. So this space-time transfer array is directly linked to the headquarters of the 3 great clans. Ning couldn't help but shake his head. This world was a vast one. The chances of one stumbling upon this particular tree were incredibly low. Even if someone did enter, the garrison stationed here would be able to easily slaughter that person. In the event of failure, the barriers surrounding the mountain cave would prevent any entry. However, time grinds away at all things. Eventually, there will be a leak. The Tao Lord who had left that scroll behind had been able to enter through a lucky streak of fortune, and he had immediately left carefully. He had only survived because his luck really was incredible. What should we do? How are we supposed to go inside? Going inside by force isn't an option. It seems we will have no choice but to wait. Ning stared at the space-time transfer array, then secretly shook his head. Yes, just wait. Waiting was a clumsy method, but sometimes the simplest methods were quite effective. Dark North, did you go inside yet? Nine Dust asked from within the estate world. A white-robed incarnation of Ning appeared next to him. Don't be impatient. I've already entered the secret area, but I'm in the outer regions of it. The entrance leading into the heart of this region has been blocked off by a barrier. It should have been the 3 great clans who set this barrier up. I really doubt I can breach it by force. Ning shook his head. Our only choice for now is to wait. Once the Tao Lords enter the heart of the region, I might be able to come up with a way to sneak through as well. They really are quite carefully. They actually set up a formation of barriers inside the secret area's passageways as well. Nine Dust was speechless. Time continued to flow on. Ji Ning kept the shadowless evasion art active the entire time and patiently waited outside for more than 50,000 years. When it came to acquiring a Sith treasury, he had patience in abundance. Within the Nanti clan, creak, a stone door swung open and a grim-faced Dao Lord of the third step walked out from within it. Dao Lord, the armored soldier outside the door said respectfully. The clan leader has sent orders. All Dao Lords must immediately head to the ancestral grounds whenever they leave their secluded meditations. Oh, this Dao Lord of the third step, Dao Lord Joyquill, narrowed his eyes. What's with the urgency? Don't you normally have to become a Dao Lord of the fourth step before being able to visit the ancestral grounds? Dao Lord, the clan leader has now changed the rules. Even Dao Lords of the second step are allowed entry, the armored soldier said hurriedly. Even Dao Lords of the second step are allowed in? Dao Lord Joyquill was shocked. How can this be? The ancestral grounds are incredibly dangerous. Success brings great rewards, but the weak will most likely perish. Although some Dao Lords of the second step have succeeded in the past, this is just too dangerous. Dao Lord, you've been in secluded meditation for many years, so you don't know what has happened. Our three great clans have encountered a deadly opponent, the armored soldier said. Over 50,000 years ago, a Dao Lord named Dark North suddenly rose to power. His might was unmatched and he challenged our three clans all by himself. The Emperor-class golems we sent out were all defeated, with him capturing 3 of them. The 3 clan leaders then led a force of 8 golems to attack him, but in the end they still weren't able to subdue him. What? Dao Lord Joyquill was astonished. Impossible. Dao Lord Dark North then established the Dark North Palace. By now, he is in control of quite a few clans. He has set himself up in opposition to our 3 clans. The armored soldier continued. The 3 clan leaders have already sent word that we are to charge deep into the ancestral grounds. Regardless of the risk, we need to find as many treasures as we can from the ancestral lands, so that we can deal with Dao Lord Dark North. After gaining a more thorough understanding of what had happened recently, Dao Lord Joyquill felt even more stunned. He never would have imagined that the clan would have fallen into such dire straits during this session of secluded meditation. Rumble. Dao Lord Joyquill stood there within a space-time transfer array. He mumbled to himself with a frown as the array started to light up. Where the hell did this Dao Lord Dark North come from? How did he become this powerful? Whoosh. Space and time twisted around him. By the time everything was clear, he found himself within the ancestral lands. The ancestral lands. Dao Lord Joyquill stared at the area around him. Next to him was a great garrison, while outside was the vast emptiness of space. Beyond even that was the great forest in the real world outside. Brother Joyquill. Dao Lord Joyquill, you came as well? The 6 Dao Lords stationed here walked out to welcome him. Yes. Dao Lord Joyquill nodded. I received the order right after I left my meditations, and so I immediately came here. Ugh. I wonder how Dao Lord Dark North trained and how he became so powerful. All of the Dao Lords of the 3 great clans are now risking their lives inside. The 6 Dao Lords in charge of the garrison side. Most of them will probably end up dead soon. How could someone like Dao Lord Dark North have suddenly emerged from those other lowly clans? They all shook their heads. They had grown accustomed to feeling superior to all others, and they didn't even hold the other 6 great clans in any regard. As they saw it, all others who were not members of the 3 great clans were lowly figures. They were the absolute rulers of this world, and they had ruled it fearlessly since time immemorial. How could they not feel enraged at how Dao Lord Dark North had suddenly shaken their positions? However, they could do nothing but sigh and lament at his appearance. The difference in power between them was simply too great. They weren't capable of doing anything to him at all. I'll head on in, Dao Lord Joyquill said. Be careful, Brother Joyquill. Hopefully, Brother Joyquill will reap great rewards from this. The 6 Dao Lords all said a few words of encouragement. Swoosh! A silent figure moved close towards Dao Lord Joyquill. Finally, a new Dao Lord has arrived, and, From the looks of things, he's about to enter the inner regions. Ning watched as Dowlord Joyquill moved towards the mountain cave. Ning quickly moved closer to Joyquill, with no one discovering his presence. Soul Thrall. By now, even the King Freak would be affected by his soul mesmerizing abilities, to say nothing of a weak Dowlord of the third step like this. Joyquill was instantly swept into a state of unconsciousness. While doing this, Ning set up a 30-meter barrier around them which warped and distorted light. If anyone glanced towards them, they would see Dowlord Joyquill continuing to walk normally. Get in here. Ning instantly drew Dowlord Joyquill into his estate world. And, here I go. Ning appeared out of nowhere, but he now looked just like Dowlord Joyquill. No, not just looked alike. Even his soul and true soul were identical to Joyquill's. Ning immediately released the barrier around the surrounding area, then glanced around him before letting out a sigh of relief. The process of setting up the barrier, catching Dowlord Joyquill, then replacing him had happened almost instantaneously, but if there was a Dowlord specifically keeping a careful watch on this area, then it would have still been possible for his actions to be noticed. Thankfully, he hadn't been. After having put away Dowlord Joyquill, Ning immediately released a small amount of his energy into his estate world to question the man. Alas, Dowlord Joyquill had long ago sworn a lifeblood oath regarding this secret place. Even though his soul had been mesmerized, he wasn't able to say a thing. Ning questioned Joyquill for quite some time but didn't gain much from it. There's nothing for it. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and walk forwards. Ning quickly reached the region covered by layers of barriers. Brother Joyquill, I've already taken control over the Sith Disc. You can come in. A voice rang out from behind the layers of blue barriers of light. The Sith Disc? Ning silently memorized this term. On the surface, he just nodded slightly as he continued forwards. Indeed, the layers of blue light were like curtains of water. Ning was able to easily walk in without the slightest disturbance at all. This barrier-filled region was tens of thousands of kilometers long, but Ning walked incredibly fast and was able to quickly bypass it. Dowlord Joyquill has arrived. It is Dowlord Joyquill. The three Dowlords in charge of the Sith Disc all laughed. They carefully inspected every person who came in, but they did so primarily through inspection of the True Soul aura. They weren't worried about Dowlord Joyquill secretly bringing anyone else inside, because every single Dowlord of the three great clans had long ago sworn lengthy lifeblood oaths. The part of the oath pertaining to the ancestral lands were particularly severe and exacting. For example, even though Ning had used a soul-mesmerizing technique on the man, he still wasn't able to learn any secrets regarding this place. Dowlord Joyquill. The three seated Dowlords looked at him. One of them, an old man with a large beard, called out in a loud voice, "Be careful after you go inside. This place is filled with danger, and many of the golems are filled with enmity towards our clans. All of them are Emperor-class golems. If they manage to ambush you, you'll be doomed." "Thank you." Ning nodded, many thoughts flashing through his mind. He absolutely had to acquire the Sith treasury. However, it seemed as though there was only one way inside this mountain, and it had been protected by layers of barriers. If I wish to take the treasury for myself, I'll probably end up revealing myself. They will be able to use these barriers to ensure that I'm unable to leave. Ning stared at the three Dowlords who were controlling the distant Sith Disc. I won't feel secure unless and until I get rid of them first. Dowlord Songfloat, Ning said while walking towards the three. As the Lord of Darknorth Palace, he held a very high status and thus knew almost all of the Dowlords within this world. What is it? The bearded elder smiled as Ning walked towards him, completely unafraid. Whoosh! Ning cracked a smile as well, sending an invisible wave of power towards them. Instantly, the three seated Dowlords felt a wave of pressure come crashing down towards them, causing them to go dizzy. Their bodies slumped to the ground, powerless. Ning instantly moved to stand next to them, grabbing the strange disc which had been rotating around the three. The round disc was a deep brown color and covered with many extremely complex runes. The ripples emanating from the disc spread out to cover tens of thousands of kilometers. The surrounding formations and barriers all had this Sith Disc as their core. Arise! Ning reached out to take a firm grip over the round disc, clasping his hands around it. Rumble. Instantly, the layers of formations and barriers for tens of thousands of kilometers around them began to rumble. The guards stationed at the garrison outside the cave couldn't help but turn their heads to look backwards. What's going on? Some of the Dowlords stationed inside the mountain were able to sense the ripple as well. Not good. That was the Sith disc. The three silver men immediately transformed into streaks of light that shot out from the mountain and charged towards Ning. Ning had grabbed at the Sith disc twice without being able to pull it to him. He immediately waved his hand and produced the Northbow sword, executing his Omega Sword Dao blood drop. This was his most penetrating attack, and it was the best attack he had for disrupting formations. Slash, slash, slash. It was hard to defeat a formation from the outside, but breaking it through when you were already inside it was much easier. One streak of mist-formed sword energy after another stabbed into the Sith disc, causing some of the supportive formations to immediately break apart. Rumble. Ning finally managed to dislodge the Sith disc from its orbit, breaking it free from the many mysterious formation runes that had been binding it. Ning then sent the Northbow sword in his hands to deliver furious chops towards the world around him, destroying all the formations one by one. Get in here. When Ning saw the three silver men fly towards him, he immediately drew the Sith disc into his estate world. Only after putting away the Sith disc did Ning feel marginally at ease. Otherwise, the many barriers it served as the focal point for would have been very problematic for him. Even if he did acquire treasures from within the mountain, there would have been no way out for him. It's you, Dowlord Darknorth. How were you able to disguise yourself as Joy Quill? You even managed to emulate his True Self's aura. The three silver men flew towards Ning. They had been shocked when they saw Dowlord Joyquill seize the Sith disc, but when they saw the Northbow sword appear in Ning's hand they immediately knew who he was. They certainly wouldn't believe that Dowlord Joyquill had the power to seize a Northbow sword from Dowlord Darknorth. Ha ha! Ning laughed as he transformed back into his own appearance. You found out too late, Ning said as he summoned his awe-inspiring heart world projection to cover both this tunnel as well as the garrison outside. Even the inner depths of the mountain were completely covered by it, and as it descended, the other Dowlords of the three great clans were stunned. What's going on? What's happening? Is this the legendary heart world projection? Could it be Dowlord Darknorth? This place is our ancestral grounds, a place hidden from all others and which is protected by the Sith disc. How could the heart world projection have invaded it? They all began to panic. Ning just frowned slightly. He could sense that although his heart world projection covered an extremely large region, there was some sort of energy deep within the mountain which was able to resist and block his heart world projection, making it unable to penetrate any deeper. Soul Thrall. A wave of heart force swept outwards. This was Ning's soul hypnosis technique, and it instantly struck all of the Dowlords within the range of his heart world projection. None of them were able to resist it at all. Even the Dowlords of the fourth step were instantly drawn into a dazed state. What are you doing? The three silver men were shocked and enraged. What does it look like I'm doing? Ning looked back at the three silver men. Don't worry. I'm not planning to kill them. If I wanted to do so, I would have been able to easily eradicate them through my heart world projection alone. I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of putting them under my control instead. You! The three silver men were enraged and anxious. The vast majority of the Dowlords of their three clans were all located here. There were one or two standing guard over their clan, and a few had ventured so deep into the mountain that they weren't covered by the heart world projection. However, Ning had at least 31 Samsara Dowlords under his control. Don't worry. If you can agree to my requests, I'll release all of them completely unharmed. A cold light flashed through Ning's eyes. But if you refuse, then don't blame me for what I'll be forced to do. The three great clans viewed themselves as the absolute rulers of this world, believing all other living creatures to be beneath them. They viewed themselves as the ultimate arbiters of life and death for the others. This mentality was pervasive in the three great clans, shared by the clan leaders and clansmen alike. They had always believed this, and after becoming Samsara Dowlords they had only become even more fearless and lawless. And in truth, they were indeed the rulers of this world. No one had ever been able to challenge or shake their authority. Only the descent of Dowlord Darknorth upon this world had shaken their status. "Speak!" the muscular silver man commanded with a growl. "Speak. Don't ask for too much," the silver-haired man said, teeth clenched. "My conditions are simple," Ning said. "First, you are not permitted to attack me. But of course, I won't do anything further to you either. We shall coexist peacefully. Second, you must tell me all the secrets you know pertaining to the Sith, including everything you know about this mountain. If you agree to both conditions, we still won't be friends, but at least we won't be enemies any longer." The world of cultivators was a world of slaughter and strife. The three great clans were protected by many formations and barriers. There was no way for Ning to wipe them out at all. Even if he did, the only result would be a different organization would rise to rule over this world. As a result, Ning couldn't even be bothered to get into a real war against these people. His ultimate goal was to obtain the Sith treasury. Once he did, he would immediately leave this place. There really was no need for him to become enemies with these three clan leaders. They were far too strong, after all. He wasn't able to defeat any of them. Right now, he knew nothing about the depths of this mountain whatsoever. The three great clans, however, had spent countless eons searching and exploring the place. They definitely knew a great deal about it. His enemies knew a great deal regarding this mountain, while he knew nothing at all. His enemies were also stronger than him. If they wanted to scheme against him here, he would probably be in a great deal of danger. The three clan leaders exchanged glances as they secretly conversed mentally. Soon, they clenched their teeth and came to a decision. "That's a nice little fantasy, you." The muscular silver man, the clan leader of the Fumo clan, growled out, "Dowlord Darknorth, we aren't able to accept your conditions due to our ancestral prescriptions." Every single member of the clan was long ago forced to swear lifeblood oaths regarding this. Ning's face tightened. "Ancestral prescriptions? But we'll make it up to you in other ways." The Fumo clan leader suppressed his rage as he spoke. "First, as you've requested, we agree to live in peace with you. Second, you must leave our ancestral lands. We will never allow anyone who is not a member of our three clans to enter this place. Third, we'll give you a gift of 3 Emperor-class golems in compensation. In return, we wish to regain our clansmen." "How generous," Ning said dryly. 3 Emperor-class golems. Our 3 great clans have only acquired a few of these golems despite having spent countless eras scouring this place. To trade you 3 golems for the lives of our clansmen is a show of great sincerity." The skinny silver man, the Jua clan leader, said in a sharp and shrill voice, "I agree that you are being quite sincere, but unfortunately, my goal is the Sith treasury." Ning shook his head. "Emperor-class golems? I really don't care too much about them." His ultimate goal was a treasure that could intrigue even an autarch. Only then would he have a chance at reviving Yue. He needed treasures on par with Crimson Wave Temple in value. Emperor-class golems weren't even close. It must be remembered that the 2 overseers who had stood guard over Crimson Wave Temple were Hegemon-class figures. "There is no way we'll permit anyone outside of our 3 clans to enter the ancestral grounds," the silver-haired man said in a cold voice. "Absolutely not." The muscular silver man's voice was ice-cold as well. "I strongly recommend that you accept our conditions." "So I should go ahead and kill them?" Ning asked. "Kill them? Go ahead. They are just Dowlords. Even if all of them died, we'd be able to raise a new generation of them in time." The 3 silver men didn't hesitate at all. The ancestral grounds served as the foundation for the entire clan. There was an enormous treasury here, and despite having spent countless years scouring the place, they had only acquired a fraction of the treasures in the outermost layer. If Dowlord Darknorth entered, he might find things that were even better than what they had acquired. He might have sworn an oath not to kill them, but his descendants might use those treasures to wipe out the 3 great clans. Why were the 3 great clans so formidable? It was because of the 3 silver men, right? But the treasury held things that were even more terrifying and powerful than the silver men. If Ning acquired them, he would be able to establish a clan that was even more terrifyingly powerful than theirs. So I really should go ahead and kill them? Ning's voice was cold as well. Swish! The Tao Lord who was located closest to the 3 clan leaders instantly had his true soul snuffed out. His eyes turned completely blank and dead. You dash! The 3 clan leaders were instantly driven into a state of fury. The 2 of us will hold him back. You go and rescue as many of our clansmen as you can. The muscular silver man and the skinny silver man howled with rage as they charged towards Ning, while the silver-haired man turned to fly deep into the mountain, seeking to pull away the Tao Lords. Too late. A flicker of something baleful flashed through Ning's eyes. If their negotiations had fallen through, then so be it. Let them die. Swoosh! 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 One true soul after another was extinguished by Ning's Heart Force Eradicator. Not a single person was able to withstand this attack. In the blink of an eye, every single one of the Tao Lords had perished. Tao Lord Dark North, you are dead meat. Die, Dark North. Die! The 2 clan leaders went berserk. In the past, they had always been the ones to hold the power of life and death over others. There had never been a situation where so many Tao Lords of their clans had been instantly annihilated by others. Even all 3 of you working together weren't able to do anything to me. What's the point of even trying with 2? Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms as he drew his 6 Northbow swords. With his heart world projection and his 9 Novescence arts swirling around him, he was able to defend against the attacks of the 2 clan leaders while moving deeper and deeper into the mountain. Although the 2 clan leaders managed to slow him down greatly, he was still able to move deeper within. The Nanti clan leader flew out of the range of my heart world projection. Ning frowned. His heart world projection merely covered part of the mountain. Deep within the mountain, there was some sort of unknown energy which was able to resist his heart world projection. The 3rd silver man had flown deeper into the mountain and outside of the range of Ning's scans. The silver-haired Nanti clan leader ventured deep into the mountain by himself. When he flew beyond the range of the heart world projection, he roared angrily, "All of you, come back! Come to me and stay away from the heart world projection. Understood? Coming." Swoosh! 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 5 figures flew straight towards him, moving quite fast as they retreated from the depths of the mountain. The silver-haired man looked at the 5 Tao Lords in front of him, sighing secretly to himself. These 5 were the only Tao Lords left of the many who had entered the ancestral grounds. And that was counting all 3 clans. Even if they factored in the ones standing guard over their clans, each clan now had just 2 or 3 Tao Lords left. What happened, clan leader? What's going on with that heart world projection? They couldn't help but query him. It's Tao Lord Dark North. He's already wiped out all of the other Tao Lords in the ancestral grounds. The silver-haired man's voice was cold as ice. Enough, there's no time for questions. The other 2 clan leaders and I will join forces to kill him inside the ancestral grounds. Since he came here, he has only himself to blame for his death. Understood. The other 5 Tao Lords were shocked and enraged. They all ground their teeth and nodded, filled with hatred towards Tao Lord Dark North and faith in their clan leader. This was because the ancestral grounds truly were terrifyingly dangerous. The silver-haired man waved his hand, collecting all 5 of them. As of right now, the 3 great clans had almost no Tao Lords left. Every single one of them was a precious resource. Ning continuously moved deeper and deeper into the mountain. Soon, the silver-haired man returned and joined forces with the other 2 clan leaders in attacking Ning. Alas, it was useless. They hadn't been able to do anything to Ning even when they had 8 Emperor-class golems assisting them. Their chances were even slimmer now. They are more familiar with this place than me. I can't let them trick me. Ning was secretly on maximum alert as he slowly delved deeper into the mountain. Palaces and other buildings gradually began to appear within the mountains, a mixture of black and gold elegance. However, the buildings were all completely shattered and destroyed, with giant claw marks occasionally seen. It was as though a single sharp set of claws had been used to tear through these buildings. We saw these claw marks in the outer layer of the stone elephant wall as well, Ning mused. It seems as though the same person fought his way all the way here. This should be the true core of the stone elephant wall. Those elegant palaces had some treasures floating in the air above them. Although the treasures and the palaces had both been wrecked, they still emanated auras of incredible power. The three clan leaders had originally been launching attacks non-stop against Ning. They gradually began to slow their attacks, but they continued to circle around him with smirks on their faces as they looked at him. We have visited the ancestral grounds countless times over the course of countless generations. This Tao Lord Dark North truly is courting death. For him to dare barge into this place, we have to kill him as soon as we can. Once more time passes and he grows familiar with this place, it'll become much harder to scheme against him. Yes, let us kill him quickly. The three clan leaders secretly planned out their next stratagem, allowing Ning to advance as he pleased in the meantime. As for Ning, he remained vigilant. He wouldn't dare to be overconfident here in a Sith relic site. Boom! Boom! Ning used his 9 novescence arts to attack the surrounding area with wild abandon. If there were any traps here, he wanted to use his 9 novescence arts to activate them at a distance. Boom! Whoosh! Some barriers did indeed flare with power, but Ning's 9 novescence arts had activated them from 10 million kilometers away, and so they didn't harm Ning in the slightest. Tao Lord Dark North is being quite careful. By relying on his secret arts, he's able to avoid many dangerous places. The three clan leaders were so angry their teeth hurt. It's fine. Once he goes deeper inside, his heart world projection and his secret arts will be useless, the skinny silver man said through clenched teeth. What's this? Ning suddenly saw a corpse that had been split in half. The corpse was so large, it was like a pair of mountains lay there amidst the palatial rubble. He saw a pitch-black humanoid figure whose midsection had been sliced in half. Judging from how the wound had been torn open, the person had clearly been torn in half by a pair of sharp claws. Ning could even see the many countless stone passageways located deep within the body itself. He could immediately recognize that this bisected onyx humanoid was the same as the onyx humanoid he had seen in the Terror Star Sea, the one which had caused the deaths of 2 hegemons of the Endless Territories in the Dawn War. Their auras were absolutely identical and gave Ning the same sense of pressure and might. He was actually torn in half? Ning was stunned. This creature was capable of bringing down hegemons with it. Even the ancient hegemon was only able to just barely pierce a hole through that onyx humanoid's chest. But this one was actually torn in half. Ning clearly remembered just how terrifyingly powerful the first one had been. The golden sand from the planet within its body had been enough to cause his northbow swords to evolve and transform. Whoosh! Ning reached out to grab at the upper half of the black humanoid's corpse. Humph! The 3 clan leaders circling around him didn't move to stop him. They just watched with cold smiles. Ning felt like he was an ordinary mortal seeking to move a mountain. There was no way for him to budge the corpse in the slightest. This thing is dead. Perhaps its core regions are damaged as well. Last time I encountered one of these things, my northbow swords were able to drink from the golden sand to evolve. This corpse might have a similar effect on my swords. This was the thought that flashed through Ning's mind, but a heartbeat later, he understood that with the 3 clan leaders present, there was simply no way he'd be able to slowly upgrade his northbow swords and let them feed. When I have a better opportunity, I should come back and explore the insides of this corpse. Ning continued his advance, leaving it behind. The vast, palatial ruins must have had many living creatures within it in the past, but all of that was gone now. Ning wasn't sure as to how many corpses had been destroyed and how many had been carted off by the 3 great clans. Perhaps the only immovable one was this onyx humanoid corpse. After spending half a day, Ning finally reached the core regions of this enormous palace complex. Rumble. A surge of unquown power was flowing through this place. It completely blocked off Ning's secret arts and heart world projection. making it impossible for them to spread out. Ning could vaguely see a few golems flickering around in front of him. Clearly, they had retreated into this place. The Emperor-class golems are all here? Ning stared at the unknown power flowing through this area. He could sense, however, that the power was quite weak. He stared off into the distance, where a series of enormous pillars could be seen generating waves of power that fed this unknown energy. Many of the pillars had toppled or been destroyed, and many more were damaged as well. Only a tiny fraction were undamaged. They are of no threat to me. They shouldn't be able to harm me. After testing things out, Ning stepped straight into the region. The three clan leaders exchanged a glance, then followed Ning in. They didn't even attack Ning, just followed him from behind. As for Ning, he ignored them. There was no point in fighting them, as he was always on the defensive. This Dao Lord Dark North is quite a cautious man. All the caution in the world won't do a damn thing for him. He'll be dying soon enough. The three clan leaders continued to plot against Ning. As for Ning himself, he carefully inspected the surrounding area. From the looks of it, this was once an enormous Sith palace complex. The residences of the highest-ranking members should have been in the centermost area, and that was where the defenses should have been tightest. Only everything along the way had been destroyed by that claw-attacking figure. Soon, Ning reached the very center of this palace complex. What's that? Ning stared off into the distance, through a number of shattered walls. He was able to see a hill-sized onyx humanoid corpse lying slumped on the ground. In fact, Ning saw a total of 3 of them. 3 more onyx humanoid corpses? Ning was awestruck. This place was definitely an extremely important place for the Sith. Suddenly, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 4 figures suddenly flew towards him at high speed from afar. Each of the 4 moved faster than 100 times the speed of light, causing Ning to turn pale. It must be remembered that the 3 clan leaders themselves merely moved at 100 times the speed of light. Ning himself had yet to breach this limit. Even amongst eternal emperors, moving faster than 100 times the speed of light was incredibly difficult. However, the 4 figures attacking Ning had each surpassed this limit. Ning immediately sensed his subconscious screaming at him about the danger he was in. He understood that these 4 figures were far more powerful than the 3 clan leaders. Any outsiders who barge into Sith lands shall be slain without exception. Kill! The 3 of you, help us stop this intruder. The 4 figures called out commands as they flew towards Ning at high speeds. Yes, my lords! The 3 silver men called back. They had become members of the Sith race after undergoing the ritual sacrificium and thus had been acknowledged by the Sith. This was why they weren't attacked. Kill! One of the figures was completely gray in color, and he wielded a short spear in his hands. Swirls of gray light manifested at the tip of the spear as he arched his entire body backwards, then threw it forwards furiously. Swoosh! The short spear shot through the air, moving far faster than the 4 figures themselves and carrying a terrifying level of power within it as it shot straight towards Ning. Ning instantly understood that if he allowed himself to be surrounded by these foes, he would definitely die. Here's our chance. The 3 clan leaders had been following Ji Ning this entire time, never letting him get too far away from them. Now they all excitedly charged straight towards him. Slow him down. If we can tie him down for a short period of time, he'll be doomed. The 3 clan leaders were filled with confidence, because it was quite easy for them to tie down Dao Lord Dark North. Boom! The short spear had already arrived in front of Ning. Ning produced a golden gem in his hand. The golden gem had strands of golden silk within it. He instantly crushed it, causing a wave of awesome power to spread out and cover his entire body, as it was surrounded by layers of silken gold light. This was one of Ning's life-preserving treasures, and it was designed to allow one's speed to skyrocket. Die! The skinny silver man shot straight towards Ning with his sharp spike in hand. Whoosh! Ning moved in a ghostly manner, instantly skyrocketing beyond 100 times the speed of light and only leaving a golden streak of light behind him. He was simply too fast. With the treasure supporting him, he was able to move even faster than the Radiant King. The short spear still arrived in front of Ning. It had actually been able to change direction mid-flight. Clang! Ning didn't dare to take it lightly. He used all 6 northbow swords to block simultaneously, only to sense a powerful surge of might transmit to him from the strike. Ning couldn't help but stumble a few steps backwards as he hurriedly retreated, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that fled. As for the short spear, the collision knocked it to one side. It went flying straight towards the Fumo clan leader, forcing the muscular silver man to hurriedly dodge to one side. Don't let him escape. Slow him down. How can he be this fast? Although the 3 clan leaders were extremely anxious, they could do nothing but watch as Ning transformed into an incomprehensibly fast speed of golden light that seemed to be even faster than the 4 figures chasing behind it. Swoosh! Ning pulled farther and farther away as he flew off into the distance. He actually escaped. The 3 clan leaders exchanged glances, feeling anxious, angry, and helpless. They knew that given their own speed, they stood no chance of catching Ning at all. Whoosh! 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 The 4 figures flew towards them and came to a halt, watching with ugly looks on their faces as Ning fled off into the distance. You 3 useless pieces of trash. One of the figures glanced disdainfully at the 3 clan leaders. You couldn't even handle such a simple task. If you were able to slow him down for just a few seconds, we would have been able to surround and kill him for sure. Humph! Any of the silver Dowlords of the old, true Sith were far more powerful than you. You are the weakest silver Dowlords we brothers have ever encountered. Not just every Sith was permitted to become a silver Dowlord. One had to first reach the supreme Dowlord level. Given Sith training methods, they proportionally had far more supreme Dowlords than the cultivators. The 3 clan leaders' weakness was their low level of understanding of the Dao. If they were at the supreme Dowlord level, Ning would have been finished long ago. The 3 clan leaders smiled ingratiatingly and didn't argue. But in their hearts they secretly grumbled. These 4 were nothing more than golems. By what right did they act so arrogantly? Indeed, these 4 figures were all Emperor-class golems, but they were noticeably much more powerful than the others. Every single one of them was on par with a lord of the sacred cities. Although Ning had just barely reached that level as well, he was still lacking in many respects. If he was to actually fight against a real lord of a sacred city, he would be completely dominated. These 4 golems, however, were each capable of fighting a sacred city lord to a standstill. For seniors, Dowlord Darknorth has barged into our forbidden grounds and should be killed, the silver-haired man said. We should hunt him down and kill him. Our responsibility is to watch over and guard this forbidden region. Since he has already escaped and left this region, we naturally will not pursue him any further. If you wish to do so, that is your business. The 4 figures glanced coldly at the 3 clan leaders, then turned and flew away. They truly did look down upon these 3 clan leaders. Although they were members of the Sith thanks to having undergone the ritual sacrificium, they were really far too weak when compared to true Sith experts. Those 4 idiots. The 3 clan leaders ground their teeth in rage. They are nothing more than golems. They shall forever do nothing more than obey the orders of the Sith race. This area has clearly been completely destroyed, but they continue to guard it and regard it as a restricted area. Why bother getting angry with golems? The 3 clan leaders turned and left. The Emperor-class golems they had caught in recent years were all fairly weak ones that were comparable to Supreme Dowlords. They wouldn't dare to even fight against the 4 strongest golems, much less capture them and bind them by force. Thanks to the speed boost provided by the treasure, Ning quickly outstripped his pursuers. Oh, they actually didn't chase? After fleeing quite a distance, Ning turned to see the 4 figures chatting with the 3 clan leaders, followed by the 4 figures returning to the core areas. Judging from what I saw, those 4 figures should have been golems. Ning nodded. Golems actually managed to become this powerful. The Sith's mastery over golems far surpassed ours. Based on the golems the 6 powers in the Endless Territories had acquired, it seemed as though there were different levels of power amongst Emperor-class golems. The ones he had fought had all been weak, while this time he had finally stumbled across strong ones. I've already found 4 of those onyx humanoid corpses here. These things held an advantage over hegemons in single combat. Ning sighed with amazement. Even Crimson Wave Temple merely had 2 of these hegemon overseers protecting it, but I count 4 dead ones here already. That means this place is probably even more important than Crimson Wave Temple. Ning was intrigued. Given how much combat power had been focused on this place by the Sith, it probably held treasures which were far more valuable than the treasures inside Crimson Wave Temple. However, this place seems to have been wrecked by that claw attacker. He butchered countless Sith and probably took away the most valuable treasures. Ning mused privately. I hope he left a few things behind. He didn't even consider the possibility that the claw attacker had died, as anyone capable of easily ripping those onyx humanoids in half had reached a level of power that was far beyond his imagination. Hegemons definitely weren't capable of thus. Then, other verse lords, perhaps? Or even the legendary autarchs? Whoosh! The 3 clan leaders flew towards Ning from afar. Those 3 fellows have come to cause trouble again. Ning frowned, then began to dart forwards while maintaining as much distance from the 3 clan leaders as he could. While flying, Ning continuously scanned through the towering palace ruins around him. He didn't dare to fly about randomly, for fear of accidentally activating some traps or mechanisms the Sith had left behind. Thus, the 3 clan leaders were able to quickly catch up to him. Ning gave them a sidelong glance. Count yourself lucky for having escaped that, the muscular silver man said with a cold laugh. You survived once, but you won't survive every time. I urge you to leave our ancestral grounds immediately. Otherwise, you'll probably die here. The Sith left behind many terrifying barriers and guardians. Although the vast majority were ruined and only a few survived, any of them would be enough to claim your puny life. Leave the ancestral grounds and live for a bit longer, the skinny silver man said. Ning completely ignored them. He might not be able to beat them, but they weren't able to do anything to him either. I just need to stay careful at all times. Can't give them any opportunities. Ning carefully scrutinized his surroundings, visualizing how the palace ruins must have looked in the past and thus predicting where certain treasures might lay. Judging from the layout, there should have been a secondary nexus over there. Ning continued his search, quickly discovering a bestial stone statue within a pile of rubble. This stone statue looked rather similar to a 3-headed lion. The style of this statue seems rather different from that of the Sith buildings. Ning was puzzled. He stared carefully and cautiously at the stone statue as he slowly moved towards it. Whoosh! The central head of the 3-headed lion statue suddenly opened its mouth. Its mouth seemed to be filled with an infinite universe in it, and an awe-inspiring amount of power suddenly swept out from the lion's mouth. Boom! A terrifying sucking power was applied to Ning, who was shocked to find that he couldn't resist it at all. He felt like an ordinary mortal who had been trapped in an ocean whirlpool as he was drawn inexorably into the lion's mouth. Ning shrank in size as he was drawn in closer and closer before finally becoming ant-sized as he entered the lion's mouth. He went inside. The 3 clan leaders who had been following Ning were shocked, and they hurriedly went over to inspect the lion. Such incredible power. There has to be a major treasure inside. The Sith left many hidden rooms with countless treasures. This place has to be one of them. Dowlord Darknorth didn't seem to be attacked. It looks as though he's just flying deeper inside. They could clearly see from outside the lion's mouth how Ning was continuously flying deeper and deeper. We can't let Dowlord Darknorth acquire those treasures. He's already incredibly powerful. If he acquires even better treasures, we're going to be doomed. We're the Sith. Sith treasures belong to us. Come, let us go inside. The 3 hesitated for a while outside before transforming into streaks of light that flew towards the lion. They did this partially because they naturally felt the need to prevent Ning from acquiring any more treasures, and partially because they didn't really worry about danger. They were Sith. Even if they entered some incredibly important restricted areas, they would at most be unceremoniously kicked out. Over the course of all these years, not a single clan leader had perished within the ancestral grounds. Where am I? Ning stared at the rainbow region around him. The aura emanating from this region was incredibly exalted, and the power flowed everywhere. Clearly, this truly was an exceptional place. Eh? Ning's face suddenly tightened as he glanced backwards. They came inside as well. The 3 silver men flew over, excited looks on their faces. As soon as they sensed the aura and power held within this region, they understood that this was an extraordinary place. Tao Lord Darknorth, all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, we never would have discovered this place. The 3 clan leaders were quite smug. Right at this moment, a humanoid figure suddenly coalesced in the center of this bright Ranbao region. This figure was dressed in long black robes, was pale-faced, had blood-red eyes, and looked both handsome and evil. He stared at the 3 clan leaders, an icy look on his face as his voice boomed out, shaking the entire world. I invited this cultivator to come in, but how dare you 3 Sith barge in as well? Do you think you are worthy of entering an autarch's territory? Die! Boom! Suddenly, a ripple of spatial power swept across the 3 silver men. They instantly turned pale, but before they could so much as say a word their bodies were split in half at the waist. A heartbeat later, their eyes turned dull as they perished. The 6 parts of the 3 silver men's corpses just hung there in midair. Ji Ning was rather stunned when he saw this. Those 3 silver men had been incredibly strong. How had they been so easily slain? Still, when he thought of the 3 words and autarch's territory, he began to understand. Anything that had even the most tenuous of connections to an autarch was guaranteed to be extraordinary. Autarchs were the most supreme leaders of the entire cultivator civilization. They were even able to create those alternate universes which eternal emperors fought over like rabid dogs, seeking to take control over them and become otherverse lords. Those otherverses were nothing more than constructs devised by the autarchs. This was a testament to how mighty the autarchs were. Senior. Ning stared at the wicked black-robed figure. He couldn't help but ask, "This place is an autarch's territory? Are you saying that one of the legendary autarchs set this place up?" "Correct." The black-robed man revealed a hint of a smile as a flicker of pride appeared in his eyes. "My master was named Bolin. The countless cultivators of the Chaosverse reverentially refer to him as Autarch Bolin. Aside from the few other autarchs who stand shoulder to shoulder with him, there is no one in all the Chaosverse who is his equal. Young fellow, you are currently just a Tao Lord. You can't even imagine just how powerful an autarch is." Ning could sense the benevolent intentions radiating from this man. In truth, when he heard the words, "I invited this cultivator to come in," Ning immediately realized that this person was a friend, not a foe. Given how he was able to annihilate the 3 clan leaders with ease, there was no need for him to deceive Ning. Ning couldn't help but ask, "Senior, are autarchs capable of reversing the flows of spacetime within a chaos world to revive a celestial immortal whose true soul was destroyed?" "Of course. Forget about celestial immortals. Even world-level cultivators can be rescued if the autarch was willing." The black-robed man shook his head. "However, being able to do so is one thing. Being willing to do so is another. Reversing spacetime to revive someone will cause the autarch to endure a backlash from the prime essences of the entire Chaosverse. Not even an autarch would suffer something like this lightly. You would have to pay a high price. A price which would sway even an autarch." Ning nodded slowly. "Come with me," the black-robed man instructed. He glanced sideways at the corpses of the 3 silver men. "Right, go ahead and collect those corpses. They probably have a few treasures on them." "All right." Ning waved his hand, collecting all 3 corpses. Instead of being actual cultivators, they chose to undergo the ritual sacrificium and serve as the pawns of the Sith. The black-robed man shook his head. "And the most unsightly Sith pawns I've ever seen." "The most unsightly?" Ning was surprised. The black-robed man nodded. "True Sith are extremely powerful. Generally speaking, the stronger a Sith is, the more unwilling he is to undergo the ritual sacrificium. Although the ritual will allow them to rapidly increase in strength within a short period of time, they lose all hope of making any further breakthroughs. This is why strong Sith disdain such an act. As for these 3 fools, They can't even compare to real Silver Downlords in power, while Silver Downlords represented the most common foot soldiers in the Sith army. During that Great War, hegemons served as the mainstays in each army. Long ago, our 5 autarchs united the forces of all cultivators in the entire Chaosverse to fight that Great War. The autarchs served as the vanguard, the edge of the blade that tore through all of the important Sith locations, the black-robed man said. For example, this entire thing was once a Sith warship. Warship? Ning had never imagined that the stone elephant wall was actually a warship. Well, I suppose it would be more appropriate to describe it as a terrifying war fortress. It was capable of easily tearing through spacetime and going from realmverse to realmverse. This warship was so powerful that it was able to slay hegemons in the blink of an eye, the black-robed man said. Not even a squad of 10 hegemons working together were able to fight this thing to a standstill. Thus, when my master discovered this thing, he continued to pursue it without pause. It fled at high speed, tearing through spacetime repeatedly as it tried to escape. But my master was able to enter it and then slaughter a path through it. He ruined this entire warship, slaying more than 30,000 Sith and destroying all of the golems. He destroyed everything, leaving nothing behind. Ning was breathless upon hearing this. So this was how powerful an autarch was. All the golems were destroyed? Ning was puzzled. But I still saw plenty of Emperor-class golems outside. To my master, those golems posed no conceivable threat at all. He let out a casual strike, destroying all the golems and then immediately departing this place. He had to hurry off to a different battlefield and continue the war against the Sith, the black-robed man said. In truth, however, these Sith golems all possessed self-repair mechanisms. They looked like they had been destroyed, but some were able to regenerate. As more time passed, some slowly were able to rebuild themselves. Some actually scavenged for parts from other golems that had been destroyed. Thus, a fraction of the golems are still alive, but they pose no real danger at all. Ning was speechless. No real danger at all? He had been forced to flee in pathetic fashion by those 4 Emperor-class golems which were comparable to the 8 lords of the sacred cities. Still, it made sense. To Autarch Bolin, those creatures were nothing more than ants. Any hegemon would have been able to destroy them with ease. They really didn't pose any danger to the cultivator civilization in general. Follow me, the black-robed man instructed as he flew forwards. Yes, Ning followed from behind. By now, the 3 great clans were in a state of utter panic. Although they had been extremely stunned by the deaths of so many Downlords, they still felt fairly calm because they knew that the Silver Downlords were the true foundation of power for them. Every single clan leader was able to inherit the legacy of a Silver Downlord. But now, how is this possible? The clan leaders died? How could they have died? How could the clan leaders have died? Impossible. No clan leader has ever been killed since the establishment of the 3 great clans. They were all completely dumbfounded. The 3 great clans didn't even know what they should do next, because they had never encountered a situation like this since they had been created. Clan leaders always died when their lifespans came to an end. None had ever been killed. Now that they had been killed, the Silver Downlord legacy had clearly been lost as well. How would they be able to protect themselves without any Silver Downlords? What should we do? The entire Fumo clan only has a single Downlord left. They were all utterly terrified. Go to the ancestral grounds. Go now and seize back the Silver Downlord legacy. You idiot! Seize it? Seize it how? All 3 clan leaders were slain. If I went, I would be instantly annihilated by Downlord Darknorth. We can't afford any further losses at all. Everyone. The 3 great clans have been defeated. Defeated. The only thing we can do is protect our clan as best we can, using the Sith discs and the many barriers left behind by our ancestors. So long as Downlord Darknorth can't breach our barriers, he won't be able to enter. All we can do is delay as long as we can. Once Downlord Darknorth lifespan comes to an end and he dies, we'll use our Emperor-class golems to rise to power once more. Yes, delaying is all we can do. The three great clans simultaneously came to this same decision. Right now, they each only had 1 or 2 Dao Lords left. It must be remembered that only Dao Lords were capable of syncing with the Sith discs that maintained the clan barriers. Once the clans lost their Dao Lords, they would be completely doomed. The black-robed man flew into the sky, leading Ning behind him. During that great war, the autarchs made contingency plans in the event of defeat, the black-robed man said. If they were defeated, we would need to be able to raise a new crop of experts who would continue the struggle against the Sith. Thus, my master autarch Bolin set up many beast worlds. He put estate worlds in every single beast statue, and the Daos he put into them were Daos which could lead to autarky. Lead towards autarky? Ning's heart trembled. Don't get too excited. It only leads towards autarky, but actually reaching the autarch level is far too difficult. The black-robed man laughed. Although the Sith were extremely powerful as a group, they didn't have any individuals who could match our autarchs in power, which was why they were defeated in the end. Autarchs are just too powerful. Just look at this warship. It was incredibly powerful, but it was viewed as nothing more but a plaything by the autarchs. Generally speaking, only eternal emperors are qualified to enter these beast worlds. I generally have no interest in Dao Lords at all, and they aren't qualified to enter. The black-robed man smiled. But just now, I noticed that you were actually able to battle those 3 pathetic silver Dao Lords to a standstill. I was quite surprised by this. You were just a Dao Lord after all, and I can tell that you aren't wielding a universe treasure. For you to be able to unleash such might is quite rare indeed, which was why I permitted you to enter. I hope you will not disappoint me. Here we are. The black-robed man pointed off into the distance. Ji Ning followed his gaze, only to see a Taoist altar hanging in the air with 9 pillars above it. How odd. This region is enormous, but it is completely empty. This Taoist altar is the only thing here. Ning was rather puzzled, but he still followed the black-robed man as they flew towards the altar. Whoosh! As soon as they landed atop the altar, Ning immediately smelled a certain fragrance pervade his nostrils. His mind grew sharper, and even his thinking speed began to quickly skyrocket. This was a marvelous effect that seemed quite similar to the stone sensor of reunion. This altar has the effect of helping you focus your mind and meditate on the Tao, the black-robed man said. An autarch's Tao is unfathomably profound and mysterious. After all, it would be extremely difficult for eternal emperors to even memorize it without help. Sit here in the lotus position within the center of that circle. The black-robed man pointed towards a circle that was roughly 9 meters in diameter. Sit in the lotus position there and view the surrounding area. There you shall find the autarch's Tao. Yes, senior. Ning felt his heart rate speed up. There were very few things which could make him feel so nervous and so eager. He walked into the circle, sat down in the lotus position, then stared at his surroundings. Eh? Ning turned pale. The vast region around him, which had formerly been empty and devoid of all things, suddenly began to manifest traces and vestiges of a Tao. Boom! A fiery red bird suddenly appeared in the empty void in front of him, spreading its wings and soaring towards the skies. Its Tao was vast and awe-inspiring, burning through all things and reducing them to ash. Nothing could withstand such a thing. This was a physical manifestation of a Tao. In the past, Ning had once seen something similar when he had seen Tao Lord Windsource, 100 Streams of the Windsource. Compared to this firebird manifestation of the Tao, however, it was unfathomably punier. If the visualization of the 100 Streams of the Windsource was like a stream, then the fiery bird was like an endlessly vast sea. What's that? Ning turned his head slightly to glance towards a different direction. There he saw a pitch-black long saber that was extremely thin and sharp. The blade was aimed towards the heavens, and the saber was so vast that it was on par with that giant fiery bird. Its power was stately and reserved, but the edge of the blade seemed to be brimming with explosive power. This was a saber Tao which inspired utter terror in Ning, a Tao that was just as capable of annihilating all in its path. The sword Tao. Next to the saber Tao hanging in the air, Ning also saw a similarly massive sword. This was a strange rapier-like sword that had no blade at all, just an incredibly sharp tip. This rapier was massive and also pointed straight towards the heavens. This was a sword Dao that focused on one aspect of the sword to the extreme. Given Ning's mastery of the Dao of the sword, he was immediately able to recognize that this rapier Dao was a path that represented the fusion of his blood drop stance and his soul heart stance, and in both the wielder had completely eclipsed Ning's current level of mastery. It represented an absolutely incomparable level of might. A giant flaming bird, a long black saber, a rapier, a black mist, a feather, a blood-colored stream, a golden sun, a vast gray sky, a dazzling rainbow. These were the 9 manifestations of the Daos that appeared in the vast void. All of these Daos were on par with each other. This is... Ning raised his head to stare towards the skies above him. In the heavens above him, he saw an incomparably massive hand. The fingers on this hand were extremely slender, while the fingernails were extremely sharp. The hand was formed into a claw stance. This great claw was filled with an incomparably exalted and absolutely tyrannical aura that filled the heavens themselves. Ning could feel his very true soul shuddering when he simply looked at the thing. Compared to that single massive hand, the other 9 Daos were unfathomably weaker. If those 9 great Daos were like vast oceans, then that great hand was like the countless stars of the cosmos themselves. It truly was incomprehensibly more powerful. Do you understand now? The black-robed man spoke out when he saw Ning raise his head upwards. I do not. Ning suppressed the excitement he felt and halted his viewings. These Dao manifestations were of tremendous benefit to him. However, this junior can tell that Autarch Bolan's claw arts were so powerful as to be completely unfathomable. Ehe! The black-robed man laughed. Long ago, my master Autarch Bolan relied on his claw arts to become a hegemon. However, he remained trapped at the hegemon level for many years, unable to make a breakthrough, and so he began to meditate on other Daos as well. The Dao of space, the Dao of time, the Dao of the sword, the Dao of the saber, the Dao of darkness. He mastered 9 Daos in total on his own, reaching the hegemon level in all of them. Ning was awestruck upon hearing this. To be able to reach the hegemon level in a single Dao was already terrifyingly impressive. Autarch Bolan had done that for 9 other Daos as well. All Daos are linked. The more Daos he mastered, the deeper master's insights into the Dao of the claw grew. Finally, all of those insights burst forth like water crashing through a shattered dam, and my master reached the Dao birth level, the level where one Dao births many Daos. He became an Autarch, the black-robed man explained. One Dao births many Daos? Ning was puzzled. Eternal emperors must gain eternal Daos for themselves. As for Autarchs, they must reach the level where one Dao births many Daos, what we call the Dao birth level, the black-robed man explained. At the apex, all Daos are linked together, which is why once you reach the Autarch level, you will naturally gain insight into many Daos you had never even trained in before. My master, for example, managed to reach the Dao birth level through his Dao of the claw. He established an alternate universe with the Dao of the claw as its original prime essence, which then unfolded through the form of countless other Daos. The black-robed man explained. Ning now understood. How incredible! Did this mean that once he reached the apex of his Omega Sword Dao, it would be able to give birth to many other Daos, such as the Daos of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, spacetime, darkness, and light? The mere thought of it stunned him. How strong would his Omega Sword Dao have to become for it to naturally give birth to countless other Daos? To go from the hegemon level to the Autarch level is far, far too difficult, the black-robed figure said. Enough. I've already told you everything you need to know. Calm your mind and go back to your viewings. Memorize all of this as quickly as you can. That way, even after you leave this place you can still meditate on what you have seen. All right, Ning nodded. He did indeed have to memorize all of this, but doing so would be extremely difficult. The Dao of an Autarch was truly inconceivable. Just memorizing its appearance was as difficult as asking an ordinary mortal to memorize a language with hundreds of millions of characters. Still, Ning understood that he had to memorize it despite its difficulty. because he couldn't stay here for the rest of his life. Only by memorizing it would he be able to train in it whenever he wished. Senior. Ning couldn't help but add, "This junior does have a request." A request? The black-robed man was puzzled. "Go ahead." "This junior has an extremely good friend who is also a supreme Tao Lord. Can he come out and view this Tao and be guided by it as well?" Ning asked. This Tao might not be of tremendous use to him in meditating on the Tao, but there was another aspect to it. The path of a cultivation was an extremely long one, and there were many hidden pitfalls and problems which cultivators could fall into. This Tao would serve as a lamp post which would illuminate the path to autarky, resolving the questions cultivators would have. Ning and Nine Dust were lifelong friends. He naturally wanted to help Nine Dust out. A supreme Tao Lord? The black-robed man chuckled. "Listen, kid. I already told you that I really don't have any interest in Tao Lords at all. I'm generally only interested in particularly powerful eternal emperors. You, however, are far stronger than other supreme Tao Lords despite not even having a universe treasure. This is why I've given you a special chance. As for ordinary supreme Tao Lords, they can forget about it." Forget about it? Ning was rather anxious, but he didn't know what to say to persuade the man. "It's not that I'm stingy." The black-robed man shook his head. "The greatest barrier any and all cultivators shall face is the Tao merge. To advance from hegemony to autarky is perhaps just as difficult as the Tao merge, but at least there isn't a danger of dying," the black-robed man said. "But the Tao merge is not only difficult, it is also fatal when failed. If you fail, you are destined to die and your Tao shall vanish. Thus, the cultivator civilization as a whole doesn't care that much about Tao Lords. New crops of Tao Lords arise in every generation, with the previous crop of Tao Lords having perished. Far, far too few supreme Tao Lords are able to skyrocket to the hegemon level of power," the black-robed man said. "Thus, it really isn't worth us wasting too much time or energy on supreme Tao Lords." Ning was speechless. He had to admit that the man made sense. To this very day, the endless territories only had 3 hegemons. One could already imagine how this current crop of supreme Tao Lords, including Winesage, Dawnstar, the Radiant King, and even Ning himself would eventually perish. For even one hegemon to emerge from their ranks would be a stroke of incredible luck. The most likely outcome was that all of them would fail and all of them would die. You, however, are a bit special. If you really do succeed in the Tao merge, you will definitely be more powerful than most hegemons," the black-robed man said. "That's the only reason why I'm giving you a chance. There's no need for me to waste my time on other supreme Tao Lords. All things and all beings are given a chance." Ji Ning couldn't help but rebut. The black-robed man paused slightly. These words had indeed moved him, as they were a bedrock of faith which all cultivators believed in. There were no absolutes in the world. There was always a chance, no matter how slim. "Ha! What you say makes sense." Intrigued, the black-robed man turned to grin at Ning. "Then I'll give that friend of yours a chance." "Truly?" Ning was delighted. All he has to do is capture an Emperor-class golem without relying on any outside sources of help or a universe treasure. If he can do that, I'll let him meditate here, the black-robed man said. Ning was stunned upon hearing this. Capture an Emperor-class golem? All of the golems within these Sith ruins were at least at the Supreme Tao Lord level. It would be incredibly hard for the Nine Dust Sect Lord to capture one of them. "There lies his chance and his opportunity," the black-robed man said. "I've given him the chance. If he can seize it, I'll give him the opportunity to train here. If he cannot, then there's nothing for it. I really have no interest in ordinary, unremarkable Tao Lords at all." "Understood. Thank you, Senior." Ning didn't dare to press his luck. He immediately said, "My friend is within my personal estate treasure. Should I? I'll send you out. Make some arrangements for your friend, then re-enter," the black-robed man said. "Acknowledged," Ning assented. The black-robed man waved his sleeves. Whoosh! Ning immediately was sent flying backwards as space twisted around him. The ant-sized Ning came flying out from the mouth of that stone lion statue, regaining his normal size once he exited. The lion's mouth, however, remained open. He would be able to re-enter whenever he chosen. Whoosh! Ning waved his hand, allowing Nine Dust to come out. How did it go, Dark North? Nine Dust immediately queried Ning upon exiting, scanning the surrounding area as he did so. He was instantly stunned by what he saw. What is this place? What's with the rubble? Wait, I see a few statues over there. They seem absolutely incredible. Is this the secret place you were talking about? Why isn't there anyone around here? Where are the 3 clan leaders? Calm down and relax, Ning said. One question at a time. Listen to me explain. Ning started to narrate the situation from the beginning, even telling Nine Dust everything about the Autarka's territory. The senior has said that if you can capture an Emperor-class golem by yourself without needing to resort to a universe treasure or outside sources of power, he'll let you train as well. Ning said helplessly. That's the only way he'll let you in. Autark? One Dao births many Daos? Just thinking about it is inconceivable. Nine Dust said excitedly. Haha. I was wondering who would be incredible enough to cause this sort of damage. So it was an Autark who ruined this place. Thank you so much, Dark North. Helping me get this slim chance was already a blessing. I'll do my absolute best. Given my current level of power, I should still have a chance to capture one of those Emperor-class golems. Right? Ning nodded. Still, he knew that Nine Dust was significantly weaker than any of the 3 clan leaders had been. The 3 clan leaders were generally able to capture Emperor-class golems in solo fights. Still, Nine Dust did have advantages of his own. His Dao was far more profound than theirs had been. Their attacks were extremely clumsy and straightforward. Ning was merely on par with the 3 clan leaders, but he had been able to easily capture 3 Emperor-class golems when surrounded by 6. This was precisely because Ning vastly outstripped those golems in both power and insight into the Dao. Go ahead. Don't worry about me. Haha. Now that the 3 clan leaders have died, there's no one capable of threatening me, Nine Dust said. Remember, don't get too close to the core regions, Ning said. Don't worry. You have escape-type treasures, so do I. Nine Dust smirked. And I won't go too far. I only need to find one of the ordinary Emperor-class golems after all. Alright, you have to be careful. After speaking, Ning walked towards the mouth of that stone lion. As he did, his body shrank in size before being drawn into the lion's mouth. Alright, kid. Your friend won you a chance to earn yourself a shot at entering this place. The rest is up to you. Let's see if you are able to capture an Emperor-class golem. The most talented of Supreme Dao Lords are generally capable of this. A rumbling voice rang out from the lion's mouth. Moments later, the lion's mouth shut. Nine Dust immediately said respectfully, Yes, Senior. His eyes gleamed with light. He knew that this person's words were correct. Extremely talented first-tier Dao Lords all were capable of succeeding in this task. The Radiant King, for example, would be able to rely on his overwhelming superiority in speed to capture an Emperor-class golem, while Palace Lord Dawnstar would be able to use his raw power. I'll be able to do it as well. Nine Dust immediately began to search for those Emperor-class golems who were in hiding. Nine Dust remained outside, beginning his hunt for an Emperor-class golem. As for Ning, after entering the Beast World, he began to once more view the Autarka's Daos. Ning only had a shot at memorizing these Daos because of the incredible effects of the altar, and so he had to remain inside of it. If he was anywhere else, these Daos would completely eclipse the bounds of Ning's memorization abilities. Thus, Ning didn't use any temporal acceleration treasure. If he entered his cottage, he would be unable to make full use of the effects of the altar. How absolutely incredible. 9 incredible Daos and that awesome Dao of the Claw. As a hegemon, Autark Bolin was able to master a total of 10 Daos to the hegemon level. No wonder he was able to become an Autark in the end. The more Ning learned and memorized, the more awe he felt. The impressions of the 10 Daos began to grow clearer and clearer within his memories. What he needed to do was to perfectly engrave all of them into his mind. Time flowed on. During the very first year, Ning was able to fully memorize the Dao of the Sword. In fact, because the sword Dao which Autarch Bolin had devised felt similar to a fusion of the blood drop stance and the soul heart stance, the memorization process caused Ning to accidentally break through to the fourth stage with his blood drop stance. This was primarily because his blood drop stance had already made incredible gains in Crimson Wave Temple, more gains than any of the rest of the 5 stances of his Omega Sword Dao. In this place, the influence of the Autarch's Daos and Sword Dao resulted in Ning shooting to the fourth stage almost immediately. After another 30 years, Ning finished memorizing the other 8 Daos as well. With that, all 9 of the hegemon-level Daos had been memorized. Ning raised his head to look upwards, finally beginning to stare at the vast claw-stanced hand which hung in the heavens above him. This hand seemed to blot out the skies themselves and were as vast and endless as the cosmos. It was supremely exalted, a Dao which birthed many other Daos. Just staring at the palm and the Dao of the claw, Ning was able to vaguely make out a quietly gurgling stream of water, a roaring blaze of fire, saber light and sword shadows, as well as the threads of karma, Dao birth. The core of it remained the Dao of the claw, but actually memorizing it was incredibly difficult for Ning. When meditating on the Dao, one would not notice the passage of time. Ning was completely absorbed in silently meditating on the enormous claw hand which hung in the skies above him. He continuously memorized everything he saw, not stopping for a single instant as he borrowed from the power of the altar. Not just him, even his primal twin and his avatar were completely focused on the memorization process. The primal twin used the stone sensor of reunion and thus was able to memorize at 30% the speed of his true body. Clearly, this altar was purpose-designed and thus was incredibly effective in helping one memorize things. The white-robed youth sat there within the levitating altar, those 9 stone pillars slowly revolving around him. The passage of years hadn't left the slightest of marks behind on him. "I've finished memorizing it." Ning opened his eyes. Within his mind appeared perfectly clear images of the 9 hegemon-level Daos and the awesome Autarch-level Dao of the Claw. Their forms had been fully engraved into his mind. But of course, this was just their form alone. Thus, they could only serve as guideposts. In truth, this was already enough. Ning knew that every cultivator had a different path to follow. To have guideposts was sufficient. If he tried to force himself to master the Autarch's Dao, it would probably actually hinder his own path. Ning rose to his feet. "Ha ha ha. Just 120 million years. Your comprehension abilities aren't bad. You managed to memorize it quite quickly." The black-robed man suddenly appeared next to Ning. "9 dust?" Ning glanced around, only to find that he was still alone. "Your friend? He's still outside battling against those Emperor-class golems. He looks as though he's improved quite a bit. A few more breakthroughs and he might actually be able to capture one of them." The black-robed man smiled. "Dark North, per my master's instructions, every single person who came in here to meditate will be given a treasure based on how well they performed." "Bestowed a treasure?" Ning's eyes lit up. "My master, Autarch Bolin, did this because he was worried about being defeated. As a result, he spared no expense in arranging for later generations of cultivators to rise to power." The black-robed man said. "Go ahead into the outside world and battle against those golems the Sith left behind. Let me see how strong you have grown. The better your performance is, the better a treasure I will give you." Ning began to feel rather excited. "Go. Show me just how powerful a mere Dao Lord can become," the black-robed man said quite eagerly. After a person forcibly memorized the physical manifestation of an Autarch's Dao, he would be able to rapidly make actual use of those insights in combat. After 120 million years of memorization, it was time for an explosive period of growth in power. Still, as the black-robed man saw it, given how strong Dao Lord Darknorth was, the man was most likely extremely close to his lifespan limit. He probably wouldn't have grown all that much. "I'll definitely do my absolute best," Ning said. Whoosh! The black-robed man waved his arm, causing a spatial ripple to surround Ning and deliver him out of this beast world and into the Sith ruins outside. The palace ruins stretched far off into the horizon. There seemed to be no end to them. More than 30,000 true Sith once lived here. Ning stared at the ruins, rather moved. I really wonder how different the Sith civilization was from our cultivator civilization. Dark North. A delight cry rang out from far away as a streak of light quickly shot towards Ning and descended. It was Nine Dust. You finally came out. I've been fighting like an idiot for millions of years, all by myself. Nine Dust said with an overjoyed look on his face. You really disappoint me. All this time, and you haven't caught a single Emperor-class golem. Ning said. Hey, don't blame me for that. I managed to make some improvements after inspecting those claw marks left behind in the palace ruins. But, Nine Dust said anxiously. But there are more than 100 of those Emperor-class golems, and they all hide behind the remaining barriers set up by the Sith. There's no way for me to force them out at all. My only choice is to wait for a chance. One time, I damn near caught one of those things, but the other golems jumped in to help the first one out. Ning now understood. The golems weren't so foolish as to fight in solo combat. When the situation turned grim for one of them, the others would step in to help out. This was why the three great clans had labored for so long to capture Emperor-class golems, and yet only had a few in each clan. I have an idea. Ning mentally transmitted his suggestion to Nine Dust. Nine Dust's eyes lit up when he heard this. Haha. That's the only real thing I can do. If you still cannot capture an Emperor-class golem, there's nothing else I can do. Ning sent mentally. Don't worry. Nine Dust suddenly thought of something. He said hurriedly, Oh, right. I almost forgot. I've been battling in these ruins for countless years and have discovered quite a few dangerous regions within it. Fortunately, I have an invulnerable aquaform. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Here's a map of all the danger zones I've discovered thus far. I prepared it for you long ago. I was just waiting for you to come out. As Nine Dust spoke, he tossed a rolled map to Ning. Ning accepted it and gave it a glance. There was a detailed map of the palace ruins here, with markings for the various danger zones. Ning revealed a delighted smile. Without this map, he would have to carefully explore for a very long period of time if he wanted to get a sense of what dangers lay here. Come, let's go catch us some golems, Ning said. Let's go. Nine Dust was filled with eagerness as well. After a full month, Nine Dust found another chance to engage an Emperor-class golem in a battle. Whoosh! A vast wave swept out to encompass an area of over 1,000,000 kilometers. The Nine Dust Sectlord's upper body was visible and utterly massive. He wielded that long staff in his hands, smashing it outwards like a stream of water that completely embodied the essence of the word, entangle. No matter how the golem struggled, Nine Dust's long staff continued to circle around it, preventing it from fleeing no matter how it tried. In the past, Nine Staff's staff arts were more explosive and dominating. Now, they are much softer. Ning was hiding off in the distance using his shadowless evasion art, and he nodded at what he saw. If one was capable of both hard and soft techniques, one would be able to unleash still greater power in combat. Although he's not able to completely defeat that golem, he can at least ensure the golem won't be able to flee. After enough time passes, the golem's energy reserves will run low. That's when it will be defeated. Ning could already guess what was about to happen. A short while later, help! The Emperor-class golem finally let out a furious call for aid. Swoosh! Swoosh! The battle had long ago attracted the attention of quite a few golems. Upon hearing their comrade plea for aid, 2 Emperor-class golems immediately charged over towards Nine Dust. Ning cracked a smile. Here they come. Ning transformed into a streak of light, clearly moving faster than 100 times the speed of light as he flew towards the 2 golems. Prior to receiving the guidance of the Autarka's Tao, Ning had already been at the limit of 100 times of speed of light. Ever since his blood drop stance broke through to the 4th level, the power of his Omega Sword Tao blood drop had doubled. This upgrading of his Tao resulted in Ning understanding many new things, and so his flying speed was also able to break past the bottleneck of 100 times the speed of light. Who is that? Where did he suddenly come from? The 2 Emperor-class golem reinforcements were shocked. Ning had been maintaining the shadowless evasion art the entire time, and thus they hadn't noticed him. Fight! Attack! Friends! Come and help out. Although the two Emperor-class golems were shocked at first, they quickly calmed down. It was hard for even the three clan leaders to catch them when all three were working together. What did they have to fear? Instantly, all of the other watching golems charged towards them as well. Whoosh! Ning had already reached the two Emperor-class golems. 3 heads, 6 arms, active, and 6 northbow swords at the ready. Swish! 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 Streaks of mist-formed sword energy struck out with terrifying speed. Now that the blood drop stance's power had doubled yet again, the attack was even faster than it had been before. The two Emperor-class golems frantically tried to defend, but they weren't even able to touch Ning's sword before it gently coiled around them and bound them in multiple layers. In you go, and you too. These two Emperor-class golems didn't have invulnerable aquaforms, and so they were easily taken away forcibly by Ning. What? How is this possible? The other 5 Emperor-class golems who had been charging over to reinforce their comrades were all terrified, as was the golem which was battling against Nine Dust. This newcomer had instantly captured 2 Emperor-class golems? How could he be so terrifyingly strong? What they didn't understand was that although the 3 clan leaders were extremely powerful, their attacks were clumsy and limited in speed to 100 times the speed of light. Blocking their attacks was naturally quite easy. Ning, however, was different. His sword arts were so incredibly fast that he far outstripped the Emperor-class golems in speed. Given how unpredictable his attacks were, he naturally was able to defeat and capture the golems in just a single clash. Forget about 2. Even if 5 or 6 golems were attacking him, he would be able to easily defeat and capture at least half of them in a twinkling, then in the next twinkling catch the rest. This was what made Ning so dangerous. Swoosh! After putting away the 2 golems, Ning turned to charge straight towards the reinforcement golems. Not good. Hide. Don't fight him head-on. The golems were all terrified. These golems were all roughly on the same level of power. If 2 of them had been captured in just a single clash, how could the others possibly dare to engage? They naturally were terrified into a hasty retreat. This Tao Lord is too powerful. He's absolutely terrifying, even worse than the 3 clan leaders. What should we do? Even if there were 10 of us working together, we still wouldn't be a match for him. He'd just capture us all, one after the other. I think we need at least 30 working together if we want to kill him. The golems quickly retreated behind some of the few remaining barriers. Neither Ning nor Nine Dust dared to touch them. But since the golems belonged to the Sith side, they wouldn't be attacked. Everyone, we have to hurry up and join forces against him. The golems discussed internally. The main problem was that the palace ruins were simply far, far too vast. The golems were all scattered across it by a distance of tens or even hundreds of millions of kilometers. To gather them all together would take time. If they tried to hastily gather together in smaller numbers, the end result would just be that Ning would defeat them one by one. And so, the 16 Emperor-class golems that were close to Nine Dust's battlefield were all so terrified that they didn't dare to come and reinforce their comrade. After spending the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, Nine Dust finally managed to deplete the Emperor-class golem's energy reserves and caught it. Actually, this was the exact same method the 3 great clans had used to capture those Emperor-class golems with invulnerable forms. This was why they had quite a few of them. All combat consumed energy, and golems didn't have spirit pills. Their regenerative speed was also far lower than that of cultivators. A short battle was fine, but a long battle they couldn't escape from would result in capture once their energy stores were depleted. I finally caught one. Nine Dust was ecstatic. Congratulations. Ning flew over. I only managed to catch one because you blocked the others. Does this even count? Nine Dust was still a bit worried. Ning said with a laugh, that senior only said that you aren't allowed to use universe treasures or outside sources of help. You had to capture an Emperor-class golem on your own. And that's exactly what you did. Me fighting a few others is a separate issue entirely. Should be fine. Let's go and ask. All right. Nine Dust rather nervously flew towards the lion statue. Thankfully, the treasure spirit within that beast world didn't stop him. Instead, it granted Nine Dust entry. Haha! Ning started to laugh. With this bit of luck under his belt, Brother Nine Dust's chances at the Dao merge shall be a bit better now. The Dao merge was far too difficult. If one wished to succeed in it, one needed to fight for every scrap of karmic fortune available. Ning wasn't confident in his own Dao merge chances, but he wished for his best friends to succeed in theirs. Emperor-class golems. Come here. Eager to do battle, Ning once more charged towards the golems. Wanting to capture them was part of his eagerness, but he also had the feeling that he was gaining new insights into the 5 stances of his Omega Sword Dao through combat. His Soul Heart stance in particular felt as though it was just one step away from the 4th stage. Clearly, the 120 million years he had spent memorizing the Autarka's Dao had given Ning a wealth of experience to draw upon. Within the beast world, Nine Dust was seated in the lotus position within the altar, staring at the giant claw hand hanging in the heavens that surpassed and transcended everything else that was here. Phew! Nine Dust let out a long breath, then closed his eyes and revealed a smile. Success. Finally, I see a glimmer of hope for myself regarding the Dao merge. When Nine Dust had used up the Void Sea Jade Seal, he had been able to simulate a Dao merge. Although the simulation was partial and incomplete, he had still benefited from it enormously. But alas, he still didn't feel good about his chances at the Dao merge. Now, however, he felt as though he had a shot. Autarks. They truly are incredible. Nine Dust couldn't help but let out a sigh of praise as he rose to his feet. You've memorized everything already? It's only been 500 million years. Not bad at all. The black-robed figure materialized right next to him. Yes, Nine Dust smiled. Not too shabby, but I wasn't as fast as Dark North. He was an ancient cultivator. When he was a Dao Lord of the 1st step, his divine body and soul were already comparable to those of most Dao Lords of the 3rd step. Now that he had reached the 4th step, his body and soul were unimaginably powerful. This was why he had managed to memorize it all in just 500 million years. Right. Master once instructed that every single cultivator who was able to memorize these Daos would be given a treasure based on their performance. The better they perform, the better a treasure they receive. Dark North, for example, has improved significantly. Once he comes back here, I'll definitely give him a superb treasure. Nine Dust, go out and pick a few fights. Show me how much you've improved. Treasure. Nine Dust grew excited. Yes, treasures the Autark gave me to hand out. The black-robed man had an enigmatic smile on his face. An Autarka's treasures are naturally extraordinary. All right, then let me leave right away. Nine Dust was eager to do battle. The black-robed man waved his hand, causing a spatial bubble to encompass Nine Dust and teleport him outside the beast world. As soon as Nine Dust emerged, he saw the white-robed youth seated in the lotus position next to a shattered wall that was within the ruined palaces. Dark North, Nine Dust called out. The distant Jining opened his eyes and smiled. You finally came out. I've been waiting forever for you. You call that forever? Verge-level Dao Lords have all spent tens of thousands of chaos cycles training before they go attempt their Dao merge. In comparison, the amount of time I just spent was absolutely nothing. Nine Dust transformed into a streak of light that flew over towards Ning, landing right before the shattered wall. He asked, You must have improved quite a bit in recent years, eh? Not bad. Ning grinned. His improvements weren't exactly minor, but neither were they extravagant. More than 500 million years had just gone past. During this period of time, Ning had slowly absorbed the insights he had gained from memorizing the teachings of the Autark. He had broken through to the 4th stage with the blood drop stance early on, but now he had done the same with the Soul Heart, Yin-Yang, and Shadowless stances. However, the Heavenbreaker stance had yet to make the breakthrough. Going from being a Dao Lord of the 3rd step to being a Dao Lord of the 4th step was incredibly difficult to begin with. Nine Dust and Badlands had both spent many chaos cycles doing just that, with Nine Dust only succeeding thanks to the legacy he had gained from that ancestral hegemon of the ancient cultivators. As for Badlands, he still had yet to reach the 4th step. As for Ning, His path was that of the Omega Sword Dao. It was far more difficult than Nine Dusts. To be able to make so many breakthroughs in just a few 100 million years was already terrifyingly fast, much faster than Ning had originally anticipated. It was all thanks to the stone sensor of reunion as well as the Autarka's guidance. Based on this level of speed, if I'm lucky, I might be able to become a Dao Lord of the fourth step after a chaos cycle. Ning felt quite eager. If I'm not lucky, though, I could well be bottlenecked for a 10 or 100 chaos cycles. Once He did take that final step and became a Dao Lord of the fourth step, the last great barrier awaiting Ning would be the Dao Merge. That would be the true test, the deadly trial which he felt he had less than a 0.01% chance of passing. Dark North, Nine Dust said excitedly. That senior said that he would give each of us a treasure based on how well we perform. He also said that you've improved quite a bit. You'll definitely get one extraordinary treasure. He praised my improvements as being significant. Ning revealed an excited look. Yes, that's exactly what he said. Nine Dust nodded. Ning grew excited. He himself didn't know if his improvements counted as major or minor in the eyes of the treasure spirit. Prior to memorizing the Autarka's guidance, he had yet to break through in any of the 5 stances of his Omega Sword Dao. Now, however, he had reached the 4th stage in 4 of those 5 stances. Was this major? He wasn't sure, but upon hearing Nine Dust's words, Ning felt greatly relieved. He now eagerly awaited what would be coming next. In truth, the spirit of the beast world had believed that Ning had long ago reached the apex of power as a Dao Lord and that Ning thus had very little room for improvement. Given how much stronger Ning had become, of course he viewed Ning's improvements as being incredible. Haha. Good. Nine Dust, you need to make your breakthroughs as soon as possible as well, Ning said hurriedly. The Autarka's guidance truly is of incredible help in cultivation. Yes, after seeing the Autarka's Dao, I finally understood what petty, irrelevant figures we are, Nine Dust said. I've already gained many new insights, and I trust one should be able to make a breakthrough soon. Haha. I've fully memorized the Autarka's Dao guidance. If I still can't beat the likes of Dawnstar, the Radiant King, or Dreamlore, even I would feel ashamed of myself. Haha. That's the spirit. Ning laughed as well. My improvements are nothing. I imagine even eternal emperors and hegemons would love to have a chance to gaze into the Dao teachings of an autark. Nine Dust shook his head. Alas, blessings like this can only be hoped for, not counted on. I've always felt that I'm incredibly talented. If even this blessing isn't enough to propel me past the Radiant King and the others, I would view myself as nothing more than a joke. Hurry up and train, Ning urged. Improve as much as you can. After we pick up our treasures, we're going to leave this world and return to the endless territories. All right, Nine Dust nodded. I'm gonna go find those Emperor-class golems and fight them again. You should probably stay away from me. Otherwise, those golems will refuse to engage with you, Ning said with a laugh. What? Why? Nine Dust was surprised. Did you beat them up that badly? Kind of, Ning said. Dark North, how many golems have you caught? Exactly? Nine Dust asked rather excitedly. Emperor-class golems were definitely quite valuable. Only the Sith had them in fairly large numbers. Ning shook his head. I caught a few early on, but all of them are quite clever. Once they saw they couldn't beat me, they refused to battle me any further. So how many have you captured, exactly? Nine Dust asked again. When you first entered the beast world, the Emperor-class golems began to assemble. A total of 32 of them joined forces against me. Ning shook his head. They really were quite cautious. Even I was put in rather dire straits by their combined powers. However, I intentionally held back some of my power, using them to temper my sword arts. After I managed to make a new breakthrough, I suddenly struck out with full power and caught them off guard, capturing 8 of them in a row. The others were frightened off at that point, and ever since then, they haven't dared to approach me. 8. If we factor in the 2 you caught when helping me out, then add in the 2 you took when we captured 3 from the 3 great clans. That means you have a total of 12 Emperor-class golems. Nine Dust had a state of disbelief on his face. I only have two. Getting envious? Ning smirked. No wonder they don't dare to approach you any further. Nine Dust shook his head. Fine, I'll go hunt them down and fight with them. When I feel I've improved as much as I can, I'll come find you. All right. Ning nodded. Swoosh. Nine Dust quickly soared into the distance, flying hundreds of kilometers away into an ruin-filled region. The golems knew exactly how strong Nine Dust was. As a result, they feared Ning but not Nine Dust. 3 of the Emperor-class golems immediately appeared and surrounded the Nine Dust sect lord. Ning watched this all happen from before. A few seconds later, he leapt forwards and transformed into a streak of light that shot towards the core Sith residential zone. This is the place. Ning immediately came to a halt when he reached the borders of the core region. You again? You actually dare to invade the Sith grounds yet again? 4 figures appeared in the distance, roaring furiously at Ning as they transformed into streaks of light and moved towards him faster than 100 times the limits of the heavenly Daos. Ning just stood 3 watching from afar. Ever since the weaker Emperor-class golems had refused to battle against him, Ning began to harbor designs upon these 4 stronger golems, each of which was on par with the 8 lords of the sacred cities. Over the course of 500 million years, Ning had already battled against them countless times. Each time he would go to the very margins of the core residences. Once the battle started to go against him, he would quickly retreat. So long as he left the core residential region, these 4 golems would cease their pursuit. They were golems, after all. Now that their original masters were died, they would forever carry out the final tasks their masters had ordered them to do without any deviations. Only if they were forcibly bound would they follow a new master. The Sith must have hidden quite a few treasures in the core regions. But these 4 won't let me get even close to them. I can see some of them, but I can't acquire them. Ning mused to himself. I'll see if I can get Nine Dust to come up with a way to capture a few more of those Emperor-class golems. He can lead them and assist me in assaulting the core regions. The Sith truly had left quite a few treasures here. Almost all of them had been shattered, but over the course of time they had slowly healed and recovered. All of them were under guard. Ning was quite intrigued by them, but he just wasn't strong enough to take them. He needed help. Alas, the Emperor-class golems refused to even go near him, giving him no chance at all. The rest was up to Nine Dust. Nine Dust was viewed much less dangerous, which meant he actually had a shot as he was able to lure the Emperor-class golems out of hiding. He might actually be able to capture a few more within the Sith ruins. That Nine Dust fellow is much weaker than Dark North. It's been a few million years, but he hasn't been able to catch any of us. That's normal. Did you think that every Dowlord was as much of a freak as Dowlord Dark North is? The Emperor-class golems were excited to battle against Nine Dust. Nine Dust had indeed improved, and quite a bit at that. But with the Emperor-class golems all helping each other out, Nine Dust had not been able to catch any of them during the past few million years. Endless. Nine Dust spun the longstaff in his hands, his staff surrounded by thousands of whirlpools, as it furiously swept towards the 4 Emperor-class golems attacking him. 2 of them had assumed invisible forms which tied Nine Dust down, while the other 2 fought Nine Dust head-on. Traceless. Nine Dust let out a furious shot, his long staff dramatically expanding in length as he lashed downwards at the warhammer-wielding golem in front of them. The golem hurriedly lifted its warhammer up above its head, seeking to block the attack. Boom! The long staff twisted slightly in an almost whip-like fashion as it smashed towards the warhammer. An invisible ripple of power was transmitted from the long staff to the warhammer, slamming directly into the golem's body. Instantly, the golem's entire body trembled as it was sent stumbling backwards, then fell into a seated position on the ground. Careful, Warsky! Another one of the Emperor-class golems hurriedly ran over to help. It was 1 against 4, but Nine Dust wasn't at any disadvantage at all. The 2 sides had battled evenly for quite some time, with Nine Dust clearly being much more powerful than before. Ha! Nine Dust suddenly began to laugh loudly as a formation diagram suddenly appeared with his palm. The formation diagram quickly flew out and expanded in size to cover an area of 10 million kilometers. What? We've been trapped. A formation? The 4 Emperor-class golems were all shocked. As for the distant golems who were just watching, they were stunned as well. Nine Dust had battled against them for many years, but he had never used such an insidious technique like this before. It was rare for them to encounter a worthy opponent, and so they quite enjoyed the chance to battle against Nine Dust. But who would have thought that they'd suddenly fall into a trap? Tao Lord Nine Dust. I didn't realize you were such a despicable person. Damn it! The 4 golems were incomparably enraged. In the past, they had heard Ning address the Nine Dust sect lord as Nine Dust, and so they naturally believed that Tao Lord Nine Dust was his proper title. Nine Dust himself naturally didn't bother to explain or correct the misunderstanding. Despicable? Ha! How am I despicable? Because of the orders the Sith gave you, you've been stuck here guarding this rubble for countless eons. Aren't you bored out of your minds yet? When the 3 clan leaders caught your comrades, they would wipe out your golem spirits and instill new ones. I, however, can guarantee that I won't wipe your spirits out when I take you out of here, Nine Dust said loudly. You'll be able to see a much more colorful world. It'll be a hell of a lot better than guarding this place for sure. Don't waste time talking to him. Come on then. Get ready to die. The golems were blindly loyal and devoted. Although they were curious about the outside world, as golems they would never think to disobey the orders of their masters. This was the tragedy of golem lifeforms. And if their new masters chose to wipe out their souls, their end would only become even more tragic. It was a form of death, with the new golem spirit representing a completely different and new sentience. Dark North, Nine Dust called out loudly. Swoosh! The distant Ning had already transformed into a streak of light that was flying towards this place at high speed. Although he was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, he moved faster than 100 times the speed of light and thus was quickly able to reach and move into the formation area, passing through the barriers with ease. You finally made your move, Ning said with a laugh. Hurry up and help me catch them, Nine Dust urged. The 2 would naturally be able to capture these 4 Emperor-class golems much more quickly if they worked together. 2 of the golems had invulnerable forms and would be a bit tougher to deal with, but Ning's attacks were now so powerful that he was able to deplete their energy stores quite quickly. Before the formation even had a chance to dissipate, they had already been exhausted and captured alive. After putting away the golems, Nine Dust willed the formation around them to dissipate. Look at those golems over there. Ning pointed off into the distance, where a number of golems were hiding behind a barrier. The golems were staring towards the 2 of them with mixed looks in their eyes. Their gazes were filled with eagerness, anger, and indifference. In their heart of hearts, they would love to leave this place with us. Nine Dust nodded as well. But they are not only afraid of having their spirits wiped out, they are also bound by their original orders to stay at this place. Alas! If they continue to hide inside, there's certainly no way for us to take them out of here. Ning shook his head. As Ning and Nine Dust saw it, they were helping these golems out by taking them away from this place. Eventually, Ning and Nine Dust would die after they most likely failed their downmerges. But the golems possessed perpetual life. They would be given to new masters and would continue to live exciting lives. To be trapped here within the Sith ruins was far too meaningless an existence. We aren't strong enough yet. Ning shook his head. We can't help them. Ning had tested himself against the barriers long ago, but even though only a few fragmented barriers remained, the likes of him remained unable to damage them in the slightest. Right? I haven't had a chance to congratulate you on finally mastering those ultimate attacks of yours, Ning said. The plan he and Nine Dust had settled upon was for Nine Dust to first use these golems to temper his staff arts. Only after truly mastering his new ultimate attack would Nine Dust actually move to capture them. I came up with a few killer attacks back in Crimson Wave Temple, but each had their own flaws. After having a chance to view the Autarka's Das, I was able to perfect those killer attacks and then come up with my 3 ultimate attacks: Boundless, Endless, and Traceless. These 3 ultimate attacks of mine are just as strong as the 3 ultimate attacks used by the Radiant King. And perhaps they are stronger. Nine Dust said confidently. Who knows? I might be able to defeat Dowlord Dreamlore and be ranked as the 3rd Dowlord in all the Endless Territories. Ning nodded. He agreed with this assessment. Nine Dust definitely was on the same level as Dawnstar and Dreamlore by now. As for who would win in an actual fight, that could only be determined on the field of battle. Rest for a bit. After your formation treasure has regenerated its power, we're going to go attack the core regions of the ruins, Ning said. Agreed. Nine Dust turned solemn. Attacking the core region would be extremely dangerous. The entire reason they had come here was in search of a Sith fortune to claim. They had gained quite a bit from the Autarka's Dao, but that wasn't the reason they had come here. Another 3 days went past. Finally, Ning and Nine Dust simultaneously arrived at the outer borders to the region which held the core Sith residential ruins. No one is permitted to trespass within Sith territory. Dowlord Darknorth, you've already trespassed repeatedly. And now, you are bringing another Dowlord with you. The 4 figures flew over, eyes filled with murder. These were the 4 golems comparable to the lords of the sacred cities. These were the 4 most powerful golems in all the Sith ruins. However, this wasn't always the case. Long ago, these 4 golems were nothing more than ordinary guard golems stationed to the core regions. Those onyx humanoids had hegemon levels of power and were the mainstays in battle. Alas, the strongest had been either completely destroyed or taken away by the Autark. In the end, only 4 of the ordinary guard golems were able to slowly repair themselves and recover. These 4 ordinary golems, however, posed an enormous degree of danger to Ning and Nine Dust. They were on the level of the lords of the sacred cities, after all. Dowlord Darknorth, you've always been quite careful. You've never dared to truly risk it all. How about this? Only 2 of us 4 will participate in this battle. You can fight us in a 2-on-1 fight, but we're going to fight over there, rather than here in the border areas, the 4 golems said. By now, they knew Ning far too well. Ning just shouted back, "The 4 of you are extraordinarily strong. I really need to act with more caution instead." The 4 golems were truly strong. Even when Ning was focusing on defensive sword arts, he could easily die from their blows. Thus, he only challenged them in the outer regions where he could immediately retreat once things started to go south. Attack! Kill Darknorth's companion first. Darknorth's been here countless times. Let's remind him of just how fearsome we can be. The 4 figures had been thoroughly pissed off by Ning quite some time ago. Ning and Nine Dust stood shoulder to shoulder. You ready? Ning sent mentally. No worries, Nine Dust replied. I'm more than ready. In truth, Nine Dust was feeling quite nervous as well. We'll succeed, Ning said. He was a bit anxious as well. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 golems howled through the air, moving at different speeds but all surpassing 100 times the speed of light. This is the perfect moment. Attack! Ning shouted mentally. A black rune diagram suddenly appeared within Ning and Nine Dust's palms. This was a single-use formation treasure. An enormous black whirlpool appeared and rapidly expanded, with over 1,000 layers of energy swirling around it. Every single layer of energy was filled with countless complicated formations, and the entire black whirlpool quickly covered the 2 golems who were the fastest and had charged closest to them. Ning and Nine Dust both used one of the black formation diagrams, which meant 2 of the black whirlpools had appeared. One was aimed inwards while the other was aimed outwards, simultaneously trapping and repelling their foes. Go! Nine Dust then took out normal formation diagram treasure, the single-use one he had acquired from the ancestral hegemon of the ancients which could only be used after charging. Boom! An enormous formation that was round within and square without suddenly appeared, filled with countless layers of dense barriers. This formation immediately surrounded the outermost black whirlpool barrier. A total of 3 formations were being used to trap these 2 Emperor-class golems. Damn! Formations! Break! Break! Break for me! The 2 trapped golems bellowed with rage as they furiously assaulted the formation. Multiple layers of formations began to tremble, with a few of the innermost layers actually beginning to split apart. However, they quickly managed to regenerate. Nine Dust was stunned by what he saw. He sent mentally, "They really are strong. Dark North, these two golems are way too strong. That's why I came up with the idea of using a trifecta of formations against them. We need to trap them there as long as we can. Speed is the name of the game here." Ji Ning stared at the two slower golems who were charging straight towards them. He certainly didn't dare to trap all four golems at once, because they had a way to merge their power together. In that situation, the formation would probably last only 10 to 20% as long as it should. "Let's go!" Ning roared angrily. Swoosh! He charged forwards by himself, moving towards the tall, skinny golem wielding a pair of enormous scimitars. Clang! 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 Ning immediately began to battle against the tall, skinny golem. Saber light flashed everywhere, and each blow was incredibly heavy. Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of extreme pressure. "You won't be able to stop us, Dowlord Dark North." The fourth and slowest golem was a muscular golem who wielded an enormous great axe, and he came charging straight towards Ning. "Go!" Ning willed it. Whoosh! 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 A total of 12 Emperor-class golems suddenly appeared in the empty void next to him. These were all the Emperor-class golems Ning currently owned. As for Nine Dust, he also let out a furious shout as he released his 4 Emperor-class golems. Although he had 6 total, 2 of them had other assignments to take care of. Whoosh! 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 Ning's 12 golems and Nine Dust's 4 launched a simultaneous attack against the great axe-wielding golem. Swoosh! 5 of the 16 golems had invulnerable forms, and they transformed into a 5-colored rope that began to coil around the great axe-wielding golem. As for the other 11, they began to surround and attack as well. Ning was able to fight against 32 Emperor-class golems simultaneously thanks to his shadowless evasion art, his soul heart stance, and his yin-yang defenses. This great axe golem, however, relied primarily on brute force. Thus, the 16 Emperor-class golems were actually able to tie it down once they entered battle against it. Nine Dust, hurry up and go get those treasures. Ning sent mentally. Leave it to me. Nine Dust immediately charged towards the core regions with his 2 remaining golems by his side. Stop! Stop! The 2 golems trapped within the formation diagram were enraged. You won't be able to escape. Ning continued to battle against the tall, skinny golems. These golems all had their own strengths and weaknesses, and Ning had incorporated them into his calculations for this plan. The slow, great axe-wielding golem was the strongest, and thus Ning left it up to his 16 golems to fight against it. This was because all Emperor-class golems had incredibly tough bodies and didn't fear brute force attacks. What they truly feared were sly, crafty attacks. Ning, for example, was dealing with just that as he fought against the golem wielding 2 giant scimitars. Saber light was flying everywhere in an unpredictable manner. 16 golems probably wouldn't be enough to tie it down, and so Ning had taken on that responsibility fearlessly. Slash! 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 Sword light and saber light clashed against each other repeatedly. Ning's sword was faster and more unpredictable, but it was slightly weaker. However, he was using a total of 6 swords. Thus, he was able to tie this tall, skinny golem down and ensure that it was tied down as well and unable to escape. With the formation diagrams, Ji Ning, and the 16 Emperor-class golems working in harmony, all 4 Guardian golems were temporarily tied down. Right at this moment, Nine Dust led his 2 golems in search of treasures. Go over there. Try over here. Smash that apart. Nine Dust gave out one order after another, sending his golems into the more dangerous areas he encountered. The golems were all top-grade eternal treasures and weren't easy to damage. Haha! Nice treasure. This treasure is actually able to affect space-time? Take this one with us. The central residences were littered with formation diagrams, strange gemstones inlaid in stone pillars, and strange mechanisms which had unknown purposes. The Nine Dust Sect Lord took every single thing he saw. It didn't matter if he saw an immediate use for them or not. He'd worry about that once they got out of this place. For now, his goal was to take away everything he could. After just 20 seconds, Nine Dust had swept away virtually all of the items in the territory protected by the 4 golems, with the exception of 2 places which were protected by residual barriers and which couldn't be entered. Swoosh! Nine Dust immediately fled at maximum speed. Dark North, let's go! Nine Dust's voice echoed within the ruins. Haha! Thanks for everything. Ning led his 16 golems in a rapid retreat. Although the 2 golems attacking him tried to pursue him, there was simply no way for them to catch up. After Ning fled out of the central regions, the golems immediately halted their attacks and went to help their other comrades break free from the 3 layers of formations. By now, the formations had already been mostly destroyed. With all 4 golems working together, it took merely 5 seconds to completely wreck it. Tao Lord Dark North ended up getting what he wanted. The 4 golems all sighed amongst themselves. The Sith in this place died out long ago. Those treasures weren't doing any good. If he took them, he took them. Ugh, we're supposed to guard this place. But what are we guarding? Our masters died long ago. The 4 golems had to guard this place and follow the final orders they were given, which was why they had repeatedly intervened to stop Ning. In truth, they personally didn't care about the treasures at all. In fact, they had long ago felt that their solitary life was boring and pointless. Life had been much more interesting lately with Dark North around. Agreed. Now that he has the treasures he wants, he's probably going to leave. We're about to go back to our normal, boring life. I thought that we'd be able to hold him back and we'd fight each other for a couple thousand chaos cycles. Who would have thought he'd get the treasures so soon? The guardian golems all felt rather regretful. It had been a long time since they had felt challenged. The Sith who had been living in the ruins had died long ago, with the golems bound by the final orders they had given before dying. Only if someone was able to forcibly abduct and bind the golems would their destinies be changed. The lion statue's mouth suddenly opened. Ning and Nine Dust flew into the mouth, entering the beast world within. Greetings, Senior. Both Ning and Nine Dust bowed respectfully towards the black-robed man standing in the void before them. You've both improved quite a bit, especially you Dark North. There's a limit to how strong Dowlords can be, and you had already reached an extremely high level of power, and now you've made great gains yet again. Impressive. The black-robed man nodded in praise. Although he had been left behind by the Autarch to safeguard this beast world, he had never heard of an Omega Sword Dao and thus had reached a wrong estimation of Ning's abilities. Once Ning became a Dao Lord of the 4th step, he would become truly powerful. I'll give each of you a treasure. The black-robed elder waved his hand, causing a blood-red medallion with the imprint of a claw atop it to appear. Nine Dust, this is for you. The black-robed elder handed the item to the Nine Dust Sect Lord. Thank you, Senior. Nine Dust excitedly accepted the strange blood claw medallion. But once he gained it, he couldn't find anything special about it no matter how he scanned it. He glanced at the black-robed man with some confusion. Senior, might I ask what this treasure? Haha. I'll also give you a copy of a Chaos Star map. The black-robed man waved his hand, causing an astral scroll to appear. He unfurled the astral scroll, which mapped out an enormous region of darkness as well as 3 realm verses around it. Here are the 3 closest realm verses, the black-robed man said. This is the Multi-Light realm verse. This is the Red Castle realm verse. And this is the Flame Dragon realm verse. This Sith worship we're in has been drifting through the Great Dark for endless ages. Based on the trajectory and speed at which we were moving, I imagine we should be close to these 3 realm verse by now. The 2 of you should be from one of these 3 realm verses, right? Senior, how is it that you know we are from the outside and are not cultivators local to this planet? Nine Dust asked curiously. Haha. As soon as you broke through the outermost layer of deep fire blackstone surrounding the vessel, I was able to sense you. The black-robed man nodded and smiled. Ning and Nine Dust now understood. We came from the Flame Dragon realmverse. This place is fairly close to the Flame Dragon realmverse, Nine Dust said. What a coincidence. The Flame Dragon Realmverse has a special place within it that was created and left behind by my master. The black-robed man continued. If you bear this medallion, so long as you are close enough to that place, you'll be able to sense it through this medallion. You'll be able to use it to teleport yourself directly inside. Where is it? Ning and Nine Dust were both curious. Around here, the astral map rapidly zoomed in on the Flame Dragon Realmverse, revealing a specific place. Is that? Ning and Nine Dust were both shocked. Inside the Aeonian Kingdom? Both of them had extraordinarily high statuses within the Endless Territories. Thus, they naturally knew where the headquarters of the Aeonians, one of the 6 great powers of the Endless Territories, was located. The place the black-robed man had just marked out was within the Aeonian Kingdom. The Aeonian Kingdom was an incredibly mysterious place. Although there were very few Aeonians, especially strong ones, the Aeonian Kingdom allowed them to sit securely as one of the 6 major powers of the Endless Territories. Nine Dust said helplessly, Senior, you might not know this, but the place you just pointed out is within an inconceivably powerful treasure known as the Aeonian Kingdom. The Aeonian Kingdom is an extremely dangerous place. Not even hegemons dare to charge into that place. The Tao Alliance and the Aeonians were mortal enemies. Aeonians relied on devouring countless Tao Lords to awaken the Aeonian blood within their veins. The more they devoured, the more powerful they would become. If it wasn't for the fact that they could take shelter within the Aeonian Kingdom, the Aeonians would have been completely genocided by the Tao Alliance long ago. Ha ha! The black-robed elder laughed. It doesn't matter how dangerous it is. You don't need to worry at all. This medallion will tear straight through space-time and teleport you directly inside. If the situation turns grim, you can use it to immediately tear through space-time and leave again. This medallion was personally forged by my master, Autark Bolin. Not even hegemons would be able to trap you. Nine Dust let out a sigh of relief, then immediately asked, Would I be able to bring Dark North with me? The medallion can only be used by one person, the black-robed man said. It can also only be used to bring one person in escaping from that place. Ah! Nine Dust was startled. But you can pull Dark North into your estate world before using the medallion. That solves it, yes. The black-robed man laughed. Nine Dust immediately looked at Ning. Dark North, things are going to be quite dangerous inside the Aeonian Kingdom. Accompany me? For sure. Ning knew that, in truth, Nine Dust was actually helping him out rather than vice versa. With that medallion in hand, Nine Dust wouldn't need to even fear an entire host of hegemons. What sort of danger would he be afraid of? Right? You must remember this. The black-robed man said seriously. The power contained within this medallion is only enough to activate it twice in a row. After that, the power will be used up and it'll shatter. Thus, the medallion is only good for a single entry and exit. Treasure this opportunity and do not waste it. It'll be exhausted after just 2 uses? Nine Dust was started, but he then let out an uncaring smile. A single such opportunity and blessing is already more than enough. The black-robed man nodded slightly. He was quite approving of Nine Dust's attitude. He then turned to look at Ning. I didn't expect for you to be able to improve so dramatically, given how powerful you already were. Even I am now eager to see what you will be like if you succeed in your Tao merge. Given your power, once you succeed in the Tao merge, you will definitely surpass any ordinary hegemon. You'll probably be on par with other verse lords. Are other verse lords very powerful? Ning asked curiously. Yes. They are in control of alternate universes and are assisted by the prime essences of those universes. How can they not be strong? The black-robed man continued. And you helped me out as well. Given how much you improved, let me think about what I should give you. Helped you out. Nine Dust glanced at Ning, puzzled. Ning was puzzled as well. Since when did he help this estate spirit out? You didn't know this? The black-robed man explained. But when my master Autark Bolin entered this place, he used an evasion art to directly bypass the deep fire Blackstone and enter the vessel. He furiously massacred all of the Sith, wrecking all of their defenses and destroying everyone and everything here. Afterwards, he tossed me here and then immediately tore through spacetime to depart. He was hurrying off to other regions to take part in the battles there. But, Master forgot that the entire vessel was encased in a shell of deep-fire blackstone. There was no way for me to leave, the black-robed man said helplessly. Ugh. Master created so many beast worlds and he scattered them casually throughout the Chaosverse. He probably didn't think too much of it when he tossed me here, and he had to seize every moment because war had spread throughout the realms. He didn't take the time needed to actually break through the deep-fire blackstone, as it would take some time even for someone as strong as him to tear through it by force. Ning and Nine Dust now both understood. Deep-fire blackstone was almost indestructible. Even hegemons like Hegemon Welkin were completely unable to do anything to it. It would take even an autarch some time to forcibly break through the outer wall protecting this Sith warship. Autarch Bolin wasn't willing to waste any time and so had used an evasion art to teleport straight inside. Dark North. When you used your lifeblood weapon to drain away the deep-fire blackstone, you also gave me the chance to leave. The black-robed man smiled. That naturally means you helped me out. I'll now be able to move through space-time to visit other places and search for other lucky people to bestow good fortune upon. The black-robed man was silent for a moment. And you really have improved dramatically. I suppose giving you that treasure would be a decent choice. Whoosh! A round, fist-sized object suddenly appeared out of nowhere within the black-robed man's hands. It looked like a giant egg, and it emanated strange ripples that caused both Ning and Nine Dust to feel entranced by it. Their Dao hearts were both influenced by this effect, causing them to feel the urge to devour the thing. My master, Autarch Bolin, has left behind some treasures in each beast world, and this is the most valuable of the treasures I have. The black-robed man looked at Ning. This is known as a verdant azure soul. Any and every hegemon would go absolutely crazy over this. Ning and Nine Dust were both startled. Later, both of you must swear oaths not to divulge any information about what has happened here, the black-robed man said solemnly. Understood. Don't worry, Senior. Ning and Nine Dust both hurriedly assented, while Ning stared at the egg-shaped object with an eager look in his eyes. The various realm verses of the vast Chaosverse are not truly eternal. There are certain destructive forces of nature within the Chaosiverse, the black-robed man said. There are certain terrifying celestial bodies, such as the Ship of Mirrors, the Yin-Yang Samsara Wheels, the Apocalypse Star, and more. Even hegemons are helpless in the face of these naturally occurring celestial bodies, and they can easily annihilate entire realm verses. Even autarchs need to pay enormous prices if they wish to be able to deal with them. Ning and Nine Dust were both surprised. They knew that the Flame Dragon Realmverse was facing a grave danger from the Yin-Yang Samsara Wheels. But who would have thought there were multiple celestial bodies in the Chaosverse akin to the Wheels? The Ship of Mirrors, the Yin-Yang Samsara Wheels, the Apocalypse Star. They are not living entities, the black-robed man said. However, the Chaosverse can also give birth to supremely terrifying creatures known as Chaos Primordials that are just as deadly. Supposedly, these great beasts are born from the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Once they leave the prime essences, they'll voyage through the Chaosverse, and they love to eat the realm verses they encounter. Chaos Primordials are born with nigh-indestructible bodies and are incredibly few in number. They are also fairly unintelligent, perhaps on par with mortal children. However, they are so incredibly strong that only autarchs are capable of killing them. Even other verse lords are only able to just barely fend them off. This verdant azure soul is what Chaos Primordials love to eat beyond all other types of food. The black-robed man looked at Ning and Nine Dust. My master, Autarch Bolin, has made some special modifications to this one, converting it into a magic treasure. Dark North, you'll be able to bind it with ease just by dripping your blood onto it. After doing so, if you ever manage to encounter a Chaos Primordial, you can toss the verdant azure soul over to it and let the beast eat it. And once it does so, the modified verdant azure soul will take control over the Chaos Primordial and make it a servant that obeys your commands. Ning and Nine Dust were both speechless upon hearing this. Can I use the verdant azure soul? As payment to have an autarch reverse the flows of spacetime to revive a celestial immortal? Ning couldn't help but ask. You cannot. A single verdant azure soul isn't valuable enough, the black-robed man explained. However, if you can find a chaos primordial and have it eat the verdant azure soul, then give that chaos primordial to an autarch? That would be enough to convince the autarch to intervene. Chaos primordials are simply too rare, while the endless chaosverse is far too vast. Finding one is a matter of luck, the black-robed man said. All right, I've already given you each what you deserve. Remember, you are not permitted to tell others of what you encountered here, the black-robed man instructed. Understood. Ning and Nine Dust both immediately swore lifeblood oaths. Ning and Nine Dust then felt space twist around them, followed by them reappearing within the Sith ruins. I'm leaving now, the statue said. Suddenly, it transformed into an actual three-headed leonine beast that transformed into a streak of light that flew out of the mountains. If you can succeed in your Dao merges, perhaps we might meet again. Ning and Nine Dust both watched as the statue flew away. A short while later, Ning and Nine Dust left the Sith ruins as well, returning to the surface of the planet. Hundreds of millions of years had gone by. By now, Dark North Palace had reached an utterly towering level of strength, while the three great clans remained hidden within their headquarters and not daring to come out. The three great clans were simply terrified. They had always relied on their clan leaders, who had been completely wiped out. They naturally didn't dare to take any further risks, and thus they had come to a decision. After 108,000 chaos cycles, our three great clans will once more make our presence known within the world. By then, Dao Lord Dark North would have definitely died. I refuse to believe that such a freakishly strong Dao Lord can succeed in the Dao merge. Ning and Nine Dust secretly inspected the world for a period of time, then quietly slipped away without causing any damage to the barriers or wards surrounding the three great clans. Time to leave. Let's go back to the endless territories. With the treasures they had acquired from the Sith lands in tow, Ning and Nine Dust embarked upon their return journey. By now, Ning had reached an even more profound level in his Omega Sword Dao blood drop. It was now much more powerful, and thus as the two tore through spacetime in the Great Dark, they only had to spend a total of a bit over 300 years before they reached the Endless Territories again. Within the Endless Territories, a dimensional gateway was suddenly torn in the empty void open next to an enormous, blazing star. A white-robed youth and a silver-robed man stepped out from within it. We're back. Haha, we're back in the Endless Territories. Nine Dust laughed jubilantly. We traveled through the Great Dark for so long without seeing any other living creatures at all. We didn't even see any stars or chaos worlds. That sense of loneliness was truly stifling and oppressing. I can't help but shiver when I think about how those eternal emperors choose to spend 1,000,000 years traversing the Great Dark en route to another realmverse. Once we succeed in our Dao merges and gain eternal life, perhaps we might come to the same decision. Jining smiled. Yes, we have to succeed in the Dao merge. We have to. We made a killing off our visit to the Stone Elephant Wall. To me, this place was just as beneficial as the Waveshift realm was. Nine Dust was in high spirits. Ning nodded as well. He had indeed gained greatly from this trip. The greatest benefit lay in how they had the chance to memorize the Dao guidance left behind by that autarch. Next came the verdant azure soul Ning had acquired and those 6 Emperor-class golems, and then there were the various Sith relics they had swept out of the Sith ruins. Unfortunately, that realm ship we found was damaged. Otherwise, we really would have won a fortune. Nine Dust sighed. It wasn't just damaged. It was in pieces. It would have been wonderful if Autarch Bolin had held back just a little bit and didn't destroy the shuttle. Ning sighed as well. Still, if he really hadn't destroyed it, he probably would have taken it with him when he left. Yes, Nine Dust felt resigned as well. Realm ships. According to what the golems Ning had captured and bound had told them, these were flying shuttles that had been created by the Sith which allowed them to travel between realmverses. Using these vessels, it was possible to spend less than 100,000 years in traveling from one realmverse to another. To powerful cultivators, this was a negligibly short period of time. Even hegemons found the trip from one realmverse to another a taxing one which required an extremely long period of time. Realm ships, however, were able to accomplish it in a fraction of the time. They truly were incredibly fast, which meant they were incredibly precious as well. There had been more than 30,000 Sith within the stone Elephant Wall, but only the two highest-ranking Sith-owned realm ships, one each. One had been taken away by Autarch Bolin, while the other had been destroyed in the fierce fighting. Because realm ships possessed regenerative capabilities, some of its parts had managed to slowly recover. But alas, the other parts were so totally trashed that they were completely unable to heal. There were two parts of the shuttle which were in fairly good shape. Ning and Nine Dust had each taken one of the two parts. A pity how severe the damage was. Less than half of it was remaining. There's no way to use it at all. Ning shook his head. We would have struck it rich if it was usable. Nine Dust sighed. Let's not get too greedy, Ning replied. The two continued to chat while separating themselves from the surrounding area, ensuring that no one was able to hear their conversation. The golems they had bound had all existed since the days of the Sith. They naturally knew a great deal about the Sith race. Ning and Nine Dust learned a great deal after interrogating the golems, including many Sith secrets. At first, they hadn't really even understood how important the realm ship fragments they had collected were. It was only after the golems helped them sort through the treasures that they knew what a realm ship was. Dark North, didn't we agree to go to the Ionian Kingdom? This doesn't seem to be the right way, Nine Dust said with some surprise. We're taking a slight detour, Ning said. It'll only take a day or two. Something you need to take care of? Nine Dust asked. The two of us have been visiting some truly extraordinary places recently. Although we're both confident in our skills, it's also true that we can die at any moment. Ning sighed. I'm planning to leave a few of these Emperor-class golems behind in my homeland. That way, even if I do fail my downmerge and perish, my homeland will be at least somewhat protected with those Emperor-class golems present. Nine Dust felt a mixed bag of emotions upon hearing this. He asked, Dark North, is your homeland very weak? Yes, I can be considered the strongest person from my homeland, I suppose, Ning said. The three realms, hundreds of millions of years had gone past, and it had grown quite a bit. But it was still quite young in the grand scheme of things. Thus far, it didn't even have any other Samsara Downlords aside from Ning himself. How could Ning not focus his attention on it? That's quite a heavy burden to bear. Nine Dust sighed. I've never had that sort of experience before. Although I acquired 6 Emperor-class golems, they really don't mean that much to the ancient cultivators as a race. These are all fairly weak Emperor-class golems, after all. The ancients are one of the 6 major powers of the Endless Territories. If you had to be responsible for the entire ancient race, you would have to at least be a hegemon, Ning teased. If the 3 realms could ever rise to become one of the top organizations of the Endless Territories, I would feel plenty proud. Whoosh! Ning and Nine Dust emerged from yet another void tunnel, with a black-robed Ning standing at the other end of it. What's this? Nine Dust stared at the distant black-robed Ning with surprise. My primal twin, Ning explained. Not even the Dao Alliance or the Bright Shore Kingdom knew that he had a primal twin. Ning had never made it public before. However, Nine Dust was his friend for life. Why should he hide it from Nine Dust? Primal twin. Nine Dust was stunned. You have a primal twin? I've never heard of this before. Moments later, he felt extremely moved. The existence of a primal twin was definitely a huge secret which generally wouldn't be made public. You hid this very well indeed. I really can't help but envy you. We ancient cultivators are never able to have a primal twin, Nine Dust said. Primal twins can only be created when you start cultivating as a mortal. All of you ancient cultivators are born at the world level. How could you possibly have one? Ning sighed. Countless mortal cultivators would dream of one day reaching the world level, but you start off being born at this level with bodies comparable to Dao Lords. And you complain about envying us? As Ning spoke, he flew towards his black-robed primal twin. He sent a jade gourd flying out towards the primal twin. His primal twin accepted it, turned and tore open a space-time tunnel, then departed. The jade bottle held a total of 6 Emperor-class golems, the Sith disc, and some other treasures. Emperor-class golems were of some use to Ning, after all, which was why he kept half for himself and gave half to the 3 realms. After spending 30 more years traversing through the Brightshore Kingdom's pathways, Ning and Nine Dust finally reached the Ionian Kingdom. The Ionian Kingdom. Ning and Nine Dust stood atop a chaos planet, staring off into the distance. At the opposite end of the vast void was an enormous, rolling sea of blood. Above the sea of blood was an enormous citadel that glowed with dazzlingly beautiful golden light. This castle had to be trillions of kilometers in size and emanated an aura of unspeakable power that washed out in every direction. Even at Ning and Nine Dust's current level of power, they felt a breathtaking sense of pressure. This was the Ionian Kingdom. It was this great castle which had kept the Ionians alive for so long. Not even hegemons would dare to barge into the Ionian Kingdom, the homeland of the Ionians. I've always heard of how mysterious the Ionian Kingdom is, but I've never had a chance to actually enter it. Nine Dust snickered. I now finally have a chance. Is the Autarka's medallion resonating with anything? Ning asked. It started to do so half a year ago. Nine Dust laughed. Why didn't you tell me? I kept on pulling you closer and closer through space-time teleportation. I wanted to get an up-close view of the Ionian Kingdom with my own eyes. It really is rather stunning. Nine Dust stared at the view before him contentedly. So I spent the past half-year doing all that for nothing, eh? Ning enjoyed the view as well. The Ionian Kingdom truly was a stunning and beautiful sight to behold. The two viewed it carefully for quite some time before deciding to go inside. Swoosh! Nine Dust waved his hand, pulling Ning into his estate world. He then held the Autarka's medallion up high as he activated the power within it. Boom! An exalted aura of blood-colored power covered Nine Dust. Swoosh! It tore straight through space-time, causing him to instantly disappear. The Ionian Kingdom was a place filled with many secrets. The most mysterious, secretive place was within a certain world. This was a place which even the Ionians found difficult to enter, and each time they did manage to enter, they had to first pay an enormous price. A rift suddenly appeared in the void above this mysterious world. Swoosh! The Nine Dust Seclord's figure flew out from the rift. We arrived. Nine Dust scanned his surroundings, rather puzzled. His face suddenly tightened. He waved his hand, causing a white-robed youth to appear next to him. We've already been teleported inside, Dark North. Look over there. Quick! Nine Dust pointed off into the distance. Ning followed his gaze, only to see an absolutely enormous and dazzling astral river. There was a flying vessel within the flows of the astral river, and in front of the vessel was a strange tower-shaped flying object. At the very tip of the tower there were 3 royal thrones and 3 onyx humanoids seated atop them. The tower had a total of 9 levels, and each level had silver-robed Dowlords standing on them. A total of 300 of those silver-robed Dowlords could be seen. The Sith. Ning was rather surprised. The flying vessel and the strange tower were facing each other. Atop the tower were 3 onyx figures and 3 silver-robed Dowlords? Wait! Something's wrong. Ning and Nine Dust quickly noticed how something was off. Their auras seem off. They don't seem like the Sith we saw before, Ning said softly. Let's go take a look, Nine Dust said. Ning agreed, and the two began to quietly creep forwards. As they moved closer and closer, the two were able to see the stone steel hanging right next to the flying vessel. That steel? Ning and Nine Dust hurriedly inspected it, quickly recognizing and reading the characters on the stone steel. The steel said, I am Bolin. I had 5 personal disciples. My 5th disciple, Bazoo, was the most talented and the strongest of the 5, far surpassing ordinary hegemons. However, he was the first to die by the hands of the Sith, and he was actually the 3rd hegemon to perish after the Sith revealed their fangs and claws. In that battle, the Sith sent out an entire regiment commanded by 3 of their Black Emperors to ambush and kill my disciple. In that battle, my disciple Bazu slew 126 silver Downlords and a Black Emperor, but in the end he was surrounded and slain as well. Although I hurried to him as fast as I could, I still arrived just a bit too late. By now, war has begun. If our cultivator civilizations are defeated in this war, my hope is that our many worlds will continue to give birth to more and more cultivators, who can test themselves against the silver Downlords and the Black Emperors here. That way, they can gain a sense for just how strong the Sith are. Remember, these are just common foot soldiers of the Sith race. They cannot be considered the true Sith elites. You absolutely must not be overconfident against the Sith. When you fight, you must go all out. The 318 nearby planets within the astral river next to us each hold a legacy within them which was left behind by one of the hegemons who follow me. None of us know how many of them will survive this war, and it is possible that all of them will be doomed, representing an end to the cream of the crop of the cultivator civilizations and an end to a force that was built up over countless eons. They have all left their legacies here in the hopes that our cultivator civilizations shall never fully perish. Even if we cultivators end up losing this battle, I still believe that our worlds shall give birth to an endless stream of resistance fighters. One day, the Sith shall be eliminated. These are the words of Bolin. Ning and Nine Dust were stunned for quite some time after reading the characters on the stone stele. They could sense the stately yet determined fighting will which was inherent within those words. Although Autarch Bolin had been in great pain upon seeing his disciple perish, when he wrote upon this stone stele, he was completely focused on preserving the cultivator civilizations as a whole. Fortunately, we ended up winning that war, Ning murmured. Yes, for Autarch Bolin to leave behind so many precautions. I really can't imagine just how powerful the Sith once were. Nine Dust sighed. The Autarch said that we can spar against these silver Daylords and these Black Emperors, Ning said. Are they capable of fighting? Nine Dust glanced at the distant tower. I'll give it a try first. As he spoke, he immediately flew over. Once Nine Dust moved closer towards the flying tower, one of the Black Emperors standing atop the tower suddenly glanced downwards and said coldly, "Go and kill that enemy." "Yes, Emperor." Instantly, one of the silver Downlords on the bottommost levels of the tower immediately acknowledged the order. His aura of power quickly expanded and grew in might as he flew towards the Nine Dust Sectlord. As for Ning, he just watched from afar. He wasn't too worried. Nine Dust was much better than him at staying alive. Whoosh! The silver Downlord charged straight towards Nine Dust with a long spear in its hands. I want to see just how strong a real Sith silver Downlord is. Nine Dust was eager to do battle, and he sent his longstaff towards the oncoming attack, causing a seemingly endless series of ripples to appear around it. Boom! The tip of the spear clashed head-on against the longstaff. Nine Dust immediately felt his longstaff tremble to the point where he nearly lost control of it. As for the long spear, it continued its downward stab towards him. Slash! It stabbed Nine Dust on his chest. Nine Dust's eyes widened in disbelief. With a whoosh, he transformed into a vast wave that quickly retreated backwards. You want to run? The silver Downlord pressed the attack, his long spear striking at more than 100 times the speed of light. Nine Dust immediately transformed into water once more as he continued his hurried retreat. Slash! 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 The silver Downlord launched one attack after another, the tip of his long spear gleaming with incomparably sharp light. Nine Dust let out a miserable cry. I can feel the pain even through my invulnerable aquaform. This is terrifying. While howling, he continued to flee. Need my help? Ning shouted to him. Not yet, not yet. Nine Dust immediately replied. However, after Nine Dust fled a certain distance away, the silver Downlord suddenly came to a halt. The silver Downlord glanced coldly at Nine Dust, then flew back to the tower and returned to its original position on the bottom level. Its aura of incredible power quickly dissipated as it seemed to go back to normal. Nine Dust fled over next to Ning, transforming back into human form. Phew! Nine Dust let out a sigh of relief. You were beaten in just one clash? Ning smirked. They were definitely much more powerful than the 3 clan leaders, Nine Dust said quickly. That Silver Tao Lord had extremely formidable spear arts. I imagine he was on par with me, given that he had also undergone the ritual sacrificium to become a Silver Tao Lord. He is naturally much stronger than I am. So this is what true Silver Tao Lords are like. Those 3 clan leaders were at far too low a level of insight. Ning nodded. Those 3 Black Emperors are in charge of a total of 300 Silver Tao Lords. How terrifying. These Silver Tao Lords are all comparable to the 8 Archons, the Lords of the Sacred Cities. 300 of them working together. Not even a hegemon would be able to withstand them. 300 Silver Tao Lords truly was a terrifyingly strong force. Autarch Bolan's personal disciple, Hegemon Bazu, was quite strong. Even though he was surrounded, he was able to kill 126 Silver Tao Lords and a Black Emperor. Nine Dust sighed in amazement. Ning felt admiration towards Hegemon Bazu as well. During the Dawn War, both of the hegemons of the Endless Territories had perished in order to take down that Black Emperor. Clearly, Hegemon Bazu was much more powerful than they had been. But alas, he had still died. I'll go try it as well. Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, then charged forwards with 6 northbow swords at the ready. The flying tower continued to hover there in the void. Once Ning moved closer to it, one of the Black Emperors at the top of the tower glanced down at Ning, and then ordered, "Go and kill the invader." Instantly, the spear-wielding Silver Tao Lord at the very bottom of the tower acknowledged, "Yes, Emperor." As it spoke, it flew towards Ning. These aren't actual living beings. They are nothing more than simulacra. Ning could tell that they weren't alive, but he still couldn't help but feel admiration for the Autarch. To be able to create simulacra of 3 Black Emperors and 300 Silver Tao Lords was absolutely incredible. Autarchs truly were unfathomably strong. It was thanks to the leadership of the Autarchs and countless cultivators sacrificing themselves that they had been able to eliminate the Sith in the end, albeit at enormous cost. Ha! The Silver Tao Lord swept out with his long spear, spinning it in a circular arc as he swept it towards Ning in an indomitable fashion. Clang! Ning moved to dodge while gently striking out with his sword using the Omega Sword Tao Soul Heart to affect the Silver Tao Lord's attacks. Although the Silver Tao Lord's attack was on par with Nine Dust's staff arts, Ning was still slightly superior to him. However, the difference wasn't that great, and the Silver Tao Lord's other advantages more than compensated for it. Clang! 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 Boom! The two continued to fight, causing shockwaves to blast out in every direction which caused the void to tremble. Ning and the Silver Tao Lord were evenly matched in the fight. Eh? One of the Black Emperors at the top of the tower frowned. Even after this much time has passed, he still has yet to be captured? Another one of you? Go and kill him. Yes, Emperor. Instantly, a Silver Tao Lord wielding a pair of hatchets charged out as well, forcing Ning to slowly begin to withdraw. Don't even think about fleeing. The spear-wielding Tao Lord and the hatchet-wielding Tao Lord shouted in unison. The two had surrounded Ning and were attacking him from a pincer position. Ning was immediately at a disadvantage, but thanks to his defensive prowess and his 6 northbow swords he was able to hold on. While defending, he continued to retreat at high speed. Eh? Another one, go. The Black Emperor at the top of the tower issued the order yet again, causing a 3rd Silver Tao Lord to charge forwards. This one bore a giant war blade on its back. However, before it managed to arrive, Ning had already moved beyond the critical distance, at which point all of the Silver Tao Lords withdrew as well. This was something which Autarch Bolan had implemented. He had done all this to help temper and train these juniors, not kill them after all. What a tough challenge. If one doesn't do the job, send 2. If 2 can't hack it, send 3. Ning shook his head. If we're ever able to force all 300 Silver Tao Lords and all 3 Black Emperors to attack in unison, now that would be truly something, Nine Dust said eagerly. Haha, that'll have to wait for after you complete your Tao merch, Ning said. Oh right, Autarch Bolan said that the 318 planets nearest to us all have legacies left behind by the various hegemons. Let's go take a look. Right? Nine Dust was curious as well. Swoosh, swoosh, the two quickly flew towards the planet located closest to the stone steel. This planet wasn't all that large, just 10,000 kilometers in circumference. As soon as they landed atop the planet, they immediately sensed a ripple of power transmit into their minds. They could vaguely see the mental image of a four-legged beast towering before them, its voice booming within their minds. I am Hegemon Thousand Rhinos, a retainer of Autarch Bolin. The war against the Sith has already begun, and all of us Hegemons are following Autarch Bolin into battle against the Sith. No one knows what the end result will be, and so I have left all of my insights and supreme techniques behind in this place. The cultivator civilizations shall not perish. The Sith shall one day be exterminated. Ji Ning felt rather moved and inspired. He could sense how Hegemon Thousand Rhinos had been completely determined to battle the Sith to the death, and could also sense how much hope the Hegemon had placed towards the cultivator civilizations as a whole. I wonder if this senior was able to survive the Dawn War or not. Ning knew just how brutal the Dawn War had been, because all of the Hegemons of the Endless Territories during that era had perished in the Dawn War. No matter what, in the end our side won. The sacrifices of all those slain cultivators were not in vain. Boom! A wave of power shot out as a large amount of information flooded into Ning's mind. This was the legacy of Hegemon Thousand Rhinos. Ning trained in the Omega Sword Dao and had received guidance from the Autarchas Das. By now, he had a far broader vision than many. These Hegemon-level legacies were of use to him in comparing to his own Dao, but the secret arts were of more help to him. Some time later, Ning and Nine Dust woke up from their reverie atop the small planet. They exchanged a glance. Incredible. Nine Dust's voice was rather hoarse. Yes, quite incredible. Ning nodded. For the sake of ensuring that the cultivator civilizations will continue, he held nothing back at all. He didn't even require us to swear any lifeblood oaths when learning these legacies. Yes. Nine Dust nodded. It was true. Neither had been forced to swear lifeblood oaths. It must be understood that the more valuable a legacy was, the more likely it was that the successor would have to swear a lifeblood oath in order to learn it. The Sword Hegemon in the alternate universe, the Paragon of Pills, the Brightshore Hegemon. They had all required lifeblood oaths that their teachings would not be taught to outsiders. Even fairly ordinary sects like Vast Heaven Palace required these oaths. Ning had been forced to pay a significant price just to transmit those fairly ordinary techniques and divine abilities of Vast Heaven Palace back to the Three Realms. But Thousand Rhinos had been an exalted Hegemon, and yet, he had unstintingly passed down all of the legacies he had developed over the course of countless eons to Ning and Nine Dust without even requiring them to swear lifeblood oaths. Let's go to that other planet, Ning said. Let's go. Nine Dust nodded. Swoosh, swoosh. The two flew next to each other like streaks of light as they moved to the planet closest to them. This planet was also fairly small, just 10,000 kilometers in size. When their feet landed atop the planet, they once more sensed that ripple of power be transmitted into their minds. This time, Ning felt as though he could see a snowy winged man who emanated a halo of white light. I am God Emperor Helong, a retainer of Autarch Bolin and a master of an otherverse. I established my own church, and over the course of countless years I spread my organization across 3 entire realm verses. I had thought that I would be able to continue my campaign of conquest, but the appearance of the Sith brought me back to my senses. Only then did I understand that to the Sith, I was nothing more than an easily crushed ant. The Sith seek to enslave all cultivators. Those like us who refuse to submit are all subject to death. Although I have been alive for countless years and have conquered for countless years, when I think of how all cultivator civilizations might one day be enslaved by the Sith, I have only one thought in my mind, to exterminate them. I, God Emperor Helong, shall do everything in my power to slay all Sith. Future cultivators, if we fail in our task, you must take it up in our stead. Kill, kill, kill. You must exterminate every single Sith. The lofty, noble voice of the snowy-winged man was filled with murderous malice that was so strong it shook even Ning's Dao heart. Moments later, a large amount of information began to flood into his mind. This was all the legacies which God Emperor Helong had to offer. A long time later, Ning and Nine Dust opened their eyes and exchanged a glance. Such power! Nine Dust was stunned. I thought that the Heartsword art was quite unique. But who would have thought that God Emperor Helong would have come up with a similar technique? The God Emperor's Apocalypse art? Ning nodded. This was another technique that allowed for the perfect fusion of heart force with divine power. Thanks to this technique, God Emperor Helong had reached a level of power that surpassed that of ordinary hegemons. This was what gave him the strength needed to take control of an otherverse and then spread his organization across 3 separate realm verses. His church had a total of 8 hegemons within it. I wonder if this mighty figure was able to survive, Nine Dust said. Given how strong he was, it is entirely possible that he did. Still, Ning didn't feel confident in this guess. The information they had learned regarding the Sith from the Emperor-class golems they had bound had completely shocked them. And that was probably just the tip of the iceberg. God Emperor Helong had been very strong, yes. But compared to the Sith, just as the God Emperor had said, he was nothing more than an ant. They visited one planet after another, flying from legacy to legacy and collecting them all. This vast astral river contained trillions of planets and stars, but only the 318 planets closest to the flying vessel had legacies. A grand total of 318 hegemonic legacies. They listened to the exhortations these hegemons had left behind for posterity. They could sense the boundless wisdom and indescribable hard work which permeated each and every legacy. And in every case, neither Ning nor Nine Dust were forced to swear lifeblood oaths. Phew! Ning let out a long sigh. He felt as though he was releasing a pent-up sense of pressure which had been weighing on his heart. None of them required lifeblood oaths. In other words, we are allowed to transmit all 318 hegemonic legacies as we please. Nine Dust sighed in amazement. We're actually given free rein. Ning was excited as well. So many techniques, divine abilities and secret arts, and they were allowed to transmit them as they pleased. His homeland, the 3 realms, would now have a true foundation for it to grow to incredible heights. These seniors probably wanted us to transmit them, Ning said. If the cultivator civilizations were truly defeated in that great war, there would naturally be a need to produce more cultivators of great power. For the sake of this war, they had already cast off even their fear of death. They naturally wouldn't mind others transmitting their legacies. But in the end, our side won the war. Nine Dust sighed with emotion. Thus, every single modern-day organization is extremely protective of its precious legacies and absolutely refuse to transmit them casually to others. In the past, the cultivator civilizations were facing a total war against the Sith. The Sith have been destroyed long ago, and so the cultivator civilizations naturally turned against each other instead. Ning shook his head. An outside threat would prompt internal unity, but once the threat was dealt with, the internal strife would appear once more. Even a place as small as the 3 realms had fierce civil wars. Hell, even tiny clans had internal strife, to say nothing of a place as vast as the endless territories. The various realm verses most likely battled against each other as well. For example, the Dark Kingdom consisted of refugees who had fled from another realm verse. As a result, they were ostracized and oppressed by the locals of the endless territories. Dark North, Nine Dust said solemnly. Eh? Nine Dust looked at him. We absolutely cannot just hand out these legacies willy-nilly, Nine Dust said. Once a major power realizes what we have, we'll be in serious trouble. Agreed. Every single organization's foundation rests upon its powerful experts and its precious legacies. Ning nodded solemnly. After we leave, I'm planning to take a trip back home, Nine Dust said seriously. I'm going to write down and transcribe all of the legacies we've acquired. I'll let my avatar hold on to them, and I won't make them public. Only if I die or after I complete my downmerge attempt will I transmit these things to the rest of the ancients. Nine Dust let out a sigh. These legacies will have an absolutely enormous impact. If I make them public too soon, it'll probably have certain repercussions for me. After I complete my downmerge, I'll have nothing else to worry about. And if I die, I also won't have anything to worry about. I won't be in a hurry to transmit them either. Ning nodded. My homeland is still far too weak. In the end, he was going to give these legacies to the three realms, but it couldn't be rushed. Ning was preparing to first slowly introduce to the three realms the more shallow techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts that were suitable for Dao Lords of the first step. As for the more profound ones, he would take it slow. If he died, then he would naturally arrange for the full transmission. Legacies from over 300 hegemons. This brought an enormous sense of pressure to both Ning and Nine Dust. Neither dared to transmit them casually. In the end, they were still too weak. Only if they reached hegemony themselves would they have nothing to fear. Atop a planet. Ning and Nine Dust were in secluded meditation within a temporal thatched cottage and a temporal log cabin. Both needed time to properly digest these legacies. The towering battle intent which the hegemons had infused into their messages was actually a form of tempering for them as well, causing both of their Dao hearts to change slightly. With these things, my chances of succeeding in the Dao merge have increased once again. Nine Dust walked out of the temporal log cabin, a smile on his face. A Void Sea Jade Seal and Autarka's Dao guidance, and over 300 hegemonic legacies. Nine Dust was starting to feel more and more confident. Dark North is still meditating? He's quite a bit slower than me. Nine Dust chuckled, then turned to glance at the flying tower. Time to test out those silver Dao Lords again. Swoosh! Nine Dust soared into the skies. Although he was still far weaker than a silver Dao Lord, he would at least be able to keep himself safe. This was a good opportunity for him to temper himself. Ning needed much more time to digest these legacies than Nine Dust, because Nine Dust had already reached the verge as a Dao Lord. All he needed to do was to perfect his Dao and accumulate more experience so as to improve his odds of succeeding at the Dao merge. Ning, however, was different. He was just a Dao Lord of the third step, which meant he needed many more insights. He naturally had to carefully immerse himself in these hegemonic legacies. We really have gained tremendously from this visit. Ning emerged from his temporal cottage, then stared at the flying tower off in the distance. Legacies from over 300 hegemons. This will be of enormous help to both me and the three realms. The divine abilities were useless to Ning, but the secrets arts were extremely useful. Although he did have a secret art bestowed by that dead sword hegemon from the other verse, these 300-plus hegemons bestowed far more. In fact, there were 4 who were focused on the Dao of the sword. Ning ended up choosing a secret art that suited him the most. Once I become a Dao Lord of the fourth step, I'll simultaneously train in both of these secret arts. Once I use the 2 of them via my Yin-Yang sword domain, they'll mutually reinforce and support each other. Ning was quite eager to see what would happen. There was a certain finesse to choosing secret arts, and the more powerful a secret art was, the more requirements it had with regards to the level of the wielder's insights into the Dao. The 9 novescence arts, for example, needed one to be able to perfectly master and merge together 9 types of Dao lightning. Nine Dust's Ripple Water art required incredible insight into the Dao of water. The sword hegemon's secret art and this new secret art which Ning had chosen were both focused on the Dao of the sword. Both required the wielder to know a great deal regarding that Dao. Nine Dust, Ning called out loudly. His voice traversed the flows of space and passed into the ears of the distant Nine Dust, who was battling more than 100 million kilometers off in the distance. Ha! Nine Dust hurriedly retreated, pulling away from the silver Dao Lord as he glanced backwards. Dark North, you finally came out. Judging from the way you just fought, you've perfected your ultimate attacks even further. That supremely aggressive staff stance, you executed with water-like fluidity. This shows that your mastery of the Dao of water has improved. Ning flew over like a streak of light, quickly arriving next to Nine Dust as he spoke in praise. 25 out of those hundreds of hegemons were skilled in the Dao of water, allowing me to benefit greatly from their insights. I feel as though my chances at the Dao merge are growing better and better, Nine Dust said smugly. I feel as though I have a 10% chance. 10%. It sounded puny, but Dao Lords normally had less than 1/100% at completing the Dao merge. Congratulations! Ning revealed a delighted look. He truly did feel happy for Nine Dust. As for himself, although he had gained the Autarka's Tao guidance and also reviewed the many legacies of the hegemons, his path was still that of the Omega Sword Tao. It was a path that was untold times more difficult than the one which Nine Dust had chosen. There was a limit to how much benefit these other legacies would be to him. None of those hegemons had chosen an Omega Tao, and so his chances at the Tao merge still remained as infinitesimally small as ever. If he failed his Tao merge while Nine Dust succeeded, he would ask Nine Dust to help take care of the three realms. If a hegemon watched over it, its inhabitants would have a much easier life. How about you? You must have gained even more insights than me, Nine Dust said. I'm not quite there yet, but I feel close to a breakthrough, Ning said. After distilling the experiences of over 300 hegemons, Ning had gained quite a few new insights into his Heavenbreaker stance. He wasn't too far away from reaching the 4th stage of it. That's enough chatting. I'm gonna go spar a bit against those silver Tao lords. Ning immediately manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, then charged towards the flying tower with 6 northbow swords at the ready. A few moments later, an onyx humanoid standing at the top of the flying tower ordered for 3 silver Tao lords to attack. He dares to come again? Kill him. Kill this Tao lord. The 3 silver Tao lords charged towards Ning, with Ning coming to a halt close to the outer perimeter and engaging them in a battle there. When he sensed that he wasn't able to hold on any longer, he would immediately retreat outside of the perimeter. That way, the silver Tao lords would withdraw as well. Ning and Nine Dust both understood what Autark Bolan's intentions were. Autark Bolan had created this world, then had his hundreds of hegemon retainers leave down their legacies, precisely so that he could ensure the future cultivators would have access to good immortal techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts. He had even gone so far as to make simulacra of the Sith's Black Emperors and Silver Tao Lords. All of this was for the sake of improving the combat power of the cultivators. He truly poured his heart into this. Ning sighed with emotion. Dark North. Dark North. After several years of battling, Nine Dust suddenly called out, "We haven't paid that flying vessel a visit yet. Shouldn't we go inside and take a look?" Autark Bolan didn't say that the vessel held any treasures within it, Ning said. The stone steel had only mentioned that one could spar against the simulated Sith and acquire legacies from the hegemons. We should still go take a look. Doing nothing but sparring against Silver Tao Lords is kind of boring anyhow. By now, I understand every single technique they use, Nine Dust said. True. Battling is rather pointless by now. Ning agreed with this assessment. When fighting against 3 Silver Tao Lords, he often found himself unable to hold on and thus was forced to retreat. But this wasn't due to him being at a lower level of insight. In fact, he was on a higher level than all 3 of them. The problem was that his foes were incredibly fast and strong, and there was no answer for that. This made sparring against them of limited use to Ning. Let's be careful, Ning warned. It should be fine. Autark Bolan wouldn't have set up traps for us, Nine Dust said. Still, he chose to send one of his Emperor-class golems to scout first. The flying vessel was completely empty inside. There were no traps inside, nor were there any treasures. There was just a line of words left behind on the inner walls. The only way to break through from hegemony and reach autarky is to accumulate sufficient experience. Aside from this, there are no other paths. This line of words was filled with stately majesty. Clearly, they had been left behind by Autark Bolan himself. Accumulate sufficient experience? Ning and Nine Dust stared at the line of words for a long time. Let's not dwell on it too much. The greatest challenge standing in front of us is the Tao merge. Ning smiled. Let's worry about this after succeeding in the Tao merge. Agreed. Nine Dust nodded. Oh right. Dark North, we've spent this entire time in the area around the flying vessel. We haven't explored the other parts of this world. To tell you the truth, there's a limit to how much this place is going to be used to us. I'm planning to explore this area a bit. If there's nothing else here, I'm going to leave. But of course, if you want to dally here a bit longer, I can wait on a nearby planet and train there until you are ready to go. This place isn't of much use to me either. Ning agreed. Come, let's walk around and see what there is to see. After that, we'll leave. This world which the autarch had created was extremely large. Ning and Nine Dust stood within the void above it. Heart world, descend. With but a thought, Ning sent his vast heart world projection rumbling downwards. It quickly spread out in every direction to encompass the entire planet. And, Nine Dust asked, the other parts of this world are completely empty and devoid of all things. Ning pointed off into the distance. The only exception is over there. The astral river seems to pass through this entire world. And there's something inside it that radiates an aura of incredible power. Not even my heart world projection is able to infiltrate it at all. Oh? It seems we need to spend a bit of time looking into this astral river. Nine Dust was filled with excitement. Let's go. Swoosh, swoosh. The two immediately entered the astral river and began to fly through it. The flying vessel, the flying tower, and the 318 small planets had been nothing more than a small part of this vast astral river which permeated the enormous world they were in. There are countless stars here, but they all seem quite ordinary. Nine Dust was rather disappointed by what he found. By now, they had already been flying for more than 3 months and had searched through nearly half the astral river. Rumble. Far away, there was an enormous planet that was slowly revolving in place, emanating an aura of oppressive majesty. Ning and Nine Dust were able to vaguely sense it even from a great distance, causing their eyes to narrow. It must be remembered that all of the other planets were tiny, merely 10,000 kilometers or so in size. The vast planet they could vaguely see off in the distance, however, had to be at least 10 billion kilometers in diameter. What an enormous planet! And what a powerful aura! So the astral river actually has such a special locale inside of it. Ning and Nine Dust exchanged a glance, then immediately flew towards it. As they moved closer, they were able to see it with increasing clarity. This planet was quite unique. On one side, it had a blazing red sea of flames that emanated an aura of incredible heat. The flame waves which roiled that side were actually filled with the ripples of the Tao itself, with every single wave containing an amount of force comparable to a full-strength strike from a Tao Lord of the 4th step. This caused Ning and Nine Dust to feel shocked. The other side of the planet was an endless stream of deep blue water that emanated an aura of infinite cold. This cold similarly radiated Tao ripples of equal power to the other side. What an unusual planet! Ning was rather surprised. One side was filled with a sea of flames, the other was filled with an icy sea of water. Both sides emanated the profound mysteries of the Tao. As for the hemispheric intersection where the hot and cold energies met and clashed against each other, an endless dense line of mist appeared. Deep within the mist, they could vaguely make out the crown of a massive tree, as well as see a few long, skinny, fiery red fruits hanging from the top. Judging from those leaves, that should be one of the 8 types of sacred blood fruit, the Omnigeddon blood fruit. But these fruits look rather strange. And, generally speaking, a single Omnigeddon blood fruit tree should have just 3 fruits per harvest. I can already see roughly 6 of those fruits sprouting from the crown of the tree, and that's with the rest of it shrouded by mist. Ning was puzzled. Is it some other type of fruit? Nine Dust, can you recognize this fruit tree? Judging from the trunk, the branches, the leaves, and the aura of the fruit. Nine Dust frowned in puzzlement as well. Yeah, that should definitely be an Omnigeddon blood fruit tree. He was an ancient cultivator who had a very high level of status within the race. As a result, he knew most of the precious materials and ingredients in the Chaosverse. But something feels off. Jining frowned. Yes, Omnigeddon blood fruits are round and slick. They don't look long and skinny like that. In addition, there's way too many fruits, and the tree itself seems to be a bit too large, Nine Dust said. Ning blinked. Right. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but ordinary Omnigeddon blood fruit trees were roughly just 30 meters tall. The crown of the mist-shrouded tree off in the distance, however, had to be over 3 million meters tall. Although it does look a bit odd, this tree is definitely a priceless treasure. Nine Dust's gaze turned heated with eagerness. Judging from the auras of those blood fruits, they have to be quite extraordinary. Let's go take a look, Ning said. The two didn't hesitate, immediately flying carefully into the deep mist. Soon, they descended upon the area just outside the fog-shrouded region, the place where blazing heat met scorching cold and produced that mist. Ning and Nine Dust were still able to see several tens of thousands of kilometers into the fog-shrouded region. Whoosh! Scorching waves of flaming heat washed over them from one side, while frigid waves of icy energy swept towards them from the other side. Ning and Nine Dust descended upon the thin, narrow strip of land where the two elemental seas met and collided. Oh, a few more kids have come to test their luck. A hoarse, grating voice that sounded like knives and swords grinding against each other suddenly rang out. Ning and Nine Dust were both badly startled. They hurriedly turned to look towards the direction of the voice, only to see the distant fog quickly begin to dissipate. A streak of deep blue light which was even denser than the fog came surging out of it, tearing the fog apart. Ning and Nine Dust soon saw a strange deep blue creature that looked like a sea dragon crawl onto the thin bank between the two sides of the world. It stared straight at Ning and Nine Dust with its dark gold eyes. This dark blue dragon seemed to have been completely sculpted out of freezing ice, and it radiated a cold aura of incredible power. Most likely, even second-tier Downlords would end up having their true souls frozen solid and then shattered, resulting in their deaths, unless they had particularly powerful life-preserving methods. Haha! Intriguing. Two young fellows come to play. Things are finally getting interesting. A deep, rumbling laugh rang out from other side as well, and Ning and Nine Dust both hurriedly turned to look. The dense mist split apart once more, and from the other side of the bank appeared a muscular, four-hooved equine of fire which began to walk towards Ning and Nine Dust. The deep blue dragon and the fiery equine looked at Ning and Nine Dust with some curiosity. Dark North. This place definitely holds some secrets. Nine Dust grew rather nervous as he sent mentally. These two are incredibly strong and pose an incredible threat. I'm worried that I won't be a match for them at all. We'll match them blow for blow. Ning remained quite calm. These two strange beasts brought a sense of pressure to him as well, but he still felt confident in his abilities to stay alive. Nine Dust suddenly called out loudly, "Greetings, seniors. Oh, how nice. A junior who understands the proper way to behave." The deep blue dragon lowered its giant draconic head to peer downwards at Ning and Nine Dust. After all these chaos cycles, the Eonians have finally sent another Dao Lord over. But you two don't look like Eonians. Have the Eonians realized that they are outmatched and elected to ask outsiders for help? The Eonians truly are useless, the flaming equine said with a snicker. They have this world all to themselves, but they haven't been able to produce so much as a single truly powerful expert. As far as emperors go, they don't even have a hegemon. As for Dao Lords, all of theirs are mediocre. Since the two of you are Dao Lords, we'll follow the same rules as always. If you can defeat the two of us, we won't bar your path, the deep blue sea dragon said. You only have to defeat the two of us. The flaming equine was quite eager as well. Ning and Nine Dust both were intrigued by this. They were starting to understand. Seniors, Ning said, do we have to defeat you individually, or shall we fight in a group? You two kids can come against us one at a time. The sea dragon let out a chuckle. Fight me first, then against the fiery guy over there. If you can defeat the two of us separately, you'll be allowed to do as you please. Awoo! Stop sleeping. All of you, get over here. The flaming equine lifted its head up and let out a mighty howl which echoed throughout every inch of this planet. Push! The entire vast planet suddenly began to tremble and rumble as the two great seas on both sides began to shake. One deep blue sea dragon after another began to fly out of the deep blue seas, while more and more flaming equines flew out of the sea of flames. They differed in size and strength, with the large ones having auras that were even more terrifying than the two in front of Ning. The smaller ones were a bit weaker. Nearly 100 of the sea dragons and the flaming equines ended up appearing. They all looked over to this area, watching rather excitedly. This is utterly terrifying. Nine Dust was badly frightened by this. he immediately sent to Ning. There were actually this many creatures hidden within this planet? If they were all to attack in unison, I'm afraid that only hegemons would be able to survive. Yes. Ning sensed the terrifying danger the two groups posed. These beasts were simply too strong. Neither he nor Nine Dust could possibly resist them. To be surrounded and watched by so many of those beasts, Ning and Nine Dust both felt a sense of great pressure. These are members of our race. The deep blue sea dragon in front of Ning said, "Don't worry, since you two are merely Dao Lords, they will only stand off to one side and watch. If an emperor came, they would have to defeat both of our races in order to proceed. As mere Dao Lords, beating the two of us will suffice. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving with any of the treasures on this planet. Which of you two will be the first to attack?" The flaming equine was starting to grow impatient. Ning and Nine Dust both felt rather stunned. Nine Dust sent mentally, "The Ionians do not have any hegemons. It seems as though they are not able to defeat these two races, and I can't even imagine how long it would take before they are able to give birth to a Dao Lord capable of defeating these two beasts without assistance." "Yes, I'll go first and see just how tough these beasts are," Ning said. "It'll be up to you." "I have no shot at all," Nine Dust said helplessly. His subconscious was screaming danger at him, ensuring that he understood that he was no match whatsoever for these two beasts. The two massive beasts standing at each end of the thin strip of land squinted at the tiny little dot in front of them. Far away, within the two vast seas, the two races of nearly 200 terrifying beasts all watched with interest. "I'll go first," Ning said aloud. "Good." The deep blue sea dragon grinned widely. "Come forward, young fellow." Ning instantly manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, bringing his 6 northbow swords to the ready. Swoosh! Ning instantly charged into the skies, moving far faster than 100 times the speed of light. "Hey, pretty fast." The sea dragon's eyes lit up. It instantly and excitedly waved its right paw, sending it striking towards Ning at more than 100 times the speed of light. This claw strike emanated a bone-chilling cold that pierced towards Ning's tiny little frame. Ning moved in an almost ghostly manner. He merely had to gently rap the flat of his blade against the right claw to force it aside, then charged straight towards the sea dragon's flank. "This Dao Lord isn't bad. He's pretty tough. The Ionian Dao Lords themselves are far too weak. I wonder where they managed to find such a formidable young fellow to help them out." The two races of beasts watched from the distant seas with interest, commenting as the battle proceeded. "Break!" Ning stabbed straight towards the sea dragon's flank, his northbow sword immediately executing his Omega Sword Dao blood drop. A mist-formed sword tore through the skies, stabbing straight at the deep blue flank. The sea dragon didn't just look as though it had been sculpted out of an enormous piece of ice. It actually was covered by layers of thick, dense ice. Slash! The tip of the sword stabbed into the ice, just barely managing to leave behind a tiny little wound on the outermost layer of the ice. Moments later, cold energy flowed forwards and quickly restored the damage down. Whoosh! The deep blue sea dragon's vast body suddenly flew backwards, coiling like a whip then snapping forward through the skies, as it caused a vast illusory wave to appear in the skies. It was simply too fast and too massive. There was no chance for Ning to dodge at all. He immediately used his 6 northbow swords to defend as the sea dragon slammed its massive bulk straight against Ning. Boom! It was like using a giant whip to swat a tiny mosquito. Ning felt an enormous amount of power spread throughout his entire body, sending him flying backwards uncontrollably. He smashed into the distant ground, creating a giant crevice that was more than 1,000 kilometers long. He didn't die, did he? The deep blue sea dragon hovered there in the skies, peering downwards with concern. Only when he could sense that Ning was still unharmed did he relax slightly. Ning had already flown out of the long crevice and landed next to it. Naturally, he was completely unharmed. After spending hundreds of millions of years within the Sith ruin inside the stone elephant wall, he had long ago trained his body to make it comparable to high-grade eternal weapons. On top of that, he also had his hegemon armor. Even if he didn't use sword arts to block, he'd still be able to take this hit. When you factored in how powerful his defensive sword arts were. The only reason he had even been sent flying was because the sea dragon had snapped its body like a whip, generating such enormous momentum that he couldn't help but fly backwards. Such power! Ning raised his head to stare seriously at the deep blue sea dragon in the skies. Haha! I'm glad you didn't die. I was afraid I would have beaten you to death with a single whap. That would have been boring. The sea dragon coiling in the air peered downwards at Ning, its voice booming. Dark North? Can you beat it? Nine Dust asked mentally. Ning had a solemn look on his face. It'll be a bit difficult. It's not so bad when it stays still, but when it starts to move its entire body strikes like a supple, long whip. Its movements are extremely unpredictable, and I wasn't able to dodge in time. That's why I was knocked flying. He had reached the 4th stage of his shadowless stance long ago, and his movements were extremely unpredictable. But he had still been knocked flying by the sea dragon. Ning understood that this meant the sea dragon's movements were every bit as ghostly and unpredictable as his own. Grow! Ning roared loudly. Whoosh! Ning's divine body began to dramatically grow in size, towering to become a titanic mountain-sized giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of the 6 northbow swords in his hands transformed to become utterly massive as well. Oh, he grew bigger? The sea dragon watched curiously. We're too close to each other at my normal size. I don't have enough time to dodge. Ning's voice boomed out. My only choice is to grow bigger and stay a good distance away from you. That way, I might be able to avoid some attacks. The farther away they were from each other, the more space Ning would have to maneuver in. You know, young fellow, I'm most confident in my agility and in my unpredictability. Come, let's dance again. The sea dragon suddenly charged downwards. Whoosh! Its sinuous body lashed out like a whip, leaving behind an arc in the skies as it charged straight towards Ning. Ning hurriedly moved backwards while using one of his mist-formed swords in a ghostly block. Clank! The sword light clashed against the sea dragon's claws. Whoosh! The sea dragon's tail came lashing towards Ning with shadowy speed. Space itself seemed to be torn apart by this strike, which was so fast as to render Ning speechless. Whoosh! 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 Ning hurriedly retreated while executing his Omega Sword Dao Soulheart. Fortunately, he himself was also quite unpredictably agile, and he also moved more than 100 times faster than the speed of light. The sea dragon let out a mighty roar as it coiled around itself. His tail swept outwards as its upper body dove downwards, sending its fierce draconic claws straight towards Ning. Boom! Boom! Fortunately, Ning had 3 heads and 6 arms, allowing him to just barely block this draconic strike. However, the sea dragon suddenly opened its massive draconic maws and then bit down towards Ning. Ning hurriedly retreated backwards to avoid this terrifying bite. Boom! The sea dragon charged headfirst towards Ning, delivering a headbutt against the fleeing Ning and sending him flying even further backwards. He only came to a halt after flying a great distance, at which point Ning flew back to the field of battle. Too fast and too slippery. Ning's head was starting to hurt. The sea dragon's entire body was covered with extremely thick layers of frozen ice, which meant that there were no weaknesses to exploit at all. Every single part of its body could be used as a weapon. It was also incredibly fast and slippery, capable of unleashing consecutive combination attacks without pause. I've always relied on my speed and unpredictable attacks to achieve victory, but this sea dragon just so happens to be superior to me in these areas. Ning frowned. It seems my only choice is to break through using raw power. I suppose I'll give it a try. Break through with overwhelming raw power in a frontal strike. It didn't matter how unpredictable the enemy's attacks were, if you could just barrel straight forwards with an unstoppable strike. So long as the attack landed, the enemy would be defeated. The reason why Ning had yet to use his Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker, was because of what had happened during his first clash against the Deep Blue Sea Dragon. His Omega Sword Dao Blooddrop had only been able to drill a tiny wound into the thick layers of ice covering the sea dragon's body. Ning had gotten a vague sense of how terrifyingly tough that armor of ice was, and thus he didn't feel confident in his Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker, and its chances. However, he was out of options. He had to give it a try. This kid is pretty fast, and his sword arts are also quite ghostly. Although he's at a disadvantage, at least he's able to put up a good fight. It's quite rare for us to encounter such a formidable Dao Lord. Interesting. It seems as though his protective divine ability is also quite formidable. He has yet to take any injuries at all. The nearly 200 beasts who were watching in the two vast seas were all quite interested in this battle, and they chatted while watching. Dark North has been shut down. Nine Dust was starting to grow anxious. We actually ran into something that has even weirder attacks than him, and which is just as fast as him. Again, Ning bellowed. This time, his demeanor was completely different. He put away his other 5 Northbow swords, leaving just one sword behind. All 6 of his arms tightly clenched the sole remaining sword. Boom! 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 Ning began to run across the ground. His speed was that fast, less than 100 times the speed of light, but as he ran his aura seemed to grow increasingly powerful. The most important aspect to the Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker, lay in the accumulation of power. Only after accumulating enough power could you then unleash it in a terrifying blow. Only then could Ning unleash his true, most powerful strike. Eh? The airborne sea dragon was slightly startled upon seeing this, then grew excited. His aura seems to have become quite savage, but I'll have to test it out myself to see just how strong he is. I hope he doesn't disappoint. The sea dragon let out an excited roar, then swooped downwards and charged straight towards Ning. It didn't move to dodge, nor did it feel the need to. Ning continued to bound forwards, his momentum and aura having reached an apex. Ryayip, the sea dragon struck out with a pair of draconic claws, tearing downwards through the sky at Ning. Now, break for me! Ning roared loudly. All 6 of his hands were clenched tightly around his sword as he raised it up high, pouring more and more energy into it. It had already transformed into a thick, blurry pillar of mist-formed sword energy of incredible weight and density. Ning then delivered a furious downwards chop, causing the thick pillar of mist to suddenly explode. It was like the bursting of a volcano, with all of his power and might exploding forth from the strike. The stately thick pillar of mist-formed sword energy seemed to have suddenly exploded and transformed into a dazzling star that had gone supernova. All of its power was unleashed in an instant as it smashed directly against the draconic claws. Boom! A terrifying shockwave of force blasted out, causing Ning to be knocked backwards. This time, he was sent flying even faster than before. The sea dragon had previously been quite excited, but the terrifying collision caused even its body to tremble. The mighty shockwave swept across its entire body, flipping it upside down and sending it flying backwards as well. Moments later, a series of cracking sounds could be heard as the ice over its body began to splinter and crack, making it look almost like a turtle shell. Some of the shattered pieces of ice actually began to fall off of it. Alas, the creature quickly righted itself and brought itself to a halt in the skies. Its body had previously glistened beautifully, but it was now covered with countless ugly cracks and scars that spanned its entire body. However, a dense aura of cold energy quickly spread out to cover its body, causing the cracks and tears to quickly heal. In less time than was needed to take a single breath, the many ugly wounds had been completely healed. It healed that fast? The spectating Nine Dust was speechless. This is going to be trouble. Ha! Again, Ning had been blown backwards, but he charged straight forwards with an indomitable aura, roaring with high-spirited laughter. He still held just a single sword in his 6 arms, and like Pangu cleaving apart heaven from earth, he once more delivered a furious frontal chop with endless might. Excellent! It's been so long since I've had this much fun. The deep blue sea dragon charged forwards as well. This time, it lashed out with its massive tail in a swatting blow at Ning, smashing it straight against Ning's sword. Boom! The two were once more sent flying backwards. This time, the sea dragon was prepared and thus it suffered slightly fewer wounds and cracks to its body. The ones that did appear once more healed quite quickly. Again. Yes, again. Ning was filled with the desire to do battle. He charged forwards repeatedly, using raw, overwhelming force to clash straight against the deep blue sea dragon. The sea dragon started off quite excited by this fight, but it quickly grew resigned and bored. It didn't want to fight head-on against Ning, but it simply had no way to avoid Ning's straightforward and dominating Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker. Ning was far less agile than it was, after all. I want to see just how long your divine power and immortal energy will be able to hold on for. The deep blue sea dragon started to grow angry, and it rammed straight against Ning time and time again. Boom! 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 The two clashed repeatedly, causing the two groups of beasts watching from the two seas to become rather puzzled. What's going on with that Dao Lord? He knows there's no way to win like this, so why is he doing this? It does seem rather odd. He won't be able to win like this. He won't be able to win unless he can smash open the frozen ice with a single blow. Ning was no fool, of course. However, when he had first used his Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker to clash head-on against the deep blue sea dragon, the furious yet exhilarating feelings had caused him to gain a spark of insight. He began to gain more and more insights, which was why he continued to furiously unleash his Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker against the sea dragon, hoping to be able to finally catapult his Heavenbreaker stance to the 4th stage. Boom! With the 98th collision, Ning's face lit up with excitement as he flew backwards. I understand now. I finally understand. Ning finally saw the light, and his Heavenbreaker stance broke through to the 4th stance. Now, his Blood Drop stance, Shadowless stance, Heavenbreaker stance, Yin-Yang stance, and Soul Heart stance had all broken through to the 4th stage. These 5 stances were linked together and reinforced each other, giving Ning a sense of perfection and completeness. However, he knew that this sense of perfection wasn't the true apex. Only when he perfectly fused these 5 stances into his Omega Sword Dao, Stage 4, would they undergo a qualitative breakthrough. I'm just one step away. Once I take that step, I'll be a Dao Lord of the 4th step. When that happens, my only consideration shall be whether or not I should engage in the Dao merge. Ning was filled with excitement. The Dao merge? He felt as though his chances were slim. He didn't dare put too much hope into that. But once he became a Dao Lord of the 4th step, he'd become dramatically more powerful. As his understanding of the Heartsword art slowly improved, he'd probably surpass the level of the Archons of the Sacred Cities and close in on the Hegemon level. Emperor Heartsword had been inferior to Ning in his mastery of the Dao of the Sword, but thanks to his full mastery of all 15 stances of the Heartsword art, he had been extremely close to the Hegemon level. Ning had a much greater grasp of the Dao of the Sword, and he had also reached an extremely high level in the Heartsword art. It was entirely possible for him to one day become equal to Hegemons in power. With that level of power, he would be able to go off adventuring. And perhaps he might be able to find something that he could use to convince an autarch to reverse the flows of spacetime and revive Yue. Once I take that final step and become a Dao Lord of the 4th step, I'll go and challenge the Azure Flower Estate once more. The destiny which awaits me there is definitely an extraordinary one. Ning eagerly anticipated the coming of that day. But everything had to wait for him to become a Dao Lord of the 4th step first. Although he had already reached the 4th stage in all 5 of his stances, he had to merge them together into his final Omega Sword Dao. How long would this step take? Could be as fast as the next instant, but could also be as slow as a chaos cycle or even 100 chaos cycles. The airborne sea dragon peered downwards at the white-robed youth. Realizing that the youth had come to a halt, it let out a rumbling shout. Kid, you tired from all the fighting? You were fighting me head-on like crazy. I imagine you must have used up a great deal of your divine power and immortal energy. The distant Ning smiled slightly. Let's do it again. If you can still withstand my strike, I'll stop the fight. His voice echoed throughout the air. Dark North? Did he? The distant Nine Dust was truly shocked as he watched this. Why is this young fellow suddenly saying something so bold? Did he come up with a way to gain victory? Let's see just what he's planning. The 2 races of beasts in the 2 seas watched curiously from afar. They wanted to see just what technique Dao Lord Darknorth would use in this final clash. Boom! Ning suddenly moved with incomparable savagery, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight towards the distant deep blue sea dragon. The three-headed, six-armed Ning once more wrapped all six hands around the hilt of the Northbow sword, filling it with an aura of overwhelming might as he transformed it into a dominating mist-formed sword. This technique again? Isn't that what he used previously? Everyone was puzzled. Even the sea dragon fighting against Ning was confused, but it didn't hesitate. It let out an enraged howl and charged forwards. Ning's own agility and sword arts made it hard for it to dodge, and so it chose to meet the attack head-on. Whoosh! As the sea dragon charged towards Ning, it suddenly swept out with its tail, using it to lash out at Ning like an enormous long whip. Crack! Ning suddenly let out an earth-shaking howl. The ethereal, mist-formed sword in his hand suddenly exploded with power, instantly becoming millions of times brighter as it exploded against the sea dragon's tail. Boom! As soon as the sea dragon collided against Ning's sword, it immediately knew that something was wrong. The power of the Omega Sword Tao Heavenbreaker was only evident in the very last instant, when it released its stored power. A slumbering volcano was very ordinary and unremarkable. One could only understand how truly terrifying it was in the moment of its explosion. The sea dragon could sense a terrifying surge of power instantly spread out to cover his entire body. Bang! Its entire icy carapace was only able to withstand the force for a brief instant. A heartbeat later, the entire carapace shattered apart. No, more than just the icy carapace. The body inside cracked apart as well. The entire deep blue sea dragon shattered apart like a piece of ice, instantly breaking apart into countless little pieces. As for Ning, he stumbled just 30 meters backwards. He stared intently at the shattered bits of eyes, watching as a stream of energy flew out from the freezing ice region and gathered into a blurry figure which looked much like that of the sea dragon. The illusory sea dragon looked at Ning, then let out a laugh. My frozen form was built up over the course of countless years, but you broke it apart just like that? Impressive, impressive. You've won. Ning let out a sigh of relief. He watched as the illusory sea dragon continued to draw upon the icy energy of the area, slowly rebuilding its body. However, the full recovery process would take at least 10,000 years. The creature continued. Still, even though that stance of yours was useful against me, it'll be useless against the fiery fellow over there. My forte lay in agility and unpredictability, but the fiery fellow's skills lie in overwhelmingly fierce attacks. After speaking, the creature retreated into the deep blue seas, flying into it and then hovering above its surface. A large amount of watery energy swirled around its body, which it constantly drew upon and absorbed. 1. He actually won. That sword strike was quite ferocious. He smashed the frozen form apart. The hundreds of spectator beasts were all quite surprised. Nine Dust was extremely excited. He flew straight towards Ning. Dark North, you won. Haha, these two beasts should be two matching pairs. One emanates an aura of endless cold. The other is formed from endless flames. They should be on par with each other in power. Since you were able to beat one, you should be able to beat the second one as well. I can already see your victory. We can't get careless. Ning stared at the distant flaming equine, then said in a low voice, They might be on par with each other, but one might be much easier to defeat than the other. For example, defeating Ning would be extremely difficult. Anyone skilled in defense or who had extremely formidable protective divine abilities would all be quite difficult to defeat. Given that the sea dragon came first and the flaming equine was the second challenge, it seemed likely that in some way, shape, or form, the flaming equine would be even tougher to deal with. If you can defeat me, then our two races will no longer move to bar your path. The flaming equine's voice was deep and dominating. But I'm not as easy to deal with as the frozen fellow. Although those beasts have extremely hard bodies that can be used as weapons, their bodies are too easily shattered. Excessive hardness can result in brittleness. To create bodies formed from frozen ice was a fool's choice to begin with. No, you fire beasts are the true fools. Instantly, one of the many spectating sea dragons in the air bellowed in disagreement. Every part of our frozen bodies can be used as weapons. We only sent out one of the most common members of our race to spar against that young fellow. If our clan leader entered the fray, his sword wouldn't be able to leave as much as a mark behind on our leader's body. Defeat is defeat. The flaming equine glanced sideways at the sea dragon, not even wanting to bother with him. You idiot. No, you guys are the idiots. You want to start a fight? You want to fight again? Bitch, let's go. The two races quickly began to squabble against each other. Both sides were boiling with the eagerness to do battle, a sight which stupefied both Ning and Nine Dust. What Ning and Nine Dust didn't understand was that this planet had no other living beings, and so the two races which lived on it had nothing better than to do when bored than to battle against each other. They'd fight until the skies themselves turned dark and the world itself turned old. To them, fighting against each other was as normal as eating or drinking. Let's not be too hasty. An ancient voice rang out from one of the deep blue sea dragons in the skies. This sea dragon looked quite ordinary, but its aura was so reserved and stately that Ning hadn't even noticed it earlier. The sea dragon continued. The Autarka's decree was that we were to live here and prevent cultivators from entering that place. If you want to fight, you can fight later. We have business to finish first. Agreed. We have business to finish first. A similar order came from a stately flaming equine on the other side of the planet. The two races quickly calmed down and fell silent. As for Ning and Nine Dust, they were intrigued. The Autarka's decree? It seemed as though this place had also been set up in accordance with an Autarka's plans. But why had none of it been written down on the stone stele? Come then. The flaming equine stood in the air above that narrow strip of land, its body blazing with flames so hot that the air around it was bubbling. Let's. Ning instantly transformed into a streak of light as he shot over towards the flaming equine. The flaming equine moved as well, its four hooves galloping across the air itself as it suddenly sped up. It immediately moved more than 100 times the speed of light, and in fact it was even faster than the sea dragon. Its flying speed was absolutely ferocious. It lowered its head slightly, pointing its horns straight at its foe. Boom! Ning once more used his most savage strike, the Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker. His sword shot out, smoting furiously upon the flaming equine's skull. As for the equine, it didn't dodge at all. It just continued its headlong charge. An enormous explosion rang out. The flaming equine trembled slightly as it staggered more than 300 meters backwards, while Ning was actually blasted more than 1,000 kilometers away before Ning came to a halt. Ning was secretly shocked. Just like the sea dragon said, this beast specializes in overwhelmingly ferocious attacks. It really is ferocious. It's even stronger than my Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker. Perfect. Only foes like this are strong enough for me to temper my sword arts. What he needed to do was to take that one final step and become a Dao Lord of the fourth step. To do that, he needed sufficient challenges to face. Gwarar! The flaming equine's entire body was covered in flames as it galloped across the skies towards Ji Ning with frenetic momentum. Boom! Ning transformed into a streak of light, clashing against the flaming equine time and time again in midair. Sometimes he fought it head-on. Sometimes he used unpredictable movements, and sometimes he completely disappeared into thin air. But once he moved closer to the creature, he was forced to show himself by its blazing flames. This was an incredibly exciting battle. The shockwaves generated by the repeated collisions blasted out in every direction, causing Nine Dust to repeatedly move backwards as he watched. Such power! Dark North is growing stronger and stronger. Nine Dust was excited by what he saw. Interesting. They've fought to a standstill? The flame beast holds an advantage in power, while the kid holds an advantage in unpredictability. Still, based on what I can tell, this battle should be depleting quite a bit of the kid's divine power and immortal energy. Once a bit more time passes, it'll be hard for the kid to stay in top fighting form, whereas his opponent can draw from the energy of the endless sea of flames. It'd be easy for him to stay in battle for 10 years or even 100 years without resting. If things proceed like this, the kid's probably going to die. Yes, if the young fellow wishes to win, he needs to win as soon as possible. The longer this drags out, the greater his chances of losing will be. The two races of beasts watching from the sidelines all commented with interest. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ning continued to battle against the flaming equine in midair, the two landing on the ground every so often to continue the battle there. He's definitely going to lose. Look! His sword arts aren't able to maintain that mist form from before. He probably has depleted too much divine power and immortal energy. He's unable to maintain it. It's been too long. He's lost. The majority of the watching beasts all came to this conclusion. The battle between Ning and the flaming equine lasted for an extremely long period of time. By the 3rd day, Ning gave up on using the Heartsword art. This was because the Heartsword art allowed Ning to fight the flaming equine to a standstill. And Ning had quickly discovered the flaming equine's flaws. Whenever Ning wished it, he would be able to quickly defeat the creature. However, Ning's greatest goal was to break through to become a Tao Lord of the 4th step. What he needed was a good opponent to temper himself against. This was why, after the 3rd day, he pretended to be exhausted and stopped using the Heartsword art. Without it strengthening him, his power instantly dropped by half. This caused him to immediately be at a disadvantage and be suppressed by the flaming equine. This is perfect. Now I can truly test out my sword arts. Yes. I see many more flaws in my sword arts that I previously had not discovered. I need to perfectly master and merge the mysteries of these 5 stances into a whole. Only then will my sword arts be truly flawless and complete. Ning was being dominated and beaten down, but this only showed him more clearly the weaknesses in his sword arts. His mind was now filled with many new insights, but these insights weren't enough. He would need far more if he wished to merge his 5 stances into the 4th stage of the Omega Sword Tao and then become a Tao Lord of the 4th step. In the blink of an eye, 19 days had passed with Ning and the flaming equine locked in combat. This caused the many watching beasts to feel puzzled. The kid's actually been able to hang on for 19 days? That couldn't have been easy. He's clearly much weaker now, but he's still been able to hold on. Not bad at all. This will end in defeat, but an honorable one. Ning continued to dodge and stumble about while defending with his 6 swords. Suddenly, his movements changed as a sharp light flashed through his eyes. Time to bring it to an end. Boom, 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 boom. The sword light once more formed into streams of mist as the power of his strikes increased twofold. With a boom, Ning's strikes collided against the flaming equine, catching it off guard and sending it stumbling. Whoosh, 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 slash, slash, slash. Ning's 6 swords suddenly disappeared without a trace, reappearing much closer to the equine when its flames forced them to manifest. The 6 swords were like a peacock unfurling its plumage. They were absolutely incandescent yet completely ghostly in their movements. Although the flaming equine was quite valiant and doughty, Ning had used the Heavenbreaker stance and the Blood Drop stance to break through its guard, then used the Shadowless stance to quickly wrap his swords around its bodies. The divine swords transformed to become long and flexible, coiling around the flaming beast and quickly tying the entire thing up securely. Impossible! The trussed flame beast had a look of disbelief on its face. How could this have happened? Clearly recalled what had just happened. It had endured the Omega Sword Tao, Blood Drop, Heavenbreaker, and Shadowless multiple times by now. Those techniques were of no threat to it. How was it that this time it had been defeated? In truth, if Ning had merely used those 3 stances by themselves, he wouldn't have been able to pose a threat to the creature at all. However, when he used all 3 together in a manner where they reinforced each other, he was able to capitalize on a weakness in the flaming equine's movements and thus capture and bind it. An effective combination of attacks could cause one to become quite a bit more dangerous. Again. Let's do it again. I can't accept this outcome. The flaming equine was furiously struggling against its bonds, twisting and turning while it roared angrily. You got lucky just now. I was overconfident. Let's fight again. Humph. When Ning saw the uncowed look on the flaming equine's face, Ning silently muttered to himself, "If I didn't want to use you to temper my sword arts, I would have captured you on the very first day." A defeat is a defeat. An ancient voice rang out. The stately clan leader flew out from within the ranks of the 100 or so flaming equines. Clan leader. The tied-up equine was still rather unwilling to accept this outcome. Aye. Just look at yourself. You've been tied up like a baby. The flaming equine turned to look at Ning. This young fellow's sword arts can switch between being supremely hard and supremely soft, between being fast and being slow, and is defensively impenetrable. Truly has no weaknesses at all. As soon as he unleashed his full power, he instantly captured you. Although it was partially because of your own overconfidence, even if you were careful you still probably wouldn't have been able to hold out too long. Ning was secretly startled. The clan leader really had good judgment. It was true that part of the reason why he had been able to instantly capture the flaming equine was because he hadn't used the heartsword art during the past 10+ days. His sudden usage of it and the corresponding increase in power had caught the flaming equine off guard, allowing him to catch it with ease. If his foe was prepared, Ning still would have been able to capture him, but it wouldn't have been nearly this easy. All right. The captured equine nodded submissively. The clan leader's prestige was quite high and had a suppressive effect on it. Young fellow, you won. From this moment forth, our two clans will no longer stand in your path. The flaming equine leader looked at Ning. Ning waved his hand, retracting the northbow swords which had been wrapped around the flaming equine and drawing them back into his hands. These two battles have benefited me tremendously, Ning said with a respectful bow. Whoosh! The similarly stately and reserved leader of the sea dragons flew out of deep blue sea and towards Ning. It landed next to Ning, then let out a laugh. Ha! It has been a very, very long time since a Dao Lord has passed the trials. When was the last time a Dao Lord passed the trials? Ning asked curiously. Very long ago, more than 900,000 chaos cycles ago. The sea dragon leader peered at Ning. I think his name was Dao Lord Cold Sky. Cold Sky? Ning was puzzled. Dao Lord Cold Sky? Who? Nine Dust was puzzled as well. Anyone capable of passing this trial had to be just as strong as the current Ning. By all rights, he should have been an incredibly famous figure. Even though nearly 1 million chaos cycles had gone by and very few would have remembered him, people like Ning and Nine Dust who had access to many historical records and secrets should have heard of him. They knew all of the most dazzling and most talented Dao Lords in history. Neither, however, had ever heard of an incredibly talented Dao Lord by the name of Dao Lord Cold Sky. Back then, Dao Lord Cold Sky said that he belonged to a different branch of the Ionian race. He had been invited here to help out the Flame Dragon branch, the Sea Dragon leader said. A different branch? Ning and Nine Dust were both shocked. Other realm verses also have Ionians? Ning was puzzled. The Ionian race has quite an extraordinary background. The Sea Dragon leader smiled. The ones in the Flame Dragon realmverse represent nothing more than a single branch of that race. Otherwise, how could they possibly have acquired a treasure like this Ionian kingdom? Ning and Nine Dust were both enlightened. Indeed, the Ionian kingdom was a place which not even hegemons dared to trespass within. It really wasn't a treasure which the local Ionians, a race which merely had a few eternal emperors, would have been able to create on their own. Ning had always believed that the Ionians must have acquired it somewhere when adventuring. Now, it seemed it was actually created. Dao Lord Cold Sky had already failed his Dao merge, but before his death he was invited to come here to the Flame Dragon realmverse. Ignoring the cost to his vitality, he consecutively defeated 2 of the younger members of our 2 races. By the time the battles concluded, his true selves collapsed had been hastened to the point where he only had less than 100,000 years to live. The Sea Dragon leader shook its head and sighed. The more monstrously talented a Dao Lord, the more difficult the Dao merge. A pity, what a pity. Ning felt mixed emotions in his heart. If he failed his Dao merge, he would probably do everything he could to help the 3 realms. Once the Dao merge was failed, one's true soul would slowly crumble apart. If one actively avoided using divine power and immortal energy, one might be able to live for a bit longer. But engaging in combat would result in hastening the true soul's collapse. The more times one fought, the more quickly one's true soul would decay and the shorter one's lifespan would become. When the true soul finally, truly collapsed, one would die. The flame dragon branch of the Ionian race will generally send people once every million chaos cycles to harvest some fruit from this Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree. The sea dragon leader's voice was quite calm. That's because every million chaos cycles, this Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree will be filled with a complete harvest of fruit. They'll either send their own Dao Lords or ask some extremely powerful Dao Lords to help out. Ji Ning and Nine Dust both nodded. Generally speaking, every 2 or 3 eras, there would be a Dao Lord on par with the current Ning. Some would have techniques like the Heartsword art, some would have universe treasures, some would have other special weapons. Dao Lord Dreamlore, for example, had a very unique Bloodblade, while Ning had an incredibly powerful Hegemon armor which was on par with the Bloodblade in might. However, the Hegemon armor was obviously meant for defense. Another good example would be the 6 lifeblood weapons which Ning wielded. All of them had been raised to incredibly high levels. Powerful eternal emperors lived extremely long lives and generally were able to raise their lifeblood weapons to extremely high levels, but Dao Lords had short lives. It was generally very hard for them to upgrade their lifeblood weapons significantly. But every so often there would be a freak like Ning. Ning's Northbow swords were incredibly powerful weapons. By now, they made his Heavenbreaker stance and Blooddrop stance 5 times more powerful than normal. If the Dao Lord himself was also quite powerful, it was entirely possible for the Dao Lord to reach the same level as the Archons of the 8 sacred cities. If my guess is correct, you weren't invited here by the Ionians, were you? The Sea Dragon leader smiled. What? They weren't invited by the Ionians? How is this possible? Quite a few of the airborne beasts were astonished. Most of them had assumed that Ning and Nine Dust had to have been invited here by the Ionians. Ning and Nine Dust felt their hearts lurch. From the moment you arrived, the flaming equine leader added, I could tell that you know almost nothing about this place. If the Ionians invited you here, you should be quite familiar with this place and its rules. But you didn't even know the basics about the trials and its rules. Ning and Nine Dust felt resigned. They really didn't know anything about this place. Nine Dust sent mentally, Dark North. If these beasts attack us, I'll lead you in an immediate escape. Don't worry, you two. We're here on the Autarka's orders to protect this place and will bar any Dao Lords or Emperors who seek to approach. The Sea Dragon leader said with a laugh. We won't stop any who pass our trials. Whether you are an Ionian or not is none of our business. Don't worry. If we wanted to kill you, we would have done so long ago. The flaming equine leader could also tell that Ning and Nine Dust both had misgivings. Ning and Nine Dust were confident in their abilities. They were carrying the treasures they had acquired from the Sith ruins, and they had the Autarka's medallion on them. Their chances of fleeing were quite good. As juniors, we naturally will believe your words, seniors. Dare I ask? Is that fruit tree over there truly an Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree? Ning asked. Of course it is, the flaming equine leader said. But why does it seem different from the ones I'm aware of? Ning was puzzled. I've heard that Omnigeddon bloodfruit trees are much smaller and only have 3 fruits at most. This Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree is 100 times more precious than ordinary ones. The flaming equine leader said. Every single fruit is also far more marvelous than the ones from ordinary trees in the outside world. Haha. Words don't suffice. Once you harvest the fruit and give it a close examination, you will understand. Ning and Nine Dust were speechless. Moments later, Ning grew excited. 100 times as valuable? A single true Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree was a priceless treasure that even hegemons would go crazy over. Something 100 times more valuable. Ning estimated that it had to approach the value of Crimson Wave Temple in worth. Even if it wasn't quite that much, it wouldn't be too far off. This tree is probably worth more than the net worth of most hegemons. Right? Ning couldn't help but ask. Of course. The Aeonian race in the Flame Dragon Realmverse treat this fruit tree as something more valuable than their very lives. The flaming equine leader said. Ning immediately came to the decision that he not only was going to harvest the fruit, he was going to uproot this tree. He was going to uproot this mysterious, unique Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree and take it away with him at all costs. This mysterious tree might be enough to ask an autarch to revive his wife. His goal was within his sight. There was no way he wasn't going to give it his all. Dark North, are you thinking of uprooting the tree to save your Dao companion? Nine Dust sent mentally. The fact that Ning wished to rescue his lover wasn't exactly a secret. When Ning had met the leaders of the 6 major organizations after exiting Crimson Wave Temple, he had already asked about the price needed to reverse the flows of spacetime and revive his beloved Dao companion. Nine Dust had been present and had heard everything. Yes, this Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree sounds as though it is quite valuable. I should be able to use it to ask an autarch to help out. I have to take this risk. Ning sent mentally. Let's keep this a secret for now. If I mention taking the tree away, these 2 races might move to stop us. I'm planning on uprooting it at the very end. After doing so, we'll leave right away. All right, I'll listen to you. Nine Dust felt happy for his friend. The Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree might be quite valuable, but Nine Dust really didn't care that much about it. Ning and Nine Dust began to walk towards the tree. The 2 clan leaders led the way in front of them, with the Sea Dragon leader rumbling. We won't move to stop Dowlord Darknorth, but Dowlord Nine Dust, you haven't passed our trials yet. We'll only permit you to stand next to him and watch. You are forbidden from taking part, much less harvesting any of the fruit. If you dare to do so, don't blame us for moving to exterminate you. I understand, Nine Dust acknowledged. In his heart, he felt quite resigned. Because his title was Dowlord Redwater, not Dowlord Nine Dust. Alas, he didn't want to argue over it. They were going to leave soon and most likely would never meet again. Why even bother? Soon, Ning and Nine Dust arrived before the Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree. Whoa! Both of them felt quite stunned. The entire tree had to be over 3 million meters high, and its trunk was as thick as the pillars of heaven. As for its twisted branches, they were like sinuous dragons that were covered with glowing, vitality-filled leaves. And the fruits? It must be understood that the 2 of them were able to sense the rippling auras of the fruits from far away. Now that they were much closer, those ripples surged straight into their hearts and minds. Even their breathing was affected by it. What a fine treasure, Ning said with a praiseful sigh. This is far more stunning than the fruit trees we saw in Crimson Wave Temple. Nine Dust sighed in amazement as well. The feeling this mysterious fruit tree gave him surpassed even the majestic aura of hegemons. Only by combining all of those trees would you have something which surpassed this one. Of course it is stunning. Ning's heart was surging with excitement. The nearby Sea Dragon leader said, The Aeonians have set up many layers of barriers around this tree. Do you have a technique to open those barriers up? Ning and Nine Dust were startled. Ning waved his hand, sending a wave of immortal energy out and causing the formerly invisible and hidden barriers to immediately light up. Countless runes flowed on the surfaces of those barriers, causing Ning's face to tighten. They weren't invited here by the Aeonians. They naturally had no method for opening it up. But they don't seem to be too strong, Ning suddenly realized with surprise. Based on what he just saw, he should be able to destroy these barriers within a short period of time with his sword arts. Of course they aren't. Only Dowlords have come here, and so these were personally set up by the Dowlords who did make it inside. The Sea Dragon leader said. They brought many formations and barriers, but unfortunately they are on automatic mode. No one is actively managing them, which weakens them even further. Both Ning and Nine Dust nodded. Formations which were actively controlled would be far more powerful. Without a controller present, they would be set to automatic and would thus naturally be much weaker. There was nothing the Aeonians could do. Were they supposed to send Dowlords to guard this place? Dowlords only lived for 108,000 chaos cycles at most. Send emperors? Eternal emperors had zero chance of passing the trials. Although they aren't all that strong, there are quite a number of them. Based on what I know, the Ionians have set up a total of over 80,000 formations here, the Sea Dragon leader said. If you know the technique for unlocking the barriers, you can go through with ease. If not, you'll have to break through all 80,000 plus barriers before you can move next to the Omnigeddon Bloodfruit tree. If you can't break through the formations, you won't be able to harvest so much as a single fruit, the flaming equine leader said with a laugh. Both the clan leaders smiled as they looked at Ning. They wanted to see just what this young fellow would do. More than 80,000? Ning's face tightened. Just now, he was able to sense that the outermost formation was quite weak. He would probably be able to destroy it with his sword arts, but 80,000? How long would that take? If some of the inner barriers were tougher, things would be even more difficult. The nearby Nine Dust sent mentally, Dark North, should we use our hegemonic treasures? No, we don't have that many of them to begin with. Once we use them up, we'll be out. Ning refused mentally. We're keeping those to keep ourselves alive at critical moments. I'll try a few things out first. Even if it takes me 1,000,000 years or 100,000,000 years, that'll be better than wasting a hegemonic treasure. Besides, even if we did use it, it wouldn't be of that much use to us. Ning knew that by now. He might be at a disadvantage when fighting against an actual Archon of the Sacred Cities, but he was definitely on their overall level. His Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker was capable of unleashing enormous power with a full-strength spike. And yet, it still probably wouldn't be able to burst open one of those barriers instantly. Although the hegemonic treasures were formidable and on a higher level of power than Ning, and they would most likely be able to shatter through a number of barriers, it was likely that they would at most be able to shatter through just 1,000 barriers with each go. Unfortunately, there were over 80,000 barriers here. Let me try first. Ning's body blurred as he transformed into his three-headed, six-armed form and drew his 6 northbow swords. Nine Dust stepped back to watch from the side. All he could do was watch and wait. There was nothing he could do to assist. Omega Sword Dao Blood Drop. A cold light flashed through Ning's eyes as he immediately executed his most penetrating attack. Swish, 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 swish. 6 streams of mist-formed energy consecutively stabbed against the exact same spot upon the barrier in front of Ning. The powerful piercing force instantly caused the outermost layer of formations to flicker with light as countless runes began to flow over its surface. Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker. Next, Ning switched to a different stance. There were differences amongst barriers as well. Some were extremely flexible and soft, making brute force useless and requiring penetrative power to break through. Others were extremely rigid and unyielding. In this case, the overwhelming power of the Heavenbreaker stance would be the most appropriate and effective. Some barriers were actually illusory. This was very different from when he had to defeat the formations at Crimson Wave Temple. Those formations were there as part of a test. The formations here, however, had been set down by the Ionians as a defensive measure to prevent others from stealing their treasures. They naturally poured everything they had into these formations. Haha, without anyone controlling these formations, they won't be able to heal as quickly as I deplete their power. The end result will definitely be their destruction. Ning quickly discovered a weakness in the formation, then immediately used his blood drop stance as the primary attack to break through it. Just a single hour later, the barrier fell. Although it was able to automatically regenerate, it wasn't able to keep up with the rate at which its power was being depleted. After breaking through the formation, Ning casually destroyed one of its formation bases. If he didn't do so, the formation would quickly regenerate and trap Ning inside of it. One formation after another. Some were actually linked together, making it very hard for Ning to break through them. He was actually forced to use his immortal energy to control the northbow swords in attacking different formations in different regions simultaneously. Break, break, break. One layer of barriers after another was breached by Ning's attacks. Although the Ionians had paid enormous prices to set up these barriers, they were weakened by the fact that they were unmanned. Time slowly passed on. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. While breaking through the formations, Ning continuously worked on his sword arts. He felt as though he was virtually sparring with these many generations of departed formations masters. Some of these formations had been set up by the Ionians themselves, while others they had purchased from the outside. Every single formation was difficult to breach, and while doing so Ning gained more and more insights into his sword arts. A pity that my heart sword art has yet to make a breakthrough. It seems as though going from the 10th stance to the 11th stance truly is difficult. Ning sighed. Every single strike of his was reinforced by the heart sword art, which showed itself as a mist-formed layer of sword energy. It must be remembered that when one truly trained in the heart sword art, the 8th to 10th stances were considered part of the first stage. The 11th and 12th stances were part of the second stage, the 13th and 14th stances were part of the third stage, and the 15th stance was the final stage. Ning was still stuck in the first stage, and breaking through to the second stage was very, very difficult. Although the 300-plus hegemonic legacies he had gained included a few similar techniques which also involved fusing heart force with divine power and immortal energy, in the end Ning was an expert of the Tao of the sword. Studying through this Tao was the fastest solution, making the heart sword art the most appropriate art for him. The others could at most be used as references to use. After reviewing the other techniques, Ning understood that gaining true mastery of the heart sword art was possible only through one way: true and utter devotion to this Tao. However, knowing and doing are two completely separate concepts. He knew what he had to do, but he still was unable to make the necessary breakthroughs. If breaking through was that easy, Emperor Heartsword wouldn't have been the only person in all of history to have been able to truly master this heartsword art. More than 18 million years went by. The 6 northbow swords were hanging in the air, furiously stabbing downwards in an illusory manner. Finally, with a popping sound, the last barrier was broken through by Ning. Success! The distant 9 dust revealed a delighted look. He was actually able to break through over 80,000 barriers with just sword arts. The 2 clan leaders were both rather startled. These formations encompassed every type of barrier possible, including bewildering and illusory ones. Thankfully, Ning was a heart force cultivator and thus wouldn't be misled by them. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to resolve those formations. The white-robed Ning just stood there, his 6 northbow swords hanging in the air. The swords descended in unison, flying back into the sheath on his back. Phew! Ning let out a sigh of relief. He could sense that the past 18 million years of formation breaking had been a form of tempering for his sword arts. He now had gained quite a few new insights into them. But I still have no clue as to how I am going to reach the 4th stage with the Omega Sword Tao. Becoming a Tao Lord of the 4th step truly is difficult. Ning sighed to himself. He really didn't have much hope. All he could do was to continuously advance. Sooner or later he would break through. My young friend Dark North, these fruits are all quite extraordinary. They are far more valuable than ordinary Omnigeddon blood fruits, the Sea Dragon leader said. Ning turned to glance at it. The 2 clan leaders were both staring at Ning, as were the nearly 200 beasts off in the distance. To them, the past 18 million years had been nothing at all. Ning and 9 Dust exchanged a glance. Both of them knew what had to be done. Be careful, 9 Dust sent mentally. Don't worry, Ning replied mentally. Boom! Ning's body blurred as it suddenly expanded dramatically in size. He instantly became the size of a towering mountain that was 3 million meters tall, the same height as the Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree itself. You grew pretty big, the flaming equine leader said with a laugh. It makes harvesting easier. Ning reached out with his hand, easily plucking one of the flame-colored fruits at the very crown of the Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree, then putting it away. There were some fruits which could only be harvested in certain ways. For example, there were certain fruits which would vanish when touched by the hand. The Omnigeddon bloodfruit, however, could only grow if they underwent 10,000 tribulations during their growing process. It was fine to harvest them by hand. They weren't delicate at all. Soon, the 36 fruits growing throughout the tree were completely harvested. Ning lowered his head to harvest the final fruit located at the base of the tree. He pulled the fruit into his estate world with a thought. then reached out with both hands to grasp the trunk of the Omnigedun bloodfruit tree. He immediately sent out his divine power to cover every inch of the tree, protecting its roots and branches. Get up! Ning exerted his power, allowing his full might to be unleashed. Boom! In the end, the Omnigedun bloodfruit tree was nothing more than a tree. The Azureflower Estate world's fruit trees had been warded by the master of the estate, which was why Ning was unable to damage them. In fact, he had been restricted to harvesting just a single fruit. The Omnigedun bloodfruit tree, however, was only protected by those 80,000 plus barriers. By now, Ning had long since destroyed those barriers, and without them blocking his path, he was able to easily harvest all of the fruit from the tree. Whoosh! The entire massive Omnigedun bloodfruit tree was uprooted from the earthy ground. Countless roots began to rise up out of the earth, but the layer of divine power covering the tree ensured that it was completely undamaged. Ah! He's... The two clan leaders and all of the spectating beasts stared in amazement at this sight. The massive tree had just been uprooted by the similarly massive Ji Ning, who moved so fast that they weren't even able to react in time. In you go! With but a thought, Ning easily drew the uprooted Omnigedun bloodfruit tree into his estate world. Ah! After putting away the tree, Ning had been feeling quite excited and planning to flee alongside Nine Dust. In fact, Nine Dust had already flown towards him like a streak of light, but the look on Ning's face had changed. Boom! After he uprooted the Omnigedun bloodfruit tree, an enormous crevice had revealed itself underneath him. This enormous crevice was extremely deep, and at the very bottom of it there was a small pool of red liquid. This small pool of what looked like congealed blood was also 30,000 meters in size. It rolled about like a miniature red sun. Previously, the Omnigedun bloodfruit tree had been blocking it out, with Ning not having sensed its aura at all. Now that Ning had already uprooted the tree, he could sense a stately and ancient power instantly emanate outwards. Ji Ning felt as though he was an ant who was facing the vast, starry night sky. Ning instantly turned pale, finding it hard to breathe as that aura of power swept outwards. It was simply terrifying. The aura of that glob of blood. It vastly surpassed the auras of any of the hegemons Ning had met thus far. Although hegemons had incredible auras, they couldn't even compare to the blood-red sun that was glowing before him. At Ning's current level of power, he was strong enough to smile and jest in the presence of hegemons. But when faced with this pool of red blood, he felt utter terror from every fiber of his very being. What is that? Nine Dust came charging over. He had been planning to take Ning away and flee, but he was instantly dazed when he saw that large pool of blood-red liquid, roughly 30,000 meters in size. Dark North, my young friend. It is useless for you to take away that Omnigedun bloodfruit tree. The sea dragon leader began to laugh. The reason why that tree was so marvelous was all due to this drop of blood. Ning and Nine Dust stood next to each other. They could leave this world whenever they wished, and so they were in no haste to flee just yet. I uprooted the bloodfruit tree. Don't you care? Ning asked. Why should we care? The sea dragon leader laughed. Long ago, this world didn't even have the bloodfruit tree in it. For you to uproot it does nothing to us at all. If this world originally didn't have a bloodfruit tree in it, where did it come from? The nearby Nine Dust asked. And, did you just say that this giant pool of liquid is a drop of blood? Yes, a drop of blood. This is a drop of blood which Autarch Bolin created after pouring tremendous amounts of work and essence into it. And it is filled with boundless mysteries, the sea dragon leader said. An Autarch's blood? Ning and Nine Dust were enlightened. This wasn't just a random drop of blood from Autarch Bolin. It was something which Autarch Bolin had spent tremendous effort in refining. No wonder it was so terrifying. Long, long ago, Autarch Bolin left behind this drop of blood. We have been here on the Autarch's orders, and we are to prevent all cultivators from reaching it. Downlords, emperors, everyone must pass the trials before gaining access to this drop of blood, the sea dragon leader said. Later on, the Ionians discovered this place and came here. They realized that the autarka's blood was simply too powerful. Thus, they came up with a way to graft the Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree, a tree with tremendously strong vital energy, on top of it. The tree naturally rooted itself around the autarka's blood, and over the course of many years it began to slowly evolve and transform before it finally managed to draw some of the essence from the blood. After absorbing some of the autarka's blood, it began to grow larger and larger while giving birth to more and more fruit. Now it has finally reached a size of 3 million kilometers and can give birth to a crop of 36 fruit at a time, the sea dragon leader said. Every single fruit is far more special than ordinary Omnigeddon bloodfruit, because they were grown from an autarka's blood. This tree has spent more than 30 million chaos cycles absorbing the blood and has already transformed. It shall always produce 36 fruits with each harvest. However, now that you have uprooted it, it no longer has access to the autarka's blood, and so the fruit it produces shall most likely be nothing more than ordinary Omnigeddon bloodfruits. That makes the value of this tree much lower than before. Ning's face tightened. True. Ordinary Omnigeddon bloodfruit trees produced 3 fruits per harvest, while this one produced 36. This made it comparable to 12 ordinary bloodfruit trees. However, the fruit only possessed miraculous properties due to having absorbed blood from the autark. That was the reason why the tree could be described as having 100 times the value of an ordinary tree. Just 10 or so times? Ning knew that he couldn't be too greedy, but he still felt rather disappointed. This sort of treasure was not nearly enough to ask an autark to help out. The sea dragon leader suddenly said, "The autark said that if one day someone arrives who is capable of taking away this drop of blood, our 2 races shall regain our freedom. Dark North, my young friend, you can try for yourself whether or not you can take the autarka's blood away. Yes, if you can take it away, we shall regain our freedom." The flaming equine leader grew excited as well, as did the hundreds of beasts within the world. Life here was simply too boring. Many of them had been born here, but the oldest ones had been sent here by Autark Bolin himself. They knew just how lively the outside world was, whereas this place was incredibly dull and lonely. Take it away? Ning and Nine Dust were intrigued. It was created by the autark, who poured all of his effort into its creation. It is incomparably precious, far more than 100 times more valuable than the tree you just uprooted. Most likely, even other autarks would very much desire to acquire this drop of blood and learn some of Autark Bolin's secrets from it. The sea dragon leader continued to describe how valuable this drop of blood was, causing Ning to feel even more eager. Dark North, give it a shot. Nine Dust looked at Ning and sent mentally, "You'd definitely be able to revive your Dao companion if you acquire this drop of special Autarka's blood." "I'll give it a shot." Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately flying into that enormous crevice. As he moved closer to it, he saw that the round pool of blood was beginning to swivel and emanate auras of increasing power. Ning had to clamp down upon his fear. Although he couldn't prevent himself from feeling terrified, he didn't feel any sense of danger at all. This meant that this blood drop wouldn't cause any harm to him. Autark Bolin had left it behind for future generations of cultivators to benefit from, not die from. Whoosh! Ning exerted his will, causing a divine power clone to appear next to the pool. The clone reached out with its right hand to touch the giant pool of blood. Ning wanted to be careful. This way he would at most lose a bit of his divine power rather than his own life. The drop of blood was incredibly cold, but it didn't cause Ning's clone any harm at all. Arise! The divine power clone tested out, applying a bit of power to it. Rumble! The drop of blood immediately began to shake and shudder. Silken lines began to appear all across this entire vast planet, with all of the lines converging upon the drop of blood. Ning's divine clone was completely unable to move it at all. Arise! Seeing this, Ning moved his true body over to the pool. He manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, then reached out with all 6 arms while using his hegemon armor to cover and protect his hands as they delved into the pool of blood. Ning pulled hard. Boom! It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The countless lines across the world connecting to this blood drop fought against him. If Ning wanted to move this blood drop, he would have to be able to overcome the might of this entire planet. Lift it up. Move it away. The two clan leaders and the hundreds of beasts all watched eagerly. The day this drop of blood was taken would be the day they completed their responsibility to test the cultivators who came to this place. Only then would they be able to leave. Arise! 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 Ning did his utmost, but there was no way he could overcome the full power of this entire planet. This was an estate world which had been created by an autarch, after all. It was incredibly stable and not something which the likes of him could shake. Inside the Ionian kingdom, there was a beautiful, ancient palace here which served as the central temple for the entire kingdom. A handsome youth was seated atop the royal throne within the temple, dressed in elegant black robes. His aura was awe-inspiring and remote. He was the true supreme leader of the Ionian race, Emperor Anshin. He had been protecting this place since time out of mind, because this temple was connected to the 5 most important ancestral grounds of the Ionian race. Every single one of the 5 was extremely important. But of course, the most important was the first ancestral ground. This was because it had been left behind by Autarch Bolin himself. Rumble. Suddenly, a tremor swept through the palace. Emperor Anshin was connected to all 5 ancestral grounds as their protector. He naturally noticed it and immediately turned pale. The first ancestral ground. It's shaking? This was a world which had been created by Autarch Bolin, and the Ionians knew it well. The only thing which could cause that entire world to shake was if someone was acting against the Autarch's blood, the most important treasure of all. Emperor Eilhide, Emperor Dug, there may be invaders within the first ancestral ground. Come right away, Emperor Anshin sent frantically. Just a few seconds later, swoosh, swoosh, 2 figures simultaneously appeared. One was the handsome, red-haired Emperor Eilhide. The other was the tall, skinny, and pale-faced Emperor Dug. The two had been shocked by what they had just heard and had immediately hastened over. These 3 were the 3 most powerful emperors of the Ionian race here in the Endless Territories. There are invaders in the first ancestral ground? Emperor Eilhide and Emperor Dug were both anxious and filled with murderous intent. Yes, go in right away, Emperor Anshin shouted. Let's go. Let's go. The bodies of the 3 emperors began to blaze with flames. These flames were generated by the igniting of the Ionian blood. To open the link to the first ancestral ground was extremely difficult. An enormous price would have to first be paid. However, now that something strange was going on inside, they could no longer afford to worry about it. The 3 most powerful emperors of the Ionian race were all covered in blazing flames which began to reach out and connect to each other, slowly forming a strange diagram of a giant claw-shaped hand. This looked like the technique which Autarch Bolin had left behind in that beast world. Rumble. The flames from the ignited Ionian blood instantly reached out to cover all 3 emperors. Swoosh. They were teleported straight into the estate world. Let's move as fast as we can. The 3 emperors stared at the void around them, then turned to look at the astral river. They knew that they had already arrived, and Emperor Anshin shouted anxiously, "If we're late, things will be even more difficult. Let's go." Whoosh! Emperor Anshin generated a dimensional wave and led the other 2 emperors with him as he instantly vanished. This world was extremely stable. Not even hegemons would be able to forcibly tear through spacetime, much less them. However, mere dimensional teleportation was much simpler, as it was merely an evasion art which rode dimensional waves across fairly short distances. There we are. After the 3rd dimensional wave, they appeared in the skies above that enormous, strange planet within the astral river. No! Emperor Eilhide's face instantly turned pale, and his scarlet eyes instantly turned blood-red. The tree, our Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree, has vanished. Emperor Anshin and Emperor Dug stared as well. They saw that off in the distance. There were ripples of energy spreading outwards and pushing aside the surrounding mist. The 3 of them were able to see that nothing more than a giant crater was left where the Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree had been, and within the crater was a giant figure which was holding on to the Autarch's blood and seeking to take it away. Not only did he take away our Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree, he also wants to take away the Autarka's blood? Emperor Anshin was so enraged that he ground his teeth to the point of shattering. That's Tao Lord Dark North and the Nine Dust Sect Lord. Emperor Eilhide immediately recognized that Ji Ning was the one holding onto the Autarka's blood, while the figure next to the crater was that of Nine Dust. Emperor Eilhide had met the two of them after the Waveshift Realm adventure, and he had even purchased some fruit from Ning. Now, however, they had become mortal enemies. These two are nothing more than Tao Lords. Yet they dare to try and steal one of the foundations of our Ionian race? Emperor Anshin only grew even angrier. Kill! Kill them both! Emperor Dug growled as well. Kill! Emperor Eilhide felt just as murderous as the others. They held these two Tao Lords in no regard at all. They were the three most powerful emperors of the Ionian race. They normally viewed Tao Lords as young children. They were so powerful that eating Tao Lords was of very little help to them. Weaker emperors like Malobo, however, did like to eat the Tao Lords of the Tao Alliance, as did the other Tao Lords of the Ionian race. This was why the Tao Alliance and the Ionians were mortal enemies. Ning had transformed to become utterly titanic, and his 6 arms had reached out to grab the drop of Autarka's blood as he sought to seize it. With each attempt, he saw those countless connecting lines appear throughout this entire world. These threads. Ning stared at them carefully. He wanted to try and discern just how this drop of Autarka's blood was connected to the rest of the world and how he could separate them. If he could come up with a way to sever the connection, it would be much easier for him to take away that drop of Autarka's blood. Ning had spent over 10 million years breaking through those 80,000 plus formations. He had already grown accustomed to analyzing and dissecting his problems. The Ionians! Nine Dust let out a startled cry from the skies above Ning. Ning was startled upon hearing this. He turned his head, only to see 3 figures charging through the skies towards him with looks of absolute murder on their faces. Ning immediately recognized one of the 3 as Emperor Eilhide, who had negotiated with him previously. Although he had never met the other 2 before, he had learned of them long ago and knew them to be extremely powerful emperors of the Ionian race named Emperor Anshin and Emperor Dug. Emperor Eilhide, Emperor Anshin, and Emperor Dug. These 3 were all comparable to the 8 archons of the sacred cities. But of course, much like first-tier Tao Lords, there were differences in power within this general stratum and amongst these 3 Ionian emperors. Different weapons, different secret arts, different ultimate attacks. In short, there were many things that could cause a difference in power. Thanks to their Ionian bloodlines, all 3 of these Ionian emperors were extremely strong. The youthful-looking black-robed Emperor Anshin was the strongest of the 3, the most powerful member of the Ionian race. Supposedly, his techniques were incredibly frightening and he had access to a universe treasure. He probably wasn't much weaker than a hegemon in might. Clan leaders, Nine Dust sent anxiously. You said that any cultivators who come here must pass your trials. The 3 emperors of the Ionian race should also have to pass the trials, right? Of course. The Sea Dragon leader nodded. Agreed. The Flaming Equine leader nodded its massive head as well. The Sea Dragon leader flew into the skies, coiling around itself in midair as it let out a deep, rumbling bellow. Halt, emperors. If you do not halt, you shall be attacked by both of our races at the same time. The Flaming Equine stood there on the ground, its entire body blazing with flames as it let out a furious, awesome roar. Halt! There were nearly 200 beasts in this area, and they roared out this word in unison with unstoppable majesty. Swish! 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 The 3 emperors who had been diving downwards through the skies came to a screeching halt, ugly looks on their faces. He's uprooted our Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree, and now he wants to take away the Autarka's blood. Emperor Anshin stood there in the skies, staring angrily at the distant sea dragon leader as he bellowed. We Ionians are definitely going to kill these 2 thieves, Tao Lord Dark North, Nine Dust Sect Lord. The 2 of you really are quite bold. How dare you steal treasures from the ancestral grounds of the Ionian race? Ancestral grounds? Ning flew over to Nine Dust, and the 2 stared back at the 3 emperors. With the two races of beasts standing guard over them, they didn't panic. Our two clans are here on the Autarka's orders to protect this place. Anyone who wishes to benefit from the Autarka's blood must first pass our trials. Our young friend Dark North has done so, which means that we are in compliance with the Autarka's orders. Even if he wishes to take the blood away, there's nothing wrong with that, the Sea Dragon leader said. But you three? If you also pass the trials, we won't interfere if you want to kill these two. But if you cannot, we have no choice but to protect our young friends. But Emperor Islehide spluttered furiously. Just pass the trials. Easy, right? Come one at a time and defeat both of our races. That's all you have to do, the Sea Dragon leader said. Emperor Anshin and the others had ugly looks on their faces. Defeat the two races in succession. Every single one of the flaming equines and sea dragons had reached the Archon level, with the clan leaders being even stronger. Only a true hegemon would have a chance at surviving an assault from so many of these creatures. Emperor Anshin had already given it a try long ago, but he wasn't even close to being able to succeed. But we are the Ionians. This is our territory, Emperor Anshin said furiously. No, this is the Autarka's territory. The only thing we know and care about is the Autarka's command, the Sea Dragon leader said. But that Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree belongs to our Ionian race, Emperor Anshin said. Ha ha ha. You were all too weak and unable to make much use of the Autarka's blood, which was why you planted that Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree here all those years ago. Over the course of countless eons, you have harvested countless fruits from this tree, and the value of those fruits vastly exceeded the value of the original tree itself. The Sea Dragon leader continued. You've earned enough. Since our young friend Dark North has passed our trials, he gets to decide what to do with the Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree. Not you. But it's ours. It belongs to the Ionians. Emperor Islehide was growing anxious as well. The Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree had undergone a thorough transformation. Even if it lost access to the Autarka's blood, it was still comparable in value to 12 ordinary trees. Truly was a marvelous treasure. Most importantly of all, when it was able to absorb essence from the Autarka's blood, the unique fruits it gave birth to were more than 10 times more valuable than normal ones, making the tree close in value to Crimson Wave Temple. The Ionians absolutely viewed it as important as life itself. Once they lost this tree, they'd have to wait millions of chaos cycles before any new tree they planted over the blood would have absorbed enough essence to transform. But in roughly 1,000,000 chaos cycles, the Yin-Yang Samsara wheels would destroy the endless territories. There was no way they could rear a second tree. This marvelous tree was literally one of a kind. They had already started to accumulate fruits long ago, as once the Yin-Yang Samsara wheels destroyed everything, this entire world would probably be devoured and destroyed as well. They would no longer have access to any more fruits. In the final 1,000,000 chaos cycles, they were planning to absorb as much of the essence from the Autarka's blood as they could. And they were even planning to shatter the tree apart and drain the essence the tree had taken in from the Achuarka's blood. The essence of the Autarka's blood would greatly benefit the Ionian bloodlines of the Ionian race. To normal cultivators, this tree which Ji Ning had just taken away was nothing more than a tree that would allow for larger-than-normal harvests of fruit. To the Ionians, however, the Autarka's blood essence within it was worth more than 10,000,000 chaos cycles worth of fruit. It was something they absolutely could not afford to lose. No point talking too much. Our young friend Dark North has passed the trials, which means we shall protect him. If you want to act against him, you can simply attempt the trials as well, the Sea Dragon leader said coldly. If you want to fight, let's start. Otherwise, hurry up and beat it. The flaming equine leader roared as well. Emperor Anshin and the others were enraged, but there was nothing they could do. Ning and Nine Dust both let out sighs of relief when they saw this. It seems there's nothing they can do to us, Nine Dust said with a laugh. Once we leave, they'll probably do everything they can to hunt us down, Ning said. The endless territories are vast, while the Ionians are mortal enemies of the Tao Alliance. These three emperors wouldn't dare to act too rashly. Nine Dust was quite relaxed. Ning nodded. Once they left this place, they would be like wild geese disappearing into the skies. Given that the two of them had access to the Vitali's art, they could easily mimic the true soul auras of others. They could literally go anywhere they pleased. There was no need for them to fear these three emperors at all. Suddenly, "Good, good, good!" An utterly enraged laugh rang out, echoing in the heavens. Ning and Nine Dust both raised their heads, surprised, to stare at the three leading emperors of the Ionian race. The leader of the three, Emperor Anshin, was so enraged he was laughing. He let out a furious growl. "If that's the case, estate spirit, come out immediately." Whoosh! A ripple of power manifested, causing the light in the skies to coalesce into the form of a white-haired woman with an extraordinary aura. An enigmatic smile on her face, she asked, "What is it? The spirit of the estate?" Ning and Nine Dust were both shocked. Suddenly, they remembered that when they had been in the beast world with the Autarka's Tao, that world held an estate spirit within it. It wasn't unreasonable for this world to have an estate spirit of its own as well. Spirit of the estate, this was a world for us created by our ancestor. These are our ancestral lands. But these two outsider Tao lords have not only stolen away our Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree, they even seek to steal the Autarka's blood. Please intervene and slay these two interloper Tao lords. Estate spirit, Emperor Anshin said loudly. Ancestor. Ning was surprised. Emperor Anshin, did you just say ancestor? Was this place created by Autark Bolin? Nine Dust called out loudly with surprise. The distant Emperor Anshin glanced downwards, a hint of a cold smile on his lips. The members of the mighty Ionian race are the descendants of Autark Bolin. Ning and Nine Dust were both rather stunned. The descendants of Autark Bolin? Were the Ionians really this incredible? Any member of the Ionian race who has been awakened shall possess the bloodlines of our almighty ancestor, Autark Bolin. Emperor Anshin said proudly. The Ionian bloodline is special, because it is the bloodline of an Autark. This is a world which Autark Bolin created for us. It is our ancestral lands. The Autarka's blood was left behind for us by the Autark as well. Ning and Nine Dust were both stunned. It made sense. The Ionians did possess an incredible bloodline. Supposedly, after becoming eternal emperors, they could use their bloodline to slowly improve in power even further. It must be understood that for most emperors, improving in power was incredibly difficult. Spirit of the estate, you can go ahead and slay these two interlopers. Emperor Anshin looked anxiously at the estate spirit. The white-haired woman let out a cold snort. I am unable to intervene. Unable to intervene? How can you be unable to intervene? Emperor Anshin was starting to grow frantic. He knew just how powerful the estate spirit was. Within this estate world, the estate spirit was virtually invincible. Even hegemons would probably be weaker than it in power. I must inform you that this world was not, in fact, created for you Ionians, the white-haired woman said. During the Dawn War against the Sith, Autark Bolin was worried about our side being defeated, and so he left behind many backup plans to help the cultivators rise to power again in the future. He created this estate world for that purpose, and those 300-plus hegemons willingly passed down their legacies as well. This was all for the sake of the countless cultivators who would be born in the future. It wasn't just for you Ionians. Emperor Anshin was stunned. Afterwards, we won the war. Autark Bolin's life grew peaceful once more, but he eventually grew lonely and so developed the Ionian bloodline, creating your Ionian race. The Autark left behind a single undiluted drop of the original Ionian blood in this place, hoping that some of the many descendants of the Ionian race would be able to grow powerful enough to absorb it. Alas, this branch here in the Flame Dragon Realmverse is far too weak. Despite the passage of countless years, none of you have been able to absorb this blood. The estate spirit chuckled. Emperor Anshin, Emperor Eilhide, and Emperor Dug all felt rather ashamed. Are you saying this isn't the Autarka's blood? The distant sea dragon leader asked, puzzled. It is the Autarka's blood, but it was formed after countless unique processes were applied to it. This blood was part of the original blood which gave birth to the Ionian bloodlines and race, which was why I referred to it as the original Ionian blood. the white-haired woman said. If any of the Ionians were able to reach hegemony, he would more or less be able to absorb this drop of Ionian blood. Once he did so, he would finally and truly be qualified to refer to himself as a true child of Autarch Bolin, and he would be far stronger than ordinary hegemons in power. Unfortunately, this lot here is completely useless. The white-haired woman shook her head, then turned to look at the still-stunned Ning and Nine Dust. As for you two, you came into my estate world using the Autarch's medallion, the white-haired woman said. This naturally counts as being here with the Autarch's commission. I won't act against you two. However, the Autarch's blood was the font for the entire Ionian race. Ordinary cultivators like yourselves cannot absorb it, no matter how hard you try. Also, Lord Darknorth, there's no need for you to waste your efforts trying to move it. I am in control of this estate world, and I absolutely will not permit anyone to take it away. If someone wishes to take it away, the only method permissible is absorption, but only Ionians can accomplish it. Hegemon-level Ionians, at that. The white-haired woman glanced sideways at Emperor Anshin. You were given every advantage in the world, but you made nothing of it. The exalted Ionians actually ended up having such useless progeny. What a pity. Humph. As she spoke, she began to vanish. Wait, this realmverse is about to be destroyed soon, Emperor Anshin called out frantically. When that happens, there will be no way for this estate world to exist by itself. Relax. An estate world which was laboriously created by Autarch Bolin will not be so easily destroyed, the white-haired woman said. However, when the Inyang Samsara wheels destroy this area, this estate world shall vanish from it. The ties of destiny which link us together shall have come to an end, and I will go search for a different branch. Autarch Bolin left behind many branches throughout the vast Chaosverse, and many of those branches were given no chance to absorb any of the Autarch's blood. I gave you more than 30 million Chaos cycles, but you weren't able to make the best of this opportunity. Don't blame anyone but yourself. Emperor Anshin and the others began to grow frantic. Become a hegemon? Easier said than done. There had been quite a few Supreme Lords in the history of the Ionian race in this realmverse, but their chances of succeeding in the Dao merge were absolutely minuscule. Thus far, not a single one of them had ever succeeded in the Dao merge and becoming a hegemon. As for existing emperors who were at the Archon level to reach the hegemon level, that was even harder. The Ionians knew a great many things, but they had only heard of a single hegemon known as the Paragon of Pills who had started off as an ordinary eternal emperor but then managed to train all the way up to the hegemon level. Haha, the beast world we visited previously ended up flying away as well. It seems as though this estate world is also capable of independent movement. Nine Dust sent mentally. The Autarch's blood truly is terrifying, though apparently only Ionian hegemons are capable of absorbing it. How powerful would they become upon doing so? So this is what an Autarch is capable of. Ning stared at the swirling globe of blood inside the massive crater. Its aura dwarfed that of any hegemon. How strong would one become after absorbing it? Alas, Autarch Bolin had left it behind for the Ionians alone. So what should we do next? Nine Dust sent mentally. What can we do? Since we cannot earn the Autarch's blood, we might as well leave. Ning sent mentally. Right at this moment, Emperor Anshin's voice rang down from the skies above. Lord Darknorth, Nine Dust Sec Lord. All you need to do is leave behind the Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree and swear a lifeblood oath not to divulge any of those 300+ hegemonic legacies to outsiders. If you are willing to do this, then the three of us would also be willing to swear oaths to never attack or pursue you through any means at all. The hegemonic legacies? Haha. I'm a member of the Ancients. For the sake of all these legacies, the Ancients would definitely do everything in their power to protect me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you Ionians? Nine Dust snickered. Ning raised his head to stare into the skies as well. If he eventually failed in his Dao merge, these hegemonic legacies were the most important thing he could leave behind for the three realms in the future. Darknorth, are you going to reject our offer as well? Emperor Anshin growled. These 300+ hegemonic legacies were left behind for all cultivators, not just you Ionians. By what right do you demand an oath from us? Ning replied coldly. Not even the hegemons themselves had demanded Ning swear a lifeblood oath. What made the Ionians think they had that right? Damn them! They are courting death. The nearby Emperor Dug and Emperor Eilhide were infuriated as well. Emperor Anshin said furiously, "This is your final warning. Hand over the Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree and swear the lifeblood oath. Otherwise, we Ionians will use everything at our disposal to hunt down and kill you too. We won't stop until you are dead." Whoosh! Ning vanished into thin air. As for Nine Dust, he lifted the Autarka's medallion up and activated the power within it. A ripple of might surrounded him, and a heartbeat later, he vanished without a trace, having left this estate world. Emperor Anshin, Emperor Dug, and Emperor Eilhide were all stunned. They had just issued a dire threat to pursue Dark North and Nine Dust until they were dead. But they had left without even saying a word in response? This attitude indicated that they truly felt no fear towards the Ionians at all. Estate spirit, how could they have just left like that? Did you let them out? Emperor Anshin turned to glare furiously at the distant white-haired woman. When Ionians wished to leave this estate world, the estate spirit had to teleport them through space-time out of it. The white-haired woman said calmly, "I already stated that they came in via the Autarka's medallion. They left using the same method. It had nothing to do with me at all. Besides, even if I did send them away, I would at most be able to send them to another world within the domain of the Ionian kingdom. However, they used the Autarka's medallion to flee far, far away." The Autarka's medallion? Emperor Anshin and the others felt both enraged and helpless. They had never heard of this medallion before, but the estate spirit's words were beyond question. They couldn't help but sigh to themselves. "O Autark, since you made this world, you should have just left it to us, your children. Why did you have to leave behind a medallion for outsiders to use?" In truth, however, Autark Bolin had first created the medallions, and only then had created the Ionian race. "Please send us out," Emperor Anshin said. "Very well." The white-haired woman nodded. "You still have over 1 million chaos cycles left. Your branch still has a chance at absorbing the Autarka's blood. When this realmverse is destroyed, it'll be time for me to leave." "We understand," Emperor Anshin said, although in his heart he was unwilling to accept this. Whoosh! The white-haired woman waved her arm, causing a dimensional ripple to spread out and cover all three emperors. They were teleported through space-time to the planet outside of this estate world. The three emperors reappeared within the ancient temple. Emperor Anshin closed his eyes, sending out an invisible ripple of power which completely merged into every part of the Ionian kingdom. "The Ionian kingdom just informed me," Emperor Anshin said as he opened his eyes, "that no living beings have entered it via the first ancestral ground. It seems as though the estate spirit was right. Dark North and Nine Dust have already teleported away to an extremely distant place thanks to their Autarka's medallion." Damn! I've never heard of this medallion. They're able to enter and exit our first ancestral ground by using it. The other two emperors didn't want to accept this either. The Inyang Samsara wheels are going to destroy the Flame Dragon realmverse soon. To successfully absorb the Autarka's blood in the next million or so chaos cycles, our chances are quite low, Emperor Anshin said. We've harvested many fruits over the years, but we've used up many of them to help rear all of those Tao Lords. We absolutely have to acquire the large amount of Autarka's blood essence which was distilled into the Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree. Agreed. The other two emperors nodded as well. The Autarka's blood was the wellspring for the Ionian bloodline, and the Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree had drawn upon the essence of that blood for over 30 million chaos cycles. This had caused the tree to undergo a fundamental transformation. When they fully absorbed all of the essence within it, it would be of tremendous benefit to them. This mattered to the Ionians more than anything else. "Dug," Emperor Anshin commanded. "Immediately mobilize all the forces we have available to find as much information as we can regarding Tao Lord Dark North and the Nine Dust Sect Lord. Once we find any trace of them, Move to kill them and take that tree back. Agreed. Emperor Dug said seriously. I'll oversee this matter personally. I'll hide, Emperor Anshin instructed. You've made quite a few friends amongst the emperors of the various races. Come up with a way to convince them to help us track down Dark North. Very well. Emperor Eilhide nodded. Although the Ionians and the Tao Alliance were mortal enemies, the Ionians were still the weakest of the six powers. The Brightshore Kingdom, the Aberrants, and the ancient cultivators each had a hegemon, while the Dark Kingdom consisted of many cultivators from another realmverse who had all gathered together, allowing them to survive despite being ostracized by all five of the other organizations. This was a testament to how deep the Dark Kingdom's foundation was. Winesage, Dowlord Skyshatter, Dowlord Owlblack. They all belonged to the Dark Kingdom. The number of elite Dowlords they had was another testament to their power. As for the Tao Alliance, that went without saying. 99% of the Endless Territories was under their control, and they had countless Dowlords and many publicly acknowledged emperors, with even more being in seclusion. The Tao Alliance didn't care about the other powers at all. The Ionians were different. At the top end, they had no hegemonic cultivators. In terms of raw numbers, they had very few people. It was all thanks to the Ionian kingdom that they hadn't been wiped out. But of course, if a particularly incredible figure arose within their ranks who succeeded in the Tao merge and became a hegemon, that person could absorb the Autarka's blood and vault the entire Ionian race to become the preeminent power in the Flame Dragon realmverse. Alas, the Ionians had never been able to produce a hegemon. As a result, the Ionians were the weakest of the six major powers, and the enmity between them and the Tao Alliance was deep and unabiding. As a result, the high-level Ionians did their best to try and befriend high-level members of the Tao Alliance, trading them treasures and so forth. This was one of the reasons why the Tao Alliance hadn't declared an all-out war against the Ionian race. In fact, the high-level members of the Tao Alliance held a certain belief. They viewed the existence of the Ionians as a good way to help temper the countless Tao Lords under their rule. Emperor Eilhide was the primary point of contact for making friends with the emperors of the other races and organizations. Legacies from over 300 hegemons, and the essence of the Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree. Both things are supremely important to our Ionian race. Emperor Anshin's eyes flashed with sharp light. From this day forth, Dark North and Nine Dust shall be the greatest enemies of the Ionian race. We have to find them. We won't let them escape, Emperor Dug said. Sooner or later, they'll fall into our hands. Emperor Eilhide narrowed his eyes as well. Whoosh! Nine Dust appeared out of nowhere within an empty patch of space which was incredibly far away from the Ionian kingdom. He then waved his hand, allowing Ning to appear next to him. Crack! The medallion in Nine Dust's hand began to break apart. The power's been used up. Nine Dust shook his head helplessly. A pity. Even if we weren't able to use it to re-enter the Ionian kingdom, it still would have been an excellent escape mechanism. It's gone now though. Yes, it is indeed an incredible treasure for escape. Not even a host of hegemons would be able to stop it, Ning said. And it really does allow one to teleport quite a long distance through spacetime. If Ning had to rely on his own powers to traverse spacetime, it would probably take him half a year to travel such a great distance. Dark North, what are you planning to do next? Nine Dust asked. We've really won quite a few things for ourselves, Ning said with a laugh. Those 300-plus hegemonic legacies are particularly important. The Ionians are going to go all out in searching for us, be it for the sake of those legacies or for the sake of that Omnigeddon bloodfruit tree. In the end, they are still one of the 6 top organizations in the Endless Territories, and they've been around for a very long time. They'll probably have quite a few methods they can use to search for us. Agreed. Nine Dust nodded solemnly as well. Right? We have to be careful. We shouldn't tell anyone at all where we are. Ning agreed. Only the two of us can know where we are. We can't tell anyone at all. As for those legacies, we didn't have enough time in the estate world to really meditate on them properly. We should find a suitable place to go into seclusion and train. Very well. Nine Dust laughed. I also feel that we need more time to train. The two quickly departed. After traveling for another 10+ years, they were deep within the Tao Alliance's territory, at which point they chose a planet to go into. Let's pick that planet. Swoosh, swoosh. Ning and Nine Dust descended upon the surface of that planet. Clouds come. Nine Dust stood at the top of that planet, letting out a loud shout. Instantly, a thick layer of clouds began to manifest over the planet, with a series of runic seals beginning to appear within the clouds. This separated them from the outside world, creating an independent local realm. Ning and Nine Dust wanted to avoid their auras from leaking outsides. Powerful world-level cultivators and Tao Lords would often do something similar when they established an estate within a particular planet. Fogstone, one of the planets Ning had visited when he had first entered the Badlands territory, was a good example. Rain, descend! Nine Dust let out another loud shout. Instantly, a large amount of rain began to cascade downwards. Soon, lakes and even oceans began to form atop the formerly parched planet. Given Ning and Nine Dust's abilities, it took them just 3 days to completely transform this planet. It now had an atmosphere, clouds, lakes, oceans, countless types of vegetation, and even some simple insects and bugs were beginning to take form. Go! Nine Dust waved his hand, instantly causing some of the living beings he carried within his estate realm to emerge into this new world. This included tens of thousands of ordinary humans, as well as many types of animals, fish, and birds. Now, this planet truly was suitable for them to reside within. We didn't spend enough time within the Autarka's estate world. We didn't really analyze many of those hegemonic techniques in detail. Nine Dust said eagerly. After we do so, we might make great gains. Perhaps my chances at the Tao merge can be improved even further. I might be able to make some breakthroughs as well once I meditate on these hegemonic legacies. Ning was stuck at the final step and had been unable to break through to the last stage. Once he did, he would become a Tao Lord of the 4th step, at which point he truly would be able to roam the endless territories with impunity. Most likely, only the 3 mighty hegemons would be stronger than him. But that final step was incredibly hard to take. They were now being pursued by the Ionians. As a result, they decided to thoroughly study all of the 300+ hegemonic legacies and entered secluded meditation. Shortly after Ji Ning entered secluded meditation, he received word that his master patriarch Subhuti had returned to the 3 realms alongside Windfiend. The two were planning to break through to the Samsara Tao Lord level. The 3 realms, Serpent Wing Lake, Bright Heart Island, the black-robed Ning, Subhuti, and Windfiend were seated close to each other, drinking wine and chatting. Brother Windfiend and I have spent hundreds of millions of years wandering the outside world. We have benefited greatly from our experiences and feel that it is time for us to break through to become Samsara Tao Lords, Subhuti said with a laugh. Haha, we've wandered the Badlands territory and even a number of the nearby territories. I don't want to brag, but it is quite hard for us to find any world-level cultivators who are our equals. Windfiend seemed quite smug as well. Oh, Ning was surprised. Windfiend, Master, can the 2 of you give me a demonstration and show me the level you have reached? Very well. Windfiend smiled as a series of additional Windfiends began to appear in the area around them. Dozens of them appeared, all with different expressions and postures. Seeing this, Ning nodded slowly. For you to have reached such a level in the Tao of Wind, you must have mastered a supreme Tao. Now watch Master's abilities. Subhuti put down his wine cup. Instantly, space-time in the surrounding area began to ripple. Space itself seemed to transform as though this area was severed from the rest of the universe, and the speed of time began to change as well. It was like the 3 of them were aboard a small vessel, with the outside world being a river of space-time. Given Master's mastery over the Tao of space-time, he probably mastered a supreme Tao as well. Ning was rather stunned. It must be remembered that he had only left quite ordinary techniques to the 3 realms in the past. Those were all techniques he had acquired from Vast Heaven Palace, and there was nothing particularly impressive. For example, there were no hegemonic legacies. How was it that his master and Windfiend had both mastered a supreme Tao each? It must be remembered that Ning had only gained his Omega Sword Tao thanks to his experiences in Vast Heaven Palace, in the Arceus region, and many other places. If it hadn't been for all of those things, he probably would be just slightly superior to Subhoodie and Windfiend. Master and Windfiend truly are monstrously talented. Ning sighed secretly in amazement. In truth, all of the immortals and fiend gods of the three realm were freakishly talented. Originally, they had no legacies at all, but they had managed to develop their own incredible techniques. Three purities, Tathagata, the three sovereigns of mankind, Hoi, Subhoodie. They had all developed techniques that allowed them to fight those at a higher level, which meant that they vastly surpassed those on the same level in terms of insight into the Tao. Even the slightly weaker ones like Sun Wukong, Taoist Jade Cauldron, or Mithraea were still at a higher level of enlightenment than those in the outside world. Wind Fiend Master, do not be in a rush to break through just yet, Ning said solemnly. I have just left a few truly top-tier techniques within the Three Realms archives. Go and check them out first. Truly top-tier techniques? Subhoodie and Windfiend were both startled. The techniques you gave us previously were already quite good. Are there even better ones now? The two both looked at Ning. The two were incredibly talented, and as soon as they reached the world level they immediately reached a level of power where very few of their peers were able to defeat them. However, their experiences simply weren't as incredible as Ning, nor did they have as many fortuitous encounters. Thankfully, Ning had gifted the three realms with many techniques. Otherwise, their talents would have gone to waste. You'll know once you go take a look, Ning said with a laugh. He didn't explain in detail. All right. We'll go take a look first. Both of them were deeply intrigued by Ning's secretive attitude, and they both hurried over to the Three Realms archives to take a look. The new additions Ning had just added into the Three Realms archives included the world-level parts of the hegemonic legacies which Ning had gained. Ning watched as his master Subhoodie and Windfiend departed. His body flickered. Whoosh! He arrived in the void outside the Three Realms, where he stood by himself. More and more, I'm beginning to get the feeling that the Three Realms is an extraordinary place. Ning stared at the many spread-out planets in the Three Realms, including the 3,000 major worlds and the trillions of minor worlds. When I was out adventuring through the outside world, I began to understand how unique the Three Realms are, but I didn't realize just how amazing it was. After a few 100 million years, though, the Three Realms have completely changed. Ning sighed in amazement. The Three Realms had undergone a gradual transformation, which was why Ning hadn't noticed anything at first. After hundreds of millions of years, however, the difference was quite drastic and apparent. Many years ago, the most dazzling figures of the earlier eras, such as Taoist Three Purities, the Three Sovereigns of Mankind, Lord Tathagata, the Buddha, Hoi, and Demon Heart had all perished in battle. The survivors who were on par with them, Subhoodie and Windfiend, were now close to becoming Samsara Tao Lords, and extraordinary ones at that. As for the many elite figures like Sun Wukong, Buddha Mithraea, or Xianxia, after hundreds of millions of years of cultivation, they had all broken through to the world level as well. Even Bright Moon had improved. Although she wasn't quite that talented, she had still been able to break through to become a celestial immortal thanks to her own efforts. Under Ning's guidance, she had actually reached the Elder God level. What's more, the success rates for immortals and fiend gods of the Three Realms breaking through to become celestial immortals was skyrocketing. Although some would fail and become loose immortals, many would reincarnate and eventually succeed in becoming celestial immortals. Only a small percentage were unlucky enough to actually perish to the celestial tribulation. The change was all-encompassing. Celestial immortals, true immortals, ancestral immortals, chaos immortals. After the Three Realms gained so many legacies, the breakthrough rates at every single level had skyrocketed. Everyone in the Three Realms is much talented than in the outside world, Ning sighed. The same was true for the Seamless Chaos world. The immortals and fiend gods from the Seamless Chaos world were on par with that of the Pangu Chaos world. Ning grew increasingly curious. What made them so special? By now, Ning was definitely one of the major powers in the Endless Territories. He had reached the Archon level of power, and thus had a much broader vision than many. He knew that there were some Chaos worlds, including the ones which hegemons had labored over or ones like the Sith worlds, which were quite special and which gave birth to living beings who were noticeably more talented than those in the rest of the world. What made the three realms so special? Perhaps it has something to do with the Azure Flower estate, Ning mused. He then shook his head and chuckled. Only with enough strength could one act with confidence. Only when he took the final step and became a Tao Lord of the fourth step would he have reached the apex. When that happened, in all the Flame Dragon realmverse, the only ones more powerful than him would be the three hegemons. Wind Fiend had been the lord of all fiends of the three realms, the supreme leader of the Seamless Gate. He was the fastest person in all the three realms. Subhuti was a master of the Tao of spacetime. His mastery of it had been supreme within the three realms. These two were exceedingly talented figures. After studying the world-level parts of the hegemonic legacies, they immediately began to seek to merge multiple supreme Taos together. After training for 120 million years, which translated into 10 billion accelerated years within his temporal acceleration treasure, Wind Fiend finally managed to merge three supreme Taos together, and he broke through to become a Samsara Tao Lord at one go. Subhuti was a bit slower. He had to train for over 300 million years, also using a temporal acceleration treasure. Finally, he also succeeded in merging multiple supreme Taos and became a Samsara Tao Lord. But of course, only the two of them reached such heights. The other immortals and fiend gods of the three realm were a bit weaker. Wind Fiend, Master. These legacies are critically important. I shall personally watch over these legacies, and anyone who wishes to study them must swear lifeblood oaths. If I perish, I will entrust them to you and Wind Fiend to watch over, Ning said solemnly. These were the copies of the hundreds of hegemonic legacies, and his primal twin had spent an extremely long period of time memorizing them. These legacies, Subhuti and Wind Fiend were absolutely stunned by the enormous repository of legacies in front of them. These legacies were of limited use to Ning, who trained in the Omega Sword Tao, but they would be of tremendous use to all other cultivators. This was far more valuable than anything Ning had acquired in the Brightshore Kingdom or the Arceus region. The existences of these legacies cannot be divulged in the slightest. Subhuti looked at Ning, his heart aching for his disciple. Disciple, don't put yourself under too much pressure when adventuring. Take things slowly, one step at a time. You've already done enough for the three realms. Dark North, be careful when out adventuring. Subhuti and I are still too weak. The three realms needs you standing guard over it, Wind Fiend said. After seeing the legacies, he understood just how weak he was. He was still just a Tao Lord of the first step. In the endless territories, he counted for absolutely nothing. All of Ning's loved ones were in the three realms. His father, Jiachuan, his mother, Yuchi Snow, his daughter, Ji Bright Moon, Subhuti, Uncle White, Little Qing, Immortal Diansai, Mu North Sun, Sun Wukong, and more were all here. Although Ning was often adventuring with the hope of reversing the flows of spacetime and reviving his wife, he also cared tremendously about his other loved ones. Only if he could absolutely ensure their safety would he be able to truly lay rest to his concerns and go out adventuring. Brightmond, a black-robed Ning was standing on the surface of Serpent Wing Lake. Father, the white-robed Bright Moon was standing on the surface of the lake as well. Her life truly was relaxed and leisurely. With a peerless master of the Tao of the Sword like Ji Ning being her tutor and guide, everything was so simple. In fact, Ning even occasionally arranged for her to go out and explore the Badlands territory. Given Ning's current level of power, a single step was all it took for them to reach the Badlands territory. Let me see if your sword arts have improved or not, Ning said. Yes, father. Bright Moon smiled, followed by her sword light lighting up. A total of 3,600 immortal swords hung in the air around her. This was a terrifyingly powerful sword formation technique which Ning had passed down to her. For some reason, Bright Moon simply had no talent for training as a Fiendgod body refiner, and so she was focused on being a key refiner. Push! Sword light covered the entire world. Ning began to spar against his daughter. He had been at the side of his daughter and his parents for hundreds of millions of years now. He had always dreamed of having Yue by their side one day as well. accompanying him and watching as he taught their daughter swordplay. If that day ever came, he truly would be able to die with no regrets. The black-robed primal twin Ji Ning spent all of its time within the three realms, accompanying his family members and enjoying a life of leisure. Ning's true body, however, continued to fearlessly advance and improve, not slacking off in the slightest. If he had, he wouldn't have reached such a terrifying level of power. A young man and a woman were standing at the prow of a large ship that was cruising through the waves of a vast sea. Senior apprentice brother, you've grown much more powerful and have reached the foundation stage. You'll definitely be ranked in the top 3 within our clan's tournament. In fact, you might even take first place, the green-robed woman said excitedly. I was able to reach the foundation stage, but the others might have made breakthroughs of their own. The clan competition will have 3,000 disciples competing within it. Seizing first place is not going to be an easy task, the black-robed youth said. His words were modest, but a hint of a smile was playing at his lips. He truly had made tremendous gains this time. He had no idea who that old fisherman was, but the man was incredibly powerful. That casual finger wave had contained unfathomably profundity within it. The black-robed youth stroked his chest, where an ordinary-looking little rock was hanging from a necklace. The old fisherman had given it to him, and it contained an extremely profound set of staff arts within it. The clan competition? At my current level of power, the clan competition is nothing. My level of comprehension has skyrocketed so much that I should be able to break through to the core formation stage with ease. The black-robed youth's eyes gleamed. Far away, within a flying ship that was hidden in the mists above the world, Ji Ning and Nine Dust were seated aboard this ship. An old fisherman? Really? Nine Dust, you aren't exactly handsome, but there was no need for you to transform yourself into a rheumy-eyed, white-haired old man, Ning said with a laugh. And you went out of your way to give that mortal some guidance. What, is he very talented? Why didn't I notice it? He's decent for a mortal, but to people like us he truly is nothing special. Nine Dust sighed. But when I saw him, I felt as though I saw myself from long ago. That's why I decided to guide him. Ning was startled. Nine Dust was a very arrogant and solitary person who killed without blinking and was unscrupulous when pursuing his goals. However, he was willing to risk his own life to aid those he viewed as friends. That young mortal youth was similarly a solitary and lonely figure, but he was just as willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of that junior apprentice sister of his. He's a lucky kid, Ning said. You and I remade this world when we chose to set up our estate here, bringing countless living beings into existence, Nine Dust said smugly. Thus, we are responsible for guiding and teaching them. You? Guide and teach? Ning shook his head. The living beings on this world had already gone through the earliest barbarian days, discovered primitive cultivation techniques, experienced a dazzling golden age, suffered through a great apocalypse, and finally entered the current, fairly stable era. Ning truly did work attentively to guide this world. But Nine Dust? He was a much harder-hearted figure than Ning. He didn't give a damn about whether the living beings here lived or died. Nine Dust occasionally taught some people, but it was strictly due to sudden spurts of interest. For example, just now he transformed into a fisherman and transmitted a set of staff arts to the kid, then tossed him a stone. That was it. He didn't even teach the kid an actual cultivation technique. Eh? Ning and Nine Dust's faces suddenly tightened. Let's go, Ning barked. Whoosh! The flying vessel disappeared as Ning and Nine Dust instantly departed from this planet and arrived in the void beyond it. What's going on? Why are the realm ship fragments we found in the Sith ruins resonating? Ning frowned. Mine is resonating as well. My realm ship fragment is trembling right now, as though it wants to fly in a certain direction. Nine Dust pointed towards a direction which led into the chaotic void. The two each had part of the shattered realm ship. Both of those parts were shaking right now, wanting to go flying off in a certain direction. Something's wrong, Ning said. When we scavenged the realm ship wreckage in the Sith ruins, we each collected a fairly undamaged piece. There's never been a resonance like this before. Now that there is a sudden resonance, It has to have something to do with the Sith. Shall we go take a look? Nine Dust asked. Yes, let's go take a look. Ning nodded. Both of them were bold due to their power. This thing which was resonating with their realm ship fragments could very well be a great fortune. Realm ships were treasures which even hegemons would go wild over, after all. Ning led Nine Dust in tearing through spacetime and advancing. Wait! Something's wrong. As soon as they exited the spacetime tear, Ning's face tightened. I can sense that the distance between us and the resonance is rapidly decreasing. They're moving towards us as well. Yes. They are headed in our direction. Nine Dust's face turned grim as well. For the resonance to grow stronger and stronger meant that the distance was clearly decreasing. A skinny man with white eyebrows and deep green eyes was standing within the chaotic void. He was dressed in long white robes and had white hair. His oily green eyes emanated an insidious coldness that was more than enough to inspire terror in the hearts of other cultivators. He was one of the most awe-inspiring members of the Tao Alliance, one of the 8 archons of the sacred cities, Archon Silksnow. Silksnow. This sounded like a woman's Taoist title, but he was indeed a man. Archon Silksnow was an extremely evil individual. Comparing Sect Lord Time Dream to him was like comparing an innocent baby with a demon who had mass murdered over 1 trillion people. According to the legends, Archon Silksnow had been born within a great apocalypse where countless living beings had died. As a rain of blood fell from the skies, an infant came crawling out of the torn-open belly of his deceased mother. The child was savage and bloodthirsty by nature, and he was inconceivably talented when it came to cultivation. His path of cultivation was one of slaughter and an endless sea of blood. Nobody could stop him. Nobody. He actually trained all the way up at one go, succeeding in his Tao merge and becoming one of the 8 archons of the sacred cities. He was definitely a dominating and overwhelmingly powerful figure, and the countless bloodthirsty, violent cultivators of the endless territories all submitted to his rule. In fact, there were quite a few extremely violent emperors who chose to follow him. In the Tao Alliance, he was ranked 3rd amongst the 8 archons of the sacred cities. He was one of the truly terrifying figures of the Tao Alliance. Eh? Archon Silksnow stared towards a certain direction with his oily green eyes. It's coming from over there. My realm ship is resonating powerfully with something in that direction. An excited look flashed through Archon Silksnow's eyes. Master, it's another part of a realm ship. It's another part. The vessel spirit of his tattered realm ship was extremely excited. Excellent. Archon Silksnow's white eyebrows fluttered. I'll take it for you. In all the endless territories, the only ones Archon Silksnow feared were the 3 mighty hegemons. He held no fear towards any of the other experts at all. It must be remembered that he had slaughtered his way to becoming a dominating figure. How could he possibly fear others? Swoosh! A streak of snow-white saber light tore through spacetime. Archon Silksnow stepped into the tunnel, traversing through spacetime towards the direction of the resonance. It's moving closer to us, and it's moving incredibly fast. Much faster than me when I tear through spacetime. Ning turned pale. Nine Dust, we need to leave immediately. Even faster than you? Nine Dust was startled as well. The difference in speed at which one tore through the void in order to travel was a testament to a difference in insight. Ning immediately led Nine Dust in a frantic retreat. They are starting to run? Archon Silksnow gently stroked his long, droopy white eyebrows. They won't be able to flee. He continued to tear through spacetime in hot pursuit. Ning fled at full speed, wanting to flee somewhere safe such as the Brightshore Kingdom or one of the sacred cities. He's too fast. We won't be able to make it. Ning gritted his teeth. It seems our only choice is to pick a battlefield to fight him head-on. Nine Dust, set up your formations right away. Ning sent. We need to pick the battlefield. Then set up formations and await his arrival. Fine. Nine Dust nodded. Judging from how fast the person was, that person should have reached a higher level of enlightenment than Ning. How strong he actually was, however, would only be determined through actual combat. Focus. Nine Dust immediately tossed out a black globe. As the black globe flew out, it quickly flew towards a distant, desolate planet. It merged itself into the planet, causing a layer of black light to appear on the planet's surface. Countless runes could be seen flickering over the surface of the black light. "Hide!" Nine Dust growled. The countless black runes all turned reserved and stately. Ning produced a treasure as well. This was a treasure he had acquired from the Sith ruins, a deep blue necklace that looked broken. Ning tossed it out, and it immediately flew towards that planet and merged into its depths. Ning and Nine Dust both flew towards that planet and landed on its surface. They only had enough time to set up 3 layers of defenses before they sensed a powerful aura appear off in the distance. A white-robed, white-haired, white-browed man tore straight through the void and appeared before them, his eyebrows fluttering in the astral wind. He turned to stare in their direction with his oily green eyes. Although he was very thin, Ning and Nine Dust didn't feel that he was small at all. They only felt an utterly terrifying and dominating aura spread out towards them. Archon silks now. Ning and Nine Dust both turned pale. They never would have imagined that their opponent was the most savage and brutal of the 8 lords of the sacred cities. Archon silks now. Archon Silksnow's eyebrows fluttered, a look of surprise flashing through his oily green eyes. He then let out a cold chuckle. "You fled quite fast. I had thought that it was an emperor. Who would have thought it was you 2 kids? Greetings, Archon Silks now." Ji Ning and Nine Dust both bowed modestly. "Humph." Archon Silks now let out a cold snort. Instantly, a blurry aura of light appeared which covered an area of 10 billion kilometers. Space-time in this region was completely severed from the outside world. This caused Ning and Nine Dust to turn pale. Archon Silks now then made his move. Whoosh! He suddenly charged downwards, leaving a streak of light behind in the skies as he arced downwards like curved saber light. An aura of supreme coldness pierced towards them, seeming to penetrate their souls and true souls. It was simply too fast. This strike was the fastest saber strike Ning had ever seen, so fast that Ning felt a sense of panic. It was also too cold. The saber intent from this strike caused Ning's very true soul to shiver from the cold. This was the level which a true lord of the sacred cities was at. The golems Ning had previously encountered, as well as the flaming beasts and sea dragons he had encountered in the estate world, were extremely strong and extremely fast but much inferior when it came to actual insights into the mysteries of the Tao. In terms of insight and understanding, this Archon Silks now definitely surpassed Ning in every regard. What? Ning and Nine Dust were both shocked. They didn't expect for Archon Silks now to almost immediately attack after saying just a few words. Clearly, he wanted to take their lives. Clang, clang, clang. Ning immediately manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, drawing all 6 Northbow swords and executing his Omega Sword Tao Soul Heart in a full-power defense. Faced with such a terrifying strike, Ning didn't even think about counterattacking. His only thought was to hold and defend first. 3 of his swords just barely managed to intercept the saber light, and as they did, a surge of cold energy seemed to slam into and through him like a giant hammer, crushing him with its power. Boom! Ning was immediately knocked flying backwards. He slammed into the ground of the planet, causing the planet to shudder and enormous crevices and gorges to appear on its surface which were hundreds of kilometers long. The planet now looked like a cracked turtle shell. He's too powerful. Nine Dust didn't even dare to block, instead transforming into a wave of water which frantically retreated. Swish! Archon Silks now used the saber in his left hand to strike at Ning. As for the saber in his right hand, he hacked at Nine Dust with it. Slash! The vast stream of water that was Nine Dust was cut in half from the very center, and a low growl could be heard emanating from within it. Moments later, the 2 streams of water quickly began to flee. Only when they fled next to Ning did they reform into a single fleshly body. Ning had flown out of the gorge. He stood alongside Nine Dust, ugly looks on their faces. I've already reached the Archon level, but I never imagined that the difference between me and an actual Archon of a sacred city would be so great. Ning's heart was shaking. Too powerful. He's too powerful. My invulnerable aquaform has been highly perfected, but he was still able to heavily injure me with one blow. Nine Dust's face was rather ashen. He sent mentally, "Dark North, this Archon Silks now is too powerful. He'd probably be able to kill me in just 10 or so blows." Ning nodded slightly. Invulnerable forms weren't truly invincible. When Emperor Soulsky had been a Downlord, he had been heavily injured by Fiend Queen Dustrain. If an enemy was at a sufficiently high level of power, not even an invulnerable form could completely nullify the attack. Downlord Dark North. No wonder you rose to preeminence in the wave-shift realm. Archon Silks now stared at Ning with his oily green eyes. Your friend, the Nine Dust Sect Lord, has an invulnerable aquaform, but I was able to injure him heavily. You, however, you weren't injured by my strike at all. Haha. Given your level of power, you should have reached the Archon level by now. However, you are still far from being a match for me. Archon Silks now smiled a cold, blood-curdling smile. I've always had the habit of striking with full power when I attack, even if my target is a Downlord. The two of you can die now. Archon Silks now suddenly manifested a total of 6 arms, with each arm gripping a saber. Wait! Nine Dust called loudly. Oh! Archon Silks now looked coldly at Ning and Nine Dust. Is there something which the two of you wish to say? Archon Silks now, we are just Downlords. There's no way we can match an Archon like yourself. If there's something you want, you can just tell us. Ning said. Yes, Archon. If there's something you want, we can negotiate. Nine Dust agreed hurriedly. Although the two had set up quite a few formations on this planet, they still weren't confident in their chances. They had quite a few treasures, yes. But would the most savage of the 8 lords of the sacred cities, Archon Silks, now possibly have fewer treasures than them? He probably had more than 10 times as many as they did. Even worse, their earlier clash had already shown Ning and Nine Dust how huge the power gap between them was. Nine Dust would probably be slain within just 10 strikes. As for Ning, he knew just how big the gap between him and his foe was. Archon Silks now was highly ranked even for one of the lords of the sacred cities, and he was incredibly powerful. He had also been alive for an extremely long period of time. Although he didn't have a universe treasure, he did have lifeblood weapons. Those lifeblood weapons had grown over the course of many years to become just as powerful as Ning's Northbow swords. Ning didn't even have an advantage in weaponry. As for insight into the Tao, he was superior to Supreme Downlords, yes, but there was a clear difference between him and the Archons. That saber strike from earlier, it was superior to Ning's sword arts in every single aspect. Ning's soul heart stance was able to mitigate some of his disadvantages, but the difference in power was still great. The difference in power was so great that Ning might not be able to escape even if he used up his treasures. It really wasn't worth it for him to risk and sacrifice so much just for a battered piece of a realm ship. Ning and Nine Dust stared at the blurry glow surrounding them for 10 billion kilometers. Archon Silks now had immediately used a treasure to block out the surrounding spacetime continuum. From this, they could tell how determined Archon Silks now was. He was definitely going to acquire the realm ship parts, no matter what the cost. Ning could also sense that his sword arts were no longer capable of tearing through spacetime. If he used the hegemon spacetime disk, he might be able to succeed. But he also might fail in his attempt to flee. His foe was a lord of the sacred cities, after all. Ning truly wasn't confident in his chances. Negotiate? You wish to negotiate with me? Archon Silks now stared downwards at Ning and Nine Dust. Yes, negotiate. Nine Dust said hurriedly. Archon, you probably came for the sake of our realm ship parts, right? To tell you the truth, we brothers sensed the resonance as well. That's why we immediately fled. If there's anything you wish from us, Archon, just tell us, Ning said. Faced with such a legendary tyrant, they had no choice but to lower their heads. Archon Silksnow's most famous action came during a gathering of emperors in the Tao Alliance's Palace of Immortals. Archon Silksnow ended up being angered by a dispute caused by clashing interests with the other emperors. He had suppressed his rage when still inside the palace, but after they all left he actually consecutively killed the 12 eternal emperors who had offended him. This was something which had rendered everyone in the endless territories completely speechless. To occasionally kill a few enemy emperors due to personal feuds was one thing, but to kill 12 of them because of a fit of pique. This was absolutely crazy. This was why he was famous for being the most savage and bloodthirsty of the 8 lords of the sacred cities. He was a madman. He was also incredibly strong and had many trump cards ready to play. He had offended and angered many with his actions, and had incurred the displeasure of the other archons as well. As a result, there had been a great battle which had spanned multiple chaos cycles and resulted in innumerable casualties. But in the end the matter was simply dropped. Realm ship. Archon Silks now glanced at them, a not-quite smile playing at his lips. The two of us would naturally keep this information completely secret, Nine Dust said hurriedly. We are willing to swear oaths that we will definitely keep this secret. You two are quite clever. When you sensed how fast I was moving towards you, you immediately chose to flee. Archon Silks now glanced at Ning. Dao Lord Dark North is extremely powerful. If I was just slightly weaker, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, the difference in power between us is too great for you to overcome. Archon Silks now nodded. Since you are willing to bow your heads, I'll give you a way to survive. Ning and Nine Dust both looked at Archon Silks now. First, you must give me all of your treasures, save for your weapons and your armor, Archon Silks now said. Second, you are not to resist and must allow me to read through your memories and your soul. Don't worry, I'll swear an oath not to harm your souls or true souls in the slightest. I simply wish to scan them. Ning and Nine Dust turned grim. Nine Dust said angrily, Archon, don't go too far. Ning's face turned as cold as ice as well. Scan their memories? The two were incredibly proud figures. How could they be willing to allow others to rifle through their memories? Ning wasn't willing to hand over all of his treasures either. The Omnigeddon Bloodfruit Tree and the Verdant Azure Soul were both incredibly precious treasures. The latter had been personally fashioned by Autarch Bolin, and was capable of controlling a chaos primordial. Humph. Once I kill you, I'll still end up with your treasures, Archon Silks now said coldly. I'm at least willing to let you keep your weapons and your armor. This is an unusual display of mercy from me. As for searching through your memories, I merely wish to learn where you acquired the realm ship parts from. Realm ships were relics created by the Sith. Since Ji Ning and Nine Dust had somehow acquired realm ship parts, Archon Silks now felt certain that they must have visited Sith ruins. Every single Sith ruins was akin to a treasure trove. Archon Silks now naturally wished to learn everything he could above such a place. Search through my memories? I choose death over that, Nine Dust said coldly. Archon, we can give you the realm ship parts. We can also swear to keep it all a secret, Ning said coldly. If you accept, we'll hand over the parts right away. If you refuse, our only choice will be to do battle. Ha 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 ha. Archon Silks now raised his head and began to laugh loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the sealed region of 10 billion kilometers. You dare to try and haggle with me? A savage, murderous look appeared in his oily green eyes. Then die! Boom, 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 boom. 6 streams of dazzling, enormous saber light chopped downwards towards Ning and Nine Dust like curved moons. Let's do this. Ning and Nine Dust exchanged a glance, no longer hesitating at all. Arise! Nine Dust growled. Instantly, a layer of black light filled with countless flickering runes erupted on the surface of the planet. Space in the area around the planet seemed to have been completely frozen, causing the 6 curved streaks of saber light to slow down. Moments later, blood-colored formation flags appeared throughout the planet, causing it to descend into a sea of blood. Finally, a series of roaring beast phantoms appeared. A total of 19 beast phantoms charged straight towards Archon Silks now. Go! Ning activated the treasures he had set down as well. Clank, clank, clank. A series of deep blue chains appeared out of nowhere behind Archon Silks now, coiling towards him in an attempt to bind him. A massive formation appeared as well, transforming the skies into an enormous white chessboard. Directly below the planet, An enormous black chessboard appeared within the void. These two giant chessboards slowly swiveled, causing endless streams of light to connect them together in a cage around Archon Silksnow. Crack! Boom! Dark gold lightning flickered and crashed downwards towards Archon Silksnow as well. Quite a few treasures. Archon Silksnow smiled coldly. Ning and Ninedust truly were being quite cautious. They had set up treasures and formations of tremendous power. Although Archon Silksnow was extremely strong, these things would still tie him down for a period of time. Break! Archon Silksnow let out a savage laugh as a golden disc flew out of his body. The disc rose vertically, its edges incredibly sharp. It emanated a ripple of terrifying power. Tyathirting! The disc emanated an ear-piercing sound that caused the hearts of Ning and Ninedust to tremble. It suddenly expanded in size, becoming almost as large as the planet itself as it spun in a chopping manner at the planet. Clang! Archon Silksnow wielded a warblade in each of his 6 arms, effortlessly blocking the deep blue chains that were coiling towards him from behind. Slash! The giant spinning disc was able to forcibly cut through everything in its path, breaking through all of the various formations. It must be remembered that even Archon Silksnow would have been able to spend quite some time and energy breaking through these formations if he was relying on his own power. Now, however, he used the disc to blow through them like rotting deadwood. All of the formations atop the giant planet were instantly destroyed, and even the planet itself was chopped in half before the remaining power of the disc was used up. Finally, the disc crumbled apart and dissipated. Ning and Ninedust were both rather caught off guard. Our formations clearly weren't capable of killing him. Why did he have to use a treasure to tear through them like that? Ning's face was ashen. Archon Silksnow is famous for his overbearing manner. I finally understand what that entails. Ninedust felt a sense of grief. Die! After having destroyed the entire planet the two were on, Archon Silksnow charged straight towards Ning and Ninedust. Ning waved his hand, pulling Ninedust into his estate world. Ninedust, I'll come up with a way to escape. I think I have a chance of fleeing, but if I cannot, just pray. Dark North. Ninedust gritted his teeth after being drawn into the estate world. However, he knew that the difference in power between him and Archon Silksnow was simply far too great. Ning might be able to struggle for a bit, but it would be suicide for Ninedust to try and fight as well. After putting Ninedust away, Ning immediately charged into the skies and began to fly even higher. Break! Ning attempted to tear through space, but the blurry golden light which covered an area of 10 billion kilometers around them caused spacetime to stabilize to such a degree that there was no way to tear through it at all. Let's go! Ning produced a strange black and white disc in his hands. This was the spacetime disc which Hegemon Brightshore had given him all those years ago. He instantly activated the power hidden within it, causing a terrifying ripple of might to descend and envelope him, then tear forcibly through the frozen spacetime. Rumble! The vast halo of golden light began to shudder as though it was trying to suppress the effects of the item. What? Archon Silksnow revealed a look of shock. Is that a spacetime disc? Hegemon Brightshore's spacetime disc. Given how long he had been around for, Archon Silksnow was naturally quite familiar with this type of spacetime disc. In truth, all of the top-tier elites of the Endless Territories knew how much Hegemon Brightshore cared about his royal clan, the Brightshore Imperials, and how much he cared about the Dowlords of the 12 Palaces. For Hegemon Brightshore to bestow a spacetime disc upon a Dowlord was a sign that the Hegemon viewed that person with great favor. Most major powers would give face upon seeing it and not act against the person in question. Humph. For the sake of the realmship and the Sith legacies, I'll just bear the consequences, Archon Silksnow said with a cold smile. The power of the spacetime disc was doing its best to tear through spacetime, while the 10 billion kilometers of blurry light was doing its best to stabilize and suppress it. The two were battling against each other. Crack! The black-white disc in Ning's hands suddenly and completely shattered apart. The blurry light covering the surrounding area was now much dimmer, but it was still there. It failed. Ning was stunned. This was the most formidable escape treasure he had available to him, but he still hadn't been able to breach the frozen field of spacetime. What should I do now? Ning's heart was ice-cold. His most formidable fleeing treasure had failed. While he wasn't strong enough to overcome his opponent, what was he to do? If Hegemon Brightshore was here in person, he might be able to breach this field. But that treasure of yours was nothing more than something he created and infused with part of his power. He's gifted them to quite a few Dao Lords. If that's all you have, you won't be able to escape. And if you won't be able to escape, you are going to die. That 9-dust sect lord hiding in your estate world will die as well. Archon Silksnow's voice boomed outwards. He surpassed Ning in every single aspect, save for the Heartsword art. Ning's Heartsword art was still took weak. He had merely reached the 10th stance and was still at the first stage of it. It simply couldn't make up of the overwhelming disparity in power between the two. If Ning was like Emperor Heartsword and had mastered all 15 stances, he would be truly and freakishly powerful. Alas, breaking through each stage of the Heartsword was simply too difficult, as was making a breakthrough with the Omega Sword Dao. I can't die. If I die, 9-dust is doomed as well. Ning felt a powerful urge to stay alive. If he died, he would be revived thanks to the Dao Seal he had acquired in that alternate universe. But his weapons and treasures would all be gone. The 9 Novescence arts and the protective divine ability he had trained in would be lost as well. The loss of the treasures was secondary, as he would be able to come back to life. 9-dust, however, could not. 9-dust didn't even have a primal twin. Die then. Archon Silks now had already appeared in front of him. I cannot lose. I cannot be defeated. I still have a chance, a tiny chance. A terrifying blaze of light appeared in Ning's eyes. Time to go all out. This sort of deadly battle is extremely effective in helping one understand sword arts better. I've been training in seclusion for hundreds of millions of years, but I still haven't been able to reach the 4th stage of my Omega Sword Dao. Perhaps if I gain enough insights from this fight, it'll aid me in making my breakthrough. If I can reach the 4th stage of the Omega Sword Dao, not only will I be able to stay alive, I'll be able to win. Ning's eyes were blazing with unshakable resolve. Die! Archon Silksnow's saber light descended. It was so cold as to freeze Ning's heart, so fast as to cause Ning to shudder. This time, Archon Silksnow struck out at Ning with all 6 sabers at the same time. Clearly, he wanted to leave nothing up to chance at all and was seeking to slay Ning with one attack. I absolutely have to block this. Ning strove to execute his sword arts, generating an enormous black hole around him which sought to devour all of the saber light. Boom! This collision was far larger than the last one. Ning was sent flying through the air, a line of blood leaking out from the corner of his lips. Haha! You really have some power after all. I used 6 sabers and struck at you with my full power. I thought that I'd be able to reduce you to dust. But you only suffered a few light wounds. Your protective divine ability truly is formidable. Archon Silksnow's voice echoed through the void as he continued to charge after Ning, not pausing at all. Thankfully, his strikes are within the realm of what I can endure. Ning licked the blood from his lips. Although he's strong, he won't be able to kill me. Given my Hegemon armor and my protective divine ability, only a real Hegemon should be able to crush my body in one shot. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. You were able to block me once, but will you be able to block 10 times? 100 times? You are doomed. Archon Silksnow's oily green eyes were filled with an awesome savagery. Ji Ning wasn't a fool, nor was he foolishly overconfident. Although he hoped to be able to make use of this deadly battle to break through his current bottleneck, he knew that there were too many variables in play here. He might actually be able to make a breakthrough, but it was more likely that he would fail. Breaking through the bottleneck to become a Dao Lord of the 4th step was no easy task, after all. Ning's path was that of the Omega Sword Dao. If he wanted to break through, it would be even harder than it had been for 9-dust and harder than it would be for Badlands. He didn't dare to completely entrust all his hopes into making a breakthrough. Thus, as soon as the spacetime disk failed, he immediately asked Hegemon Brightshore for aid. Send word to Hegemon Brightshore. Tell him that Tao Lord Dark North is willing to give him 50 of the Cold Flame Cauldron fruits, and all the remaining fruits from Crimson Wave Temple, in order to request the hegemon to intervene and save his life. Archon Silks now is currently trying to kill him, and he can die at any moment. Ning instructed the servant who was in charge of maintaining contact between him and the Bright Shore Kingdom. Yes, master. The servant was shocked upon hearing how grim the situation was, and he immediately sent word over to the Bright Shore Kingdom. I hope the hegemon will intervene. Ning mused to himself. The hegemon was an exalted figure who was the supreme leader of the entire Bright Shore Kingdom. To the supreme figures of the Endless Territories, a Tao Lord really didn't count for much, no matter how monstrously talented the Tao Lord was. This was because the more talented a Tao Lord was, the lower his chances of succeeding in the Tao merge would be. The Bright Shore Kingdom had its 12 palaces, but in all of its years of existence none of its supreme Tao Lords had ever succeeded in the Tao merge. Hegemon Bright Shore remained the one and only hegemon of the Bright Shore Kingdom. Thus, hegemons generally didn't care about whether Tao Lords died or not. For them to perish while out adventuring was quite normal. They'd calmly watch as one generation of Tao Lords after another rose to power, followed by one generation after another perishing. But 50 Cold Flame Cauldron fruits might be enough to convince the hegemon to intervene. Although the hegemon managed to trade for some of that fruit after our trip to Crimson Wave Temple, I don't think he got 50. Ning prayed. Master, the hegemon sends word that he is heading towards you with my clone. However, he is going to need some time. He asks you to hold on for a bit. The servant immediately replied. Boom! Right at this moment, Ning had been knocked backwards with blood leaking from the corner of his lips. He couldn't help but feel delighted upon hearing this. Good. I need to hold on for a bit. If I can hold on for a while, the hegemon will be able to make it here. Ning thought eagerly. He knew that since the hegemon wasn't sure as to where he was exactly, the hegemon needed his servant to guide the way. That delay, combined with what a great distance the hegemon had to traverse via tearing through spacetime, meant that the hegemon did need some time before he could arrive. Normally, such a short period of time was meaningless. However, Ning was in the middle of a life-and-death battle against someone who was one of the lords of the sacred cities. That short period of time was quite long in this situation, more than enough for Archon Silks now to strike 100 times. Arise! Archon Silksnow's long hair fluttered behind him as he let out a loud shout. Boom! Countless streams of saber ki flew out from around him, forming a vast world of saber energy that crashed down upon Ning. Clearly, Archon Silks now wished to end this battle as quickly as possible. Come forth! Ning didn't dare to hold anything back at all. 9 energy dragons immediately flew out of his body, forming the Yin-Yang Chaos Domain as his awesome Heartworld projection came crashing down as well. The Heartworld projection merged into the Yin-Yang Chaos Domain, then clashed straight against the surrounding world of Saber-Ki. The two domains collided against each other, and the Saber-Ki domain was actually at a slight disadvantage. This caused Archon Silks now to feel rather flabbergasted. He then smiled coldly. So you have a few tricks of your own. However, you are still going to die. Archon Silks now charged straight towards Ning with pure, unadulterated savagery. His 6 sabers executed his exceptionally brutal and valiant Tao of the Saber. Before his sabers, even spacetime was frozen and even karma was severed. Tack, tack, tack. I have to survive. For Nine Dust's sake, if nothing else, I have to survive. Ning labored to defend himself. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two caused the skies to darken. Archon Silks now lived up to his reputation as one of the top 3 Archons. His attacks were incredibly ferocious, which only made sense. The Tao of the Saber was an offensive Tao, after all. Ning was completely unable to fight back, but when he focused completely on defense, his 6 swords were able to form a truly airtight defense. Still, he was knocked backwards again and again. This Tao Lord Dark North really is pretty formidable. Archon Silks now struck out 10 times in a row, but Ning was able to endure all 10 attacks. This caused Archon Silks now to narrow his eyes. Everyone says that Weinzige is the most powerful Tao Lord, But it seems as though this Dao-Lord Darknorth is actually more powerful than Xianxia. I can hardly believe that there's a Dao-Lord capable of taking 10 blows from me in a row. In truth, Ning was only able to accomplish this thanks to his heart sword art, which had increased his strength dramatically and made his sword arts even faster and more ferocious. Without it, Archon Silks now probably would have been able to blast Ning's 6 swords out of his hands and then kill Ning right away. He's too resilient. If this continues, I don't even know how many attacks it'll take to kill him. A cold light flashed through Archon Silksnow's oily green eyes. Forget it. I'll make an exception for him and use my Ice Snow saber arts. Whoosh! Archon Silksnow's 6 sabers began to move in unison. 3 of them became incredibly savage and overbearing, while the other 3 actually became unpredictable and ephemeral, almost like the dancing of the snow. Their movements were very soft and extremely difficult to see through. When Ning saw this, his face turned extremely pale. Although the earlier attacks were savage and powerful, they were fairly easy to block as a result. Now that Archon Silksnow was using this strange combination of savagery and softness, merging the principles of yin and yang together, blocking the attacks became far more difficult than before. The snow-like saber arts didn't have as much power behind them, but they were much more troublesome for Ning to defend against. It was much like how the Heavenbreaker stance was much more powerful than the Blood Drop stance, but the Blood Drop stance was far superior in speed thanks to having sacrificed a degree of power. The most powerful attack wasn't necessarily the best attack. Clang, clang, slash, slash. Swords and sabers collided non-stop. Ning was forced to use 4 of his swords to defend against those 3 sabers executing the unpredictable Ice Snow saber art, leaving him only 2 swords to defend against the other 3 extremely savage sabers. Boom! Using just 2 swords to defend clearly wasn't enough. A savage burst of power rocked Ning's entire body, causing it to tremble as he was sent flying backwards. Ning vomited out a mouthful of blood, his face ashen. His divine power was being depleted far too quickly. Ning's hands were numb, and even his soul was beginning to feel a bit woozy. Clearly, his sword arts weren't able to ablate enough of his enemy's attack power, causing his divine body to endure most of it. As a result, his injuries were now much heavier than before. After I became one of the archons of the sacred cities, on the occasions when I acted against Dao Lords, I always used my most powerful and overwhelming attacks to crush them directly. You are the first Dao Lord I wasn't able to crush in such a manner, forcing me to use my Ice Snow saber arts. Normally, I'll only use it when I battle against other emperors. You should feel proud to die these saber arts, Archon Silksnow said as he once more charged forwards. His saber arts fell upon Ning like the snow, drifting and ephemeral. His saber light flashed like lightning, piercing directly into one's heart. These were 2 diametrically different types of saber arts, making it far more difficult to defend against them. Slash. Ning was starting to grow dizzy from the hits he was taking. His divine body found it hard to endure these attacks, and he was starting to decline from peak condition. No. If I let this continue, I'm going to die. Ning understood that each time he blocked, he was walking on a fine line between life and death. In less than 10 stances, he would perish to this opponent. If I die, I can be revived thanks to my Dao Seal, but 9 Dust will be dead for sure. A surge of indomitable will and resolve came out of Ning's soul. This resolve was absolutely unshakable, a form of power that came from his very spirit, and Ning's sword arts suddenly changed. Previously, his strikes had taken the form of mist-formed swords. All of a sudden, the mist began to condense and transform into drops of water. The countless water drops condensed into a sword that looked as though it was made out of water. The watery swords rippled with absolute beauty but emanated a mesmerizing level of might, and both the speed and power of Ning's strikes skyrocketed. Heart Sword. Stance 11. Teardrop. Boom. Boom. The 2 forces collided. Ning was still knocked flying backwards and he was still at a disadvantage. But this time he didn't spit out any blood at all. Clearly, the force of the collision was not enough to cause him any injuries. What? Archon Silksnow's face completely changed. The 11th stance of the Heart Sword art? Yes. The the distant Ning revealed a smile. Archon Silks, now you live up to your reputation. You recognized my technique at a single glance. This is indeed the 11th stance of the Heartsword art. The reason why it was comparatively easier for cultivators to make breakthroughs in near-death situations was because those situations placed the soul and true soul under enormous pressure, causing them to enter a special state that made it easier for one to have epiphanies and then make breakthroughs. Ning wasn't just in a life-and-death situation. He was also under the pressure of being responsible for Nine-Dust's survival. This made his desire to win even stronger, and those strong emotions and tremendous desire to survive caused his Heartsword art to finally break through. In the instant that he made his breakthrough, he finally understood. The 11th stance of the Heartsword art, the teardrop, required incredible resolve and willpower. Long ago, Emperor Heartsword had been facing certain death for the sake of protecting those he loved. He had smiled into the face of death as tears spilled down his face. But in that instant, he had a sudden epiphany and managed to develop the 11th stance. Each cultivator had their own paths to take if they wished to create such profound, abstruse sword arts. God Emperor Helong, for example, had created his God Emperor's Apocalypse technique, a technique similar to the Heartsword art in that it perfectly merged heart force, divine power, and immortal energy together. It also required a terrifying amount of resolve and strong emotions, but the emotions involved had to be a feeling of benevolence and care towards all living beings. Only such a blazing level of determination can allow heart force, divine power, and immortal energy to merge together in a more perfect manner. Ning finally understood. How is this possible? How could his Heartsword art have advanced to the 11th stance? That means he'll reach the 12th stance soon. The first stage of the Heartsword art consisted of the 8th to 10th stances, while the second stage consisted of the 11th and 12th stances. Ning had made consecutive breakthroughs in the first stage back when he was in Crimson Wave Temple. Breaking through between stances within the same stage was quite fast, while breaking through from one stage to another was far more difficult. Since Ning had already reached the 11th stance, the 12th stance wouldn't be too far behind. Tao Lord Darknorth's sword arts are extremely well-rounded and extremely durable. If he can master the 12th stance, he'll be on par with even me. Archon Silksnow's killing intent began to grow stronger. Emperor Heartsword, even after becoming an eternal emperor, was only comparable to supreme Tao Lords when it came to his actual insights into the Tao of the sword. He was actually weaker in this regard than the current Ning. However, thanks to his mastery of the 15th stance of the Heartsword art, he had completely eclipsed all other Archons and was second only to the hegemons. He was known throughout the Endless Territories as the only emperor who was comparable to hegemons in power. Now that Ning had mastered the 11th stance, the power of his strikes was 3 times as much as it was normally. Soon, when he mastered the 12th stance, his strikes would be comparable to 6 times his normal power. How incredible would this be? It was all thanks to this terrifying technique that Emperor Heartsword had been able to battle those who were 2 levels of power above him and be able to battle the 3 mighty hegemons. Boom! 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 The two continued to battle furiously. Ning was knocked flying repeatedly, but he was able to endure the blows with ease. This was because his sword arts were faster and fiercer than before, allowing him to completely defend against his foes' attacks. 100 strikes? I can block even 1,000 strikes from him. He might hold the upper hand, but if I completely focus on defense, I can endure fairly easily. Die, die, die. Archon Silksnow's oily green eyes grew colder and colder as his saber arts fluctuated between incomparable savagery and snow-like unpredictability. Ning was completely unable to fight back at all, and with each strike he sent Ning flying away. He was completely dominating Ning, forcing Ning to focus exclusively on defense. But Archon Silksnow really was completely unable to do anything to the defense-oriented Ning. His defenses are completely without flaws. His sword arts have no weaknesses whatsoever. Archon Silksnow was extremely vexed by this. Foes with perfect defensive abilities were extremely difficult to deal with. Even those more powerful than Ning would find it hard to breach his defensive sword arts. Am I really going to have to use one of my treasures to deal with a single Tao Lord? Given his current level of power, Not even common hegemon-level treasures are certain to kill him. I would have to use one of my most important treasures. Archon Silks now felt a bit of heartache at the prospect. I've only accumulated so many of them despite the passage of countless years. I was planning on using them in critical situations to defend against hegemons. Archon Silks now continued to hesitate as the two exchanged blows. Archon Silks now was vacillating. He really didn't want to use up his most important treasures. His more ordinary treasures, such as common hegemonic treasures, might be precious to Downlords, but Archon Silks now had quite a few of them. However, those treasures generally only held 20 to 30% of the full power of a hegemon strike. It wasn't enough to kill an Archon of the sacred cities, nor was it enough to kill the current Ning. While Archon Silks now hesitated, he continued to hope that his furious barrage of attacks would be enough to kill Ning. If he could avoid using one of his life-saving treasures, he would do so. He wasn't going to use those things up casually. Ryayip, far away, within the empty void that was beyond the area of 10 billion kilometers covered by the blurry light, a tear in space-time suddenly appeared. This tear was enormous in size, and from it emerged the enormous head of an absolutely titanic beast. The eyes on this head looked like blazing stars, and they turned to stare at the distant field of combat, locking in on both Archon Silks now and Downlord Darknorth. Archon Silks now sensed this new present, and he immediately turned to look. Archon Silks now, stay your hand, the titanic beast said in a rumbling voice. Hegemon Bright Shore. Archon Silksnow's face immediately turned pale. Hegemon Bright Shore had actually charged over here in person, using his true body? Archon Silks now had been hesitating, but a savage look immediately appeared on his face. He produced an ordinary-looking black hammer in his hands, then immediately tossed it out. The black warhammer transformed into an enormous streak of golden light which smashed straight towards the distant Ning. As it flew, the black warhammer's light began to increase dramatically as it became golden in color. The warhammer was dazzling to behold, and its aura alone caused Ning to feel the desire to prostrate himself before it. Ning forced down that thought, but he still felt a sense of shock in his heart. He hurriedly crushed two protective treasures, causing a barrier of water to appear around him, as well as a strange river to cover him. Silks now. Hegemon Brightshore was enraged. His enormous body stretched out a single claw which tore straight through the blurry light. Boom! The barrier was completely ripped open. However, by the time he tore through it, the dazzling golden warhammer had already reached Ning. Boom! A terrifying wave of power smashed against Ning, blasting through the river around him and shattering the watery barrier. Although Ning strove to use his northbow swords to defend, the power of this strike vastly surpassed the strikes which Archon Silks now had unleashed previously. Ning's 6 arms were immediately torn apart, and his 6 northbow swords were sent flying as the terrifying power from the strike swept through Ning's entire body. The power was simply too great. I am going to die? Ning only had enough time to turn his head to glance at the distant Hegemon Brightshore. As Ning stared at the titanic beast, his lips moved slightly. He wanted to say, "Save 9 dust." Alas, Ning didn't have a chance to say a single word. His body was completely crushed into dust, leaving only a few magic treasures and his armor behind, floating in the void. No! Damn you! The blazing, star-like eyes of Hegemon Brightshore were filled with fury. He had already spoken, but Archon Silks now had actually chosen to kill Ning right in front of him. Ryayip! He had already torn straight through the blurry barrier of light. Now the Hegemon's claw tore straight towards Archon Silks now. Archon Silks now had immediately transformed into a streak of light and flown towards Ning in the same instant that he used up one of his trump cards. He wanted to take away the treasures which Ning had left behind. He knew that 9 dust and the realm ship parts were all within Ning's estate world treasure. And you actually think you are going to take the treasures as well? This enraged Hegemon Brightshore even further. His eyes emanated an aura of blurry light which caused space-time to congeal in the surrounding area. A wave of invisible pressure crushed down upon Archon Silks now, causing him to dramatically slow down. As for Hegemon Brightshore's claws, they tore straight through space itself as they reached out towards Archon Silks now. Previously, that aura of blurry light had condensed local spacetime, but now that it had been destroyed, Hegemon Brightshore's attacks were able to almost instantly reach the target. So fast! The old man really lives up to his reputation as the premier hegemon amongst the 3 hegemons in our realmverse. Archon Silks now hurriedly used his saber arts to defend against that terrifying claw. Boom! The terrifying claw strike came, filled with such power that it was equal in might to the black Warhammer treasure which Archon Silks now had just used. Archon Silks now was instantly shattered into tiny pieces of snow, but that snow quickly reassembled far away into Archon Silks now once more. When Autarch Bolin was a hegemon, he had trained and mastered a total of 10 hegemonic DAOs. All that accumulated experience had allowed him to break through to become an autarch. Emperors possessed endless lifespans and thus would generally train in many DAOs, hoping that these other DAOs might stimulate and inspire them. Emperor Silks now himself was skilled in both the Dao of the Saber and the Dao of Snow. He had undergone the Dao merge via his Dao of the Saber and reached the Archon level of power. Over the course of countless years, he had slowly upgraded his Dao of Snow to that same level. Clearly, he wanted to use these 2 Daos to inspire him and slowly train to the hegemon level via them. It was possible for emperors to train and cultivate, but improving was extremely difficult. Every single person who had been alive for that long, however, had life-preserving abilities available to them. The difference in power between Archons and hegemons was quite apparent, and in a real head-on battle the Archon would definitely perish. However, some Archons had defensive techniques like invulnerable forms, while others were extremely skilled in other ways. For example, if one was extremely proficient in the Dao of Numerancy, one would be forewarned of danger and flee early on. Alternately, if one had an extremely formidable evasion art, then one would be able to rely on it to escape and prevent even hegemons from catching up to them and killing them. Ning had already reached the Archon level, true, but he had merely trained in the Omega Sword Dao and didn't have an invulnerable form. In addition, he had only been training for a very brief period of time and had not accumulated enough treasures yet. There was simply no way for him to compete against the likes of Archon Silks now. The Elder Archons had accumulated many treasures of the years, some of which could have an impact on even actual hegemons. Hegemon Brightshore, are you really going to interfere over me killing a mere Dao Lord? Archon Silks now stood off in the distance. Although he was unhappy, he suppressed his anger. You and I have both lived in the endless territories for countless years. These Dao Lords come and go. There are nothing more than passerbys in our life. Dao Lord Dark North angered me, so I decided to kill him. This is a minor matter. You, an exalted hegemon, actually decided to interfere? This is a bit much, isn't it? Hegemon Brightshore's voice boomed out sonorously from afar. Archon Silks, now, this was indeed a minor matter. But since I spoke out, you should have been willing to discuss things peaceably. You actually dared to kill Dark North right in front of me. This little thief was lucky enough to steal an item I needed, Archon Silks now said. Hegemon Brightshore, I don't want any of his other treasures. But I do want that little thief's estate world. If you are willing to give it to me, you can list any conditions you want. Humph. You killed Dark North in front of me? And you think you'll earn his treasures? Hegemon Brightshore said coldly. Fuck off. If you don't blame me for showing no mercy. You! Archon Silks now had an ugly look on his face. I said fuck off. Hegemon Brightshore's voice deepened even further. Fine. A hegemon really is a hegemon. I'll accede to your request this time. Archon Silks now ground his teeth, then turned and disappeared within a dimensional ripple. The reason why Archon Silks now had chosen to kill Ning at that critical moment was partially for the sake of the realm ship. But more importantly, he wanted to pull up grass by the roots. He understood that so long as Ning survived, Ning would quickly be able to master the 12th stance of the Heartsword art. By then, the difference in power between the two would be very small. There was already a feud between them. If Ning failed his Dao merge, it would be guaranteed that Ning would die. If he went crazy before dying, while Archon Silks now himself would be able to keep himself alive. The foundations of power he had spent countless eons establishing might be completely annihilated by the maddened Ning. If Ning succeeded in the Dao merge, things would be even worse. Thus, he had to kill Ning right away. Taking the treasure was just a secondary benefit. Alas, the hegemon had stopped him. Hegemon Brightshore watched as Archon Silks now left, neither chasing nor attacking. Killing Archon Silks now would be no easy feat. The hegemon's titanic figure blurred, transforming into a humanoid figure. He returned to his normal form of a snowy-robed, white-bearded old man with 6 curved horns on his head. He waved his hand, collecting the Northbow swords, estate world, armor, and other treasures Ning had left behind. He murmured softly to himself, "These treasures actually still have an owner? Dao Lord Dark North actually didn't die. Can it be that he has a primal twin?" Hegemon Brightshore revealed a smile. He felt rather apologetic towards Ning for not having been able to rescue him, but now he felt much better. He really does have a few tricks up his sleeve. Since he didn't die, his avatar should be at Vast Heaven Palace. I'll pay it a visit. Hegemon Brightshore took a single step forward, tearing through space-time as he traveled towards Vast Heaven Palace.